Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Clock running. Garoppolo deep drop. Steps up, buys some time, throws the check down. It's caught. 10, 15, 20. Fumbles the football, and the Broncos have it. Jeff Wilson caught it and fumbled the ball, and Kareem Jackson picks it up.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Monday edition of Sean and RJ coming at you live as we get you set for Monday Night Football right here on this station. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. Joey Erickson is running things on your home of America's team. That was the call last night from Broncos radio in a hideous, awful football game as Denver survives 11-10 over the 49ers.
So many hideousnesses that happened in this game. I don't even know if that's a word or not, but I'm going to go with it. This was awful. Like, this was just basically an unwatchable football game. So this is sometimes what happens when you get bad quarterback play. It was really like an XFL game. You know, nobody can move the football. And when they did, they fumbled it away or gave it away or stepped out of bounds. Like, it was a ridiculous football game.
Russell Wilson is what?
Oh, man. He may have burnt that meal that he's trying to cook. I don't know that he is. Because here's the thing. He's got good talent around him. But they've got good players. I don't know that Russell Wilson is a part of a team that buys into him. You know, maybe in Seattle they bought into him. I don't know they're buying into him right now. I don't think he is that good anymore. I think he's got old man syndrome. So happens. He's an old 33.
Yeah, like what are we seeing in his play of why they can't move the football and score points? Nathaniel Hackett, the head coach, bringing in a game day assistant. So he has heard the noise. He is a quick reactor. I'll give him props for that. He apologized quickly after the week 1 decision, 4th and 5. He's like, we should have gone for it. And now he's sitting here adding a game day consultant, which you'd think a lot of other coaches would have.
I would think they already had him. You know, like to me, it's like you got to have one of these guys. How in the year of our Lord 2022 do they not have? Does every team not have a game day guy? Be it John Harbaugh and Brandon Staley having like 2 analytics dudes on there to tell you when to go for it on 4th down and or whatever. How do you not have somebody to help you along with general strategy? Like every corporation in America has a strategy department.
I wonder if it's just a pride/ego thing. The head coach is supposed to be responsible for game day operations, but the head coach is responsible for everything, and you've never had more assistants.
Yeah.
Like the Cowboys lead the league in number of assistant coaches. So you're fine with the quality control and this specialist and that specialist, but you don't want to add it to game day with coaches botching this clock management stuff. Buffalo, with the highlight of the day being Ken Dorsey, the offensive coordinator, slamming things 6 times and breaking the monitor in the booth a la Tom Brady as Buffalo couldn't get a final snap off, losing to Miami.
Yeah, what an unhinged maniac. Get that dude into some counseling, for crying out loud. But yeah, you're right. I mean, you have to be able to, if you're going to call the plays as a head coach, and you got to have somebody to help you with strategy. You've got to have somebody help you. If you're going to call the plays. Sims was talking about over the weekend, like this is why, like, a lot of there's several coaches out there, like head coaches, that just they don't want to call the plays anymore because they want to deal with the strategy of it, because the strategy of it is so crucial. And you start screwing these things up, like it's you get into CYA mode.
Yes.
Like if you're a coach, are people gonna criticize your play calling or the big strategy mishap that you've had? Probably the strategy mishap, right? Just considering that it's like the last thing you always remember.
Yes.
So that's what happens.
9 3-and-outs for Russell Wilson and the Broncos offense. 9. Fortunately, their defense has given up 36 points through 3 games. They're kind of like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers version of the AFC. Jimmy, though, gets sacked 4 times. 3 turnovers for the 49ers. Garoppolo throws for 211 with a QBR of 14. 14 as Denver was trying to take Deebo Samuel and George Kittle out of this one. So all the threat and all the worry about San Francisco ends up putting up 10 points.
Yeah, I mean, that was a terrible performance by them. Jimmy has...
a reminder of why he still is just Jimmy G.
It was a reminder of why they drafted Trey Lance, why they traded up for him. They're like, we got to figure this out.
So that's like Bobby Belt's point, right? You go to Trey Lance because last night, if you're a San Francisco fan, aren't you saying to yourself, I know Trey can get 10. What else can he get us? That's the ceiling in there. I know he can get us at least 10 points.
Yeah, I mean, he can. I guess, we might have to sit here and like Jimmy had what he's had 1 week of practice.
Yep.
Is it fair? Because, he did come in and he did look okay last week, but was that because they were game planned for Trey Lance and not for Jimmy? We may have to give him a little bit of time here to get ready and get acclimated and back into the swing of things, but he was not good. And he did one of the most inexcusable things an athlete can do. You have to know two things. You've got to know time and score of the game, and you got to know where you are on the field. You have to know where you are. You can't just step out of bounds.
Orlovsky?
Yeah.
The Orlovsky play.
Yeah.
I just tweeted, Dan, you're up. And he didn't respond. He wasn't responding to me. But he goes, I've never felt so much relief in my entire life.
And then the awareness of Mark Sanchez telling the punter to stay in his lane because of the butt punt.
The butt punt.
And I respect that. They got to own it. They got to own it.
I've never been happier. Freedom is what Orlovsky tweeted after Garoppolo stepped outside of the end zone. Trent Williams injured his ankle. That could be a major problem for San Francisco, as he had the highest ever PFF grade in the history of their service. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. We have a ticket giveaway, a Cowboys ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock hour for you turning it on, leaving it on. Bobby Belt, Brad Champ, and Nick Eatman will preview tonight, but we may have a problem, a legit, serious problem in the NFC East.
Clapping his hands. Hurts back. He's looking. He fires. He completes it. Leaning in. Is it a touchdown? Do you wait? Yes, it is a touchdown to A.J. Brown.
Oh, the touchdown!
My Lord. 24-8, RJ. As the Philadelphia Eagles, for the third straight week, scored 24 points in the first half. This may be the second straight week they've gotten shut out in the second half. I don't think they scored anything against Minnesota. And, of course, they scored 24 in the first half against the Lions. Jalen Hurts is putting on a show. He threw for 340 and 3 touchdowns. His weapons were involved. Sometimes you get a new receiver, right? It's like, why isn't it clicking? We spent all this money. Not the case so far with A.J. Brown, 5 for 85 in that touchdown that you heard on Filthy Radio. And then Devontae Smith putting on the Batman cape on the sidelines. 8 for 169 as they sack Carson Wentz 9 times.
9 times. Now, Hurts, real quick. Dude, first player since 1950 with 900 pass yards and 100 rush yards through 3 games. And no player has ever averaged 300 yards passing and 50 yards rushing for an entire season. He's currently at 305 and 55. Like he's a problem. He's a big time issue. The questions of him, of Tua, you can make the question still if you want to, but like both players are kind of showing out right now to start the year.
Have you made up your mind on Hurts?
I mean, it's hard not to love what he's doing, right? I mean, the guy's just a different cat. And he's got he was never a great passer in college. He got better at OU. You credit his character. He's got probably the best character in the league for what he did behind Tua at Alabama, sticking around. But I'll say this. He appears to have a Dak level ability of leadership and having his players buy into him. Because man, does that team play well. And they seem to love that dude.
Now, Tolos are going to respond. Look at the schedule. Look how weak their opponents are.
Yeah.
Minnesota, Detroit, and the Commanders. How much are you weighing that into all this?
That's fair. They have not played a great schedule. They look like world beaters. They look tremendous. So, yeah, they may not have played a great schedule. But look, I mean, has Cincinnati played the best schedule in the world? They played us, who got beat. They lost to us with a backup. They lost to Pittsburgh with a backup, and they beat the Jets with a backup. And they're 1-2. So, like, you can only play who's on the schedule.
Did Aaron Judge screw up a tremendous college football Saturday for Choppy and myself? We have more
baby.
Boston Celtic details. Oh man, it's sordid. It's ugly.
It is sordid.
It is ugly. It is dramatic. And the very latest with Brett Favre being in even more trouble. The Cowboys Monday edition of Sean and RJ just getting started with you on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a big Cowboys Monday. News of Flagtober launching this week, a full schedule for Tour de DFW, and we're giving away Cowboy tickets in the 3 o'clock hour. Short show, the Nation 2 to 4 here on a Cowboys game day in the Fan.
Listen.
Wide open. Ball at the 5. He dives for the checkerboards. Touchdown, Tennessee.
Vols Radio
Yes, sir.
with the call. We can dive a little bit more into college football today since we don't have a Cowboys game to react to until tomorrow. We'll do so with Jerry Jones live at 8:30. We have a Cowboys ticket giveaway for the Tolos. It's a football Monday with Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. And what a college football Saturday for us.
Yes, it was, sir. That was...
High five.
High five. High five.
High five. Tennessee
Oh, baby.
and Texas Tech. Suck on that, Bobby Belt and Jane Slater. Wow.
Was Bobby smart enough to get into Texas? Is that where he went?
I don't even think he got in. I don't even think he went there.
One of those fake fans. One of those Walmart fans.
I know. I'm so surprised with Bobby. More surprising, Bobby Belt with Texas or Kevin Hagelin with Duke. I'll never get over Kevin Hagelin being a Duke fan.
I won't either.
I
won't
think
either.
that allegiance is probably more surprising.
Yeah, that seems pretty surprising. And then it's even more surprising that he got in, and even more surprised that he turned it down. Like, he got in, then he turned down Duke. Like, Duke turned it down. I don't understand that one at all. But this was that was a good win for you guys. Very good win. Nice little comeback win. Shutting down the Horns offense in the second half. Really, defense has never really been a part of Texas Tech's, kind of
Calling card.
And it really was in this game. Now do they win it? If Quinn was playing, who knows? Quinn wasn't playing. Texas Tech hasn't exactly had the best health with quarterbacks either.
Yeah.
Their guys down.
Longhorn fans keep forgetting that.
Yep.
Keep forgetting that. Storming the field, some referee controversy, but how about, don't just give me all the glory and all the shine. How about your Tennessee Volunteers?
Man, it is so good. It feels so good. So good to be back in the top 10. It's been so long. And here they are sitting at number 8 with a bye week. And then a game on the road at LSU, which they're beatable this year. And then, if they get by that one, and I don't want to get too ahead of myself because, you can't get ahead of yourself, then it is Bama week. And oh man, to be undefeated. If they win against LSU on the road, they could be in the top 6 at that point.
Feels different, right? When you're a player, when you're involved.
It feels different.
When you're a quote unquote contender.
When your team is good and you have a high ranking, and it doesn't matter if it's college football or the NCAA tournament, you watch the rest of the games differently. You take a more active interest.
Yes.
You have more fun at it. The NCAA tournament, when Tennessee gets knocked out, I look at it differently. It's just not as fun anymore. And this is great.
Joey, who is your college football team?
I'm a big Aggie because my whole family went to Texas A&M, so that's about it. And
welcome to the party.
Yeah.
Welcome to the party.
Big
3
win.
for 3.
Yeah.
What were you about to say?
I said my school in college didn't have a football team. It got cut, actually. But I was in Minnesota, so in a very smaller school, so it wasn't as big as a deal.
So college football's taking place, and something interrupted some of the games. Yeah. And a lot of football fans are not happy about it, as ESPN went to the cut-ins of Aaron Judge's at-bats, as he's still sitting here on his number.
Yeah.
They were praying on ESPN that he got it last night against the Red Sox in their nationally televised game, but they cut into Aaron Judge at-bats in the chase for history, and people actually had a problem with it.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Yeah.
I not for 1 second thought, oh my gosh, this is distracting. This is disrupting. This is unnecessary. I was happy and thought that ESPN did a good job showing us. I want to see. You don't want to sit there with your friends. I was sitting there in the pool with the in-laws. You don't want to sit there at the bar and say and react to it in the moment on a Saturday with everyone glued to the TV over a possible, historical event. I do.
I would too. I thought it was the right move. They're a news network, right? Like at the end of the day, they're a news network, and they have some kind of obligation to broadcast or show the biggest sports story, currently, which I assume that is, or the biggest sports story, or one of them. It's historic. You don't see something like this. So I think it was the right move. I wonder what they're going to do tonight. Tonight's the one I wonder about. Monday Night Football, Cowboys Giants. Now, a lot of the people who are watching the Cowboys Giants are also Yankee fans. So they actually could probably get away with it tonight, because the people watching the game, especially in New York, probably have a rooting interest in what Aaron Judge does. But the NFL is not college football. College football, you could get away with. You can miss the Auburn Missouri game. You could cut into that.
Yeah.
Are you going to cut into the NFL? I don't know.
And I guess the challenge is, and I run into this a lot with Red Zone, when you put on multiple screens, Red Zone will put on 3 screens if teams are threatening, maybe even 4 screens. Can you still, how much is your view of one game taken away? That's the challenge.
It is the challenge, but again, it's it's not like it's basketball, right? In baseball, you see a pitch, the pitch takes 1 second, and then you go back to the other screen. You kind of look back, right? So you could kind of do both at the same time. I wonder if Joe Buck being there has anything to do with it. Like since he is a baseball guy, like would that kind of increase their chances of doing it tonight, decrease their chances of doing it tonight? The good news is that he's going to bat leadoff, and the game starts at 6:07. So they'll be doing that during primetime, NFL
Yankee
primetime.
game.
Yeah, and so they'll be doing. So the Yankee game starts at 6:07. So he'll probably get 2 or 3 at bats before the NFL game even kicks off.
We got some more juicy details on the drama in Boston with Ime Udoka suspended for the season. Kevin Frazier, sports/Hollywood guy who we've had on the show, reported that a Celtics female staffer's affair with Udoka was uncovered by her husband when he overheard a private conversation on the home doorbell camera. The old DFW security got Ime Udoka in trouble, and now people are finding out that it was with the team travel planner. TMZ is reporting this, right? The traveling secretary, the person who puts together all the trips, and this woman organizing where the Celtics stay and sleep was also apparently doing it for the fiance, Nia Long. She was organizing some of her travel plans and Udoka. So the Celtics knew about this months ago.
Yeah.
We just got the end result of their investigation last week. So Udoka obviously knew that this was coming.
Yeah.
He never told Nia Long, and she committed to moving out east, picking up, packing, moving all her things with Udoka knowing about this, and her travel plans quite possibly were arranged by the woman he was messing with.
This gets more salacious by the day.
And more justified, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they apparently told him stop. That's kind of it, right? You get a warning. You don't have,
Matt Barnes went on a Twitter rant about this. Barnes originally came out when the news broke like us. I'm like, this seems like an overreaction. Is this, is there more to this? And then he did a follow-up recording saying, my bad, I rushed to judgment. It is a lot uglier. He wouldn't go into details, but the tone that he was giving off seemed like the Celtics made the right call. We still don't know everything. The key here is going to be over the word unwanted advances, and how many times did the Celtics tell him cut it out?
Yeah, and did it become awkward in the workplace for not just her but for other people too, having to look at this and deal with this? Having to keep secrets. You don't want your friends to keep secrets for you necessarily. Although I mean, we keep secrets for everybody. But it's like this got the whole doorbell cam, man. Technology is everywhere, dude.
Yes.
And to get your spot blown up like this, if you're this girl, and because of the Ring doorbell cam, that's wild.
All right, let's get you what you need to know for the Cowboys and the Giants. We have a new report on Dak's return. Are you going to be checking out Buck and Aikman or the Mannings, who are returning for tonight? And around the rest of the NFL, we already talked about Jalen Hurts and the Eagles. How about Lamar and the Ravens and Tua and the Dolphins being investigated by the NFL after their win over the Bills? Around the NFL and inside the Star, along with the Cowboys ticket giveaway. No other place you should be if you love football than Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
If you own a business.
MyFitnessStore.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Was it a lot more stress-free yesterday? Taking in your football, with the exception of Jalen Hurts and the Eagles doing their thing, because you got Monday Night Football with a new pregame and postgame host, as Ari Temkin announced at the end of last week's game. He is moving on to other opportunities, other ventures, and now it's going to be a combo from the G-Bag Nation. Eric Chiafalo will be a part of the pregame show, and Zach Wolchuk a part of the postgame show, and that is going to start up today right here on your home of America's team. So welcome, Chiafalo and Wolchuk, to the Cowboys flagship coverage.
Yeah, it's very cool. Wolchuk, posted a nice little thing yesterday about always been his dream to play for the Cowboys. Well, he didn't get to play for him, but he doesn't get to announce him now, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah, he had the jersey on. He's still giddy.
Yeah.
Young and giddy over that broadcasting career, like young Joey Erickson here, who is running things for us. So pregame with Chiafalo, postgame with Wolchuk, and the Mannings are going to be on this broadcast. So how are we going to divvy this up? How are we going to decide? When my team is playing, I usually like to stick with the original broadcast, and that would be Buck and Aikman. But then I do want to, and tomorrow we'll have the Manning cast highlights. I do want their perspective on things that the Cowboys are doing, X's and O's wise.
Yeah, I do. I mean, look, I've soured on the Manning cast a little bit. I'm not a fan of the interviews. I think they do too many of them. But I do think still that, and it's funny because like when it's your team, the whole idea is that you want to hear the announcers, right? When it's your team, you want to hear Buck, you want to hear Aikman, you want to hear the crowd. However, I do think there is something to when it's your team watching the Manning cast. I do think you're going to get more of a football
insight,
education, insight watching the Mannings, than you are watching Buck and Aikman.
Shots fired, Troy.
Right. Not that it's anything against Troy. They can spend more time on it.
Yeah.
So the whole notion that, when it's your team, you should watch the real broadcast, I wonder if that's shouldn't be the case. That when it's your team, you want to watch the Manning cast more because they are going to give you a greater insight into what the team is doing.
And then, of course, you are going to have the Tolos say it's just going to be Brad and Babe, baby. Go ahead and put the game on TV, mute the audio, and go with Brad Sham and Babe Laufenberg. And Brad will join us at 8:40 this morning, as he does for every Cowboys Monday. Meanwhile, Ian Rappaport giving a little Dak Prescott update on the NFL Network.
So Dak Prescott is out 4 to 6 weeks in total. He had surgery on September 12th. If you look at the schedule, you figure out when that sets out to. Dak Prescott, the earliest, my understanding, the earliest he'd be back is October 16th against the Eagles. So Jerry Jones said this week, made a couple headlines, as I'm sure you guys noted, that he could be back next week. No, that is not my understanding. He is still focusing on getting the swelling down. Then he has to work on how well he can grip a football. Simply, guys, the bone has to heal, and the Cowboys are not going to put their franchise quarterback in harm's way just to get him out there for one game and then re-injure it. October 16th, I believe, is the answer.
Earliest.
Okay. Earliest. So what is that, 3 weeks more? 3 more weeks, right?
So no Commanders.
No.
That would be the Eagle game.
No Commanders. No Rams, right? No Rams. Well, I guess you could. That would be the game. That would be the one to look for. The Rams.
No, he's eliminating.
Oh, he's eliminating the Rams. Okay, so it's the one after that.
Yeah, so you got the Commanders, then you got the Rams, and he's saying the earliest he could return would be against Philadelphia. That is a Sunday Night Football game. After Philly, it is the upstart Detroit Lions on October 23rd.
Man, you better become ready to score in that game because that team's offense. They didn't play. They got shut out in the fourth quarter yesterday, but that was a bad loss. That was a real bad loss for them, by the way. It's almost like that's. You want it's man. They got a weird amount of NFC games in a row too. This would be the time where you want to get an AFC loss because it doesn't. From a tiebreaking perspective, you'd rather lose to an AFC team than an NFC team. And unfortunately, their only win is against an AFC team.
Meanwhile, the line has moved down to Giants favored by 1.
Yep.
Last week we were talking about 2.5, 3 points.
3 points start of the week. It went down to 1 on Friday. And that was in the degenerate selections at the one point on Friday. But
people started betting the Cowboys.
Started betting the Cowboys. I think a lot of that because it was 4.5, 3 to 4.5, depending on where you got it. Prior to the Bengals game, after the Bengals game, it was pretty much exclusively at 3, and then it just kind of gets bet down a little bit, and you realize the Giants are kind of fraudulent if they are, or maybe the Cowboys are better than we thought with Cooper Rush. So it settled in at 3, and then it went down even further than that, down to 1.5.
All right, the Giants are 2-0 for the first time since 2016, and Mike McCarthy said this is going to start with us running it and stopping the run because Saquon Barkley, before yesterday's games, a little resurgence, second in the league in rushing with 236 yards. But his last 3 against the Cowboys, he's done nothing. 87 yards total on 31 carries, 2.8 a rush, and no touchdowns. They held Joe Mixon to 89 yards. All right? The Giants are 32nd in run blocking, according to Pro Football Focus. That is last in the league. They have 2 of the lowest 7 offensive linemen in terms of run blocking. And Evan Neal, their really high draft pick that the Cowboys also had as a really, really high prospect, he is the lowest in the entire league when it comes to run blocking.
Ew.
So he is being graded awful, along with their offensive line in terms of blocking for Saquon. And they have the most money invested in the league at receiver. And they can't get the high-priced guys or the highly invested guys on the field. We took you through the drama last week with Kenny Golladay. He's not getting any playing time. That's going to be a trade request pretty soon. And then Kadarius Toney, who torched us last year in Arlington, he's been a problem child. He's been a bad boy with them. So when you sit there and look at where the money is invested, it's going to Sterling Shepard and a bunch of other unknowns, even though they've committed position group-wise the most money in the league to the pass catchers.
Yeah, and that's kind of what they want to be, and Philadelphia too. Like with the amount of weapons they have, they're passing teams, whether they want to admit it or not. They are a passing team just because the amount that they've invested in that wide receiving core or the pass catching core. They're a passing team, and we got to be able to stop that. Good thing is, does anybody buy the quarterback?
Bobby Belt saying if you rush Micah up that A-gap, if you bring him up the middle, he could end up with 8 sacks. Now, Micah, officially listed as questionable, says, he's dealing with some congestion, but we all know that he's going to be playing. Let's see if Lawrence Taylor's in the house tonight for the Micah LT previews.
I think Sims said over the weekend that he's going to be in the house. Like I'll let you know when I'm there. He's there because that is, and this is one thing. Belichick is always clap back against this about comparing anybody to Lawrence Taylor. Right, he had that big thing where he kind of interrupted a media member one time. So, we're not comparing him to Lawrence Taylor. We're not doing that. And I think Micah is like this dude's he's the truth, man. And we're gonna have to have that conversation at some point. Like, is he as good of a pass rusher as LT is?
Giants' top 4 pass catchers on the season by targets: Sterling Shepard, $10 million a year; Richie James, $1 million a year; Saquon. And then David Sills at $825,000. No Toney and no Golladay.
Wow.
This will be, Blogging the Boys pointed this out, this will be Trayvon Diggs' easiest matchup until the end of October. Certainly the easiest that he's had so far with Mike Evans, Julio, Tampa Bay, and then Jamar Chase and the Bengals receivers yesterday. And now you're going to get Sterling Shepard, 85th ranked. He's ranked 85th by Pro Football Focus. So
Shepard is?
Shepard.
Ooh.
85th player.
Man, he seems like he's been in the league for 83 years. Does he ever age?
The Giants always have one of those guys that feels like they're just around forever. What should we be worried about? What are y'all worried about with this matchup on the truckwreck.com text line? Is it as simple as you limit and stop Saquon and you win the game? A little bit more worried about Cooper Rush with some of the dropped interceptions that the Bengals had last week. What is the big real concern and worry? And does anyone think the Giants are legitimate at 2-0? I do not. I've quickly dismissed their start.
I don't think they're legit. I'm not really worried about a ton in this game. I'll tell you what. I'm interested to see how the energy and the apathy has changed around the organization from the player and the fan standpoint in that stadium with Brian Daboll. I'm interested in that. I'm not really fearful that they're going to lose this game. Of course, this means that they're probably going to lose.
Yep.
And I'm going to look like an idiot. But the trucker.com text line, they're like, we're worried about beating ourselves. Worried about penalties. Worried about Daboll. Worried about their wide receiving core. Worried about Daniel Jones may have figured it out. Which that's probably no. That's probably the answer. Probably no.
And then the injury storylines are Schultz, Gallup, and Thibodeau. And it looks like Michael Gallup is a go to make his season debut. And again, the Cowboys had Thibodeau and Evan Neal at the very top of their draft board, and then just saw both of them go to the Giants in the selection process. So that's where we stand tonight. One of the good things that could happen is Daniel Jones continuing to win, and the Giants make that mistake of giving him an extension. You're worried about their new regime and the new front office there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the new front office is made them actually a much more viable opponent. The front office is different than the old one. The old one, but Dave Gettleman refused to trade. He refused to pick up the phone. When guys were trying to trade up. Denver wanted to trade up with him. They refused to pick up the phone. And that's you can't do that as the general manager. They actually have a real front office now.
Daniel Jones has completed 71% of his passes in the first two games. 4% above expectation, despite being pressured on 32% of his dropbacks. That is fourth most in the NFL. He's getting pressure, but he's completing 70% of the passes. And, of course, Daniel Jones' legs are a problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's the biggest problem with him. But he will lose at least one fumble tonight. I'm not predicting Cowboys recovery, but Micah Parsons and someone else, because that's been one of the big knocks on him. He always fumbles the football.
Always fumbles the football. He is good for one fumble a game, basically. And we've seen this, guys who fumble a higher percentage of the time. Obviously, they don't turn out to be great quarterbacks. They have studies done on this in terms of whether you fumble more than in 40 or 50% of your games, and Mike Vick fumbled in like 80% of his games. It's crazy. And Daniel Jones and Jared Goff fumble at a very high rate in their games. Goff because he got small hands, maybe, and Daniel Jones just because he's just careless with the football.
Struggle is real. Give me Daniel Jones QBR through the first two games.
48,
lower,
36,
lower,
25,
29.6.
Oh, they're 2-0.
29.6, and that means what?
I mean, a good barometer is to say whatever the number is, that's your percent chance that you would have of winning that game if all things were average. If you played an average quarterback, you would have about a 29% chance of winning that game.
His season high in passing yards is?
186?
188.
Ooh.
He hasn't thrown for 190. So save me with all the Daniel Jones. Oh, my gosh. Is he getting it going? Now, he has run for about 23 yards a game. He ran for 21 against Carolina and 25 against the Titans. He had a big run against Carolina that helped the Giants get that W.
Truckwreck.com text line. I am worried about the Danny Dimes. Are the Cowboys a fraud if they lose this game?
Are they what?
Are they a fraud if they lose this game, or do you chalk it up to them not having Dak? My Cowboys worry is bland, vanilla play calling and bad O-line play.
Well, they're not a fraud, but I also don't have them as anything serious.
Not without Dak.
So I can't call you a fraud if I don't think like you're a legitimate scary threat.
Right. Yeah.
Over under is?
The over under this game is 42.
39.
That's low.
Well, this thing could be a little version of Denver-San Francisco last night.
If you had the over in the Denver-San Francisco game, at what point did you turn that off if you had the over?
Ooh. And I'm sure it was lower. I'm not sure what it was, but I benched Russell Wilson and Tom Brady yesterday for Goff and Derek Carr. And it turned out to be easy, the right decisions.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't think that's the wrong decision at all. I mean, Goff and Carr put up in the 20s or close to it.
So there's a little preview. We'll make the official game picks at 8 o'clock. Bobby Belt will preview at 7:20 and apologize. A little Red Raider apology. It's 7:20. Brad Sham, who will have the call tonight, will join us at 8:40. We got a Cowboys ticket giveaway during the Expressway, 7 o'clock hour. But let's go around the rest of the NFL. What were the storylines of the day? You got Jalen Hurts against the Commanders. You have Tua getting the win over Buffalo. And isn't it sad that we knew Aaron Rodgers against Tom Brady was actually going to be boring? Around the rest of the NFL with Sean and RJ next.
Well, let's get you over to zero. Let's get that carpet clean.
held accountable for what happens when you get hurt. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
And goal, back to throw, Allen. Look at incomplete. Short-armed it. Dolphins and McKenzie. He hasn't one-hopped a lot, but he did, and the Dolphins get another stop in the red zone, and they're going to win this game against the Buffalo Bills.
For the first time since Dan Marino, the Miami Dolphins are officially fun. 3-0. They may be the number one story of the season so far through 3 weeks.
Maybe.
I mean, who else would it be? Is it the Eagles?
Eagles. Could be the Eagles.
It's not the Rams. It's not the Bucks. It's not the Cowboys.
Could be the Bucks offense.
Not the Packers. It's the Miami Dolphins. I think they're number one.
I think so, too.
The comeback win against the Ravens, and then yesterday they beat the previously invincible Bills in Miami 21-19, and this game had a lot of things to it as well.
It did. It had the butt punt. It had Ken Dorsey going unhinged as a maniac who needs counseling.
Tua investigation by the league.
It had Tua getting, he was clearly concussed. I'm sorry. He was concussed. He fell.
So he gets the flag. The Buffalo defender gets flagged for the late hit. It looked like Tua's head bounced back and hit the ground. He tries to get back up and stumbles to the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And then Miami spins this as it's actually a back issue.
Oh yeah. Because when my back hurts,
You
what happens?
You do a lot of foam roller in here.
Yeah, I do.
Have you ever gotten up from the foam roller and had your knees buckle?
No, if I did, you know what I would have thought? I would have thought, oh man, I just broke my spine. Okay.
Now look, there are some back issues I have had, where there's like a pinch or nerve. And all of a sudden your leg gives out.
Sure. But, I also don't get vertigo with it. Okay. And that's kind of what it looked like it happened there.
Yes.
Yeah, that's I assume they went through all the tests. These organizations in today's world aren't dumb. I'm sorry, they're dumb. They're not that dumb. To completely ignore someone's head injury. They're not going to do that. The NFL has put too much emphasis on that. If they do that, they'll lose their damn charter, for crying out loud. But my goodness, how did you let him back on the field that fast?
Now, Buffalo is going to say to themselves today, this is nothing. We dominated the football game statistically. We should have won.
Yeah.
They ran 90 plays compared to 39 for Miami. They outgained them 497 to 212. Allen completed a career-high 42 passes, finished with 400 yards, but the Bills finished with their lowest point total since Week 13 last season. Allen also completed his first 11 passes for the first time in his career. But they were without several defensive starters. They also extended their opening drive streak. So for the 8th straight game, they scored a TD on their opening drive. That ties an NFL record, and they still lost.
It's kind of a wild
statistical anomaly.
Yeah, there it is. It's a statistical anomaly. That's exactly what it is. There's not really any call for the Bills losing this football game.
Players are dropping like flies too in this heat.
Well, it's 1,000 degrees and humid.
Players were listed with heat illnesses. They're down on the field with cramps at multiple times in the game. This game had everything.
Yeah, it really did.
You had cramping. The league now wants to look at the protocol of the Dolphins to see if they rush Tua back out there. Right? You definitely thought he was out for the game. And here he is starting the third quarter.
Mm-hmm.
He's back out there. Meanwhile, Mark Sanchez went viral. He was very, very happy that this took place on Dolphins radio.
This is risky. And it was blocked. Oh, my goodness. Blocked indeed. And we just told you he's only had one blocked in 14 years, and that was number 2. And look at where it comes in the game. Let's see if we can get a... Oh, it hit the personal protector. Surefield hit his behind.
Well, I just got through saying instead of 15 yards, it's a 10 yards. So
exactly.
Everybody's got to adjust to the fact it's in a confined space.
It was not blocked at all. That gives a whole new meaning to kicking you know what.
No one better to be on the call than the great Kevin Harlan. I believe that was Westwood with the audio. The punt block safety makes it 21-19 with 1:33 left. But the game just ended up right there at that 21-19 as Buffalo could not get a final snap off. And then their offensive coordinator, Ken Dorsey, made Tom Brady look like a nun. Look as innocent as a nun with what Ken Dorsey did upstairs with his play sheets and the TV monitor. Ballistic.
Crazy. He went ballistic on the up there.
That was awesome.
It's like, what does it matter with you though? Like, what are you doing? Going that nuts.
Did the clock management mechanics bring back some memories? Were you looking at it like 9-10 seconds? That's what the clock looked to be at, 9 or 10 seconds, and they couldn't get it back to get the snap off.
It did. I mean, it brought back memories. But isn't 9 or 10 seconds not enough time? Is that enough time? Hasn't Romo talked about like 11?
I don't know.
I mean, it didn't seem like it was, and it didn't seem like it was too short a time.
It didn't seem like they botched anything.
Right. It's almost just like, man, maybe this is not enough time, period. And we also saw this, like, during the Bucs game, right? Brady, you could see him mimic, we got to have an extra timeout. We got to have that timeout because they had called one earlier in the game. And he's like, we got to have these timeouts. We can't be sitting here getting delay of games. And they did. They wound up getting the delay of game.
Meanwhile, let's move on to that game. And This is not good when you feel like it's going to be a boring game. And it ended up being 14-12 in Tampa Bay with Aaron Rodgers and the Packers getting the win.
Snap to Brady. Brady looking, waiting, scrambles right, throws, end zone, tipped up into the air. It is incomplete. It is incomplete. Devondre Campbell tipped it up into the air in the right side of the end zone. And there is your dagger. The Packers defense finally gets the stop.
And that's after a delay of game penalty backs up the 2-point conversion as Tom Brady throws the big touchdown with seconds left, but then they get backed up. Oh my gosh, can you imagine if that was the Cowboys doing that? They get backed up, didn't really have a great shot with that 2-point conversion, and Aaron Rodgers and the Packers go on to survive.
So Rodgers, Brady, Russ, and Kyle Shanahan combined for 47 points this weekend.
Oh, it's Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah. And Trevor Lawrence scored 38. His offense did. Like, what a weekend. And you're right.
McVay had 20. Kyler had 12. Yep. I want to know how the unders. Someone sent me a stat the other day at the amount of unders that have been hitting so far.
Crushing. The unders have been crushing early on in the NFL. And yesterday was no different. Like they destroyed yesterday. We had asked about the over-under between the Denver and San Francisco. It was 44.5. I mean, they didn't even get to 22. They didn't even get half that. And for Brady and Rodgers to score 26 combined points, and that delay a game cost them. I mean, it really did. I mean, it killed everything.
This is how I gauge the entertainment of a game. When do I start cooking my Sunday meal? And I planned it for the start of the 3 o'clock games. This is the big game. All right, this is the Fox game. This is Brady and Rodgers. I didn't care about any of the buildup, any of the hype. And I'm and I'm sitting there, getting ready to cook and keep one eye on the game because I didn't feel like I had to be plopped down on the couch sitting right in front of this thing because of how bad these offenses were going to be, particularly Tampa Bay's. They've scored 51 points on the season in 3 games. They've given up 27. The Packers have scored 48. They've given up 45. But these two offenses doing nothing.
Nothing.
Quarterback numbers are a little deceiving in terms of, the completion percentages. There's no real threats. No real danger, no real threats.
No, there's not. The quarterback, I've not been totally impressed with the quarterback play so far this year. There's been some special ones. Hurts, Lamar's gotten forgotten about, but he is having a tremendous start to his season. Hurts as well. Yes. But, some of the guys that have been the stalwarts of this league for a long time aren't having the best starts.
Let's talk about Lamar. And, man, all the guys I had in fantasy last year, of course, are now blowing up this year. Devontae Smith, Lamar Jackson. You talk about Jalen Hurts. Lamar Jackson is putting up historical numbers for the beginning of his season.
He leads the NFL with 10 touchdowns and 119 passer rating. He is the seventh. He had his seventh game with 200 pass yards and 100 rush yards. No other player has more than 3 career games. He just had his 7th. He's the first quarterback in history with 3 pass TDs and 100 yards rushing in back-to-back games. What he has done, I mean, he is doing things he didn't even do in his MVP season.
When do the Ravens, I love when people bet on themselves and hit big. Or when do the Ravens go and say, please, sir?
Please, sir, we want you more.
Please, sir, here's the feather pen. Go ahead and sign it. The Patriots.
Ooh, the feather pen. Do people use feather pen there?
I don't think so. Patriots had turnovers that killed them in this one. Mac Jones threw a horrible interception. There was also a fumble. Mac Jones was running around. Marcus Spears is sitting there tweeting about Mac Jones running around like Lamar Jackson. But he ends up getting hurt in this one. Belichick did not have an injury update afterwards, and Mac Jones was unavailable to speak with the media after New England lost 37-26. But Jones ends up, Choppy, with 31 yards rushing. It felt like a lot more. 5 for 31 yards rushing. He gets hurt. 3 interceptions for Jones. No touchdowns, but Lamar putting on a show again with 5 total TDs.
5 TDs.
He's literally just like best kid in backyard football.
Yeah, he is.
When we were growing up, right? When we were growing up, Joey, high school offenses were run the option. Wishbone option. Give it to the best athlete and let them have 300 yards rushing on the night. And that is what Lamar Jackson is on the pro level.
Yeah, he really is. He's tremendous. And he can. He can throw it. He can. He throws a sidearm. But the guy's been. I mean, this year it's like he's kind of showing. Man, I can throw this football.
All right, put them in order in terms of throwing it. Who you're trusting? Life on the line. They got to knock the bottle off of someone's head from 30 yards away.
Tua. I'm assuming you're going Hurts, Tua, Lamar.
Well done.
Yeah, Tua. Tua from an accuracy standpoint.
Okay.
It's a good question. I'd probably go Lamar second, and then Hurts. Ah, man, it's a tough one.
What would your order be, Joey, for accuracy with Hurts, Lamar, Tua?
I would take Tua probably number 1, and then I would go Lamar and then Hurts.
Okay, let me take the bottle out of it, just in terms of like accuracy during a game. Or you trust him throwing the ball? Not accuracy, just throwing the ball. Those 3 in order.
Man, see, I would probably say Tua because like he got to the NFL based on his throwing, not his ability to run. Lamar got there on both, and Hurts got there on both. But Tua is the more prototypical drop back guy. I think he has to be more accurate by default.
Man, what a rough morning for Bobby Belt.
Yeah, Bobby's on the chin. Bobby's taking him on the chin right now.
With Lamar.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, killing Lamar Jackson. He's got an apology for me. Texas Tech. It's all looking bad for Bobby Belt, who I had dinner with on Friday night. Traveled out to Frisco. Made a Frisco trip. Got Bobby to join.
Look at that.
Yes. 8-7 and got hit on the way home in the Uber.
You got in a car accident?
Got in a car accident. Yep.
No kidding.
Yep. Woke up and she's like, "You remember the car accident?" I was like, "Yeah, there were 2 accidents. One with the bottles and one with the car."
Oh, there was a bottle accident?
Well, me consuming too much.
That happens.
877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com. Text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Speaking of Texas Tech, are you ready to run through a wall this morning or shed some more tears if you're a Longhorns fan? Coach McGuire and the Red Raiders storming the field. It's just more football coming your way, and then a Cowboys ticket giveaway to see them in Arlington against the Commanders around the corner.
Well, let's get you over to carsforkids.org. Let's change the life.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. That's Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Snap good, hold is good, and the kick is good! Trey Wolf has done it again! He gave him the lead at the end of regulation. He gives them the win in overtime. And the fans are streaming onto the field.
Texas Tech with the W over the whiny Longhorns on Saturday. It's Sean and RJ, and I can donate so much more time to this today because tomorrow will be the reaction for a Cowboys Tuesday after Monday Night Football. Bobby Belt will join us at 7:20.
Oh, Bobby.
To preview Bobby. Man, this game was crazy. I thought the Red Raiders were out of it. They come back. They go ahead. And I'm like, do we just storm the field? That's the only question I have left. I knew that the Shanks was going to happen after I tweeted that because the Longhorns pop, bam, bam, just like that, go right back down the field and kick the field goal to force it into overtime. And then you got the big fumble. You got the mustard that nobody likes and nobody eats. Bijan Robinson coughing it up.
Handoff goes to Bijan Robinson. He gets hit. He fumbled. He fumbled. The Red Raiders got it. He fumbled and the Red Raiders got it. Bijan Robinson fumbled the football. Tyree Wilson hit him, knocked it out, and it looks like Reggie Pearson came away with it.
And there it is, ball game from Texas Tech Radio as my Red Raiders take out number 22 Texas 37-34, and we ended up storming the field.
Was that a hot take that nobody likes Dijon? I don't know. Is that a hot take or not?
I mean, how many mustards are above? You're the mustard guy.
I love mustard.
Regular mustard, honey mustard, Dijon mustard.
I'm a French's yellow or Heinz yellow, strict yellow mustard #1.
Yeah, when's the last time you've had Dijon mustard?
Dijon I like on a like if I go to like a Jimmy John's or a deli or like like a Potbelly or something like that, then I want Dijon. I haven't purchased Dijon in forever.
Yeah.
So I would go yellow mustard, Dijon, brown mustard, and then honey mustard.
And you don't like honey mustard?
Not a fan.
Bijan has the Dijon mustard endorsement, and the amount of whining and crying from the God, you guys are a whiny bunch. I didn't write anything out. I got 4.5 hours for Jane Sater and Bobby Belt. First off, as I've said multiple times, the Longhorn program, I don't even know if comparing you to the Cowboys is like fair. You're probably beneath the Cowboys. You're probably worse off than the Cowboys from a success standpoint, but all y'all do is whine and cry. The referees, the officials. We didn't have our quarterback. With Ewers, it would have, based off what? Like, yes, Quinn Ewers had a nice start against Alabama. So now all of a sudden you're putting up 40 every single game? You weren't talking like that after his debut.
Right.
We had Ewers. Texas Tech had their quarterback hurt for the umpteenth straight season. So they're sitting there playing with backups as well. But the officiating and the whining, it's hilarious.
Galloway called them the whiny orange for a reason.
Gosh.
The whiny orange, and that's what,
If you're going to throw one negative term out there about every local fan base, one negative term, what would it be? The Aggies, sorry, Joey, y'all are cheesy. Y'all are corny.
Corny, culty, cheesy.
Culty, corny, cheesy. Props to them for their win over Arkansas, by the way.
Texas is uppity, wine and cheese.
Arrogant.
Texas Tech is
rashy.
The people who couldn't get into A&M or Texas. Oklahoma, they're the traitors.
They're the traitors.
They're the people who are from Texas and couldn't get into any of the Texas schools. They decided to go to Oklahoma. Oklahoma State are the same people that went to OU, just dumber. Arkansas, they are the people who have family from Arkansas, and that's why they chose to go there, because they wanted to meet their next spouse. who also was a part of the family.
SMU TCU, that was a big storyline this weekend.
SMU TCU are simply the people who want to go to Texas but have more money.
Yeah.
And they can afford to go to TCU and SMU.
Yes.
People who go to UT San Antonio want to eventually go to Texas, but they go to UT San Antonio to start with, hoping they get some grades up, and they're the people that are actually the worst because they're not smart to realize that you can go to get the same education at TCC and just move on over.
How about UNT?
UNT, you're just a hippie. You want to be a teacher or a music major?
Now, look, that was me putting RJ on the spot to have to say one negative thing. We can do a positive thing somewhere else down the line. So Texas Tech gets the win. And one of the reasons that I signed up for the Red Raiders, besides Joey McGuire slipping in my DMs, is I love this guy personally. I'm in love with him. I have such a man crush. It's like the crush that you had on PJ Fleck.
Oh, man.
And this was on full display after the game when Coach McGuire addressed his winning team. Tell me you don't get goosebumps over this.
Hey, I asked you to keep fighting. You did. Said it's going to be, when we came out of half, we had 2 more rounds to fight, and you did. I told you they were going to break, and they did. Yes, sir. I told you they were going to break, and did. The reporter asked me at the end, says, what's it mean to win this game and beat Texas? I said, it doesn't mean anything to beat Texas. We're 1-0 in the Big 12. That's what it means.
Here we go.
I'm telling y'all right now, the country's going to find out. Everything runs through Lubbock. Everything runs through Lubbock. Hey, we're the team to beat if we keep practicing to get better, if we keep practicing to be better players, if we keep playing and fighting for each other. And no matter what happens, we just say, what's next? That's all we do.
That's all we do.
Because at any point in that game, you could have quit, but you didn't. Because you are built different. And the more and more you believe that, the more and more this happens. Somebody turn on some damn music!
Let's go! Let's go!
Jane Slater, Bobby Belt. That's Joey McGuire. And then afterwards, I was like, all right, coach, pump the brakes a little bit. Like, kind of back it down. He was asking about the future of the series, right? It's up in the air once the Longhorns go and leave to get their ass kicked in the SEC. And McGuire said, we should continue it. There's a reason they don't want to, and it happened today. We want to play that game. Now, if you Tolos recall, you turn it on, leave it on. So not only will we hook you up for that with a Cowboy ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock hour expressway, you may have heard Jane Slater insult me and my entire family on Friday when it came to previewing this game.
Yo, Sean, while I thoroughly enjoyed your interview with whoever that Red Raiders head coach was, I thought Gavin Dawson already taught you not to bet against the Orange Magic. It's clear that RJ, and this pains me to say it, watches more football than you. The Longhorns are going to burn Tech as bad as you burn that meat on your grill every weekend. I wouldn't be surprised if Bryson is already committed to Texas by halftime. Stark's going to carry my Longhorns to victory, much like you were carried to state by your mixed doubles partner. Also, your hands, they're so incredibly small. Seriously, my hands are bigger than yours. I don't even need a joke for that one. Hook up, Sean! Texas fight! Texas fight!
Meanwhile, that loudmouth, dead silent crickets over the weekend. Crickets, as she was hitting all the red carpets in New York City. Just conveniently, the girl has the cell phone permanently attached.
She does, and that one too. Yeah, can't forget that one.
Permanently attached to her wrist, and she couldn't break it out during the game.
No.
And that weasel snake who wrote that script for her, Bobby Belt, he was behind this, being a Longhorn fan himself. When he didn't even go there, he decided
T-shirt fan
to finally own up and record an apology to me and the rest of the Wreckham crew for this morning.
I'd like to offer a sincere apology. An apology for believing in the integrity of the game of college football. I apologize for my failure to research the rules that govern NIL.
Here we go.
I had no idea that money could be spent on officials. I'm embarrassed by that blind spot in my analysis of the game on Friday. I trusted far too much in the character of a crooked officiating crew.
Wow!
Honesty, justice, integrity, Those are more than just words to me. They're a creed by which I live my life. But I erred in believing such a dishonest group of people like the ones officiating in Lubbock on Saturday would embody the tried and true values that made this country the greatest success story in the history of the modern world. I'm not saying the officiating was un-American, but I'm not saying that either. When I picked the Longhorns to beat the Red Raiders, I did so without the knowledge that 7 little Tim Donaghys would be running around the field trying to hit the money line on the last leg of a 5-team parlay. Had I known that, I surely would have picked the Red Raiders to unjustly ride that advantage to victory. In closing, I'd like to read a quote from 4-time Teen Choice Award nominee Jordan Sparks, who once said, "My heroes are just everyday people who work hard, are honest, and have integrity." Those are my heroes too, Jordan. And after what we saw on the field in Lubbock on Saturday, I can assure you that none of those officials meet Miss Sparks' gold standard for a hero. Hook 'em, Sean.
So good.
There it is.
So good.
Bobby Belt with the personal apology after his team lost again.
I do believe it was needed. I do believe it was needed. And you want to,
little backhanded.
F around and find out, as they say, as the saying that goes. And they did. And they found out. And Texas lost to Texas Tech in crushing fashion.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. And then how about Arkansas off the top of the right upright? Off the top of the upright, losing to Texas A&M in Arlington with Jerry in attendance.
And a game they had no business losing. Because KJ Jefferson's sitting there. They're inside the 5-yard line. And for some reason, he thinks he can hop the pile and stick his arm out from 4 yards away and have it cross the goal line. One of the dumbest things you've ever seen. And there's a 97-yard touchdown. So in what should have been at minimum a 17-7 game, probably 21-7, all of a sudden it's tied, 10 seconds later. And then, boy, the field goal kicking. And here's the other thing. I don't know why they still have not moved the hash marks in college football. They're not as good of kickers in college as they are in the pros.
Right.
Why do they have wider hash marks?
And then Stephen F. Austin.
98 zip over an NAIA school.
Ugh. 98 zip. Let's get to headlines. Monday Night Football. The week is just getting started. We got Cowboys Giants tonight. And now where's your worry level for Jalen Hurts, Devontae Smith, and Philadelphia? Around the NFL, Aaron Judge interrupting your college football and Cowboys tickets to hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on. Next.
Well, let's get your carpet clean. Clean way.
out.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Tonight is Monday Night Football on this radio station. Pregame, the call with Brad Sham and Babe Laufenberg, and then the postgame on DFW Sports Station. Thank y'all for being Tolos. We're going to send you to the Cowboy Commanders game at some point in time this hour. So if you got to be late to work, you got to stay in the car a few extra minutes at some point in time this hour, we're going to send you to Arlington right here on DFW Sports Station. But tonight, the Cowboys are 1-point underdogs against the 2-0 New York Football Giants. I texted my meatball friends, the annoying ones from Jersey, and I was like, give me the rundown from y'all's perspective. Who has stood out for you on this season? Andrew Thomas, we've heard a ton about him early on. And then their secondary, good in coverage, then blitzing safeties a lot. Wink Martindale, new defensive coordinator from Baltimore.
Yeah, the old, wasn't he? Didn't he host a match game or something like that?
Yeah, I don't. But yeah, sure. McKinney, a roving linebacker, the safety at Alabama. Julian Love has also been great back there. So those are the meatballs talking about their defense, because Daniel Jones is still not thrown for 190 yards, even though Saquon Barkley leads the league with 236 yards rushing. He's got the fifth most yards from scrimmage. This is before yesterday's games. Daniel Jones has been sacked 8 times, losing 1 fumble, 1 interception, hit 71% of his passes for 3 touchdowns, even though his offensive line is still not fixed there.
Andrew Thomas's Pro Football Focus grade this year is an 89.1.
Wow.
That's filthy. And that's a very, very good. This is going to be, when he ever is matched up on Micah, that's going to be something fun to watch. It really is, because both guys are really at the top of their game right now. And what's easier to do? Easier to pass rush or easier to pass block? His pass, he's not as good of a pass blocker, according to Pro Football Focus, as he is a run blocker. An 82, which is still very good, versus an 88. But both guys, man, looking solid.
And Martindale is probably going to be a guy that's talked about a lot on the Manning cast. You're going to get Peyton and Eli talking about him and what he does defensively. He's got some attitude as well. He's the one who blitzed Belichick nonstop in the preseason this year. And Belichick was kind of like, what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
We're all trying to get looks. And Martindale's like, too bad. Deal with it. When Leonard Williams hurt his knee last week, they went the rest of the game using just mostly 2 linemen mixed with linebackers and defensive backs. And, of course, we've seen a lot of these weird schemes and formations from Martindale with the Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Ravens' defense was really, really solid for a long time. And now, obviously, they had players, but, he was part of it. Like, you're foolish to think that he's not part of it somewhere. And now, seeing if you do the same thing with the Giants, they've got everything's changed. We had our fun run. We can make fun of Dave Gettleman. You can make fun of Joe Judge, Ben McAdoo, Pat Shurmur there for a minute too.
Yep.
Jason Garrett. You can make fun of all that. It's a little bit more difficult now to make fun of it.
And we definitely can't be talking as much smack towards that team wearing that putrid green.
Hurts clapping his hands. Hurts back. He's looking. He fires. He completes it. Leaning in. Is it a touchdown? Do you wait? Yes, it is a touchdown to A.J. Brown. 9 yards.
All the weapons involved. Eagles radio with the call. Jalen Hurts and Filthy scored 24 points for the 3rd straight week in a row in the first half. They sacked Carson Wentz 9 times.
9 times.
9 sacks.
9 times.
Hurts was 22 of 35 for 340 and 3 passing touchdowns. He is the only player ever to start the first 3 games of the season with 900 or more passing yards and 150 or more rushing yards. He is on fire and is one of the top 2 stories, probably along with Tua, in the league to begin the year.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Easily one of the top 2 stories in the league. It's been a tremendous start for the season for him and for the team. Now, you could point to their schedule, but it ain't their fault. They've dominated. And, we don't really know what the schedule is. 3 weeks ago we thought playing the Jags was going to be easy. Well, now they won back-to-back games by 24 points as a dog. First time that's ever happened in the NFL. So we don't know. We don't know who knows what the schedule is.
Gabriel on Twitter, my worry meter for Philly is still low. They beat the Lions, Vikings, and Commanders. People are overreacting. What's going to dictate my worry/concern level are like these new school numbers that determine like how good these quarterbacks are just throwing it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like Hurts yesterday threw up a couple. Devontae Smith was wearing the Batman cape, just going up in traffic and bringing balls down. Minnesota didn't play any defense. The Lions were the Lions. But I think you can only say that so many times. When a quarterback comes out and puts up 350 on you and you're a bad team.
350.
I mean, look what happened with Mahomes and the Chiefs, which we'll get to in a second. But Miles Sanders, Hurts. I'm worried that AJ is clicking this early already. Devontae Smith, I was hoping last year after a quiet rookie season, he's going to be another screw-up at receiver. Maybe not to the levels of Jalen Hurts. But there's Devontae balling. Dallas Goedert had a touchdown. And then what they're bringing on the defensive line to torment Carson Wentz.
Dude,
not fun.
They got some big bodies on the defensive line. This is a good team. 1 through 53, they're really, really good. The question is, how good is 1? Right? How good is their number 1?
Yep.
2 through 53, they're better than the Cowboys. Is Jalen Hurts better than Dak? I don't believe so. Not yet, but he could do more right now because Dak is not running.
I guess I was expecting the league to catch up a little bit more with Hurts's running. How long is he going to be able to continue to do this? He's doing it, and the guy's a freaking tank. The problem with Philly, as Michael Lombardi pointed out, when they get out to these leads, and he kept stressing the importance of second quarter scoring, right? When you have that lead like they do at halftime, it just allows them to continue to use Hurts' legs. They don't have to throw from behind. They don't have to play catch-up. That's supposed to be, a Lamar-like kryptonite for going up against the Eagles.
The difference is that instead of, Lamar's 180 pounds, Jalen Hurts is a unit. Like, the dude's a monster. I don't care how squatting 600 pounds or whatever it is. Like, he's a running back. He's a running back who can throw.
What he did last week, carrying that Minnesota Viking, carrying defenders across the end zone line, I mean, that was impressive. And the Eagles dominate the Commanders. So that's where we stand right now. They are 3-0. The Giants are 2-0. And this is Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. Speaking of Mahomes and the Chiefs, what happened in Indy?
Waiting on the snap, takes it, looking left, and he's going to fire upfield. It's broken up, tip, and intercepted by the Colts. Intercepted by the Colts. It's Rodney McLeod. Colts have it. Interception. 2 seconds left, and the Colts are going to win.
Some drama in this one. Eric Bieniemy and Mahomes are arguing at halftime, going to the locker room. It looked like Mahomes was ticked off that the Chiefs are being way too conservative. And then they didn't even try to rush up and get, you have Patrick Mahomes. You be as aggressive as he wants you to be. You toss him a ball from 60 yards out. You throw up a Hail Mary in the end zone. Bieniemy was not having it. Andy Reid had to separate them. And then you talk about the Cowboys' lack of discipline and stupid penalties. Chris Jones may have cost them that game, keeping the eventual game-winning drive alive with a flag that he drew.
When you have Patrick Mahomes, look. Do you think Tom Brady, if Byron Leftwich dials up a conservative play and isn't getting to the line and isn't letting him do it, you think Tom Brady's going to listen to him?
No.
He's going to go and he's going to call his own play. Patrick Mahomes just signed a contract for $450 million. He doesn't have to listen to Eric Bieniemy. If he wants, he has to, but he doesn't have to. Because guess who's going to be around longer? Patrick Mahomes. And if he thinks that, this is why I'm a big proponent of letting quarterbacks just call the game. If he thinks that that's the best course of action, he's got the best view. Let him do it. Let him run the plays as they want. Let him take it, play fast or get up to the line of scrimmage or try to get that last point, field goal attempt in or that drive in right before the half or right before the end of the game. Let him go down and do that.
They ran on 2nd and 20 with 20 seconds left.
What are you paying him for?
He wanted to run another play. So does this mean now? We always try to figure this out. Does this mean Bieniemy is controlling the offense?
Well, he may be calling the plays or controlling the personnel.
Because they always look like we always thought Andy Reid was actually calling the plays.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a personnel situation. Maybe Eric Bieniemy's calling the personnel, throwing that out there, or who knows? Who knows how they do it? It may vary during the time of the game. It may be like Andy Reid for the first 10 minutes of the quarter, but when it gets down to the point where Andy Reid needs to do clock management strategy, then Eric Bieniemy takes over the play calling the last couple of minutes. I have no idea. We have no idea how it works.
What a win for the Colts!
Huge. I mean, and they should be 2-1 because they should have beat Houston the week 1. I thought
Houston played. I thought Indy was lucky to have tied that game.
They were, but they were clearly the better team. Their offensive line played much better this week than it did last week against Jacksonville. Maybe that's because Jacksonville's defense is salty.
Perfect segue for Mike Bassick lighting up my phone yesterday.
They give it to James Robinson. He's got it in more. 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown on 4th down. James Robinson broke loose for the score.
38-10 against the Chargers. Now, look, I know Herbert was gambling with his life getting the Tyrod Taylor injection. And, man, did Brandon Staley get roasted by reporters afterwards. He was asked 10 questions. At least half of them were, why the hell is Justin Herbert still in this game? It's 38-10. It's over. Why is Herbert still in this thing? He clearly is not right. Oh, he wanted to finish the game with the team. Oh, he wanted to be out there with his fellow competitors. Herbert, 25 of 45, as he was sacked only once. But this was all Jags. Trevor Lawrence, 262 and 3 touchdowns. James Robinson on Jags radio ripped off that 50-yard run. Zay Jones going off. Christian Kirk, 6 for 72 in a TD. Here is Jacksonville at 2-1, and people are talking about their defense.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they should be. And Trevon Walker, the first overall pick. He's having a really nice start to his season, his career, and this is all coming with them using somebody else other than their first-round draft pick running back last year, Travis Etienne, who only got 13 carries, and then only got 3 catches. Like he's like kind of, I don't want to say he's a non-factor, but he's not getting used the way you would use normally a first-round pick. What do we think of Trevor Lawrence? He
made some throws yesterday I was really impressed with.
There was a reason that everybody put the anointing oil on him, if you want to call it that he was the second coming. The best prospect since Andrew Luck, since Peyton Manning, since whoever. John Elway. There's been a handful of guys. There's like basically one guy every 10 years. And this was it. This was the guy. This is Trevor Lawrence. And he has performed quite well over the last couple of weeks.
Aaron Judge sits at
60.
We're stuck.
That's 5 games. I think it's like the longest streak of the year without a home run for him. 5 games, or one of the longest streaks. And now they've been cutting in. They cut in on Saturday on ESPN to every at-bat, kind of ruffled the feathers of some college football fans. And now they're going to do the same thing maybe tonight during the Cowboy game. So I guess the Manningcast probably wouldn't do that, but the regular game, I assume they're going to go to split screen. That's my assumption.
Manningcast, Buck and Aikman, Monday Night Football with Brad and Babe. Sham will join us at 8:40, and we have a Cowboy ticket giveaway next during the Express Hour, along with that Weasel Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, who previews tonight and apologizes to myself and Red Raider Nation next. But first, let me get...
gives them the win in overtime. And the fans are streaming onto the field.
And Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, diehard Longhorn fan, Jane Slater script writer, is joining us here on Sean and RJ on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Good morning, Bobo.
We're still currently waiting for Bobby.
Oh, no.
Yeah, see, that's what happens. Your team loses, and all of a sudden, you can't get a hold of anybody.
We're getting a no-show. College football kegger at 7:40. Official picks for Cowboys Giants at 8 o'clock this morning, including the 5 things RJ wants to see from the Cowboys. Brad Sham at 8:40. Nick Eatman, 9:20, DallasCowboys.com. And Jerry Jones tomorrow at 8:30. And from now until the end of the hour, we are going to have a Cowboys ticket giveaway to send you to Arlington to see the Cowboys take on the Commanders, who got whooped yesterday against the Eagles.
Yeah, they did. This could be a long year for old Riverboat Ron. Could be a very, very long year. And I wonder, is he going to be the first? Is he the first to go?
Bobby Belt on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Good morning, Bobby.
Good morning. How are y'all?
No, better than you.
We're good.
I'm wonderful. I'm wonderful. Are you happy over there, Drake? That's Sean. Sean is great. Just like cheering for random teams that he has no association with.
Can I catch blame for jumping on Texas Tech?
Yeah, it's Bobby's Texas Tech.
That's a hell of a leap right there.
It's made up. There's no connection there. It's just a made-up association, and I just love the post-game speech, too. You're, like, all pumped about it. Like, it goes through Lubbock. Everybody knows it goes through Lubbock. Literally, the only thing that goes through Lubbock is people driving to Albuquerque. Like, that's it. Nothing else.
It's 114.
Who does bring you more sports pain between the Longhorns and the Cowboys?
Lately, I'd say it's the Longhorns, because I think everybody knows, like, hey, there's a good explanation for what's been going on with the Cowboys. Like, you can look at this dysfunction here and there, but like Texas, like, there's no excuse.
All right, but before we get back to your misery, let's preview tonight. In, out, Gallup, Schultz, Micah. Where do we stand right now with these guys playing or not?
Gallup, I would be incredibly surprised if he does not play. He's in. Micah Parsons in. Micah Parsons flew out here. He's fine. I think the biggest question about Micah Parsons is going to be the conditioning. I think that's the biggest question whenever you get any guy coming off of an illness like this. But you guys saw he was on Twitter this week, like comparing himself to Jordan in the flu game. So he should be ready to go.
Wait. What was that about?
He was comparing himself to Jordan in the flu game. He tweeted a GIF of Jordan getting his back rubbed by Pippen during the flu game. So he's playing. And he apparently thinks he's going to put 45 up. So you've got Micah ready to go. Dalton Schultz is the one that I don't feel great about. He made the trip, but I still think that one's much more of a coin flip. And if I was leaning one direction, I'd say he's not playing. But I think that's just this week is all it would be.
Game keys for tonight. What have you and Broadus been discussing?
Look, I think the biggest thing is New York's best shot, something that we've talked about a lot over the course of the offseason and everything else. New York's best shot is going to be to punch Dallas in the mouth and to make the game really physical and turn it into like this blue-collar brawl, because when teams have done that against Mike McCarthy's Cowboys, they wither, they struggle, they lose. That you could make a case that every single game they lost last year were the most physical games they played. And so, generally when things get physical, when it's, turned into a more throwback style of game or you're punching them in the mouth, they struggle with that a good deal. I mean, Cincinnati tried to turn it into that type of game in the second half, and they came back and they made it close, and, Dallas withstood that, and that was a big deal. That was great to see. But that'll be New York's best shot, and New York is a very physical football team, and so they can play that style if they want to. But ultimately, I think that if you come out of this game with a loss, that would be massively disappointing given the talent disparity. I know we feel like Dallas downgraded this offseason, and I think that's accurate, and they're obviously missing their starting quarterback and everything else. They're still more talented than the Giants team right now.
They are, but I guess, what is the – rate the quarterbacks this game?
Between Cooper Rush and Daniel Jones?
Yeah, what is the difference in those two?
I think Daniel Jones is man, I was about to say probably better. I don't know for sure. Daniel Jones, again, he embodies all that toughness that we talk about. I think Daniel Jones gets kicked way too much. Like, I don't think he's great. But, man, he's played with a terrible football team for a couple of years, and he is incredibly tough. Like, he takes shots routinely where he knows he's standing in there, and as soon as he releases the ball, he's going to get crushed, and he's not afraid to run. He'll do that a lot and knows he's going to, get crushed on the way to the, first down marker or whatever else. And so you can really see the Buffalo and Kansas City influences with Mike Kafka and Brian Daboll here, especially Buffalo. They're really trying to run things similar to the way they do with Josh Allen, and they obviously don't have the personnel for it. But it's looking more and more like a Buffalo type of offense there. But Daniel Jones, I don't think he can execute a lot of the same downfield stuff, obviously, that Josh Allen can. They've got, I think, 4 explosive plays of 20-plus yards on the season. It's like the fewest in the NFL, and I think one of those, maybe 2 of those, was a run. So Daniel Jones is not getting a lot pushed down the field. He's throwing a lot of stuff underneath to Sills. He's throwing things underneath to Richie James. His only deep threat target really is Sterling Shepard, and they try to connect with him occasionally, but it's tough. So I think that, man, it's pretty close to even. I guess I'd give a slight edge to Daniel Jones. But, man, I don't think it's that far off, to be honest.
PFF has this team, the Giants, absolutely horrific, the worst in the league in terms of run blocking. They're 16th in pass pro. Do you still want to see the strategy of Micah Parsons coming up the middle as often as possible?
I think that's what 16th in pass protection must mean that, and I think
Andrew Thomas probably swaying that, right?
I was about to say, isn't Andrew Thomas the number 1 ranked tackle for them right now in the league? I think he is.
Yeah, 88,
so that makes sense.
89.
The rest of your offensive line is 32nd. So Andrew Thomas being 1 gets you right in the middle at 16th on pass pro. But yeah, they're terrible everywhere else other than Andrew Thomas. I mean, Evan Neal is going to be a really good player one day, but he's a rookie and he's going through rookie struggles, and he still has issues with, he's a little heavy footed. So he has issues with guys who can, get around the corner really quickly, or guys that then, set up the edge and then sort of Euro step into the inside. That's something Micah does really well. So I think regardless, just keep Micah away from the side with Andrew Thomas. Keep him going against Evan Neal. Keep him coming up the A-gap. Run a bunch of twists with him and Dante Fowler, whatever you need. I think that they'll be able to get to Daniel Jones pretty effectively. Over the weekend, I was talking about it with Alec Medford, and we were saying over-under for sacks would be 4.5 for me for Dallas today, and I would go over.
And Daniel Jones fumbles, whether they're lost or not. He's definitely going to have 1.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, sometimes you don't even have to hit Daniel Jones to make him fumble. So, I mean, there's no telling once Micah comes through there. I say minimum 2 sacks for Micah. I think if his conditioning's right and they're rushing him consistently against Evan Neal and up the A and B gaps, then I think he very easily, this is the type of game where he could get 5 sacks.
Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider right here on 105.3 The Fan. What is your pick, and how confident are you in it?
I'm going to take Cowboys 21-20, and I think any 1-point game, you're not always super confident in that. I think they're the better team, but I just think it's going to be ugly football. I don't think this will be necessarily an enjoyable game to watch for people who love offense. And so I think it'll be, a lot of ground game for both teams. I think that you'll see some poor quarterback play at times, but ultimately I just think Dallas is a better football team. And the only reason why I have it as close as it is because I think New York will try and play it physically and try and keep it close, and that's something that Dallas has routinely shown they have trouble with. And so I think it'll be enough to keep them in the game, but ultimately I'll say Dallas takes it by 1.
Any X factors that we should know on the New York side? Some players, some draft picks. With Thibodeau, we've talked about. Leonard Williams, injury. Evan Neal is getting destroyed in these Pro Football Focus ratings. Anyone? It used to be like an Eli Apple sighting that we would all pray for. Anyone that's an X factor we should know about?
I mean, if you're talking about for Dallas attacking somebody, yeah, we've already mentioned go after the offensive line, but go after Cordell Flott in the secondary. That he's having a lot of trouble covering right now, and they're without Aaron Robinson, who had an appendectomy recently, and so that's somebody that I would target a lot would be Cordell Flott. But look, this front 4 doesn't get a lot of pressure, the Giants, and so they have to blitz a lot. So I think it's going to be really key. Like the receivers are going to have to win off the line of scrimmage quickly, give Cooper Rush some easy looks as he's trying to bail out of some of these throws with 7-8 blitzers coming at him. So Wink Martindale loves to send the house. I'm sure that he loves to do it, this week when you're going up against a guy like Tyler Smith, you're going against Matt Farniak, like younger players who maybe don't have the veteran savvy to pick up a lot of the exotic blitzes. But they may not have to do as much of that this week because Azeez Ojulari's back. He led the team in sacks last year. He was a really good pass rusher out of Georgia as a rookie in 2021. And then they're getting Kayvon Thibodeau back, the guy who the Cowboys ranked as their number one player in the draft. And so Thibodeau will finally debut this week. So 2 big edge rushers for them. That's definitely a big factor. And, I know we mentioned him a second ago, but don't sleep on Richie James. Richie James is a tough football player who does a lot of different things for them. I mean, he's a guy who can take reverses. He can, catch a screen pass, get shifty in the field and go upfield. He makes tough catches in the middle of the field. He's a kick returner. So Richie James is a guy that they will have to worry about as a weapon, I think.
Should we be concerned about this new Giants regime after all the jokes they've had there previously?
Yeah, no, I think 2 years from now, you're looking at the Giants being really difficult. And they're starting to instill a positive culture there that helped them to win 2 football games that they probably shouldn't have won and 2 games that they probably don't win in previous years. And so I think that you got to trust, Joe Shane, Brian Dable, Mike Casca, guys who come from really rich winning cultures and cultures that know how to build up talent in those buildings. And so, I think that the Giants, they can't do everything overnight. It's going to take a couple years to get the type of players that they need in there. But, I think 2 years from now, you're looking at the Giants as a team that could be really tough in this division.
Are you in New York right now?
I am. It's in New Jersey. Doesn't count. I don't want to offend somebody from New York by saying New Jersey, New York. But, I'm in Jersey.
It counts.
I think it counts, but apparently that offends New Yorkers to say, like, you're in New York and you're actually in Jersey. Yeah, screw them.
If you're in Irving, you just say, when you go somewhere else, you say you're in Dallas.
Doesn't it offend people in Arlington when we call it Dallas?
Yeah, but I don't care.
What's the weather?
That's why I call it DFW.
DFW.
Don't call it Dallas. Just say DFW.
What's the weather going to be?
It's not supposed to be bad. In fact, I was told to bring a hoodie because it could be a little chilly, but I think that's just people were mocking my Texas sensibilities because it's not so bad right now. It's supposed to be, I think it's supposed to be in the 60s tonight for kickoff, but there was rain last night. There were a couple severe thunderstorm warnings actually in the area, but it's nice. Blue skies this morning. Looks great.
This news just coming in.
Yeah.
NFL is replacing the Pro Bowl with a week-long skills competition and a flag football game. So RIP to the Pro Bowl.
Thank
finally.
God.
Right?
Yeah, no, that's awful. The Pro Bowl has always been the worst of the pro sports all-star games, and I think that's something that people have been clamoring for a while, so good on them for getting it done.
And who's going to participate in this flag football game? They partnered with the International Federation of American Football. We saw the NFL Network thing.
Yeah.
All right, with those guys running around.
I would love to see them just do, and they would never do this because the players would not want to put themselves out there like this, but have the Pro Bowlers go up against a real flag football team.
Yeah, I don't know that teams would. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I haven't seen the announcement yet, so I don't know what exactly it looks like. But I don't think that teams would want their players taking part. I think even less than the Pro Bowl, where it's a pretty controlled atmosphere. I don't think they want guys tearing ACLs in the open field against, basically, Rucker Park football players.
Any New York or New Jersey tourist stops before you go to the game?
I am going to do the Statue of Liberty. I'm going to be very basic in that sense. You remember when we went to training camp? I don't know if you were in the car. Bassick talked about how they have a rule in his family where it's they don't eat anywhere when they're on vacation that they could eat in Dallas. So I'm the opposite. Yep. I'm the opposite. I'm going to eat somewhere that I do know because I don't want a chance that I'm going to eat somewhere terrible when I'm out of town.
Hang on. If you're in New York City, you're not going to find a terrible place. It's one of the best food cities in the world.
I know, but I went to Cheesecake Factory, Chop.
What is the matter with you?
That's what I'm saying. Look. I mean, and Sean, I don't know if you've got a chance to mention it yet. I ate my first shrimp over the weekend too. And it was whatever, but
Wait, I was definitely too drunk for that. That was your first shrimp?
Yes, you were the one who forced me to eat it.
Bobby. Oh my God.
First shrimp.
First shrimp.
I don't eat stuff that comes out of the sea.
Lip? Did you get a little reaction?
Do you like lobster?
No.
Crab cakes?
Nope. If it comes out of the water, I don't eat it.
Wow. One more thing before we let you go.
The country's going to find out. Everything runs through Lubbock. Everything runs through Lubbock.
Everything.
Yeah, buddy. Why does he sound like Bill Clinton?
Go enjoy your avocado rolls or whatever you're going to order.
No.
Your lettuce wraps.
He's going to go to Applebee's.
Applebee's.
Dude's in New York City. We're going to go.
I think I'm gonna try a McDonald's. See what the McDonald's in Jersey is.
Just go to a pizza spot. Just grab a pizza, and I don't mean.
Oh, that's a good idea. Go to a Pizza Hut. That's perfect.
No,
good idea,
a
Chop.
pizza spot. Just find a little hole in the wall pizza place. You'll thank me later.
All right. I love you all.
Thank you, Bobby. Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider on the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean and RJ.
That is the dumbest statement I've ever heard.
The shrimp or
both? The shrimp and then
going somewhere you're familiar with.
And going somewhere you're familiar with. Now, look, if you're in Omaha, fine.
Yeah.
If you're like in a handful of cities in the country,
yeah,
where like they're known for having like exquisite cuisine, like branch out, man.
Where would you go if you were making this trip? You go into the game. What would one of your stops be?
Well, for me, I'm a pizza guy. I'd go find a good pizza spot, which just turn the corner up there.
Right.
It's like finding a good barbecue here. You can find it. There's no shortage.
Jerry name dropped a place the other day with KMC, but I could not remember what it was. I thought it was the place where we went and drank the 100 beers.
That's McSorley's.
Okay. Gallagher's. Is that a steakhouse?
Oh, Gallagher's Steakhouse. Yeah, that's a chain too. You get Gallagher's anywhere.
Yeah, Jerry mentioned Gallagher's.
Yeah, it's good. It's like, you can get that anywhere. I don't know if I was going to like a city, that I'm not familiar with. I don't know, like steakhouses are, you can get a good steak just about anywhere. In New York, it's like, let's get some Italian food, or let's get, some Asian food. Like, it's great there. In Texas, you get some barbecue. I wouldn't go to Chicago and say, man, I can't wait to check out the Mexican restaurant.
Let's pick the Cowboys Giants game at 8:00. The 5 things RJ wants to see from Mike McCarthy's squad. Brad Sham at 8:40. But since it's Monday Night Football, right now we can do the college football kegger.
College football!
Back to throw. Sets up. Looks. Fires. Wide open. He's ball at the 5. He dives for the checkerboards. Touchdown, Tennessee.
Woo! Tennessee radio with the call. Vols win, baby. 38-33. Top 10, Sean.
Where did you watch this? Did you have a big setup for it?
I was at the house, and then my son had a baseball game, so I had it on my phone where I was watching the rest of the game there. It was a 38-21 game, so fortunately it was a blowout until the very end, like the last 2 minutes. Tennessee apparently just tried to Tennessee this game away, and Florida made a game of it to the point where they had a Hail Mary chance at the end to win, but Vols hang on. They are now number 8 in the nation. This was one of the better games of the weekend.
Interesting Gatorade celebration. Gatorade dump.
Theo Vaughn, who has no relationship to the university.
No?
No. He's like an LSU guy.
He's been in studio with us.
Yes, he has. He was there, but Barstool was there. So they had the guy that does the Sunday conversation, Sunday with an E.
He's hilarious.
He's very funny. Is it Caleb, I think his name is? He was there with Theo doing the Gatorade celebration onto Josh Heupel, Boomer Sooner. And that was it. So Tennessee beats Florida. I was stoked, super happy. Thought they were going to win anyway. They should have won. They were the better team. They really dominated the game. The score didn't show that. And now, man, might get myself my wish. All I wanted was to get to Bama undefeated. They got a bye, and they got at LSU, which is not the same thing as it used to be. Hopefully it stays that way. It would be just like my school to lose that game. But then, after that, Bama at home. If they are undefeated, it'll probably be 1 versus 5 or 2 versus 5 or 6 if Tennessee stays undefeated. That'll be marquee TV. The other top 25 game featuring both teams right at the top 25. Well, there's 2 other ones. We'll do this one real quick. In overtime, Clemson 51-45 over number 21 Wake Forest. I call him Sam Daddy, Sam Hartman.
What a game this was.
Or you could also call him Sexy Sammy. He's fantastic. Great jawline. One of the best jawlines you're ever going to see. But this was a fantastic finish. And Clemson gets the win in overtime. They don't cover. This is a 4-0 start for the Degenerate this week.
Whoa!
In college football. So it was a really good start to the weekend. Then the NFL came around, and it was not a great ending to the weekend. Did you happen to see, Sean, what happened in Arlington?
I did. And so did Jerry Jones as he showed up.
And he presented that.
And this is Joey's squad.
That's right, the Aggies. So Jerry presents this giant, and I mean giant trophy to A&M for winning 23-21 over number 10 Arkansas. But this game was not without theater and drama. KJ Jefferson inside the 5-yard line, jumping over top the pile, thinking he's going to score. He was nowhere near the goal line. It was one of the dumbest plays you're going to see, trying to get that first down. But there it is. And then all of a sudden, the fumble, and then you get mayhem.
Absolute mayhem taking place. Here is a clip of that audio from the game in Arlington.
KJ's going to run it again, diving, fumbles the ball, and Chappelle's got it. Tyreek Chappelle in the right spot as he hands it off to Richardson. Here he goes. Wow, can you believe this? What a turn. Touchdown in the most unexpected way possible. Fumble, handoff, scoop and score. Kick him again.
What a call.
Do you know who that was?
That was on ESPN TV.
Yes.
That sounded like Tess.
It was.
And where's Book?
That's Joe Tessitore.
Yeah,
How good is that?
He's very
it's
good.
It's like when these guys get away from the Monday night call, they're better. Sean McDonough, we talked about last week.
Yep.
That was an awesome call.
Awesome call on a crazy play.
Probably the play of the weekend in college football.
I think you're absolutely right. I think easily was the play of the weekend. It was basically a fumble that never should have happened. By the way, Arkansas was poised to go up 21-7 in this game. We forget that. It was 14-7. They had the ball inside the 5. They're at least going to get a field goal out of it, so it's at least 17-7, most likely 21-7, and then all of a sudden, it's 14-14. And there's your ball game. 21-7, A&M's not coming back and winning this game. But at 14-14, dude, 0-0, you're in it. What a play. And then to have the wherewithal to hand it off to one of your teammates who has clear sailing the entire rest of the way.
Yes.
It's backyard ball. That's what it was right there. A little bit of backyard football. Local score, Sean. Number 6, OU losing 41-34 to K-State. I could not believe this.
Man.
Could not believe this.
Wow.
Terrible loss. Terrible loss for Brent Venables. Terrible loss for Oklahoma. K-State, they're good for an upset a year. Man, they are good for an upset every single year. And now OU's title chances, and they had an inside track. If they had just won out, they were going to go to the Final Four. And now I think this opens up a lot of doors. And for one team in particular, Sean, do you want to take a guess who that might be? Who that one team that this opens a door for?
I don't know.
Lincoln Riley.
Oh, no.
USC's right number 7. Now, they survived the scare. We called it.
Struggle.
We called it. Oregon State, weird things happen in Ames, Iowa, and Oregon, and Corvallis, Oregon. That's where weird things happen. Also, the weird things happen at night
Whoever
at South
started
Carolina.
that, by the way, I hope that they are getting royalties. I hope they patented that. Copyright, trademark, weird things happen.
I unfortunately did not copyright that.
I don't know whether it is. We should see.
We should see it. I haven't copyrighted that one. But weird things happen in Corvallis. They just do at night. And, USC's lost a game here before. Remember Jaquiz Rogers when he was there at Oregon State? It was a tremendous game. That was a decade and a half ago. And then this one, Lincoln Riley, they could not figure out Oregon State's defense. It was a 17-14 game, but they get the win. USC does not have a loss in their schedule. Go look at USC's schedule. Where is it? Where's the loss? They're going to be favored in every game. And they're going to wind up probably winning every game. And if they do, Lincoln Riley's going to go to the Final Four. And that is going to be a ton of angst for Oklahoma fans. A ton of it.
Yeah. He was sitting there praising and crediting their defense nonstop for pulling out that win.
And then I had seen this, and one more thing on that game, and I posted this on Twitter over the weekend about that Oregon State USC game. But I found out that more money was bet on Oregon State to cover at home against USC than on any of the NFL games over the weekend.
What?
And there was 3 times more money on Oregon State to cover at home against USC than on any other college game at Caesars. 3 times. This was one of the worst losses for Caesars because everybody bet Oregon State to cover the spread. One of the worst losses for Caesars of the weekend.
Wow.
If not the worst of the weekend. So there's your team that might be able to sneak their way in. I think it's USC. I think USC now with Oklahoma's loss has got that inside track. We have talked about Texas Tech, 37-34 over number 22 Texas all morning long. What a win. Number 17 Baylor, they win at Iowa State 31-24. Anytime you escape Ames, it's a good day. And then TCU 42-34 over SMU, and UNT losing to Memphis 44-34. The upset of the day came down to Miami. MTSU, Middle Tennessee State in Murfreesboro. 45-31 over Miami. Tyler Van Dyke, the quarterback of Miami, got benched in this one. And this was right after he called out his own home crowd. This past week, he was saying how we don't really have much of a college atmosphere. Well, no, you don't. And that's probably not the smartest thing for you to say.
They're going after Cristobal.
They are.
They're going after him already.
Yep, they already are. He'll get things turned around there. I mean, he's a good coach. But then again, what did we see with Chip Kelly when he left Oregon? What's he doing at UCLA? Nothing. Cristobal leaves Oregon. What's he going to do at Miami? I don't know. But maybe there's something weird about that Oregon job. Maybe it's just a good job because you got all the Nike stuff. Kids want to go there, and perhaps it's just a really, really, really good job. Miami, UCLA, and those two schools have got one major problem, and that is their stadium is about 30 miles away from campus, and you're never going to get a college atmosphere. College kids are not driving 30 miles to go to a home game. They want to roll out of bed, walk a couple hundred yards to the stadium, and get drunk.
Yes, with houses and pre-parties surrounding it.
Absolutely. That's exactly what you want. You need to get an on-campus stadium. And
We're gonna storm after the game. Hang on, let me get my lift. Let me order my lift ride.
What are you gonna do? You're gonna storm the field. You're gonna tear down the goalposts and then walk him outside the stadium to where? A parking lot?
Yeah.
No. And I know it's hard. I know because it's in LA and it's in Miami and there's probably not a ton of room and it's expensive as you know what to build a stadium. But if you want to take football seriously, you're gonna have to do that. Arizona State, and I don't know. Are they playing? I don't go check. I don't really follow. Are they playing at University of Phoenix Stadium where the Cardinals play? I mean, that's 50 miles from campus.
I don't know. Just apparently ask Herm Edwards' staff. They'll tell you.
Yeah,
they'll tell you everything.
They'll tell you everything you need to know.
As The Athletic took that lengthy look at what you referenced last week, an opposing coach told The Athletic it wasn't hard to get intel on this year's Sun Devil team because some within Arizona State wanted a coaching change. You talk about treason.
Oh, yeah. Treasonous.
Coaching treason. Giving up info on your own team to force Herm Edwards out.
Find out who that dude is. That dude should never work again.
Wow.
You cannot give up trade secrets like that. That was this espionage?
Yeah.
Is that what we're dealing with here? I mean, these are people's jobs, livelihoods. Not everybody's making millions of dollars like Herm was. There's going to be assistant coaches that are going to get fired from this, making $60,000 a year.
Yeah.
Have a family to feed, and this person wanted to go sabotage it to improve their own career.
Sun Devil Football Stadium on the campus of Arizona State.
Good for them. Because they used to play, obviously Sun Devil Stadium, but then for a while there, I thought they played at Glendale, and then maybe they're refurbing it. But you've got to get an on-campus stadium. If you're one of these programs that doesn't have an on-campus stadium, you've got to get one.
College football kegger loaded with RJ Choppy after both our teams win over the weekend with Tennessee and Texas Tech. But it is now time and the Tolos have been waiting throughout the hour during the expressway. We are hooking you up with tickets for the Cowboys and the Commanders right now. 10th Tolo to call. Joey's going to pick up and tell you that you got the seats in Arlington. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. This is for October 2nd against the Commanders in Arlington. Our way of saying thank you, guys and girls, for turning it on, leaving it on. That is what Tolo stands for, and we're hooking you up with Cowboys tickets yet again right here on Sean and RJ and as a station, 105.3. Thank you for being a Tolo. You're appreciated. 877-881-1053 is the number to call right now, and the 10th Tolo to get through. We'll be going and enjoying some NFC East action. Brad Sham is going to join us at 8:40 this morning. He's going to have the call tonight. Brad and Babe, Nick Eatman will preview at 9:20. He'll join us from the Meadowlands, where Bobby Belt just checked in with his boring food takes. But let's get the RJ Choppy preview. The 5 things RJ wants to see in tonight's game and the official predictions from you guys. Need it on the truckwreck.com text line. Who wins tonight and why on the home of the Cowboys next. But first, you always win because they...
the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, the voice of America's team. Who have the call tonight? Brad Sham will join us at 8:40. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. We're going to get your official picks. Congrats to the Tolo who won the tickets for the Cowboys versus the Commanders. That all courtesy of the Expressway. We're going to get to the picks and the 5 things that RJ wants to see. But first, I don't know why I do this to myself. I do it in case something crazy happens. At a great football day, especially the early games. I thought the afternoon games were pretty boring, led by Rodgers versus Tampa Bay, where Green Bay gets the W. Aaron Rodgers telling reporters he noticed something on the video board that helped Green Bay get the win. Would not go into detail, but he said sometimes the video boards, the operators showed things they shouldn't show. Now, this game was in Tampa, so Rodgers apparently picked something up, told LaFleur, and he's speculating and saying that this helped lead to a W.
So, you can, you see this, right? Orlovsky did a really good breakdown of this last week.
Man, did you see? You talking about what Carolina?
Yeah.
Carolina's plays?
Yeah. So maybe Rodgers saw something like that on the board. It could be something as simple as formation. Like when he's playing, it could be something as simple as formation that he saw, that he picked up on. Or a tell that they had. Because if you have these guys will pick it up. If Dan Orlovsky could pick it up, then so can the other NFL team.
Orlovsky was just breaking down Panthers' plays offensively and said, wherever the running back lines up here, they're giving away pass or run.
Yeah, so if the running back is lined up a yard or so behind, it's an RPO. And if they're not,
or a run,
so any kind of run pass option, or handoff. But if they're not, if he's in line with the just to the side of the quarterback, then it's gonna be a pass play. Again, it's pretty easy to tell.
Yeah,
and the linebackers, which are the ones that would bite, and the safety, that they're the ones they could easily see that. And maybe the safety can't, but the linebackers surely can. That's about practice.
So that was afternoon, and then at night, you had a horrific, hideous, almost unwatchable offensive performance in Denver. Hit the button, JoJo.
Oh, Joey. Oh.
Clock running. Garoppolo deep drop. Steps up, buys some time, throws the check down. It's caught. 10, 15, 20. Fumbles the football, and the Broncos have it. Jeff Wilson caught it and fumbled the ball, and Kareem Jackson picks it up.
11-10. Broncos.
Awful.
11-10.
Awful. 9
3-and-outs for Russell Wilson and the offense, making it a career high for him in terms of 3-and-outs. And I gotta admit, the Seahawks looking pretty good so far for getting rid of him and thinking he was a declining player. So far, what happened last year was not a fluke with the Seahawks and the weapons that they had with DK Metcalf and Lockett, because this offense, this Denver Broncos offense stinks.
Maybe it wasn't Nathaniel Hackett. Maybe it was just Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
And that's
Whiz Kid, new ideas, Nathaniel Hackett. Yeah. Hiring a game day assistant for game management.
All right. I got to give him credit.
Yep.
He recognized the deficiency in his game, in his coaching, whatever, and he tried to fix it. I can't do this all. I'm a new head coach. I want to eventually be able to do this, but right now, if I'm going to call the plays, I got to be able to focus on that. I can't do two things at once. But how do you not have this guy on the staff already? And that's a question I have for the ownership and the front office of the Broncos. This is your job to make sure that he has the people that he needs or that you think he needs. Why do you not have a game strategy guy? Do you not have? Do they not have like an analytics dude that's out there saying, okay, the probability here if you go for this play, if you go for a fourth down here, is gonna be this. If you kick, it's gonna be that. Every team should have that on staff. Every coach should be able to get that information in real time, which they have that technology to do.
How are the Broncos feeling about that Russ extension? Nick Wright tweeting, Lamar Jackson, who still doesn't have an extension, has scored 4+ touchdowns in every game this season? What?
Well, yeah, because he's got 10 TDs in 2 games. So he's either got 4+ rushing, passing, because he's got rushing TDs as well.
The Broncos, who gave Russ a smooth $250 million, have scored 2 total touchdowns in 10 quarters.
Awful.
Ooh,
it's just awful, man. It's just awful. And this game was impossible to watch. Impossible to watch.
Awful.
The safety, you're getting a safety, and you're getting 60% of your points out of a safety that you had at the time. It's terrible.
People are tweeting at Donovan McNabb in a Washington jersey saying Russell Wilson on the Broncos.
Oh, no, don't say that. It's like Cam Newton with the Pats.
Yes.
Just skipping rocks out there, not able to throw anymore. Some guys, they get old. Russ, he's not old. He's only 33.
Yeah.
But it seems like it's a very old 33.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line, Cowboys Giants. By the way, in case you missed the announcement, 2 members of the G-Bag Nation, the Nosebleeds guys, have been added to our Cowboys coverage. Eric Chiafalo will be part of the official pregame show starting tonight, and then Zach Wolchuk on the postgame. So congratulations to those 2. The rise continues for the old Nosebleeds kids. Choppy, 5 things you want to see tonight, and then let's get to these game picks.
All right, 5 things I want to see tonight. Number 1, I want to see Micah continue to be a menace from the edge. Talked about that last week with Babe. He played almost exclusively on the edge last week, and he had a game, man. I want to see more of that.
Mike McCarthy gave us the credit, kind of. Not really. He did not do that, but yeah, we wanted the credit.
Easily the front runner for Defensive Player of the Year, right? Easily.
Yes.
Although, man, Hutchinson's having himself a good start to the season, too. So is Walker. Now, those are rookies, though, so that's going to be a nice little Defensive Rookie of the Year race between Aiden and Walker.
Yeah.
Number 2, Cooper on the play action. I think his play action is really solid. When they use play action, I think he hides the ball well. I think he's very good at the play action. Both he and the run game, could be enough of a threat if it's somewhat, at least it has to be somewhat respected. You have to somewhat respect this play action. I think the play action is very good. They got some solid ones in there last week. Maybe they're good to go. Number 3, this team and this city are kind of riding high after last week's win. You beat the Bengals. You were in the Super Bowl. You're 1-1. Now you've got winnable games coming up against the Giants and the Commanders. I don't think anybody expected us to be 2-0 with or without Dak after 2 games. No. 1-1 is what everybody expected. We're right where we should be anyway to start the year.
Yeah.
So let's not have a letdown game. Number 4, don't jump the routes. You want to get picks and turnovers? Daniel Jones is going to give them to you anyway. You don't have to jump routes here. Don't jump, miss, and then give up big chunk plays. This team can't score enough. You don't need to do that. They're going to hand them to you on their own. We have not forced a ton of turnovers this year as of yet, right? Hopefully they come in bunches, but they'll come eventually. And this is the guy to give them to you. You don't have to jump. You can just sit back and let him take it. And then finally, Tyler Smith's, continuing to develop. The development has to continue for him. And, of course, injuries happen. They creep up all the time. And that's a big problem. But this offensive line played a much better game last week than it did in the opener, and especially run blocking. Their run blocking has been much better, and that's a good thing. Let's see if it happens again.
Cowboys have been terrible with third down conversions. 6 of 25. 24%. When it's third and at least 6 yards, 2 of 8 on the season. So they need to get better in terms of the third down conversions. Mike McCarthy, as he usually said it starts with running and stopping the run. Saquon Barkley having a little bit of an early season resurgence. They've struggled to throw the ball, but Saquon, behind still a very questionable offensive line, has gotten off 2 weeks through the season. I'm interested in this crowd.
Yeah, I am too.
They've had the life sucked out of them over the last number of years. How rowdy, how crazy is it going to be? I thought KMC asked Jerry a great question on Friday, which is very, very surprising. They asked which road crowd has changed the most in terms of supporting the Cowboys. He didn't really name one. He said, Philly, you really don't have a ton of Cowboy fans. How's it been, your experience, growing up around there and evolving with the Giants crowd when the Cowboys are in town?
It was always a lot of Cowboy fans there. The Cowboys are one of the of all the teams in that area. You've got Giants, Eagles are easily 1 and 2 in the state where the Giants play, which is Jersey. The Jets there, but there's a ton of Cowboy fans. Cowboys are easily the number one team there outside the local area. So there's always been a ton of Cowboy fans. The difference is the Giants used to have, and I don't know if they still do or not, they used to have like a 20, 30-year wait list for tickets. And I don't know if that's still the case anymore. The apathy has set in. One thing about that crowd, the Jets always had a louder stadium. The Eagles have always had a louder stadium. The Giants crowd.
Jets louder than Giants?
Oh, God. Jets fans were rowdier, younger. Giants always had this sort of studious, I'm the Giants. We're better than you. Kind of look down your nose at them. More buttoned up suits. We work in Manhattan kind of crowd. The Jets crowd, the Eagles crowd has always been more of a, I'm a blue-collar dude kind of crowd. Giants don't have a blue-collar crowd. They could say they have a blue-collar crowd. They've never had that.
What's the pick? Giants are not favored by 1. The over-under is 39.5. I'm going with Cowboys 19-17. A really ugly, weird score. Look, man, my worry about the Cowboys defensively is getting bullied around and pushed around in terms of run defense. I think they answered some of those questions standing up to Joe Mixon and the Bengals. The only way they lose this thing is going to be Saquon getting loose, a special teams disaster, pump block, kickoff return, something like that, or Saquon, because of bad tackling, breaking one for 50 or 60. But Daniel Jones is a scrub. The Giants are a fluke team throughout the first 2 weeks. I think it's close because the Cowboys still don't have Dak Prescott, but they win an ugly one around 19-17.
I think 17-16 Cowboys win. I think it's a low-scoring game as well. I don't see how either one of these teams can put up 24 points against each other. I think it's a 17-16 game, and Micah comes up with a huge late strip sack as the Giants are driving.
8-7. You're not going to do it with me?
I think... Do you ever wake up with a really dry throat?
Of course.
I think I woke up with that this morning. I'm not sure I could do that today.
The weather this morning...
All right, there we go.
The temperature this morning was amazing. It was so cool and comfortable outside, but all I see on these weather broadcasts are bone dry air.
Yeah.
That's what they keep saying. Bone dry air in the Metroplex.
You know what's not amazing, though? This may have been the last time I'm in the pool for this year. Yeah, we're going to be down in the 50s during the week at night. Man, you can't. I'm not. If I want to get in there, I could get in there. I need a bodysuit.
You've been happy with the pool purchase so far?
Anybody who tells me it was a waste of money or a bad idea to get a pool, y'all are fools. Okay,
I told you.
This has been the greatest thing I've ever purchased, ever. Now I'm going to be paying off for the rest of my life,
and it will turn into a money pit. A little bit
Bite
in terms of equipment and replacing things.
Listen, I'm hoping that my liver fails before that happens.
Like last night with the storm. Did y'all get anything with the storm last night?
2 drops. Like 2 drops.
Joey? Yeah, barely anything. Couple showers. But I heard there's some severe thunderstorm warnings through Addison area.
What area are you in?
Richardson, far east.
Okay. I saw the top of the AAC. Stuff was flying off of that. But yeah, for me, it just came and went real quick. With some stuff being blown into the pool. All right, Tolos, are we split? Are we overwhelmingly Cowboys with their predictions tonight on the truckwreck.com text line?
All right, here we go. 21-13 Cowboys with a defensive touchdown. Let's see. We've got Cowboys win 23-20. Money Maher, our savior. Again, Cowboys 24-16. Let's see. The Cowboys win this one 18-14. Very odd. That's an odd one. 18-14. Yeah, score. There you go. Cowboys win.
I don't even really know what scoregami is. I just know when it's a weird score, I just always say scoregami. I don't know what it technically means.
It's funny. I just followed a Twitter account today called NFL Scoregami.
Okay.
So I don't even know what it means either. 24-10, Diggs with a pick six. 19-16 Cowboys. So kind of in the same, region
Score
we're
range.
in with the scoring.
Brad Sham from the Meadowlands at 8:40 right here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. In case you missed it, we have breaking news. The Pro Bowl is gone and Super Bowl halftime has been decided, and it surprised many people. Plus, more dirty details on the Celtics scandal with the massholes in Boston. That's next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Diamonds Direct.
There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one gets hurt. So frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
They get it off. Carr throws short, batted away. It was hit by Cole, and then Byard knocked it down.
That was the call yesterday. Let's touch on a few of these other NFL games. Apparently, Mark Davis had a long meeting with Josh McDaniels. Does it feel like the Raiders are 0-3? They lose to the Titans. This was the Desperation Bowl. 24-22, Tennessee survives.
This did feel like the Desperation Bowl. They don't feel 0-3. You know, they've been it's not like they've been non-competitive in all these games. They're too talented to be 0-3. And I guess the good news, if there is any good news, there's not all good news because the Jaguars weren't expected to be 2-1. So if you're the Raiders and you're looking for a wild card spot, where are you going to go here? You've got a ton of teams with one win. The Colts are going to screw everything up with that stupid tie. Pittsburgh and Cincinnati, who were both playoff teams last year, and Tennessee are 1-2. The Chargers, man, when are they going to start getting some heat? When is Herbert's going to catch no heat ever because everybody loves him?
Do we give them an excuse because Herbert was banged up, talking about getting that Tyrod Taylor injection? Are we just writing this off? Even Andrew Siciliano, who I was watching on the Red Zone yesterday, he's like, now, you got to point out. You got to point out here that the Chargers are banged up. Keenan Allen is always hurt, but we saw Herbert yesterday. That's why Brandon Staley was getting killed for leaving him in the game.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with the Chargers, and it's been always like this. They've got talent. Man, their defense has given up 84 points in 3 games. That's almost, what is that? 28 a game? It's 28 a game. How are you? You put the amount of pressure that you put on your quarterback to score 29 a game. That's something that the Colts would do with like Manning and Luck, right? They always ask them to score a boatload of points. Never got Matt Ryan that has scored in his prime, boatloads of points to win games. And it seems like Justin Herbert's going down that same track. And those other 2 guys, Matt Ryan and Peyton Manning caught a lot of crap early on in their career for not winning postseason games. Well, this guy didn't even make the postseason.
Josh McDaniels' heat starting to rise a little bit. Derek Carr, stock on Carr and Dak early on in this season. Now we need to wait for Dak to come back, but we always put those 2 in cousins in these discussions. Here's Derek Carr. He did throw his 12th straight Devontae Adams touchdown. Going back to their years at Fresno, they've now played in 12 straight games where Carr and Adams have hooked up.
That's good. It's a good little stat there. Carr is a relatively, I don't want to say he's a conservative quarterback, but he doesn't like turn the ball over at a high rate, and he has so far this year. He had a 3 picks in the last week's game. He has so far this year, so that's a little bit disappointing and surprising because it seemed like last year he turned the corner. He had that great leadership kind of run after they fired Gruden and they brought in Bisaccia, and he was right behind Rick and Rich Bisaccia, and it looked like the team kind of rallied around him. They improved. This year. They got Devontae Adams.
Meanwhile, you have gotten me interested in a really fun team. I tweeted out they're making noise, but they still ended up with the L.
Cousins out of the shotgun with no timeout, trailing 24-21. Takes the snap, straight drop. He's going to fire right. Yes! TJ Osborne! You're so cold-blooded! Touchdown! And the Vikings have taken a 27-24 lead.
Vikings radio with the call. What a crowd explosion that was. Cousins with the go-ahead touchdown with 45 seconds left. The Lions were up 14-0 in this game. They were up 14-0. Dalvin Cook hurt his shoulder. Alexander Madison running with fury. I love that guy. Lions seem to go for it a ton on 4th down, but they lose this one to the Vikings.
Yeah, you know what this is? This is another 1-score loss for Detroit. If you go back to last year, if you go back to the end of last year, Sean, they had like 8 or 9 one-score games. And if you go back to the end of last year, they lose a game to Atlanta by 4. They lose a game to the Bears by 2. They lose to the Browns by 3. They tie Pittsburgh. They lose to the Rams by 9. They lose to the Vikings by 2. They lose to the Ravens by 2. They lose to the Niners by 8. The amount of one-score losses this team has incurred over the last 2 years is crazy. They lost one this year by 1 score at Philadelphia, and then today, another one-score game. The bad luck or the lack of talent, however you want to say, their inability to make plays when it matters the most, has caught up to them. It's been the kind of the stick in their craw.
In the craw. Lions 4 of 6 on 4th down. 4 of 6. Yeah, they were going for it.
That's really good.
Every time they were switching over to the game.
Why not? Right? You're the Lions. You're Dan Campbell. You're like, why wouldn't I go for it all the time?
How about the Bengals getting healthy after losing to us? I'm about to sneeze.
Uh-oh. There we go.
Bengals respond and beat the Jets 27-12. They put up some big plays, and the Jets arguing on the sideline. Quinnen Williams, did you see him get in the face of the Jets defensive line coach? We had some drama yesterday. You had Ken Dorsey destroying the Bills' offensive coordinator booth. You had Quinnen Williams, and you had Patrick Mahomes against Eric Bieniemy, but Joe Burrow responding with 3 touchdowns. Tyler Boyd had 4 for 105, and every time they switched over to this game, it was a Joe Flacco disaster. God, what an utter disaster. Robert Saleh, thanks to Tolo D. Apparently, Robert Saleh said he's anticipating the debut of Zach Wilson for their next game as long as the team doctors clear it.
That's good. I don't care to see Joe Flacco ever quarterback a game again for the rest of my life.
Oh.
Like, I want to see the young kids out there. Let these guys give him a chance. If Zach Wilson isn't the guy, then find the guy. But I want to find out if he's the guy. And I could probably say the same thing about Jimmy G after yesterday. I want to find out if he's the guy, Trey Lance, and they're going to give him that chance too next year.
It was a fun game between the Falcons and the Seahawks. Atlanta ends up getting the W. Both of those teams are 1-2, and the Rams beat the Cardinals. This was an ugly one, 20-12. Arizona should be 0-3.
They should be.
And they're now 1-2 as Kyler and the offense cannot put up points at home against the Rams. And the defending champs are 2-1.
Yep, they should be 0-3. That was a terrible loss. But the Raiders had last week against Arizona. They should be 0-3, though. And look, the Rams, they did this last year. They started off really, really hot, and then they kind of went through a weird spell. But they kept finding ways to win. Remember, then they sneak in at the very end because of the Arizona collapse. They wind up winning the division. They get that game at home, and they go on to win the Super Bowl. Like, we cannot forget about the Rams. They're still a very good team. Whether or not Stafford's arm is 100% healthy or not, different story. But this has been a quality team for, since 2017?
And a little bit of drama in the Windy City as the Bears beat the armpit.
Snap down. Kick up by Cairo Santos. It is good for the win. Time expires. 23-20 Bears. Cairo Santos, a chip shot from 30, gets it done, but only because of Roquan Smith swiping that tip pass from Angelo Blackson, returning it and setting up shop for the Bears.
Good for Matt Eberflus. After Justin Fields was talking about their offense.
Yeah, he was. He was like, man, it's hard for me to develop, but I'm only getting 11 passes a game. And you know what? I agree. Okay, now I will say this. Don't blame coaching if you're not. The guy doesn't necessarily need coaching. The guy doesn't. Patrick Mahomes, in my opinion, will be Patrick Mahomes with whoever he's with. However, you have to let somebody. You think you're going to beat the Green Bay Packers last week by him throwing 11 passes?
No.
You got to let these guys throw. You got to let these guys develop. And if they're not going to develop, then what do you have them there for? Why? I know it's a different regime that drafted him, but my gosh, let the kid play.
Pro Bowl is gone. NFL finally got rid of it. The announcement came out this morning. They're going to have a skills competition and a flag football game. So see you later, Pro Bowl.
I'm fine with this, man. Like I
who isn't?
There's football. I mean, look, the damn game gets an 8 rating, right? 6 to 8 rating all the time.
True.
Someone's watching it. But not me. Like I'm like I'll tune in as background noise just to because there's nothing else to watch. But it's not a good game. You probably like. How would you feel if you're in that game and one of your players rips up his ACL, and then all of a sudden he's not going to make it for week 1 because it's, only 8 months after.
Brett Favre's welfare scandal now also includes Favre floating the possibility of using Mississippi prison labor. No one has ever cared about volleyball this much.
No.
This man, what a dedicated father.
I got to get my libero to be able to get the best equipment possible.
His daughter's volleyball program, he floated the possibility of using Mississippi prison labor to manufacture volleyball lockers.
I'm not.
And there's conversations on the record of the state officials being like, yo, man, we need to do this right. This needs to be on the up and up. The way you're doing it is not. And they have, text messages and statements from officials talking to each other, being like, I'll try for the umpteenth time to get him to do it this way, but so far unsuccessful.
First of all, I didn't even know they still had prison labor. I didn't even, they're called chain gangs that they're called. I didn't even know they had that anymore. What year is this? Is Eddie Murphy going to come to a movie about this again? Like, what's going, like, first of all, I didn't even know they had that. Second of all, if they did, it's not to build lockers. It's for like road construction and like infrastructure and stuff for the community, not for your daughter's volleyball.
And then Ime Udoka in Boston, Kevin Frazier reports the affair was uncovered by the girl's husband when he overheard a private conversation on a home doorbell camera. Nia Long, the Hollywood actress that everyone is feeling terrible for, she was having some of her travel plans coordinated and scheduled by the travel assistant. The travel assistant is who TMZ said that the affair was with, the travel planner, and Nia Long apparently committed and like moving to the East Coast when Udoka knew that this story was coming out because the Celtics started their investigation months ago. And he just let her pick up, didn't tell her, moved to the East Coast, and had the traveling secretary book his fiance's plans.
Insane.
That's cold.
So cold,
That's
man.
sick.
It's so devious, so salacious and scandalous.
I don't know if he can come back and coach the Celtics after this. When they talked about he was volunteering maybe to resign, I was like, this is crazy. Overreaction nuts. I could see him not coaching the Celtics anymore. I really could.
Yeah, like, look,
depends how much more comes out.
If you're Udoka, imagine going back to before this thing broke. If he had stepped down and said, I have health problems or something or whatever, is there a way this would have been kept silent?
I don't know.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're
thinking of all the stuff in every organization,
that comes out, like,
and that stays silent.
Yeah, but how many people knew about this within the organization?
I don't know.
If it was the entire organization, then it probably would have come out. If it was the owner and the GM, then I think there was a way you could have kept this quiet if you were him, and you just maybe stepped down.
Let's get you set up for tonight. Cowboys, Giants, Monday Night Football. He's at the Meadowlands. Let's preview the game with the voice of America's team, Brad Sham, next.
But let's get you over to Platinum Ford and Terrell.
35-31.
What are you thinking or hearing about the Cowboys' injury situation with Gallup and Schultz and Micah's allergy attacks?
I think Gallup's going to play. I don't know that he'll start, and I think they'll probably have him on a pitch count, I think. But I do think he's going to play. Schultz, I think it just depends on how he looked yesterday morning. You know, Saturday is a practice day for them, and so yesterday was Saturday. And we just really is going to have to depend on how he feels. He seemed to have a good week. I think they'll have 4 tight ends up because I think they'll elevate McEwen. Parsons, I don't know exactly what that was. There were some whispers about what, if he was playing in the National Hockey League, would have been a lower body injury. It sounded like the worst allergy attack that was definitely not the flu in the history of antihistamines. But I was told by someone, I believe, that he'll play, and he probably won't show any effect of whatever it is that he had or didn't have or did or didn't do. But that whole thing was odd. It was just odd.
How do you feel about the Micah Lawrence Taylor talk?
It's still premature because Taylor became Taylor after, in the midst of a long run. And Micah's still, a season and 2 games in. He's obviously a different guy.
Sure.
Now, I don't think we'll see him line up at end tonight because that doesn't really make any sense to play him there all the time when the chief threat is the running back. So, you might have one lion running down another lion tonight. That seems to be on paper the best way to use him. And so the difference between him and Taylor, as Dan Quinn said last year, Lawrence Taylor was the right outside linebacker in a 3-4, and you knew where he was. You couldn't stop him, but you knew where he was. And the beauty of how Quinn has figured out how to use Micah is that he comes from everywhere. And sometimes he's a linebacker. I mean, they had times last week where they actually had like an I formation in the middle of the defensive line. They had Osa lined up on the nose of the center and Parsons lined up directly behind him. So there was no way pre-snap to tell who was going to do what because Odigizua could drop back in his own blitz. You never know. And that kind of thing is what Quinn, one of the many things I think Quinn's really good at. And I think that because Parsons has such unusual speed and range, RJ and I have had this conversation before, but I think that his skill set is so unusually good that you make him play with one hand tied behind his back if you limit him to being a down end and rushing the passer. So I think that you have to give him a little more time to play. Now, if he keeps getting sacks, I hate just using statistics to measure positions like this, but if he keeps getting sacks at this rate, then he's going to be, he's certainly in that conversation. He's in the conversation now. It's just so early for him.
Right. Because you mentioned the moving around and the versatility, and you're right. I mean, he is the best pass rusher, I think, in the league from no matter where he's coming from. I just want him rushing the passer. But I don't know. Obviously, you weren't able to hear this. Romo was talking about this last week, where he said, the one thing about Micah when he's rushing from the A gap is that when he's not going to be dropped back into coverage as the quarterback, so you can kind of figure out that way where the other guys are going to be dropping back from. Is there anything to that, you think?
Well, that's great depending on the play that's called. I mean, I think Romo comes at it from the point of view of a quarterback who had the freedom to change plays a lot. And I think that's one of the things about an offense that we don't know when the quarterback changed. Why did they throw? Why did they run? They don't call it. Well, you don't know how many runs they called the quarterback change, especially when, Tony had just a tremendous amount of freedom to change stuff. So that is certainly a pertinent observation for a quarterback to make, but it depends on the play that's called. So you can say, okay, I see him in the A-gap, and we've got an off-tackle run called. I'm going to stay with that. And then who's to say that he doesn't take 2 steps and get out to the C and D gap where the back now is faster than anybody else can? I understand what Romo is saying, but the guy's Parsons' skill set is such that it kind of changes a lot of those equations for me.
Brad Sham will have the call tonight, Monday Night Football with Babe Laufenberg, joining us here on Sean and RJ. What do you think of the Manning cast?
I watched it last year some. The thing about, look, I like watching the game. Now, if the game wasn't any good or particularly compelling, then they were absolutely more entertaining. And I didn't think there was anything compelling about the crew that ESPN had working the last couple of years. But there were times that those guys just kind of got off into their own thing, or they would cater to their guests.
Yeah.
And they forgot about the game. And I want to watch the game. Now, with Troy and Joe doing it, I'm much more interested in watching the game with them. And I can't imagine that I would pay much attention to the Manning cast under these circumstances.
Who is your favorite?
But I understand. But it's like chocolate and vanilla, Sean. The same thing's not for everybody. I understand why people like it. It can be entertaining.
Who's your favorite current NFL play-by-play voice and favorite analyst?
I think Joe and Troy.
Okay.
I think Joe and Troy. I like. I'm a big Charles Davis fan, but I also know him personally, and I think I've worked with him, and I think he really does a great job. Now, can I answer that with somebody at the other end of the spectrum?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Mark Schlereth was a really outstanding player, and I respect his ability to analyze a game. I want someone at Fox to tell him that there's no need for him to say the name of his sport every time. You don't have to say he's looking at the football field. He's got a great read down the football field. We don't think it's a soccer pitch. We know what it is.
He had Eagles Commanders, right?
And I heard it yesterday, but I've heard him do it a lot. Yeah. I've heard him, if I'm taping a game, if the Cowboys are playing somebody who's in that. And so when I go back tomorrow and start watching that tape,
right,
I'll hear it a lot. And I'll guarantee you, he'll say it 4 or 5 times a quarter.
Yeah.
He got a great look at the football field. Yes. And if you look, you can see Russia from your backyard. Come on. I know it's a football field. You don't have to tell me.
Thank you, brother. Have a fantastic call. We'll be listening.
All right, fellas. Have a great week.
Voice of the Cowboys, Brad Sham on the Diamond Factory Hotline.
I think everyone's got a crutch. Every announcer has that crutch phrase. Like Collinsworth, here's a guy. Now here's a guy.
Yeah.
Or, let me tell you, I want to tell you this. Or I want to tell you, I think every announcer has a crutch go-to phrase.
Tua, Lamar, and Hurts. Around the rest of the NFL. Then Nick Eatman from the Meadowlands. Final hour on a Cowboys Monday with Sean and RJ next. Well, let's get
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Hurts clapping his hands. Hurts back. He's looking. He fires. He completes it. Leaning in. Is it a touchdown? Do you wait? Yes, it is a touchdown to A.J. Brown. 9 yards.
Eagles radio with the call. Are we willing? How long is it going to take? Fist pump time. I'm sorry. I got thrown off. Terry Blacks just brought in barbecue. My God. Go get it, fellas, before these vultures come. Joey, Ryan, I'm going to be part of the barbecue tour. It's taking place on a Friday night. They hooked me up with the appearance. So it is going down this Friday, the Dallas location. I'm going to be there from 7 to 9:30. I believe Bobby Bell. I think Corey is joining as well. Corey, go ahead and send me a text. So if it's me, Bobby, and Corey, they serve drinks. It is going to be on 7 o'clock. Terry Blacks. I want you to try it. Just go try it on air. Just go ahead.
Yeah.
Sausage, turkey, ribs, brisket, and I'm just terrified.
All right, we'll go sausage here.
The sausage is incredible. I just had that. The beef ribs are going to be gone. The vultures are going to start smelling the food. As you just been eating nonstop barbecue. You ate barbecue this weekend to celebrate the Tennessee Volunteers beating the Gators.
Yeah. The great Sidney Sherrill.
Yes, Sid. Thanks for mine. I appreciate it.
He ordered there's like a famous Memphis spot. Obviously, it's in Memphis. Rendezvous. They flash froze it, sent it. FedEx overnighted it to the house.
Oh, my Lord.
All I had to do was heat it up. Cooked it up on Saturday during the game. It was tremendous. And I'm not, I don't like to eat my hands. You know that.
Right.
I've changed my whole style. Now I'm cool with it.
What do you think of that?
That's amazing. That is amazing. That entire thing just melted in my mouth.
I know. The beef ribs. I'm putting out the video on TikTok. I made a food TikTok account along with some sports highlights.
I saw that.
So go ahead and follow me. Someone give me an education on how that daggone thing works. But Terry Blacks, Friday night, 7 p.m., Bobby Belt and others with the 105.3 The Fan barbecue tour. Thanks to Scotty Long for putting it together, and thanks to Terry Blacks for bringing it in. My Lord. Okay. How stubborn are we going to be before we admit that Jalen Hurts is legit? I know the Eagles' talent is legit. That I don't have to think about. What about Hurts? I'm trying to find different stats and different air yardage numbers and different nerdy analytics to tell me that this is a little bit fluky, that he's throwing balls up into double coverage, and Devontae Smith is making plays as Batman, and Minnesota Vikings defense wasn't within 4 yards of receivers. I'm trying to figure out ways to justify this, RJ, so that, and you're one of the masters of this, and men are in general, just trying to not admit that we were wrong. What's it going to take, and where are you in the Hurts discussion?
Well, I don't believe in right or wrong. Okay.
That's a good start.
The truth is very gray.
Very gray.
It's very gray. It's one of the grayest things ever. It's barely even a color. Okay. You've never seen anything gray ever in your life. Never before. I think we are coming to the realization.
We got to take into account who they're playing too. A lot of Tolos are
Sure.
saying, "Oh, look at the week schedule."
Sure, they're a different. He's a different dude than he was at Bama. He's even more different than he was at Oklahoma. This goes back to the old adage: can you improve as a accurate passer?
Right. Michael Irvin last week came on and said that you can.
Because didn't Troy say you can't?
Right.
I mean, was that a ghost that just knocked over
my water
bottle? I don't know what happened there because your arm wasn't anywhere near it. But, I think Jalen Hurts has turned and proved to be a really, really solid football player. And I don't think there's any question about it. And if you were to look at the MVP right now, you got what, 4 guys or so? You got Hurts, Josh Allen, Tua, and Lamar as, to me, really the guys that have separated themselves. I guess you could throw Mahomes in there because Mahomes is always good. But that's it, right? Those are the guys. Because it's a quarterback award now. But Hurts is in that conversation. And so is Tua. They're both in the conversation for MVP at this moment. And they deserve to be. Whether or not it's fluky or not, I'll tell you, some of those deep balls that Tua's throwing, man, that ain't fluky. He's got an arm. I just don't know that he showed it. Or the hip was so bad that it didn't allow him to do that.
So the Eagles sacked Carson Wentz 9 times.
9 times.
He puts up crazy numbers. Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown were feasting, and Filthy is sitting here at 3-0. In all 3 games, they got 24 points at halftime. In all 3 games. It is mighty impressive, even though it is taking place against scrubs. But look, we were 12-5 last year off of what? The NFC East. So did you pump the brakes on that the same as a Cowboy fan as we're doing or trying to do to the Eagles right now? Meanwhile, I think the number one story 3 weeks in the National Football League, the number one story. Hurts and the Eagles may be 2, they may be 3. This is 1.
This is risky. And it is
oh my goodness, blocked indeed. And we just told you he's only had 1 blocked in 14 years, and that was number 2. And look at where it comes in the game. Let's see if we can get a... Oh, it hit the personal protector. Surefield hit his behind.
Well, I just got through saying instead of 15 yards, it's a 10 yards. So everybody's got to adjust to the fact it's in a confined space.
It was not blocked at all. That gives a whole new meaning to kicking you-know-what.
Kevin Harlan with the call in Westwood, and the Dolphins overcome it. They beat the Bills 21-19. Statistically, this is a one-sided game. Buffalo dominated basically a ton of these stats. They scored again on their opening drive. That's the 8th straight game they've done that. That ties an NFL record. Allen completions. Allen 400 yards. But Miami wins. Tua looks like he was concussed. His head snapped back, stands up, his legs buckle. He falls to the ground. It's like, concussion, see you later, night-night. No, the Dolphins say it's a back issue, and he returns. He starts the 3rd quarter, and the Miami Dolphins are 3-0, beating the invincible Buffalo Bills. Tua's numbers on the day. Are we altering one way or another on Tua? 13 of 18 for 186 and a touchdown.
Well, Buffalo's a good team. It's a great defense. And he played the game they had to play for them to win.
Well, you could have scored more than 21.
You could have, but I mean, Tom Brady in his prime didn't win every game 48-20. Sometimes you got to win the games the way you have to win them.
Yeah,
and that's the mark of a great player, being able to win multiple kinds of games. Patrick Mahomes, what did he score this week? 17. I mean, are the Colts defense, is it as good as the Bills? No, it's not. So you're not going to score. Josh Allen didn't score this week. So it's just because they have a little bit more of a track record, and that's fair. They have a little bit more history. I'm starting to buy in. I'm starting to buy in a little bit more. I never really fully bought in on Tua. I just thought it was too easy to say he's done.
I wrote him off. I said the arm was weak. He's not going to be able to get it done. I'm less convinced on Tua than I am on Hurts.
Okay,
right now.
So you think Hurts is a better player? I can't argue that.
I have more faith in Hurts as a quarterback.
I have more faith in his health, that's for sure. Tua is like Mr. Glass.
But how about the I told you so player from the first 3 weeks in Baltimore?
Jackson empties the backfield. He drifts to his right. Shovel pass. Mark Andrews in for the touchdown. Tremendous play design and execution as Mark Andrews slipped right through the Patriot defense and in for 6, and the Ravens grab the early lead.
Lamar Jackson kept off top 10 lists below Dak Prescott. It is so fun and fascinating to watch the quarterback evaluations, the roller coaster go up and down. Because now anyone suggesting that Dak is better than Lamar would be laughed at. And in the offseason, it was kind of the norm. Lamar Jackson and the Ravens beat the Patriots. Lamar goes off again, and he's putting up historical numbers when he bet on himself for the contract.
I mean, listen to these numbers from Lamar. First quarterback in history with 3 pass TDs and 100 yards rushing in back-to-back games. 7th game with 200 yards passing and 100 yards rushing. No other player has more than 3 in their career. He leads the NFL with 10 touchdowns and 119 passer rating. He's betting on himself. We saw this earlier in Aaron Judge bet on himself. He's going to wind up making $100 million more than he would have at the beginning of the season. And Lamar's doing it right now. and he is fast-tracking himself to the MVP race. He's doing that good. He's having that awesome of a start to the season. He's throwing the ball well. He's running the ball well. He's healthy. They should have beat Miami. They had no business losing that game. No business whatsoever. What a start for the year.
Yeah, when you sit there and look at the Ravens, I forgot to bust Bobby's chops over it. I rubbed Texas Tech in his face. I forgot to do the Lamar Jackson thing. But, man, what a machine. Hurts or Lamar? You having any debate if I told you next 5 years? Think about how crazy that question would have been.
5 years.
2 months ago.
would. There's more of a track record on Lamar.
Have you come up with a decision on who's the better thrower?
I think Lamar's a better thrower. I think Lamar's very underrated.
I agree. I would take Lamar.
I would take Lamar too. The only issue is I think, now they've done enough studies where they don't show that it shows that size and injuries aren't really correlated together. But
because Dak was once looked at as a tank,
nothing was going to hurt him. I'll say this: Jalen Hurts, he's like a running back, man. He's a massive human. He's a unit. That's what he is.
By the way, apparently there was another leak at the Commanders Stadium. So this was the reminder that the fans fell on Jalen Hurts, right? Remember last year? Eagles went to D.C. and the railing collapsed, and now that they have the signs up, leaning is not permitted. On these metal railings, leaning is not permitted, and apparently there was another poop seat at FedEx.
More poop seats, more leakages at FedEx Field. You know what this is? This is Dan Snyder, trying to get a new stadium. That's all this is. We have seen this before with other stadiums. As soon as you get the go-ahead on your new place, you stop fixing the old one. Or you could be like Oakland or Dan Snyder, and you let the current place just dilapidate itself. And you stop making repairs, and you stop making improvements, and you basically try to force the hand of the city to build you a new stadium. And I think that's what he's doing. Because there's no... How do you not get the sewage fixed? If you have one poop leak, it's too many. Now, you've got it's the poop stadium. It's Poop X Field. How do you have poop everywhere? Poop Pipe Stadium.
But I like the theory.
Oh, thank you.
That he's doing it in order to get a new one.
Yeah, I think that's fair, right? If you don't have the new deal locked up yet, find ways. George Steinbrenner let Yankee Stadium go downhill. A beam fell. As soon as the beam fell out of the stadium, out of the seats, which could have killed multiple people, the city of New York ponied up and built them a new stadium. Gave him the land or whatever, the infrastructure that he needed so he could pay for whatever portion of it was. This is what happens. And I think that this is Dan Snyder and company. I want a new stadium. I'm going to stop fixing the current one.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Monday Night Football. Nick Eatman is in the Meadowlands from DallasCowboys.com. Let's see if he's picking a Cowboys W. Let's get you an injury update as well. And then we'll have another Red Raider celebration with Mike Bassick during Crosstalk with KMC. Nick Eatman from New York next on Sean and RJ. But here's what's next.
There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one gets hurt. So frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Crosstalk with KMC coming up at 9:40. Maybe we'll have Coach McGuire, have Mike Bassick run through a wall head first. Hopefully we get that same celebration tonight with Nick Eatman joining us from the Meadowlands. DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. What's the usual crowd breakdown for Cowboys Giants up there?
Well, I missed one thing you just said. What's the usual what?
What's the usual crowd breakdown for these games?
It's probably like 70-30 Giants.
Okay.
I would think maybe 75-25. I mean, there are a lot of Cowboy fans in New York, a lot more than Giant fans in Dallas. I think the Giants are probably the worst, not worst fan base, but probably the least amount of fans they go to AT&T Stadium. We always see a good crowd, but never seem to be the Giants. But on this side, though, yeah, the Cowboys will have a lot of fans up there.
What should we be concerned about on the Giants besides Saquon?
On their offense, or just in general, just their whole team? I mean, because I think their whole team. I think their defense will. They stop the run pretty well. I mean, now they could give up some big plays on the back end, but I think that it's always just a good physical team, physical front seven. I think that would be the worry there, is that if the Cowboys turn the ball over and don't move it, don't make the big plays, I think that could be a problem for them. But, and then on the flip side, I mean, the Giants have receivers that I mean, they have some guys over there. It's just that they haven't really figured out ways to get them the ball. So I think it's going to be one of those low scoring games that whoever makes a mistake, whoever makes the biggest mistake is probably going to be the team that loses.
Nick Eatman joining us on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on Sean and RJ. How do you see Zeke and Pollard and the distribution working tonight and moving forward?
Well, I definitely think that they're going to stick to what they've done so far. I think they feel like Zeke's the starter. There's no doubt about it. But they want to go wide with things, and then they want to try to get Pollard involved like they have. I think last week's game was very similar to what they're trying to do. Get Pollard on the outside, but we say this so many times. To do that, Pollard's got to get some inside runs, and Zeke's got to get some outside runs, or it's never going to work. I mean, these aren't eighth grade, junior high defensive coordinators out here. I mean, and no offense to them, I'm just saying, but you can't just try to trick it and go, oh, here's my inside guy, here's my outside guy. I think they're both going to get the snaps. I think Pollard's going to, he'll start creeping in there, getting a little bit more. But I do wonder what Gallup's return is going to do as far as Pollard getting receiver touches. I think Pollard's going to kind of go back to more of the running back type role and maybe RB2.
Has he improved enough in pass protection so that he's not like a liability there?
I'll say yes, because last week I did notice a couple of times, and he's not going to put anyone on their back, but he's not on his back, and that's the best part about it. I thought he did a nice job on a couple of passes from Cooper Rush that they did protect him, that they did trust Pollard to do that. So you're right, that's the key. You want to be complete. That's what Zeke does better than him. One of the things, but I think they're both. I think they got two running backs that are different in style. They can play them both, and that's kind of the plan. I don't know how much you'll see Pollard doing a lot of the split out wide receiver stuff. I think they're going to use them as, hey, we want to control the running game, and we've got two good running backs that can do it.
How are the Cowboys looking injury wise heading into tonight?
I think you start with Gallup. I do believe he's going to play this game. Schultz is an absolute game time decision. I asked someone yesterday, and they didn't give me a lot of, they didn't really go one way or another. They just said, we'll see. That's the way it's been. I did see him coming off the plane. Didn't really notice a limp or anything. I have a feel like he could play this game. I really do. I haven't been told one way or another on Schultz. I have a feeling like he could play. I know they're going to try to get Sean McEwen, though, a tight end. He could be ready to go. He's on the practice squad. It could be one of their elevations. So they haven't announced those moves yet. As far as elevations and practice squad, it's a little different rules with a Monday night game. So we're expecting Will Greer to be elevated. It could also be McEwen. It could also be Jason Peters, even though they do have a spot on the roster. So Jason Peters might just be signed. So they have a couple of things to do. I'm sure we'll be hearing some of that. Who else? Tell me, who else are we looking for injury-wise? I'm thinking.
We got Schultz, Micah, Gallup.
Micah's playing. There's no doubt about it. He's playing. He'll be out there playing. I have no doubt about that one. I think from that point, I think the question is going to be if Schultz and Gallup both play, just how limited are they? And because you can't this is a preseason game. You can't just say, oh, you're going to get 10 snaps and get out. They've got to have enough bodies out there. So I am curious about the Jalen Tolbert situation if he is going to play, because if Gallup is replacing Dennis Houston and then Gallup's going to be just 10, 15 snaps, I wonder if they have another receiver that's going to be out there. So a lot of questions that we're still looking for here in these next few hours as we lead up to this game.
Well, that should help. Gallup being in there should help everybody just because it moves everybody down a peg to the worst corner, right? So like either Brown or Tolbert, they would get, instead of the 2, they would now get the 3 or 4.
You would think, unless they're not moving people down just yet, unless Gallup is taking on a different role. I would imagine Noah Brown and CD are still the starters there. I think we're not at that point where Gallup just comes right into it. And I'm not saying he's not going to start in the first package of the game, but I would imagine that Noah Brown's still going to have a pretty good role there. And I would think Gallup is going to be more your third, fourth receiver in this game.
How much of this 2-0 Giants start do you actually believe in?
I don't believe in it yet, but that's not a slight to them. I think we saw yesterday just there's a lot of teams in the league, and it's still early in the season. You're still finding some surprises. I look at this very similar to what the Cowboys faced last year with the Panthers. I think the Panthers came in at 3-0, and everyone was all excited about them, and they weren't who we thought they were going to be, and I think it's the jury's still out on a lot of teams. So I'm not buying it on anybody yet, and that's not on the Giants. That's a lot of teams. I think that they've won 2 close games. I think they're a lot more competitive. That you could definitely see that because they're going to Tennessee, winning that game, and I think the mindset that their new coach is has kind of instilled in them is very evident. So I think they're a lot more competitive, but that's going into this game because they could be 0-2, getting beaten and by 30 points in both games, and you can expect this is going to be a tough game. So that's what happens when the Cowboys and Giants play, when most division teams play. And so I'm not saying that they're ready to compete for a playoff spot, but I know it's going to be a tough game tonight.
You get a chance to see the Eagles yesterday?
We were taking off right when that was happening, but there's when you're on the team charter, there's a lot of people that love to throw out scores. It's just like 10-0, 13-0. 13-0, third down, that kind of stuff. So, I'm trying to watch Top Gun Maverick for the 12th time. So
oh, really?
I'm not really paying attention. 12.
I got to. You didn't want to see replay the Arkansas game?
I'm not. What now? You want to talk about that?
Yeah, I do. I got a major bone to pick with the end of that movie. I loved it. Until the end. I thought it was a little unrealistic.
Which end?
Let me see. Can I give it away?
Don't
here?
spoil it. I haven't seen it yet.
I'm just kidding. Some of the surviving that took place, and some of the not that all the jet fighter stuff was realistic to begin with, but at the end, I thought maybe the movie was over a few times, and then 3, you're just walking on the runway in enemy territory, and you're able to jump start the plane. Like you're a Jiffy Lube. I had some issues.
You just hijack a plane like that?
Yeah, they just walked into the garage and opened the door and just fly on out of there. But otherwise,
Yeah, well,
good. I know people love it.
Yeah, and including myself. I love it. But, no, to answer your question about the Eagles, yeah, they look, again, it's still early, but they look good. They look really good, and their defense looks good. And, that's going to be a fun game in a couple of weeks. We'll see who the quarterback is for that one. But, let's take one at a time here.
All right, going to finish up with this clip from Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, yesterday with his Dak update.
Years ago that was. So Dak Prescott is out 4 to 6 weeks in total. He had surgery on September 12th. If you look at the schedule, you figure out when that sets out to. Dak Prescott, the earliest, my understanding, the earliest he'd be back is October 16th against the Eagles. So Jerry Jones said this week, made a couple headlines, as I'm sure you guys noted, that he could be back next week. No, that is not my understanding. He is still focusing on getting the swelling down. Then he has to work on how well he can grip a football. Simply, guys, the bone has to heal, and the Cowboys are not going to put their franchise quarterback in harm's way just to get him out there for one game and then re-injure it. October 16th, I believe, is the answer.
What do you think, Nick?
I agree with that. I really do. Now, that's not exactly what Jerry said about the re-injure part. I mean, that last thing he said is that he said he wasn't worried about the re-injure. It's all about how he grips the ball. But either way, I that's kind of why this whole stuff about Cooper Rush and the controversy and all that stuff. Like, the reason why I haven't really, it's just been more laughable to me. It's just because I don't think Dak would be ready. I don't think he'd be ready in one game or two games. And so I agree with that. I agree with that Rams Philly area. And so that's why, if you're really going to think like Jerry does, if they win this game tonight and if they beat Washington next week, and then let's just say that they beat the Rams, I think it's a tough decision to make. I really do think it's a tough decision to pull a quarterback that's won 4 games in a row. So, I mean, we'll see what happens. I'm not saying he's not the franchise quarterback, but I think the way it's lining up, that if the Cowboys lean on this defense and they win games, and Cooper Rush does a nice job, I think it's going to be interesting when that happens. But hey, he's won 1 game right now this season. They needed some breaks for that to happen. And Cooper Rush tried to throw 4 interceptions last week, and he didn't.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. You get on the road, and the Giants may pick some of these passes off. I mean, they're not out of the woods here just because he's won a couple of games at the very last few plays of the game.
Are you doing anything fun in New York before the game?
I don't think so. I really don't. I mean, like, when I looked out my window of my hotel, I didn't see anything. I thought it was like a brick wall. And then I finally looked and saw, like, oh, it's just woods. Like, we're kind of out here in Jersey. And so there's really not a whole lot going on. I'm thinking about the schedule, the 4 a.m. Landing. I'm thinking about tomorrow and the craziness going on. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm staying horizontal for most of the day.
Staying horizontal. Would it be vertical? Yeah. Well, you know what? You're right. It would be horizontal.
Yeah, lying down.
I'm relaxed. I'm just going to relax a little bit today.
Do it up,
man.
I
got Cowboys winning this game. 21-16. I don't know if we're doing picks, but I'm doing one.
Good.
21-16 Cowboys.
Okay, yes, because I meant to ask you that. 21-16, so we're all going with a tight Cowboys victory, which is scary.
We're going to be wrong. We're all going to be wrong.
Yes. Thank you, brother. We'll talk to you.
Good luck to your Vols there, Choppy. Your Vols are looking good.
Nick, off the top of the upright? Have you ever seen that? Arkansas?
No. There's 4 plays in that game I have never seen. Like 4. I've never seen that happen before. I've never seen a 9-yard Hail Mary either. I've never seen that. I've never seen this, like, 90-yard return flip and all that kind of crap. And I haven't seen the punter throw it to the holder. A holder to the kicker. I mean, there's a lot of crap I haven't seen there. But yeah, it was frustrating because we were 17 points better than them and we lost. So that's frustrating. But
stay horizontal, get through it. Thank you, boss. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Forget about the Vols. Forget about
you can't forget about
Aggies.
That.
What about Texas Tech? Let's have a Red Raider crosstalk with KMC on a Cowboys Monday next.
But let's get
Good. And the kick is good! Trey Wolf has done it again! He gave him the lead at the end of regulation. He gives him the win in overtime. And the fans are streaming onto the field.
What's going to happen?
Knew it was going to happen, Corey Majors.
Yes, you did know it was going to happen.
Tech Radio with the call. We'll celebrate with Mike Bassick in just a second, but we do have some breaking news from Jordan Schultz. Jason Peters will be active tonight.
Whoa!
John Machota following up.
Peters is going to be active.
If Peters plays, expectation it would be on a limited snap count, likely at left guard. So that's the Jason Peters news that is coming out. KMC, good morning. Where you at?
We are at the Eagles Nest, ladies and gentlemen, and we are going to be rocking out here all day long. They're opening at 10, so they're opening exclusively for the Tolos.
So they're opening early for us?
Yeah, they usually open at 11 o'clock. They're opening at 10 today, so we're going to be out here. And it's
Fort Worth, baby.
Yeah, it's nice right here off of Boat Club Road, man. It's going to be great. We're going to enjoy our day and get ready for Cowboys action. And, Sean, I did want to ask two questions, all right? These are very important questions.
Oh, dear.
Has Oliver recently stolen your phone and started texting?
Not texting, but yeah, he'll take the phone.
All right, because I heard you say this morning that our show surprisingly asked a good question to Jerry Jones on Friday.
Oh, that's
and I get a text every week from you that says "great question." So I'm just wondering if he stole it and texted it.
Oh my God!
Well, I said that because of the shot that you always take when Jerry's told you guys he wanted the A team.
Yep.
And you somehow made that about us instead of like the three of you being in full time. So I heard that, but yes, I do do text y'all good questions. Except Bassick, I told him stupid question, and then he finished strong. So he started 0 for 2, but finished 2 for 4, in my opinion.
Do you think that encouraged him? Like those stupid questions, he's like, you know what? I better step up my game. I got to get this right.
I'm like Jay Cutler, man. I was the one that the teacher said there's no stupid questions, and Jay Cutler's like, that was a stupid teacher.
It wasn't a stupid question. It was just that trap question you were trying to get to make.
Do you think the Giants are just lucky this year?
Yes.
Those are great questions. What should I ask about the Commandos this week?
The Commandos.
The other thing, though, Sean, was Scorigami. I don't know if you know this or not, but a lot of people think that our show created Scorigami.
Oh,
because
really?
we've been doing this since Nights. Yeah, we've been bringing it up since Nights, and people will now start tweeting to us, hey, guys, Scorigami. So it's kind of crazy. That,
what is it? I still don't really know what it is.
Okay, so Scorigami is when you get a final score that has never happened in the history of the NFL before. So, like, for example, last night, I'm sure a lot of people thought, well, surely 11-10 is a Scorigami. No, that happened one time in NFL history, so not a Scorigami. But every year you get a couple. Usually it's like 11-10 type games or crazy high-scoring games, and it's just a final score that's never happened in the history of football, and I always think that's interesting.
Hey, who scored the most points yesterday in the NFL?
I believe it was Trevor Lawrence.
That's not a team. That's a person.
Where were they before him? Picking first.
AFC Championship game. Can I tell you did you see the crazy Jacksonville Jaguars stat that through 3 games now Doug Peterson is tied for the 5th most wins in Jaguars history as a head coach?
How many coaches have they had? I'm looking that up.
I think
right
like
now.
8.
Are you serious?
So
All right.
Marone, Coughlin, Peterson,
Meyer.
Urban Meyer.
Was Campo there?
Mark Brunell.
No, he was like an assistant.
No.
As head coach.
Just click the thing.
Was
All right,
Marone
so we
their
got
coach when they went to the
Del
AFC
Rio,
Championship game?
Malarkey.
Oh, Del Rio, Malarkey.
Gus Bradley.
Damn,
There you
they've
go.
had a lot of coaches. I thought, like, that's a funny stat, but have they had, 6 or 7
They've
coaches?
had 8.
8. So.
And through 3 games, he's now tied for
Malarkey
5th.
was 2-14, and Urban Meyer was 2-11. So he's ahead of those guys.
When he wins 10 games this year, where does that put him?
He'll still be 5th. He has to win 15 games to move into 4th.
All right,
and then he
still
needs
have a
to win
chance this year.
22 to get into
anything,
3rd.
anything can happen with T-Law.
Oh my God,
Mike, what's your over under for tonight?
Hey, what about Jane Slater making fun of you about being a Texas Tech Red Raider fan, and then you shoved it?
I didn't show what kind of yeah. That was amazing. She went silent on social media, but the Joey Maguire speech. You know what? I want to play it.
We knew they were going to break.
I gotta play this. Joey Maguire after beating the whiny Longhorns.
Hey, I asked you to keep fighting. You did. Said it's going to be when we came out of half. We had 2 more rounds to fight, and you did. I told you they were going to break, and they did. Yes, sir. I told you they were going to break, and did. The reporter asked me at the end, says, "What's it mean to win this game and beat Texas?" I said, "It doesn't mean anything to beat Texas. We're 1-0 in the Big 12. That's what it means. I'm telling y'all right now, the country's going to find out. Everything runs through Lubbock. Everything runs through Lubbock. Hey, we're the team to beat if we keep practicing to get better, if we keep practicing to be better players, if we keep playing and fighting for each other, and no matter what happens, we just say, what's next? That's all we do. Because at any point in that game, you could have quit, but you didn't, because you are built different. And the more and more you believe that, the more and more this happens. Somebody turn on some damn music!
Mikey!
Hey, we'll hit them high. We'll hit them low. We'll push that ball across the goal. Fight, Tech, fight.
My favorite thing while that was playing, I saw Corey on his computer type what actually runs through Lubbock, and I thought that was
114.
Their drive-through alcohol place.
Like, do they have coal industry? Do they have a railroad?
Oh,
like,
they
what?
have a manure industry.
Okay,
and
all right.
I signed with Texas Tech / Lubbock, and my wife graduated from there, so I'm a Red Raider fan. But man, when the wind changes, that whole place smells like cow poop. But it's okay. It's just for a little bit, and then the wind will change back.
Look at Jane texting me. Why are we getting an echo?
Yeah. What's going on here, Joey?
Come on. Let's go.
Was that what she texted you?
No, she said.
Oh.
She said that's the one thing that gives you joy on your weekends. You need friends and hobbies.
Oh my God! So she just went scorched earth on you right there.
Wasn't she one of your friends?
She was.
Jane seemed to be looking really forward to that game.
Well, her and Bobby. Does any fan base cry and whine seriously as much as the Longhorns? Like
Cowboys.
I don't even know. I don't even know if the Cowboys fan base cries this much. All the penalties and the officiating, and we had our backup quarterback. The Red Raiders have lost their starting quarterback every year for like 6 years straight after the first game of the season.
Every year.
But Bassick, more joy watching Texas Tech or T-Law in Jacksonville?
I hate to say it, but I think T-Law. I love what the Raiders are doing. If they would have beat NC State the week before and been undefeated, because I think if they beat NC State, which they didn't have a chance, right? I mean, they didn't come close to winning that game. Then you're talking about a team that might be pushing into the top 10 in your rankings. But because of that loss, I'm still excited that it looks like Coach McGuire can maybe be the next Spike Dykes, Mike Leach guy. And what I mean by that is this. Push Texas Tech into those kind of somewhere between ranked 15th and 25th in the country. As much as I love Tech, I don't think they're ever really going to be a top 10 team in the country, but they used to be for a good, 15 years, usually ranked Kevin, around that 20th guy, like Spike Dykes.
They were a team that mattered-ish,
Right. And you had the one big moment where you beat UT and you got ranked number 2 in the country.
That game was awesome.
With Crabtree.
All of us got wins.
Yep.
We got Kevin's Aggies, Choppy's Volunteers.
Yeah, baby, number 8 in the nation.
And our Red Raiders. What a phenomenal college
Time to get another win tonight.
I mean, and really, isn't black and red like 1,000 times better of a color scheme than burnt orange and white?
Yeah.
No matter what. Like, my buddy Chris Owens, he played for UT, played basketball. He'll even tell you. He's like, the one thing that I wish, he's like, and I know it's their color, it's burnt orange, but he's like, I just wish our color scheme was better.
Corey, I do, despite this obvious discomfort between the two of us right now, tension. I am sad you're not here for this barbecue.
Dude, I just told Kevin, I saw the picture you posted, and I was like, I kind of wish we were in studio today.
Oh, where's it from? I missed that.
That is Terry Black's right there.
Oh, my God. Terry Black's is amazing.
We're going to be hanging out there Friday night, me and Sean and Bobby Bell, as we continue the barbecue tour. We are out here at the Eagle's Nest today, though, man.
It's time to
get our grub on.
It's pregame at the Eagle's Nest.
Yes. Let's do it. All right, we're back tomorrow morning with Star Up, Star Down. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. The KMC masterpiece from my spot, the Eagle's Nest. Ooh. Get out there in Fort Worth, KMC. Next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, located just minutes.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live at the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth. And this all kind of ties together because my question was going to be, Cowboys fans, do you get more amped up for divisional games, and will you be able to stay focused at work with the game tonight? Do you think that people should just blow off work, Corey, and just come to the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth? Because you're not going to be productive because you're thinking about the Cowboys, and you might as well not be productive with us.
Didn't hear a word you just said
What?
because I'm so focused on what's going to happen in tonight's game. Like, I'm just very focused on tonight's game, Kevin. I'm sorry.
I feel like we're lucky enough that we have a job we can focus
That
on.
is
'cause
true.
What if my answer was, Kevin, I didn't even know the Cowboys were playing tonight. That would be a weird job to have right now. If I was like, oh, wow, the Cowboys are playing. That's great.
Yeah.
Now I got plans.
I'd be like, do you work in AM sports radio?
Is it weird to you guys, and it's just because we have this job, how many people come up to you on Friday, Saturday, or even possibly Sunday and go, hey, what time are the Cowboys playing out?
Yeah.
And you're like, wait,
Yeah.
you're a Cowboys fan. Oh, big Cowboys fan. They actually play Monday night, so that would be good to know as a Cowboys fan.
We had some friends over yesterday to bring over food, and Jess said something about the Cowboys playing. They're like, oh, yeah, did they win today? We're like, oh, they play tomorrow, actually. So
huge Cowboys fans.
They didn't lose. I mean, at least I felt like they did not portray themselves as huge Cowboys fans. They were only like, oh, diehard, Tony Romo's my guy, or anything like that. Like, they just were like, oh, yeah, do they already play? So I get that. From the 682, great day to be off on Monday.
Nice.
See you guys in a bit.
Nice.
And that's what I'm talking about is go ahead, make your way out to the Eagles Nest. We got happy hour going from right now until 7 p.m. leading into Cowboys and Giants. And you brought something up, too, real quick, Corey. Is anybody going to watch the Manning cast instead of the regular broadcast on TV or listening to it right here on the Fan?
Well, I think Cowboys fans hate Troy, right? Isn't that the old idea?
Oh, yeah, because he's too critical.
Because he's so critical of
which
them.
I think is
like,
unfair.
Oh, why are you? And then the
Because
other
he's
half.
not as good as Romo or
Oh, my
Dak
God.
or Quincy.
Oh, my God.
Wow. Yeah, no, so I think that's one factor. I have not watched the Manning cast this year. I haven't put my eyes on it.
I think they only did it one time,
Okay.
right? Because I think my son was asking about it last week, and I turned it to, isn't it ESPN2 it's on? I'm not.
I believe that is correct.
And it wasn't. I was like, well, they don't do it every week, so I don't think they maybe did it in week 2.
Especially with the doubleheader this past week.
Yeah. But, look, Joe and Troy are my favorites. It's not like, hey, I have to watch every game Joe and Troy do, but I will be locked in to the ESPN Troy and Joe broadcast.
For the 254, when there's a game I care about, I like tonight's game. I'll watch the main broadcast. So like on those nights where you're like, I don't really know these two teams that well, you'll watch something to be entertained with the game along with it. But whenever it's like, no, this is serious.
See, and even if it is a game I care about, like if I don't have an emotional investment, which most of these teams I don't, aside from the Cowboys, like NFL teams at least, I could see I'd be like, that was a hilarious story, Peyton. And instead I'd be like, shut the hell up and talk about us not being able to stop the run or something like that. Hey, I have big news.
Oh, no.
Since we are in, it's not sports news. Oh. Since we are in Fort Worth from the 945, remember
so many women got
when
engaged.
I potentially ruined a bunch of dates out in Fort Worth on Friday night. So the proposal was successful, and we have if we have kids and all boys, we're naming them after the 4 of you, all on KNC. I like that. I'm glad your proposal went well.
Wait, what's the 4th kid's name going to be?
Reginald.
Corey. It would be Reggie.
Sure?
Would be number 1.
Yeah.
He would be the first kid.
Would you prefer it be Reggie or Reginald?
What if it's Peyton?
Oh, man. Well, not yet.
All right. Yeah, that's a good point. So, all right.
From the happy hour right now, so you can be passed
there is
out
happy
before
hour
you-
right now.
Yes.
10 a.m. to 7 p.m. here at Eagles Nest. There's happy hour. You want a PBR for $3 right now? You got it.
Let's
you want
go.
Fireball for $4? You
Man,
got
have you already been getting into the PBRs, Mike?
That's awesome. And I've in $7 burgers.
That's what I'm talking about from the 817. Making lunch plans for the Eagles Nest.
Nice.
Indeed.
Good decision. That would be a decision I'm going to do because I'm going to have lunch here today.
Okay, I would prefer you eat the food and maybe wait to drink until
Oh
the
no, I
tail
think we should
end.
start drinking right now.
You talked about
dear.
hey, Monday Night Football. If you could have one day off a week, would it be Monday, Friday, or Wednesday? Or is it a Tuesday, Thursday? If you could have one day off a week out of your 5-day work week, would you like to have Monday off to extend your
It's only going to matter
or
the first
Wednesday
week.
in the middle of the week
man,
where
that
it
sounds like
splits
a
it up,
great
where it's
idea.
2 days, then day off, then 2 days.
I think I would rather have 3 straight days off than split it up because I would get like exhausted that one day.
Yeah.
You know, I would be like, I'm going to pack everything in today on a Wednesday. But it doesn't matter if it's Monday or Friday. It doesn't matter which one because either way, it's still a 3-day weekend.
See, I think
Tuesday would just become Monday, you know?
I think I'm going to go Monday because then I feel like I can enjoy NFL even more and be like, I'm going to live forever. Instead of the Sunday night game, I was like, oh, man, this is a good game, and it's halftime, and I need to start preparing to be a grown-up again.
Yeah.
You know, so I think I would probably pick Monday.
Yeah.
All right, my question for y'all is, to start things off, along with all of the rest of that, is do you care about this game more because it's a divisional game? Because I get it, the Giants are, with all due respect, at 2-0. They're not perceived as going into the season at least as good as the last 2 teams that you played. But DeMarcus Lawrence, he does his show every single week with G-Bag. He said a couple of different times how rowdy the Giants fans can be or how much the divisional games matter. Do you view it from that perspective because this is your easiest path to the playoffs, or do you view it as this is not like a quote-unquote marquee opponent, so meh?
I'm at a point now, and I know the divisional component of it matters, but I'm at a point now, Kevin, where I'm starting to feel like you're going to have to chase the Eagles. So now it's becoming everything is more like I have to win a game. every week in order to catch up or keep up with those guys. Otherwise, you end up in the wild card situation. And I felt like you could beat the Eagles this year, especially with Dak, because he gets up for those games. But right now, the way that they're playing, like, I feel like you have to win every game just to stay foot with them. So tonight's game does matter from that component. And I know that's the way Daves is looking at it. I was reading some stuff from New York where Daves was saying, look,
we have to win tonight, Reggie, then we could shut it down for a week.
He was saying, this is obviously it's you play these teams 2 times. You get the other part of it where you're that puts you in a situation where it can launch you into a tiebreaker win. So all those things definitely matter to them, especially, getting this little bit of a hot start for them. And they haven't been 3-0 in quite some time. It's been a very long time for them. So you kind of want to keep that going, man. I think they're 0-9 against the Cowboys in the last 9 outings against us. So that's another factor. You want to keep that streak running.
The Giants, I think they might. I think they're 1-9 because they beat Andy Dalton along the way.
Okay.
But yeah, it's pretty bad.
I do feel like when you're playing Washington or New York, I really feel like at this point it's kind of like high school homecoming or senior night.
Okay. Like
you schedule the win.
Okay.
And so you want to have a good homecoming.
That was always humbling when you saw you were another team's homecoming.
Yeah,
you're like,
oh, no.
I think we suck.
Let's go do homecoming on the road against them.
So it's in a weird way. I don't want to get overconfident because the Cowboys actually are still the underdog.
Is it
and
one?
It's 1 still right now, and you do have your backup quarterback, but in a weird way, now when I see the Giants and Washington on the schedule, and this has been for years now, and even with Cooper Rush, for some reason I'm like, the Cowboys are going to win this game. They're horrible.
Yeah.
And I know they're 2-0, and I know that Daves is doing a good job with their team. But
Gross.
I just look at the Giants as a crap organization, and I know that the Cowboys aren't very good either. But I just look at, hey, it doesn't matter what the Cowboys put out there. They beat the Giants. It doesn't matter what the Cowboys put out there. They beat Washington. So I just have this feeling I think it's going to be a close game tonight. I think it's going to be, if you're an offensive fan, if you're a fan of offensive football, this isn't going to be a good game. I just don't think it will be.
You think it's going to more resemble Sunday night's game?
Yeah, I think it'll resemble a little bit of, in a weird way, Aaron Rodgers versus Tom Brady at 3 o'clock yesterday. I think it will resemble last night's, you're talking about Sunday Night Football. It will resemble that. I think if a team scores 20, that is an automatic victory. No way both teams get to 20 in this game.
Now, here's one thing that I hate. I hate sloppy football. And I don't think tonight's going to be sloppy. I just think that they're not going to be able to execute some things that they want to. But I don't
totally get what you mean.
Sloppy football is whenever you have just all the weird things happen. I think tonight will be one of those where you're like, maybe the offense doesn't get it going the way that they want to, but it's because the defenses are so good. So this is going to be one of those nights where you're like, DeGrom versus Clayton Kershaw. You're like, this is going to be a pitcher's duel. I think this would be a defensive duel tonight. And I don't think it'll be sloppy, except for I'm a little concerned with backup, with Cooper Rush still like maybe executing some of the things that we want to.
Now, to go along with this matchup, I was kind of curious. Do most NFL fan bases, do y'all suppose, think that their offensive line is not good? Because I was doing like a crosstalk situation with New York, and they were like, what is the perceived strength? And I was like, well, so far, it feels like Barkley and the Giants' offensive line has been working in tandem pretty well. And he was like, that's fascinating because people around here lament how much the offensive line isn't good. And then their perceived strength of us is just like, well, everybody knows that Dallas's offensive line is great. And I was like, man, does everybody just not like their offensive line? Because my perception was that the Giants' offensive line had improved, and they were like, it's still trash. And his perception was the Cowboys' offensive line has been good for a really long time, and I'm like, people have a lot of questions around
with
here.
the Giants. Yes, I think everybody thinks their offensive line is terrible unless their
if you ever give up a pressure,
yeah.
you're like, you suck.
Yeah, and that's with the Giants' offensive line, it's more about their interior that's been exposed a little bit. That's why I would like to see, hopefully, Micah coming from the middle a little more tonight, maybe middle linebacker, where he is kind of patrolling Saquon Barkley, kind of keeping an eye on what he's doing, but he can also attack from there, and that's where they're having most of their trouble is in the interior of their offensive line, while the outside's been pretty good, but still Daniel Jones a bad quarterback, so when they drop back to pass, it's like, oh, this is going to be a good opportunity for you.
Now, a bunch of people are jumping in with what you're saying about the sloppy football, and I immediately, like, when Mike even mentioned Tampa and Green Bay, like, I felt that. I mean, obviously you can point to elements of the Dolphins and Bills, and I felt that I'm with you. Like, that makes 100% sense to me from the 972. I hate sloppy football. I got home from a family reunion yesterday, missed the first round of games, turned on Tampa Bay and said, this S sucks. And I let my wife watch her trash TV because it was just so bad. Mm-hmm. It was turnover after turnover, blown pass after blown pass. I think this one you'll just be like, and these offenses aren't great, or these defenses are amazing, and that's why it's lower scoring instead of – because, like, you looked at some of those other teams, although now one of our questions needs to be going forward, is that Tampa offense just desperately need people to come back to put together any semblance of a decent effort? But, yeah, Green Bay's offense wasn't working. Kansas City's offense struggled. Mm-hmm. Buffalo's offense struggled. Like, these are teams that you think of as, like, having Los Angeles is the Chargers.
The Raiders,
their offense wasn't working. Like, these are the big-time offensive teams. Usually, they all struggled yesterday.
I remember listening to a Troy Aikman interview a few years ago, and he talked about how New England's head coach Bill Belichick felt like the first 4 weeks of the NFL season now
Advantage
are really
defense.
It's really preseason football. And you have to play 4 games before you start getting rhythm, timing, and an idea of what you can and can't do because, a lot of defensive players play preseason football.
Yeah.
They don't play a lot of it, but they're playing, the first series of the first game.
Yeah.
Then they're playing the first quarter of the second game. I know we're down to 3 preseason games. And then they might play another part of preseason football. So you're looking at offenses, and you just look at the Cowboys. Now, I know that Dak's hurt, but who played preseason football?
Yeah.
Zach Martin didn't play a second.
Yeah.
I don't even remember Biotish really playing. And you
I
just
think he did, but to your point.
Like, I mean, most of your receivers that matter don't play. Your quarterback doesn't play. Your running back doesn't play. So all of these guys have only played a little bit of practice football, and when we watch practice, we see it's not close to, like, NFL standards.
And I think, like, I get what this person is saying from the 210. People don't appreciate good defense, but I don't think that's not what I took from Corey's point at all. Like, I think about
15 false starts.
Yeah, or like a pass that is over a wide receiver's head that was wide open, or a receiver who clearly ran the wrong route, or kicking a football into your offensive lineman's butt.
Or offensive linemen backing into quarterbacks or backing into the running. Like, those things that shouldn't happen that you're like, no, this is Bush League stuff. We need real professional athletes doing what they do. And I do think Mike's right about, like, the lack of preseason effort does hurt the product a little bit, but the owners don't care about that. Like, they're just like, that's fine. People are still viewing. It's still going to happen. But that's just one of the things I don't see happening tonight. My question, though, on that text that somebody sent is, what is your wife's trash TV? Because I know my wife is going to watch some serial killer, like, documentary. That's all she watches right now.
Okay, I can help.
Because she rolled through Dahmer over this weekend.
Okay, see, but does she acknowledge that it's trash TV? Because my wife, I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for this.
Oh, here we go.
She's a big fan. If you're in a tattoo competition or in an MTV competition, she's watching your show. So, like, if Dave Navarro is hosting a show, or if it's somebody who used to be on an MTV reality show now competing against others, or if you got sent to an island to find love, if you have any of those things, she is going to watch that show. But she'll admit, she's like, oh, yeah, this is my stupid TV show. And, like, she'll walk out of the room, and I was like, but how are you going to know what happened? And she's like, I'll be able to figure it out. Don't worry about that.
From here.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth. Coming up next, Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola. Plus, we will get that betting with Bassick update. All of it next right here on the Fan.
Cars for Kids, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth, and we've already stirred up some Fort Worth-Dallas controversy as somebody requested a shout-out to stop posting SMU billboards in Fort Worth because Fort Worth is firmly TCU country. Then they made the bold assertion that nobody in Dallas cares about SMU, let alone Fort Worth. I don't know if that
But
that
they have
part
Dallas on
is
their jerseys, Kevin.
I
It
know
does say Dallas on
that
their
that
jerseys.
part feels a little too far, but I get the territorial rivalry between TCU and SMU, and
I would like to hear from our audience. Where I want to see the split.
Are you an SMU or
on
a
the
TCU?
Twitch Twolos and on the fan text 877-881-1053. TC just text in. Very simple. TCU or SMU. I want to see where the split is on this.
Last thing, and then we'll get to
All
Mr.
right.
Mickey Spagnola. I do believe that Fort Worth cares a lot more about TCU than Dallas cares about SMU.
I could 100% see that. All right, right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. How you doing?
We're good. Are you more of an SMU guy or a TCU guy?
Oh, I think it's kind of split. That's kind of a bad answer, ain't it?
No, that's a great answer. I mean, if you didn't go to either college, you know, it's a good answer. So if you went to one of the
We're in
colleges, you're a
Fort Worth
diehard.
right now,
Yeah.
Corey. You better say TCU.
Love TCU.
I'll stay with the split. How's that? Because I was almost going to say SMU.
Oh, okay. All right. So, for the game tonight, we get word Jason Peters is activated, and I have all these high ideals that anybody who gets activated is immediately going to go in there and do all of the things. Do you want to squash my hopes and dreams that Michael Gallup is going to play more plays than I think, and Jason Peters is going to play the whole game at left guard?
I don't know about the whole game at left guard just yet. I think they may give him a few snaps, maybe. I would bet on Gallup getting more snaps than Jason Peters.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, no, I can see that because the offense is going to need to air it out late
Because
in the
we're going to
game.
have because we're going to have the ball a lot. We're just going to be having so many plays.
Yeah, so many
I got
offensive plays. It makes a lot of sense, and they're going to be airing it. Cooper Rush loves to throw. That's one of the things we've always
Well,
done.
you gotta play usually three wide receivers, right?
Right.
You're only going to play two guards. Now, if you play three, how many is the one guy going to get? Right? Kind of process by elimination. You only can play two guards at a time.
So then,
and we know who one of them is, right?
Yeah. Zach Martin, maybe?
God, if it's not when it's not Zach Martin, that's when I really panic.
Well, yeah. So no, I think it's a step in the right direction. Getting Gallup back, but I thought McCarthy kind of qualified it, saying if he plays, he's not going to get a full dose. So say they play, I don't know, get just 60 snaps on offense. Maybe Gallup gets in for 20, 25 plays. But I'm not sure. I'm just not sure how ready Peters is to go. I would think maybe more in a backup role. And my thought is it just depends, I guess, on how Forniak is playing at guard. We know McGovern's out, and so then the other consideration is if Peters is up, then maybe they don't have to make Lindstrom up. And if something happens at center, Forniak can go to center. Because remember, Lindstrom was being elevated from the practice squad to be the backup center. So it's kind of convoluted there, isn't it?
A lot of little chaos trying to figure out what to do often. How much does this change Noah Brown's status with this? Because he looked pretty good last week with
he will
Cooper
not
Rush.
be a left guard.
Okay.
I will predict that right now.
Well, I was saying with Michael with Gallup.
Bad transition there, yeah.
Yeah, how much? I'm just kind of curious about what does he stick with that role and they keep growing with what he did with Cooper last week?
Well, I think if Gallup plays, he's your third wide receiver, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't think he goes in there. I mean, it's hard to tell since we don't get to watch that part of practice. But it would seem if Gallup is going to be limited, then he would be limited using him when you go three wide. I think the bigger dilemma is if Schultz can't play, because then you're down to two rookies behind him, tight ends, and Ferguson and Hendershot, and then they were talking about elevating McEwen from the practice squad to for sure have three. Now, if Schultz can go and he can be productive, then that's a different story. But if he can't, then you would have two rookies and a guy elevated from your practice squad at tight end. And we saw last week how much they like to play two tight ends
right
in the offense. So you would be playing two really young guys. Now, McEwen played last year, but, obviously they didn't think enough of him to put him on the 53. They put him on the practice squad. So to me, that's where it's kind of problematic more so than maybe the wide receiver position.
Do you, and I look way too far down the road sometimes as opposed to just the game tonight, what would you think about my theory that if Dalton Schultz was out, I would not hate it because I would love to see Ferguson and Hendershot excel so they can move on from Schultz and save money on their salary cap in ensuing years?
Yeah, you're really moving forward, aren't you?
Yeah, I have big dreams and ideals, Mickey. That's probably too far to go, huh?
I think probably ought to worry about tonight more than anything else. Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility, but then what if Schultz plays really well?
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah, you get, and you're talking about, two guys that have played maybe combined 40 snaps in two games? Maybe not even.
Yeah, I understand the inherent flaws with my plan. No, I'm aware. All right, for the Giants, obviously, especially in game one, Barkley was electric for them. How confident are you in the Cowboys' run-stopping defense? Like, I know we love the Cowboys' defense as a whole, but run-stopping still kind of has ebbed and flowed thus far this year. How confident are you that they can slow or stop Saquon Barkley?
Yeah, they're 1 for 2, right, stopping the run.
Right.
So I think we find out tonight just where that run defense is. I mean, that's one of the things going into the season that needed to improve. And in the first game, it didn't, right? Tampa Bay went for, 152? And then in this last game, Cincinnati, I think they held them to right around 80 yards maybe, and some of that was Burrow on that big run. Now, Daniel Jones will take off on you too, by the way. I think that's one of the big keys for the game. The Giants want to run the ball. The Cowboys know the Giants want to run the ball. Now, can they stop it? And that's why I think at least in, first and second down, Micah Parsons needs to be a linebacker, not a defensive end, because they can double team him in the running game and take him out or run away if he's at defensive end. So I think in this game, he would be more valuable at linebacker if indeed that's what they want to do and run the football. Now, we thought against Tampa Bay, that, boy, all they would do was throw the ball. Well, they ended up running on the Cowboys and didn't have as much luck throwing the ball, sort of as they did not much luck throwing it yesterday, although they were without their top 3 receivers. I just think this will be a very good test for this defense to see where it's at, if indeed it can stop the run. I think the linebackers have been playing well. Now it's a matter of the problem they had in that first game is the defensive ends setting the edge. They let the Buccaneers and Fournette get to the edge far too many times. So those defensive ends have to play better against the run.
Mickey, the Giants have been kind of in this whirlpool of poor play for a long time now. Like, it's just been kind of one of those meh. And I feel like the Joe Judge and Dave Gettleman era were a huge part in that. What Joe Sheehan and Daves have done with this team, are you pretty impressed, like, how quickly they've been able to get this, even with Daniel Jones not being a great quarterback, how quickly they've been able to get them all, that team on the same page?
Well, it's certainly an improvement from where they've been, right?
Yes.
They won their first 2 games. And, I think it's been pointed out they hadn't done that since, 2016?
Yeah. I think
they hadn't gone 3-0 since 2009, right?
Yeah.
But again, I looked at this from 2013 through 2021, with the exception of 2016. In the opening games of the season, they're 0-27.
Oh God!
Think
about
Daniel
that.
Jones is 0-8 in primetime.
Yeah. Jeez.
I mean, they're 0-4 in all, and it might have been 2 games, it might have been 3 games, it might have been, 4 or 5 games, but they have opened the season at least 0-2 all those years. So, anything, and it doesn't matter who they beat, right? They won games.
Yeah.
They were losing the teams like they beat in the first 2 games of the season.
Oh, you're right.
This is a huge improvement. I mean, they won at Tennessee, and they beat Carolina. So, Tennessee kind of struggling right so far. Both of those teams at this point are 1-2. Win's a win in this league, but I don't know that they've just turned it around and they've been so impressive. Their passing offense is 31st, so not great, but they've run the ball well. So that's why we go back to where we started this. The Cowboys better buckle down against the run if they expect to hold the Giants to a reasonable amount of points to give the backup quarterback a chance to at least score 20 to win.
What is your prediction for this evening?
Pain.
Well, I'm looking at Cooper Rush's short history as a starter, right?
Yeah.
And he's gotten 20 in both starts. So I got the Cowboys 2017 winning this game.
Woo!
Look at that, Mickey.
Love to hear it. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll be back with you tomorrow, and if you're wrong, we will openly make fun of you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And we've got a huge history on how many points he can put on the board, right?
Yeah. We probably won't make fun of you because I think we're all about in that same camp. Thank you very much, good sir.
Bye, Mickey.
Talk to you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey.
Yes, sorry about that.
Thanks, Mickey.
315.
You're welcome,
I
Mickey.
worked 5 minutes from the Eagles' Nest. Are y'all there only until 2 today? I mean, we're here until 2. The party continues and happy hour continues until 7. Then the Cowboys are right after that. So there's a party going on all day. But we also already suggested that you duck out of your job early today. So
Yeah,
I don't know if that was responsible or
Oh,
not.
I should? Okay, cool.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Reggie, go ahead. Come on out, buddy.
All right. Well, Carter, it's your time to shine.
Well, Carter's coming too because everybody should duck out of work today and come out here.
They say the board runs itself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God. That does not sound right
That is
to me.
traditionally a historic saying.
And also, the votes are in. and TCU is victorious
Wow.
in our first round of
That was
TCU
impressive.
versus SMU.
Are we going to have round 2 later in the show?
I mean, maybe, because there's this weird thing where somebody goes, I'm tired of y'all pumping up SMU over TCU. And I was like, but we literally were just talking about all of the love for TCU and how Fort Worth cares more about TCU than Dallas does SMU. So round 1 goes to TCU. We will see if we need to pick that up again later in the show. Coming up next, though, during a surprising NFL weekend, which result was the most shocking to you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next, live from the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com. Oh.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. I promise I got some fun audio for you coming up in just a second. But my question, I think I might know which direction Mike's going to go, unless he's like, it just wasn't a surprise. During a surprising NFL weekend, which result was most shocking to you?
Do you want me to start? It had to be. I mean, I know that I'm going to pick Jacksonville, but I think that was a 7-point spread, and that was Justin Herbert, who's kind of a lot of people's pick, and mine too, which it looks like it's going to be wrong. There's 14 more games for it to change, but MVP of the NFL this year. And Herbert's not off to the best of starts, and who'd have ever thought, you know, with hundreds of people rooting for the Chargers the other day, that Jacksonville could go into L.A. and
They beat
win.
the crap out of them.
38-10. They scored the most points in the NFL yesterday, and I just look at it. It doesn't mean that Jacksonville's the Cincinnati Bengals of 2021, but I think it does show that Jacksonville's not a joke anymore, that you're going to have to play a decent game to compete and beat Jacksonville. So that, to me, was most surprising, even though, yes, I'm very happy that Trevor Lawrence is showing why, for a decade, people have said there's been no other better quarterback prospect in college football.
And the equation that looks really terrible for the Chargers is they're below 500 and their quarterback's not 100%. You know, like, that's really bad going forward. And I know that there might be issues with Rashawn Slater.
And Bosa injured his groin.
Oh, Bosa got hurt?
Yeah.
That's rare.
Yeah, he's
I think he's being sarcastic.
yeah. It's two of the team's best young players there.
I'm sure Saquon Barkley will stay healthy this year, too.
I think, to me, it was actually... You know what, Reggie, if you want to fire off that clip we had mentioned, go ahead and fire that off right now. I think this was the most surprising to me.
Back to throw, Allen. Looking hard, incomplete. Short-armed it by Isaiah McKenzie. He has a one-hop go out, but he did, and the Dolphins get another stop in the red zone, and they're going to win this game against the Buffalo Bills.
Now, there is still amazing excitement to come from that game, and we'll get to that in just one second. But I know the Dolphins are good. I was surprised by this, even on the road, because the Bills had looked like a freaking juggernaut, and they had annihilated their first two opponents. I thought they were going to humble Miami, But man, oh man, did Miami come to play.
So, Corey, I was watching this morning. I forget it's the ESPN show, and I believe it's Rex Ryan is on there. Is that I got the right Ryan?
Sounds good to
on
me.
That show.
NFL Countdown?
I don't know. It was on this morning.
Oh, no.
With Mike and Greenberg.
Get Up?
Yeah.
Mike and Greenberg.
Yeah,
Huh?
well,
That's right.
I was thinking Mike, and then I was like, which one is it? So it wasn't Golick, it was Greenberg. And he said that in September, he's had this happen to his teams with the Jets. They put the visiting team in the sun. So when you're playing the 1 o'clock game in Miami, and especially you're not from a warm weather environment, that he says a lot of teams, especially in September, will run out of energy as the game progresses because they're in the 90-degree humidity the whole game with no shade.
Yeah. Did you notice that during that game? Because
I didn't until I saw this morning where he was saying, look, Buffalo, it's a very tough place, especially in September to play because there's no shade and your guys are just dying as the game progresses.
Yeah, no, that was definitely a factor throughout that game with the offensive line. They were struggling there a little bit, but, man, that was a stout defensive performance by the Dolphins to stifle a really good Bills offense that has been just terrorizing opponents so far. So seeing that, were they on last Monday? And then they had a quick. No, that shouldn't matter.
No,
that much
they did
for
have
them.
a quick return.
Yeah,
they played Monday night.
It shouldn't matter that much for them because that is that team, Kevin. We were talking going into the weekend. They are on we are showing the world. With it, that we're here, that what happened against Kansas City wasn't a fluke, that it was just a coin flip. So to get stuff like that really is a deal. I'm interested in, though, like Jason Garrett said it last night, look at the discrepancy in amount of plays that Buffalo had versus how many the Miami Dolphins had. I think Buffalo had like 90-something plays, and the Dolphins had like
Josh
24.
Allen threw the ball 63 times.
The
so
Dolphins had like
that.
24 plays, and they still somehow come out on the win.
All right, get ready for this, Reggie, with cut 6. Will the prevailing narrative from this game be, man, what a great win for the Dolphins? Will it be, oh, man, I can't believe the Bills lost? Or will it all be boiled down to this singular play right here?
This is risky. And it was oh, my goodness. Blocked indeed.
And we just told you he's only had one blocked in 14 years, and that was number 2. And look at where it comes in the game. Let's see if we can get hit the personal protector. Sherfield hit his behind.
Well, I just got through saying instead of 15 yards, it's a 10 yards. So everybody's got to adjust to the fact it's in a confined space.
It was not blocked at all. That gives a whole new meaning to kicking you-know-what.
Do you believe?
It actually won't be that. It'll be the Ken Dorsey. Yes, that Ken Dorsey moment. Yeah, for sure.
Do you believe that Kevin Harlan really didn't know it hit him in the butt when he goes, that would be number 2? Like, I get that makes sense.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't know about you guys. I had to go back and watch that again. I thought he just shortened his kick up and over-rotated and kicked the ball backwards. I did not see it on like regular speed that it had hit that dude in the butt. And then when they showed it again, I was like, oh, right.
So the butt punt, we have the butt fumble, and so now we have the butt punt to go along with it. I still think the Ken Dorsey moment will be the one people remember more.
Look, I'll tell you the one that should be under investigation, and it's just the way the game is today, is when a dude stumbles after hitting his head on the ground, and you're like, yep, he's coming back. He's just fine. We all know that he was not just fine.
He was not just fine.
Plenty of people have played with concussions in football for decades upon decades, but we're not supposed to do it now.
And what a bold move by the Dolphins to say it was a back issue when you saw his leg fall out from under him, and they're like, oh, it was a back issue.
Yeah, if they would have said something like, oh, he's still dealing with hip stuff, maybe you could buy that his hip gave out on him, which would still be very concerning.
But when you hurt your hip, you don't try and jar yourself back into awareness. He shook his head visibly as if to wake himself up.
Or maybe he was going, no, not the hip again. But Kyle Brandt says that Ken Dorsey lost the day with his outburst. And I think that sometimes you just get ticked off and you have to throw a computer at a wall. That happens sometimes.
And that will follow him throughout his career. I mean, look.
Nobody's going to care. They're going to be like, that's passion right there for a head coach.
There's so many things that when you're in the heat of the battle you don't think of, because sometimes when you're just watching on television, you're like, why didn't Josh Allen throw the ball at the guy's feet so he couldn't catch the ball? That was a dumb decision to throw a catchable ball there. Then the other decision is, if you're the receiver, why would you catch that? You know you're in big trouble if you catch that ball where you're at with the time and no timeouts. But in the heat of the moment, you're playing football and you just throw it to complete it. And when the ball's thrown to you, you're like, I need to catch this, right? He threw it to me to catch.
Also, I thought it was an awful decision from midfield to try to run all the way to the sidelines, like moving away from people. You go down, you can get up to the line of scrimmage since it was such a short play. But clearly, Corey,
There's only one game that stands out, Kevin.
with Ken Dorsey as someone who has had a similar freak out. But can we point out the coach to the left side of Ken Dorsey, who eventually covered the camera up? That guy's a genius. He didn't get it covered up for about 4 seconds while Ken Dorsey's smashing things and being like, what the actual F? And that guy just goes, whoop.
You see the coach in the background? He was like, oh, my God, it's happening right now.
I get it. Sometimes you lose track of what's happening, and you just need to smash something.
I'm going to say there's one game, Kevin, that really stood out. In the year that Geno Smith was expected to put it all together, to lose to the Atlanta Falcons, 27-23 at home, is just insane to me. If that's not the game, then for me it's still, how are the Raiders 0-3 when every Raiders fan kept coming at me during the offseason saying this is the year we go undefeated?
Man.
All the Raiders fans were so mad every time I'd take a shot. Here they are at 0-3. How are they going to fix that?
Even I thought, well, surely they won't just give up the season. And they're like, yes, we will. And don't call me Shirley.
Yeah.
So, that was the thing.
What an old reference. What are you doing right now?
Hey, we might have people who know that. Text in right now. Show Young and Reggie.
Yeah.
All right, I got somebody right in front of me. He's like, I 100% get that reference.
And he's definitely not old.
877. He is a spry 32.
If that.
877-881-1053. If you come on, Mike. Jeez. You know what, Mike? This is something, and it happened at one of our other remotes. We were like, well, yeah, obviously I wouldn't do that. And I'm like, man, theater of the mind, Mike, is like, I think everything that you're saying is stupid. And that is one thing I would trust Mike to be 100% honest. If he was, recapping what happened, he was like, oh, yeah. No, that guy punched her.
I just want to point out,
I saw what happened.
I'll always remember when I took on the Grand Prairie dog, when they, I put on that whole uniform, and I didn't go down.
Yeah.
I was like, no. And our boss was kind of like, you're supposed to kind of no, I wanted to see if I have on that outfit,
I'm stronger than the dog.
That if I can stay up and that dog's grabbing my arm, and obviously he'd be ripping my arm to shreds in real life. But I'm like, well, he can't rip it, so I'm not going down.
I just want to point out the Raiders have been beaten by all 1 and 2 teams. The only
teams that won are because they beat the Raiders?
Yeah, because they beat the Raiders.
Fantastic.
That's a great charity by the Raiders.
Face, Reggie. A whole bunch of people are texting in. I'm 25. I love that movie. I'm 28. I get the reference. Somebody did vote Naked Gun.
Yep,
it is
that's
Leslie
wrong.
Nielsen
That's incorrect.
from Naked Gun, but this is from Airplane. I'm 35. I'm 33. Got that reference for sure. So in your face, 30-year-old Reggie.
The 469. Anybody here speak any jive?
See? People are laughing already. You know what, Reggie? We might just bail on one of these Cowboys segments and just reenact scenes from Airplane just to irritate you.
You got this.
Okay.
God.
Thanks, Reggie.
Reggie just doesn't get irritated
Nope.
either.
He's
That's
too
one
cool.
thing. I want to irritate Reggie all the time, and he's like, well, that's what you think.
Can't.
That's it.
Impenetrable.
It'd be
We're
like
the
that
Canes.
sometimes.
You know what, Reggie? You think it's one way.
But it's the other.
Coming up next, Cowboys win because, Cowboys lose because. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next live from the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth on 1053 The Fan.
Download the Odyssey app and keep us with you.
coach this morning. He supposedly will be inactive. We've got Stephen Jones coming up at noon. We can ask him about that. We'll also give away tickets to Cowboys Commanders in the noon o'clock hour. But Jason Peters, yes. Michael Gallup, no. That is not the combination I would have guessed by any stretch of the imagination on Saturday, Friday.
I think the big factor, though, Kevin, is he will be there for the meat of the schedule. And that's what matters the most is whenever you have Dak back.
Yeah.
And Tyron. Then you'll have more Gallup involved in the mix there and in the fray whenever all the big dogs are out there running. Right now, you're just hoping you can get by with
and
Cooper
McGovern.
Rush and Noah Brown as the big combo. So, and McGovern later on.
I'm surprised, I guess, by this, especially given, it felt like week 2 was a possibility. At worst, week 3 would be a go. Now you're going to go into week 4, and now that I think back about the way they set up the roster, did they make a mistake not putting him on injured reserve before the season started? So
that makes sense.
Maybe you would have had that roster spot.
What would you have done with it? What are you keeping? Maybe Ridgeway, but I don't know how much that's going to help.
And they're upset because they lost Ridgeway. I wonder if you would have rotated. I don't know if they would have cared about keeping Dennis Houston on the active roster, if they really give a crap because they got him back in the practice squad. I don't know. Or maybe they were we legit, and they probably did. They legit thought he might be ready for week 2 or week 3. And then the other thing that feeds into all of this is, and we talked about it when he got his deal done, that contract still flummoxes me to a certain degree where you give him market value when you know he's coming off an injury and not even going to be ready for the start of the season. That perplexes me to no end.
Yeah, I will say they have seen benefits of a healthy Leighton Vander Esch, a guy who spent an offseason not having to rehab. They've seen benefits of a healthy DeMarcus Lawrence not having to rehab the entire offseason, coming in healthy. And Mike, as a pro athlete, you're always going to be hurt. You're always going to have something nagging you. But if you can get into the season a little cleaner, that might be something that they're looking at, saying, hey, let's keep an eye on Noah Brown here, but can we get a little cleaner getting back into the action here? That would be pretty nice. So I'm hoping that they're just saying we don't want to rush him back because we don't want his body to react adversely to it, right? And re-injure something else that doesn't need to be if he's not completely ready.
Yeah, I get that he's not playing, but I don't know. I mean, nothing against Cooper Rush. He's awesome. He never loses, but
that's true.
He has pretty good chemistry with Noah Brown, and we're not probably going to win this game because we're passing the ball all over the map, and Michael Gallup is back to his premium self. It's fine if he needs another week. I think you do have to look at it as when he comes back, we want him back and not missing any more time. If he misses more time, it's because of a new injury, not because we pushed him we have to have him on Monday Night Football. And then I think that right now Tampa Bay would say we made a major mistake with Chris Godwin.
Yes.
And that's what you don't want to do. You'd be like, hey, we're going to push him, and then because he's not 100%, but he's 90%, and he could play if it was the playoffs or whatever, and then you're like, well, he's going to miss another 3 to 4 weeks because we pushed him too much and his hamstring gave out on him.
Yeah, so I don't want that either.
Okay.
It sounds like you do. It sounds like you're push him hard.
No.
Make that money. Even if it's going to cost you the rest of the year.
No. I'm not saying that at all. I just keep thinking back about the contract stuff, and I might want to ask Steven about that. But, you look back, and it was an ill-advised time to give Zeke a contract. I still don't understand, and I know we've asked them about this. I still don't understand, despite their answers, how you went from haggling with Dak over $32 million and then the Cowboys start 1-3 and he gets hurt and then he gets $40 million. And then I also don't understand how Michael Gallup gets hurt at the end of the season and is now going to miss at least the first 3 games of the season. And they're like, we'll give you market or above market rate value contract. Like that, I just don't understand that.
I wonder this too, because Noah Brown and Cooper Rush look pretty good together. I wonder if that's a consideration of, hey, we'll let that keep going tonight. We're not scared of the Giants.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough to get offense anyway, and those two look good together, so let's keep that rolling. It doesn't hurt us to actually give him a little more time there because Noah Brown was actually okay.
I mean, he's probably just not 100% yet.
No, I'm sure y'all are right. I think I'm also surprised in this moment. Like I said, I would not have thought the combination would be Jason Peters can go, but Michael Gallup cannot go. So I'm just surprised. I'm just surprised by that. All right, here's my question: do you guys want to push Cowboys win, Cowboys lose, so I can ask a potentially controversial halftime show question, or do you want to get into that here?
Let's do this in halftime.
All right. Over the weekend, the NFL decided we're going to upgrade our Super Bowl halftime show.
Upgrade
is my hypothesis.
Upgrade.
They go from Taylor Swift to Rihanna. My hypothesis is that did the NFL decide we would like to upgrade our show? I know Taylor Swift supposedly turned it down.
They thought it would be home field advantage because of Russell Wilson, and then they saw him play 3 weeks. They're like, he's not going to be in this game.
They are 2-1 though, right?
Yeah, but he looks terrible.
God, they really do.
They
really do.
Hold on. So how is Rihanna an upgrade over Taylor Swift?
Yeah. How's she not?
I don't know. Explain.
I bet Taylor Swift has sold, I bet, millions upon millions of more albums.
Right. I guess does...
Well, I know Rihanna is a billionaire. She's a 34-year-old billionaire.
Also,
and they're both good.
Does Rihanna not appeal to a wider audience of people, perhaps?
What do you mean? Are you trying to suggest that Taylor Swift
wider,
only appeals to like 25-year-old, maybe even 40-year-old women and their heartbreaks, and that's what they're dealing with?
I don't know, and maybe this is just my own personal bias. Like, clearly I get that Taylor Swift is like more popular than most humans, myself included, could ever imagine being. But I guess I just maybe like Rihanna's music in general better.
Oh, you like
Rihanna. Oh, yeah, because if you like it more, you like it. It applies to more people like I guess they're going to serve rolls at the Super Bowl parties.
Kevin likes rolls.
And wonder if she appeals to more people than Taylor Swift.
60 million albums sold.
Okay.
215 million digital tracks.
Okay.
I know that Taylor Swift has had 100 million.
I really think you're honestly. I'm going to be honest here. I think you're really wrong on this. I think Taylor Swift applies to way more people than Rihanna does. I think Rihanna. I'm going to tell you this. I probably have heard 20 Rihanna songs, but right now I can't name you one. And I think people that are 50 or older have no clue who Rihanna is.
Also, do you think Rihanna is with Russell Wilson? Is that what you said that?
Oh, is that
Ciara?
Oh, that's who
I it is?
I
did.
I don't know.
Was like, did they
that's how much I know about. That's how much I know about this person.
I will say this.
I think you're really wrong on this, on who is more popular.
Mike, I think you'd be surprised at the number of hits that Rihanna's put out that you know intrinsically that you just
you would definitely.
I know, but I think Taylor Swift is. I'm not saying she's better. I just think that if you're asking who is more popular in this world, I think it's not even close.
Yeah, but when you're doing this,
there's another thing too, Reggie. That I think that there's one factor here in that I think you can build a better show around Rihanna too, because of the cast that she's able to collect and go further with. I think Taylor Swift is kind of like on an island of herself a lot of times, and like you really want her and Ed Sheeran popping up there, and doing their thing where you're going to really get some great music coming from Rihanna's camp. I really do think that. I knocked my cup over.
Chris Brown knocked the crap out of a lot.
Oh my God! I mean,
well, that's bad. I'm not saying it's
bad.
good.
Yes. No, it is bad. It is.
I'm just reading up on Rihanna right now and who she is.
From the 817, people are very divided about this. From the 469, Taylor Swift makes good music, but her music is really slow. From the
that is true.
She has some
Except
bops
for
in there.
Shake It Off.
Say it again, Reggie.
She has some bops in there.
Okay. From the 470, Rihanna has a better show than Taylor Swift. And then somebody said Rihanna's more attractive than Taylor Swift. And then we get a shout out from the 972. Taylor Swift is a bigger deal. From the 561, from an entertainment aspect, Rihanna is an upgrade in every possible way.
Rihanna
Taylor
has a lot
Swift
more money.
Is just blah, does she? Well,
it said 1.7 billion, I believe.
I would love to know.
I mean, that's from Celebrity Net Worth. I don't know if but
and that's one of the things that made this announcement kind of interesting because Rihanna hasn't put out an album since Anti, which I think was 2016, if I remember correctly.
And that's a long time ago.
It seems like she's really been focusing mostly on her entrepreneurial endeavors with her Fenty, when it comes to like makeup and lingerie and things of that nature. And so like she's gone a lot more into her business ventures. So I was kind of surprised to see that she was going to be performing music, as it seems like that's kind of become like secondary, if not further down the list for her.
You remember her in Bates Motel? When
Actually,
she played a phenomenal
yes,
character.
Actually, I do remember that. Do you think that has anything to do with the shift to Apple Music as the sponsor as opposed to Pepsi? Is you just saw like a natural marketing team up right there? And then, man, I guess I kind of thought maybe this could be a divisive question, but it's advantage Rihanna right now. But there are plenty of Taylor Swift fans chiming in as well.
I'd love to know how the negotiations for it went. Like if they always were pursuing Rihanna and she was like, no, and they said, all right, fine, we're going to get Taylor Swift. And she was like, F that. I will do this show instead. I don't want Taylor Swift on my stage.
Rihanna's songs make more sense for halftime.
Oh, yeah,
as in
dude.
she has to, like, there's a lot more, I don't know, techno to it. There's a lot more, like, fast kind of beats to it, where I don't know if you want somebody just strumming a guitar singing a love song at halftime.
This Super Bowl is in Arizona, though, correct? Like that's where it's going to be this year. And I am kind of curious. Like, are there any Arizonites that they're like? Are they going? You know what? We need to get the Gin Blossoms out here because they're from Arizona. Like, what's the Arizona music vibe that they're going to go for? That like we need to bring a show to this place.
And then from the 682, maybe Taylor Swift is going to be the surprise guest. But supposedly that was we talked about this on Friday. That was their choice, and she was like, "I'm going to pass on that."
Well, yeah.
At least that's what the rumblings are. And so
I wonder how
Rihanna
much that
instead.
like for Taylor Swift, because she's been she battled what Spotify for more money on a lot of her songs.
Well, because she gave everything up. You know, all of her rights to her first decade of her career are gone. She makes $0 off of it.
And I wonder how much of it was like when the NFL starts making their demands, because they're like, hey, we get this much off of your next tour and we get this much off of this. If that factored into Taylor Swift potentially saying, nah, I'm not in with that either. Because you even know what the NFL, whenever they come into your town, all the things they start demanding you do.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I did not anticipate that level of feedback, but I really appreciate you guys all getting involved in that conversation. So in case you missed it, I'm going to recap. Rihanna will do the halftime show, not Taylor Swift, and Michael Gallup is out, but Jason Peters is in. So that is the ground that we've covered, and that is in terms of tonight's game. Coming up next, NFL players facing a make-or-break Week 3. Who passed? Who failed? And how will this Cowboy do tonight? We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
Well, let's talk about DFW Security. Halloween is just around the corner, and DFW Security has a spooky good deal for you, your home, your business. It's a trick or treat special, but with DFW Security, there's no tricks, all treats. Get their incredible touchscreen smart hub and security system, plus 3 cameras of your choice. View and control it all on your phone and the all-in-one app. Hey, like me, you may be surprised to discover that it's going to cost the same or less than what it was. You are already paying for that basic security you have. DFW security cameras have the
snacks and canned cars for kids, and is brought to you by Franklin & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Garoppolo, deep drop, steps up, buys some time, throws the check down, is caught, 10, 15, 20, fumbles the football, and the Broncos have it. Jeff Wilson caught it and fumbled the ball, and Kareem Jackson picks it up.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, the game that set football back even further. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. And will this Cowboy excel tonight? We are live from the Eagles' Nest in Fort Worth, not to be confused with the Freak Nest. That's not a thing anybody cares about. We're live from the Eagles' Nest here in Fort Worth. Hope you guys will come out and see us. All right.
Best lunch place around, bro. Best lunch place
I saw Mike just going to town on some wings there, and I know they got their $7 burgers during happy hour. So
buffalo wings
and see us
with blue cheese.
That's the way to go.
I mean, I like most of that sentence. All right. So I saw a list of 6 players facing make or break week 3. Do you think these guys passed or failed? And then I've got a Cowboy for you.
Okay.
All right.
Michael Gallup is definitely not on that list.
Yes. Well, would you give him
failed.
Would you give him a fail or an incomplete?
Incomplete. Yeah. No, definitely incomplete because he can't do the assignment. So
the first on the list, Joe Burrow, because let's face it, the Bengals have been terrible the first 2 weeks. Joe Burrow goes out, 23 of 36, 275 yards, 3 touchdowns, and perhaps most importantly, the Bengals won. They beat the hapless Jets 26-12.
And he had to do it again, man, about running for his life. I mean, the one pass that he threw to P. Ryan, he was running for his life on that one. He still had that kind of situation to deal with, but it was the Jets, and I guess you're still kind of figuring out what the Jets are at this point, and they're not good is kind of what I'm thinking. But it was he connected with Jamar Chase in the end zone, and that was something that you haven't seen as much of as you expected. And so I think he passed this week, but, you beat the Jets. So that is the thing that you're like, okay, now what's the next big test for you? You lost to the Cowboys, and that Cowboys team doesn't really know what they are still.
I know you're right, it is the Jets, but I decided to double-check this. Did you know that through 3 games, Joe Flacco has thrown the ball 155 times?
Seems like a lot.
He does.
Is that good?
No, I mean,
I think in the last 2 years they've drafted a second-round and third-round running back too. It's like, why did you guys draft running backs in the second and third round? Like Michael Carter, and I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the other running backs.
They're like, we got Joe Flacco. Yeah, Breece Hall. Yeah. Breece Hall was the favorite to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. And then we talked about, I think Thursday or Friday, he was no longer even in the top 8 because they need Joe Flacco to fling the ball around. So good for them. All right.
Slinging Joe Flacco.
So Joe Burrow, he passes.
Joe Burrow passes.
Okay.
Correct, yes.
Definitely passes.
Chandler Jones. Chandler Jones, 1 tackle, 1 quarterback hit, and they lose again as the Titans defeat the Raiders 24-22. I feel like he's failing. That team is failing.
Yeah, that whole thing is falling apart. But, yeah, Chandler Jones, who's a guy who, traditionally puts up some big games, and you can count on him. And you thought him going to that pass rush, which already had Crosby, you're like, okay, this thing's going to be very, very good. And they have looked inept offensively for me. I haven't seen enough of their offense stand out.
Quick question
Maybe
about
for
that.
quarters at a time, but not for the entire game.
Do you still feel like the Raiders are better than the Broncos? I realize record-wise, that is a preposterous question to ask, but
no, they're 0-3.
I know.
So record-wise, no.
All right, but do you think, you saw that Broncos game, right? I know they won, and this is probably unfair, but do you still think the Raiders are better than the Broncos?
I'm trying to look up who.
When Judy's back, I think the Broncos can be a little bit better, and maybe they are. Maybe they're just a scotch better than them. And do you look at their opponents? Chargers, Cardinals, Titans. Again, all those teams are 1-2. The only wins they have are against that. So I don't think I can say that at this point because I feel like if you're Derek Carr, you and Devontae Adams should be unstoppable. That's what I was told is nobody in the NFL can stop that combo.
Well, we'll find out next week.
God help us all.
Broncos and Raiders are playing each other.
If the Raiders lose that game, do you think they should just forfeit for the rest of the season?
No.
Just kidding, Mike.
No, but you know what I was thinking about is, and this doesn't happen in the NFL, should you call up San Francisco and go, you want Derek Carr for the rest of the season? Should you call up any other team that feels like they're struggling at quarterback and go, hey, you want Derek Carr? He's available. You give us your first-round pick. You got him, and we're going to try to draft another guy and go in a whole other direction. I don't think that doesn't happen in the NFL. It's not going to happen. But if you go to 0-4, I'd start thinking about this isn't going to work.
Now, Yannick Ngakoue for the Colts put together a busy stat line. 2 tackles, 1 sack, tackle for loss, 2 quarterback hits, and they were victorious.
I would say that is a definite pass right there.
Okay.
That was a definite pass against an offense that, we were just talking. Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback. We all know that still. I don't know why people overlook him, and they stuffed him. And it was I will say there was a play that Matt Ryan, was it the unsportsmanlike conduct on late in the game that you're like, hold on, what was that all about?
They were just chatting.
There was a friendly conversation going on there, and then that happened. So
Sky Moore effed him over really good to start the game.
Yeah, that is.
He muffed a punt, and then he got so nervous. Being a rookie, you get it. This happens, and then he's like, "I can't catch this one. I'm scared to death." And then they get their next possession at the half-yard line. It's like, thanks a lot, Sky Moore. You gave him 7 points, and now we're starting at the half-yard line.
Yeah, miss an easy field goal.
He's
Obviously,
no turpentine.
We talked about the squabble with Bieniemy and Mahomes, and I saw LaShawn McCoy, who freaking hates Eric Bieniemy, swooped in, and wasn't he like, that's all he ever does?
All he does is argue with players and tell everybody what to do. He thinks he's the boss, and he doesn't know anything about passing and playing.
All right, on the flip side, I got one more Colts player, offensive lineman Matt Pryor. You tell me, without knowing his specific coverage, he's part of the Colts offensive line where Matt Ryan was sacked 5 times and hit 10 times, which is twice as many as Mahomes.
Pass.
Oh, really?
Absolutely. No, he failed miserably.
Okay.
Yeah, you should not let that happen when you're
Sounds
playing.
like every time they call pass in the huddle, he just says OS.
Oh, crap, I don't know what to do.
Can we just run? I don't get in trouble for running.
All right, and then before we get to the Cowboy, who, by the way, is Anthony Brown, if you want to tell us if you think he'll pass or fail tonight, 877-881-1053. The last one on the list, and again, I get it. They're 2-1, but it's Russell Wilson, and holy moly, that thing looks bad.
Don't let him cook.
Have you seen the meme going around of let Russ cook, and it's a picture of like 3 boiled eggs and some chopped up carrots and some a can of pork and beans.
Oh no!
It's like when he cooks, it's just not good. It's just bad cooking.
And it's not just this year. It was like he had a few good games. I was like, see, he could pass for 400 yards and give you 40 points a game, but I mean, last year he had 2 really good receivers, and I'm not saying he's good. He's just not elite. He's not a guy you put the ball in his hands and say, we believe you can throw the ball 40 times and we're going to just light it up. He's just not. He's more of a manager of a game.
Through 3 games, 59% completion, 2 touchdowns, and 1 interception.
That completion percentage is just poor for him.
Yes.
Like, that's
the middle game really screwed that up.
Yeah, that's a very poor percentage right there. And, that offense should be producing a lot more.
You know how nobody's ever going to admit, like when you ask Stephen Jones, are you guys panicking? Well, look, at no point has ever a general manager or a front office person said, you know what, I'm glad you asked that question. We have been panicking our butts off in this building, and we were going to not say anything. But once you asked us, we've decided we are panicking now, and we're going to tell
terrified.
you. I'm just wondering if Denver and kind of their offices are like, dude, we might have traded a whole bunch of stuff for an average quarterback.
And I'm not saying that this would happen by any stretch of the imagination, because clearly it won't. But just these dead money numbers are staggering. Is Russell Wilson's dead money will be $31 million in the year 2026.
I don't even know when that year is going to be. That seems too far away. It seems way too far away to even think about right now. Though.
Next season, it's $107 million. Wow. The year after that, it's $85 million. The year after that, it's $50 million.
And you're committed, man. You have a very young team. You have a very young team. You've just got a new head coach who really doesn't look like he knows what he's doing out there. And so you're committed to the idea that Russell Wilson has to be the savior for this team. And that sometimes is a very difficult, a lot of people are down on Trevor Lawrence for the first year because he didn't come in and save saved the team right out of the gate.
Right.
But now look at it. You have the patience. This is a guy that would be on the decline, though. Not, he has so much more to learn. This is a guy that's like, nah, man, I know everything about this. I've won a Super Bowl before.
Now, let's get to Anthony Brown, because I get that Daniel Jones might not be the most intimidating competitor, especially since he's 0-8 in primetime games. But Anthony Brown this year has given up 13 completions on 19 targets against him for 160 yards and a touchdown. He is on pace to give up 110 catches for 1,360 yards and 8 touchdowns. Now, again, through 2 games, those numbers can spin out of control really quickly. But the point is, for somebody that I feel like we had high expectations, obviously I know Broadus has high expectations for him this season, has been kind of, will he pass or fail tonight?
Those numbers do seem that's very interesting to me, because I've felt pretty, and I'd like to see what a lot of the completion percentage is for most of the guys, most cornerbacks, but that seems pretty skewed based on what I've seen out of the guy. It seems like there are a lot of moments where he's been pretty good. Right. He's given good coverage, but it seems like when the ball is thrown in that direction,
they're going to catch it.
I do wonder how many times the quarterback just decides not to throw that direction at all because that guy's completely covered, and how much that changes your perspective when you look at those.
But I guess that would lead you to believe not for him, though, because he's been targeted 19 times in 2 games.
Yeah.
So they're going after him. It's not like they're 3 for 4, and I'm like, 75%. 19 targets in 2 games.
Well, I mean,
they're going after
remember what happened against the Raiders last year. That was the guy they were like, we're going to key in on him and see if we can pick on him, because we don't necessarily want to go after Diggs. So that's going to have to – those numbers are going to have to be in that range where the targets are going to be there. He's got to make the plays for it.
Now, I wanted to, real quick, we didn't get an opportunity to hit this earlier, get our betting with Bassick update. Mike, how are we looking? Because I made it very clear I put my money in with the Raiders because I thought surely they won't give up, as Corey would say, give up the booty and give up the season. And they're like, you know what, whatever. And McDaniels, after the game, said we all feel S, and I get that. And supposedly he already had a lengthy closed-door meeting with Mark Davis. If you have a closed-door meeting already, that's probably not a good sign, but he's also not a good head coach.
Well, betting with Bassick, you took Vegas. Man, you're stupid.
What an idiot.
And then
you're stupid. You thought it was a tie this morning.
Well, I thought Vegas was +2 because they were on the road, but they were actually favored
and
by
so
2.
What happened? I told you.
Yeah, thank you, because I did put push down. I'm like, you haven't lost yet. You got another win because you know what? After you were stupid and took the Raiders, I was like, you know what? I'm going to take the Chiefs -5.5, and then Sky Moore screwed everything up. Same with Ben-Ami. No wonder nobody wants to hire him as a head coach.
Whoa, did you call him Ben-Ami?
Whatever.
All right.
Eric
I wonder if that is. I wonder if players hate him.
So, anyways, Indy obviously easily covers, as they were underdogs by 5.5. So they win that one. And then, Corey, we were actually smart.
We're so good.
You picked Detroit +6. They lose by 4 to Minnesota. Actually had a good chance to win that game, but wasn't able to defensively hold that on. And then I picked the Jacksonville Jaguars, which I will try to do the rest of this season, as they were 7-point underdogs and won 38-10.
I really thought getting 7 points would be good. Or giving up 7 points was going to be okay.
Especially when it looked like Herbert wasn't going to play, and you're like, oh, well, I guess it would have never mattered.
And then
not the way Trevor's playing.
Dawson picked Washington +6.5. He felt like being that big of a home dog was going to help him, but it didn't because they have Carson Wentz.
Yeah. Are you and Corey still even then?
We are. We're even, and you're up $80.
We owe $0 to each other, just the way I like it.
And Gavin has Dallas +1 tonight, so I guess I'm a Giants fan.
Oh, no.
Mark that for me.
It's $20. I don't care.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, live from the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. History made across the NFL, but that's not always a good thing. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is also brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When the time comes to sell your vehicle, Classic Chevrolet will buy it for full market value and not a penny less. That's pricing true to their Texas values, and it's the right way to do things. So find new roads, visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through The Fan. We're live at the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth. Coming up in the noon o'clock hour, we will be giving away tickets to Cowboys Commanders, and I will try to prevent Mike from talking about Mavericks. Those are the two things that I'm going to try to get accomplished. Yes, or the earth, or time, or any of that. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Blue cheese. Actually, steak fingers. I'm dipping mine in gravy. Oh my gosh. I might need a nap. I'm just going to say, that was really good.
Is Austin Eckler currently the worst player in the NFL?
Nope. Nope, I bet not.
Okay.
He makes a lot of money. He's a starting running back. He catches a lot of balls out of the backfield.
He has the lowest yards per catch in the NFL thus far this season, with a minimum of 20 catches, which is actually still pretty good. And the lowest yards per carry in the NFL this season. I know he's not actually the worst player in the NFL, but that's just a tough break. Right now, lowest per carry in the league, Austin Eckler. Lowest yards per catch in the league, Austin Eckler.
Well, the worst guy in the league is the guy who's on the Giants tonight, and that would be Jalen Smith.
That's interesting because he had, as of before Sunday, he was the most yards after catch in the league. It was him, and then followed by the two Miami Dolphins receivers.
Why is his quarterback screwing him over then?
And then Dallas Goedert, weirdly. So, like, it's weird that maybe this week was just a real struggle there. But, I mean, maybe also he's getting a lot of check-down throws from Justin Herbert under a lot of pressure and duress.
Now, this is something that people have been clamoring for some time. The NFL made it official. They are replacing the Pro Bowl with a multi-day skills competition and flag football game that will be played in Las Vegas the Sunday before the Super Bowl. So you keep a lot of the same elements in terms of the weekend before. They're expanding the days out a little bit more, and they're just trying to make it more fun. So I don't know how Sharif is going to fill that segment the day after the Pro Bowl about why does anybody ever watch the Pro Bowl, but you got plenty of time to work on it, Sean.
Breaking down what the quarterbacks did in day one of the multi-day skills competition.
Yeah, so for February, Sean, you got time to plan. You can get this figured out.
I'm very interested in the offensive line skill competition day. Like, what are they doing there? Is it bench press or
who can eat the most ribs?
Who can eat a lot of ribs? Absolutely. And also, is this like a quarterback thing where they do like over 3 days? Quarterbacks get into this and they get to like tally up points and everything, and they're like,
okay. I like your idea. I want it to be like an Iron Man competition.
Yeah, I like
you
that.
You don't need to throw footballs. Like every day I want to have some sort of Iron Man competition. And they're like,
you got to go home and rest and think about what your strategy is for the next day.
We started with a group of 10. However, I was about to say Steve Young. That's not a contemporary
Steve DeBerg, right.
Russell Wilson has dropped out of the competition, as have 3 others. 1 quarterback got eaten by wolves. We're down to only 5 quarterbacks on the final day.
So they're like on an island by themselves.
This is a tough competition.
Like
we're going to have to move away from Vegas to make this happen, but yes,
if you're one of the owners in the NFL and you just paid $250 million to your quarterback, are you saying I'm not sending that guy? I don't want to risk him getting eaten
what?
by.
Guess what? Good news,
Boy,
Corey.
They get cap relief.
Yeah, exactly. I'll give you cap relief. It's unfortunate, but the Broncos are signing Russell Wilson up for that. Then it's not cool, but they would.
They're like, his cooking's been terrible.
Yeah, and there's other like if you're Washington or the Giants, are you like, if you want to sign up, that's fine.
Wait, Corey, can we do a quarterback cooking competition? Like have them do chopped?
Yes.
Yeah, they're cooking the ribs for the offensive linemen to see who can eat the most.
Yes.
So,
so it's a team collaboration. They're like, you did a crappy job cooking these.
This is an interesting question from the 469. Are they still going to vote for Pro Bowl players? Are you like that's traditionally? I know it became more of
that is a good question.
Popularity thing, but like that still kind of is one of those qualifiers. I know All Pro is like the real one, but Pro Bowl has been on a lot of resumes as, hey, look at how many he's been to.
And do we still get replacement Pro Bowlers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody's like, oh, I can't make it. So
except your replacement Pro Bowlers are going to be this like all-star flag football team that's going to come in and be like with one NFL player, they're going to dominate. All right, let's go from this to, you brought up Ken Dorsey's flip out earlier, which it happens to some of us who have bad tempers.
You threw headphones once. Don't throw these headphones.
Yeah, I was definitely thinking about why these won't cost me anything
They'll
to
cost
replace.
other people though. There are other people to
man,
pay for
we get
them.
lots of money at Odyssey. We're doing great. Is Jay Glazer said the league circulated a memo to all 32 teams informing them there would be quote unquote penalties and fines if more tablets were broken because Tom Brady apparently broke 2 tablets in that game. Was that Ken Dorsey's personal tablet? Because it didn't look like the Surface one. It looked like a flip-up tablet. So will he get fined for breaking it in anger? Or do you think they'll be like, that was yours? That's fine.
I don't think that they should fine him at all for that, man. Because people get mad.
Nah, you got to fine
Things
him.
happen.
You got to fine him. You got to fine him.
I didn't get fined when I broke my headphones.
Because this is the thing. Odyssey didn't have an advertising arrangement with Microsoft, right? Like Microsoft's like, yo, we got these Surface tablets. You want to buy them? And then the NFL's like, hey, this is how easy it is to break the Surface tablet. You want to buy it?
Yeah. Okay. I see your point.
Easy? That wasn't easy. He went off on it. He basically took a bat to it.
He did what to it?
A bat.
Okay.
All right. Now, in other news from the Bucs world is, well, they lost to the Packers 14-12. But on the flip side, the Packers had to put Sammy Watkins on injured reserve. What a shock. What? And then on the flip side.
They couldn't hold up his face. It was too heavy for his neck.
No! God, man.
Mike thinks that he has the face of an offensive lineman and the body of a wide receiver.
I remember that day because you said, look at Sammy Watkins' face. You would believe for sure he weighed 300 pounds.
And then you looked at it and you're like, holy crap, you're right.
And also, did you see around the goalpost yesterday that like a hive or a bunch of bees were trying to build a hive on the goalpost?
In Green Bay or Tampa?
In Tampa, because they were like, you know what? No one's going to be in the end zone much today. Let's go ahead and just – I don't know how the bees knew that.
Why do bees like choose where they hive? You ever like questioned that before? You'll be walking down the road and all of a sudden you look over and there's just this huge hive and you're like, why did they choose that spot?
I think you might be hive right now.
I'm not hive.
All right,
I'll tell you what, it was a great day in my backyard when I finally found the wasp nest. What did you do? Oh, I got the spray and tried to kill as many as I could, and then a week or so later, the ones that I didn't kill started making another nest, and I found that one. And I was just like, it is just really rewarding to kill wasps.
Yeah.
With the spray? Oh,
Yeah.
man. You can be like at a distance of like 20 feet.
There was a wasp in my house once, and I'm terrified of bees and wasps, and it went behind the blinds. I took the Sunday paper, folded it up, smashed those blinds about 30 times, and you couldn't even tell. There was like a leg maybe or something. I disintegrated that wasp.
Best part about that story is that Kevin gets the Sunday paper.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He gets Huey Lewis
I do.
in the Sunday news.
No, that is actually funny.
Good
All
reference.
right. Sirius XM has made probably the logical decision is they have put Brett Favre's show on pause. I don't know, so he can have more time to steal welfare money. I don't know what he's going to do with this extra time because they were like, all right, look, they have him on every single week, and they were like, you know what? We're going to hold on until we find out more about you systematically working with other people and your cronies to defraud the welfare system in the state of Mississippi.
I was listening to Sean and RJ this morning. Did he really get the prison workers to build the lockers? Is that how this was working? Did you hear that part of the story? Is that he was like, hey, we'll get prison labor to take care of this for us.
I mean, but like, I don't even know where that fits in the hierarchy of the worst things in here.
Mm-hmm.
Is like, hey, what if we take money from the government away from poor people? Sounds great. Can we use it to build a new volleyball upgrade for where my daughter's going to go to school or whatever? And you're like, that all sounds great. Hey, should we be texting this back and forth to one another? I think it'll be fine.
Yeah, nobody's ever going to be able to check the records on that.
And that's the thing. Nobody would have cared about this at all if the rest of the state of Mississippi hadn't been so corrupt. Make no mistake about it. It's not Brett Favre that's taking everybody down. It's the rest of the corrupt Mississippi government that's taking him down. Yeah, because in the grand scheme, what did he steal? Like $2 million? We're like, whatever, who cares? But it's that the state of Mississippi stole $80 million. They're like, all right, now we got to line by line this thing. Hold on, Brett Favre was doing what? Well, surely there's not Texas. There are? My God. And so that's what's going to take him down. It's not his corruption. It's the bigger corruption around him.
Yeah, don't work with corrupt people, all right? If you're going to do something corrupt, don't work with corrupt people to do it.
No, not the first part of that.
That's what I learned.
Don't do corrupt things. All right, let's talk about history. Good history for the Los Angeles Rams. Aaron Donald made a sack on Kyler Murray to record his 100th career sack. He is the fastest defensive tackle in history to get 100 career sacks.
That's pretty good. I don't know if you know or not, but Micah, as of last week, was like the fastest to get to 17 sacks in like 18 weeks or something.
Yes.
That was pretty impressive on his part.
That is absolutely true.
Yeah, because defensive tackles, I mean, John Randall was one that was really getting after.
Or like
defensive
Randy White even at times.
Yeah.
I know he could shift around.
As long as Micah doesn't blow out his knee, he's going to beat that record.
Okay, but
Mike,
also, you would not classify Micah as a defensive tackle.
Why did you do that, though?
He classifies as everything.
That, you know what? I kind of get that a little bit.
He's had 90 snaps at edge, 24 at linebacker when pressuring, and 1 in the secondary.
All right, you know what?
I mean, really, what position do you classify when you have 4 guys standing up before the ball is snapped? I don't know. Really, none of them are playing defensive tackle.
Positionless football is here. Now, the bad history not reached by the Rams yesterday. Cooper Kupp was trying to become the first player in NFL history with 75 yards or more receiving in 16 straight games. In the previous 15, he had at least 90 every game. This game, four catches, 44 yards.
Wow.
So this is the first time he hadn't gotten to 90 yards receiving in a year, more or less. Amazing.
Yeah, man. He's a very talented receiver with a coach who's like, I want to squeeze everything I can out of that player. And a quarterback who's like, he sees the game the way I see it. I might as well throw his way.
Now, we were talking in betting with Bassick. You had the Lions +6, but they made you sweat a little bit because of the Vikings comeback. Do you know why the Vikings comeback happened? Well,
because Kirk Cousins
they played at
was
noon,
a day game.
And it wasn't on.
That actually is a really fair point. But the Lions opened the season with touchdowns in the first 11 quarters. That's the most ever. No team had ever started the season by scoring a touchdown in 11 consecutive quarters.
As predicted.
But guess what?
Yeah.
They didn't score a touchdown in quarter 12, and that's why they lost the game.
That makes a lot of sense. I will kind of blame it on the moment. Was it a 4th and 4 from like their 54-yard line? They were like, let's kick a field goal.
They're 54?
Yeah, they're 54.
Okay.
He was like,
gotcha.
let's kick a field goal instead of either punting and putting the Vikings in bad field position. And their kicker had already missed a field goal on the first attempt of the game. They were like, you know what? Let's go ahead and try this from really deep. I blame that on Dan Campbell, not on anybody else.
Another quick bit of history for you. Nick Folk made his 57th straight field goal that was less than 50 yards. The longest in NFL history. But on the flip side, Mac Jones got hurt on the last offensive play of the game. It's not a fractured ankle, but it's a high ankle sprain. We'll wait for more updates today, but it sounds like somebody who will probably miss some time. And then Micah Hyde is going to be out for the entire year, and so is Taylor Lewan for the Titans.
And Rashawn Slater.
He's out for the whole year?
Yeah.
Wow.
Ruptured bicep.
Holy moly. So we're talking about some elite level.
Are you glad we got Jason Peters when we did?
Yes, actually, probably, because these teams would be
Sounds
scrambling.
like we made the right choice in Micah Parsons.
Yes. Yeah, well, yeah, that is. I do like Rashawn Slater, but obviously I think we're all happier right now that we have Micah Parsons. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next in the noon o'clock hour, we will give away tickets to Cowboys Commanders. Plus, this time we'll get to it. Cowboys win because, Cowboys lose because. We'll do that next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, if you are an adventure seeker, this month is for you. It's Jeep Adventure Days at
on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth. We were going to have Stephen Jones on in the spot. We will talk with him now tomorrow at noon. But fear not, at some point in this hour, we will give away tickets to Cowboys and Commanders. But right now, Cowboys win because, Cowboys lose because, but also a bonus question. Do you ever text in at the wrong time because you're listening on rewind? Like, are you going to text G-Bag at 5 o'clock and be like, oh, Cowboys win because, and they're going to be like, well, first of all, the pregame show has started. But, like, you get my point nonetheless.
I think a lot of people, like, I just saw somebody say it means nothing to beat Texas. And that was this morning. I know we talked about it this morning. There was the audio.
And that's
going
unfair.
There.
Texas has won 3 of their last 11 games.
That whole I've seen this a lot on the fan text where people will text in and they're texting a different show,
right?
And then they'll later text back and say, you know what, my bad. I was listening to that. I just caught up. Sorry, guys. So I just wanted to see how many people out there, because I've done it too, where I'll be listening on the stream and I'll text into the show and be like, oh crap, I know they're not on right now. Why did I do that? What a dummy.
So, Cowboys win because, very simple, Cowboys win because, Cowboys lose because. I'm going to start, if you will. Cowboys win because Cooper Rush shows more from the first half of the Bengals game than he did in the second half, and they score at least 21 points for the first time this season.
I like that, man. I like that. And so that means that they would show that offensively they're ept.
Yes.
Much like last week. By the way, Atolo did message me and said that they spent the entire day trying to figure out what the opposite or the introverse for inept is.
Did you say the introverse?
What is the converse?
I like introverse better, honestly.
But they were like, what is it? And then they figured out it was adept. And I was like, well, I'm going to say dept now from now on, but I like ept still.
Yeah, I think. But, Reggie, in the spirit of things, I think dept or ept is a very probably even generous way to describe the Cowboys' offense thus far. So, Cowboys win because they get 21 points for the first time this year. By the way, Wink Martindale, the game show host / defensive coordinator for the Giants, is – I wonder how many people know that name right now – is – / defensive coordinator for the Giants. He's already got Cooper Rush's career mapped out. All right? He said, I see a guy that's a starting NFL quarterback. I do. I think he'll have a long career as a quarterback. Then he'll be one of those cats who comes back as an OC and then be a head coach by 38, 39.
Yeah.
So he's already got him out of the league long enough that, I mean, keep in mind, Cooper Rush is already 28.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, no, he'll play quarterback but still be a head coach by 38 or 39. So Wink Martindale has already got the whole thing laid out. Now, on the flip side, Cowboys lose because the Giants' offensive line really has improved and the Cowboys' run defense hasn't, which means that Barkley is going to have a big day. And I feel like in most instances that spells a loss for the Cowboys.
Yeah, that would make sense that if you can't stop them offensively from doing whatever they want to do. But, if you can get them into some short or some long down situations because you do stop them early in the drive, man, that'll really help out the Cowboys defensively. I don't think they're going to struggle with that much because I think they trust their receivers against their cornerbacks against Daniel Jones and trust them to be disciplined in this game. I was listening to Choppy this morning. I thought he was dead on with his 5 things he's looking for, and that is don't jump the routes. Daniel Jones will give you opportunities to get your interception. That doesn't mean you have to take the risks that you typically would. Stay disciplined, stay committed to what you're trying to do at the front of the line and protecting the backside so that you don't get beat on big plays.
Okay, and I was going to ask you a question about staying disciplined at the front of the line. Does that also mean don't get hyper-aggressive with your rush? Because if they're doing some delays and stuff, then Barkley can destroy you that way as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I know that Michael wants to get to the quarterback. They will definitely try to use aggressiveness against you to try and limit you from what you're doing there.
From the 6-8-2, Cowboys win because the defense shuts down the Giants' run game. From the 2-5-4, Cowboys win because their defense. Cowboys lose because Kellen Moore's lackluster play calling. All right, who wants to go next? Oh, that's hurtful. From the Giants fan, the the 817 Cowboys win because hell freezes over. That is rude. You need to know they're playing the Giants, right? And then from a Giants fan, Cowboys win because Daniel Jones proves everyone why he's Daniel Jones.
Yeah, that's kind of my Cowboys win is
that's a fair
we
one.
actually have the better quarterback. I think that Cooper Rush has proven it. He's proven on multiple occasions that he can win a game for you. Not lose it. He's proven that he can win 2 football games, at least in his career so far, on drives at the end of the game against Minnesota and drives at the end of the game against the Bengals. He set the team up for success. I think you actually have the better quarterback in this game. I don't believe in Daniel Jones.
I did not see the corresponding move yet, but I think the writing is on the wall, is that in addition to Jason Peters, the club moved up Will Greer and Sean McEwen, which I guess would lead you to believe that Dalton Schultz is going to be
probably
a
not going to play, yeah.
So no Dalton Schultz.
Or they're starting Will Greer tonight. Or McEwen's starting quarterback.
Don't think you know what? I guess you could say we'll find out. That would not be my initial thought about what's going to happen. But Michael Gallup's not going to play tonight, and now I am led to believe that Dalton Schultz will not play tonight either.
Yeah, I think Cowboys lose if Wink Martindale does what his plan is, and that is
tic-tac-toe.
Rattles. No, with the video game or the games. Rattle Cooper Rush. Their defense, and they like to play 2 different types of defenses to start the season, and they're pretty good at that. The approach is very similar to Dan Quinn, where you don't really know what you're getting on any given play. It's not like everything just kind of it's positionless football. It's also positionless coaching. He's like, I got this all figured out here. And if they get Cooper Rush rattled a little bit, he doesn't have the mobility to go run out of the pocket and be an escape guy. So he's got to, they need to have a good pocket for him to work in. But he gets rid of the ball pretty quickly. But my big thing is if he gets rid of the ball where he sees something, they do a lot of things post-snap that do cause some problems there. So he's going to try and get rid of the ball, and guess what's going to happen? Bam, they changed up a little bit of what they were doing because that's the way that Wink Martindale works. So that would be that Wink Martindale's defense actually does. That's how the Cowboys lose. Wink Martindale's defense actually does rattle Cooper Rush.
Now, Mike, I know last week we had to kind of stretch because you just didn't feel like this was a game the Cowboys can win. I do not feel that is the case for this week.
No, I think the Cowboys win 17-13 in a close game, but Cowboys win because, and this is just going off of a lot of what the fan texters are saying too, I just can't see the Giants being 3-0 to start the year.
Okay.
I just can't.
We haven't in a while.
It's weird. If the Giants were 1-1 right now in a weird way, I would go, gosh, I think they have a better chance of winning. And you'd say, well, they've already lost. Why would you say they'd have a better chance of winning? They haven't lost, so that would mean they have a better chance of winning, that they've won 2 games. But I just go, come on, at the start of the year, the Giants are going to be 3-0? No way.
You know the last time they were, Mike?
Ooh, I do.
I don't know.
Kevin?
09?
2009, the last time they were 3-0 to start a season.
And
they're bad. And you know what? They also don't win on primetime games.
So the Cowboys win because 3-0. I just can't see the Giants being 3-0. And then another
Daniel Jones is your Kirk Cousins for primetime games. 0-8 in primetime games.
So I just don't see that happening. And then the other reason that, the Cowboys win because is, and once again, I think a lot of people are saying a lot of similar things, is I just think Micah Parsons, Trayvon Diggs, the defense creates turnovers and gives the Cowboys a lot of short fields to work with. Cowboys lose because I can see this happening. I'm not picking, I know Dawson's picking 31-13. I'm not picking a blowout here. Cowboys lose because, well, they lose a lot of games because they can't stop themselves from losing. They create penalties, right? The one thing I remember Bill Belichick in talking about the Tom Brady quote, I think Man in the Arena is that thing I'm watching on Disney, is before you can win, you have to know how not to lose. And the Cowboys can lose on their own. Without the other team beating them, they can just lose on their own. So Cowboys lose because penalties, turnovers. Yesterday, one of the reasons Kansas City lost a game that looked very winnable going into Sunday is, well, Sky Moore muffed a punt and gave the ball to the Colts on the 3-yard line. Touchdown. The next time that Sky Moore had to catch a punt, he said, I'm too scared to catch it. I'm going to let it bounce. The ball bounces at the 12, rolls down to the 1-yard line. There's a 3-and-out. And you're punting now from, I think they punted from the 10-yard line because they didn't get the first down. So then you give another really short field. Obviously, those are ways the Cowboys can lose, is turnovers and creating penalties.
Yeah.
As in,
Yeah.
they create their own penalty. Hey, false start, holding, and you just put yourself in bad situations.
Yeah, man, if they have a sloppy game, which we've seen the Cowboys have sloppy
Sure.
moments for sure, no matter who the quarterback is. For some reason, it feels like there's a different type of preparation that comes along with certain head coaches, and I'm not sure that we've seen the Mike McCarthy group come out and say, we know everything about what we're about to do tonight. I feel like we've yet to really get that moment out of this Cowboys team so far.
A lot of positivity rolling in here from the 469. Cowboys win because I think this person might text in every week, and I love it. We'll simply outswag the Giants. From the 707 Washington fan. Cowboys will win because Dak isn't playing. Fascinating. And from the 214, Cowboys win because of their defense, period. And so you see a lot of positivity coming on there. And from the 918, Cowboys win because Diggs gets a pick six to seal it. I mean,
I'll take it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and then we'll be stunting on them. Right, Reggie?
I don't think when you say it like that, it's
Okay.
as
All right.
I just don't think.
And then he'll do the gritty.
Mm-hmm. Does he do the gritty? Is that what something? I don't think
Everybody
I've seen-
does the gritty.
Why is not everybody does the
you
gritty?
stand up and do the gritty right now?
I don't know, you just do something. It looks like kind of a Pee Wee Herman
You
dance.
didn't stand up at all. From the 631,
It does kinda have
Cowboys
that.
win if Jones turns the ball over. Cowboys lose if Thibodeau and Ojulari get the rush going, and that is still a concern, especially because what we're hearing is, we know for a fact now that the Cowboys have elevated Jason Peters from the practice squad, but the word on the street is that he's going to play left guard tonight. Like, how much he plays, I don't know. Will it be a rotation? I guess I would assume so. Feels like more dangerous to rotate on the offensive line than it does in other places because of continuity factors, but Jason Peters is good to go. Will he be good to go as like a backup in an emergency situation, or will he go right out there? Or will they share the position? I don't know.
I'd be. Do you like, though, the approach of we've got Tyler Smith there, we're not doing anything about that?
Yes.
And does that make you think about the future of Tyron Smith?
Yes.
When he comes back this season, what do you do with Tyron Smith at that point? Now are you willing to go ahead? Because if Tyler's done a good job out there, why even move on from it? Let's just go ahead and say, Tyron, we appreciate your service.
Just the tough part about that is I think they will get destroyed if they were just to release Tyron Smith, because it's going to be like the Cooper thing all over again, where I know you didn't release him, but you traded him for nothing because everybody knew you were going to release him. So I want to see how the Cowboys deal with this, because you're right. Tyler Smith has looked good at left tackle, which is why I don't want to move him. But when Tyron Smith comes back, what are you going to do with him? Because if you don't play him, everyone's going to know you're going to move on from him, and you're going to make another 5th or 6th round trade that people are going to blow up. So I'm okay if you move him once Tyron comes back, but I think for now I'm fine with him staying here. And let's not pretend like Jason Peters was just elite last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's been a long time since he was really good.
And that was a really good tackle. Not a really good left guard here either in this moment.
Man, I love being at the Eagles Nest, by the way. People are coming here for lunch, already getting their drink on.
Are you going to get more
lunch
food?
on.
I know you attacked those wings.
I did. I knocked down some buffalo wings. I don't know if I need any more food. It kind of filled me up.
Okay. I'm full.
And my I'm going to be honest. My dress clothes are getting a little bit tight on me. I gotta work a little bit on getting back into that that soda lane.
Yeah, no, I definitely get that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we will jump into the lunch rush, very apropos here at the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth, and we will kick it off by giving away Cowboys tickets as part of Around the NFC East. 1 division game down, 1 to go, plus medical malpractice. We'll do it all next right here on the Fan.
Coming up on the Fan, get ready to enlist in the nation. Awesome. The G-Bag Nation, starting at 2 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan.
Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades and is brought to you by Franklin & Franklin. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin & Franklin. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, live from the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth. Thank you for joining us with our ride. We will give away, you're welcome, we will give away tickets to Cowboys.
Yeah, have your phones ready here at the Eagles Nest.
Yeah, you got, actually, I hadn't really thought about that as a somewhat inherent advantage of being live.
Oh, oops. Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
877-881-1053. Now, we've tried this before, and it hasn't gone super well.
This time is different.
When you pick the correct team,
this is the time.
We will give away the tickets.
Puts it all together.
So we go around the NFC East. Your choices: the Eagles, the Commanders, the Cowboys, the Giants. Which team?
Well, we know.
Would you like to start with?
Who's the best, Corey?
I mean, the Eagles are the top of the division right now, so they must be the lucky team.
Yeah, they're 3-0. Nobody else is.
All right, let's start with the Eagles, who are not the lucky team. I would
You know what?
thought.
I'm changing my mind on this.
Oh, you want to do it now?
No.
The Commandos?
You know what? Here's my approach to this,
They're
Kevin.
lucky. They won
I'm
a
going to
game
go
this year.
alphabetical color by dominant team color.
What?
So we're going to go with
I don't understand.
alphabetical
numbers?
Yeah.
By
blue for the Giants. The Cowboys are playing the Giants tonight. Blue.
Okay.
Is their dominant color.
Because they're America's color.
Yep. Well,
they're red, white, and blue.
I don't even really know what happened there myself. All right. So
we picked the Giants.
Good job, Corey. All right. So the Giants. You got to stop Saquon Barkley, all right? They're not the team.
Okay.
He's averaging 6.1 yards per carry thus far this season.
Not after tonight.
You know, Mickey talked about, Mickey talked about we're 1 for 2 in terms of stopping the run. Is it easy to say that Cowboys stopping the run or not, can very well be the pivot to this entire game.
Absolutely, man. If that guy has an opportunity to go off, it could change everything because he is also the guy that can be a game breaker. Like he can get those big yard gains on situations where you're like, oh man, we had them off the field, and then they passed him the ball and he took it far. The thing is, on the passing game for Daniel Jones, go look at the receivers. His yards per throw is like 6.6. That's low.
Yes.
And his receivers, none of them have a lot of big yards, lots of targets though.
Well, good news. You can extrapolate that out across the board for the Giants, who used to have a quarterback named Eli, which is an awesome name. But now their quarterback is Daniel Jones. Going into this weekend, he was averaging 170.5 yards per game, second lowest in the league, ahead of only the Bears, who they don't care about throwing the football. It's a catastrophe out there.
We have Herbert. We're going to be just fine running because he's a running back, Mike.
Well,
I lost all my DraftKings because I started Montgomery.
Oh.
I mean, those were all his numbers, weren't they? I mean, just think if he doesn't get hurt, then he probably runs for 157,
Probably
I
so.
think was the number that he.
By the way, interesting side note about the Giants, not relevant to the game tonight. Michael Cox, a former running back for the Giants, he is suing for $28 million in medical malpractice because they said that he received inadequate care on his broken ankle, which then ended the rest of his career. I'm assuming part of that is based on his projected earnings and then pain and suffering and all of that stuff. So,
that's a lot of money that he's suing for. And do we know the rule, like the medical malpractice, like how they looked at it wrong? They gave him the wrong medicine. They rebroke it on accident. How does this work?
I feel like Tyrod Taylor's path, too, which, by the way, the Giants got a lot of people who had poor medical care. I feel like Tyrod Taylor, I know he wasn't with the Giants then, but I feel like his case is easier, and he was like, they punctured my lung.
And which makes a lot of sense is why Justin
Best puncture, though, they did because they got Herbert in.
Yeah.
Herbert has a losing record right now.
Well, Herbert also was like, do not.
I'm sure Tyrod Taylor would be leading the bunch.
Why do you hate Tyrod so much?
Well, because he's a backup quarterback. I don't hate him. That's what he is.
All right. Do you want to go to the Commanders? The
Kevin,
Eagles.
I told you how this works.
I don't remember what you said.
Green is the next color.
Okay. No.
Green would be the Eagles.
We go double blue.
Double blue.
We're navy blue. The Cowboys are.
Yeah.
And that's the magic number.
Oh, that's the magic number? All right.
Do you guys pick the Cowboys?
Yeah.
But he said
Thank
navy
God.
blue. Doesn't
Nobody
that
has
start
their
with N?
phones out.
It's time.
Let's give something away.
Caller number 10,
Now.
877-881-1053 will win a pair of party passes to go see the Cowboys play the Commanders at AT&T Stadium this Sunday. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Now, back to the Cowboys. We can actually go through some of this Cowboys stuff. We start.
It'll be amazing, by the way, if somebody is caller number 10 here at
from
the
here.
Eagles
That would actually be pretty impressive. All right, one of the things you have to work on in terms of CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb is averaging 3.8 yards after the catch thus far this year.
That's bad.
That is bad. Last year, 5.8. So we're talking about a 2-yard drop per catch after the catch. Now, do the Cowboys
That is a guy, Kevin, that needs to catch and run.
Space,
That's what he does best.
So the Cowboys have been working on different blocking schemes, which I know they've been working on as we go along. So hopefully, we talked about pivot points in this game.
Yeah.
Better blocking schemes could spring CeeDee Lamb for a little bit more.
I'm looking forward to that if that's the reality, man.
Now, you need to look forward to this as well. Would you say that Micah Parsons keeps score of anybody who tries to slight him or anything like that?
Absolutely. I don't know if petty is the right word, but that dude is definitely keeping score.
Micah Parsons has only played one team multiple times without registering a sack. That team is the New York Football Giants.
How have they been able to do it so far? Keep him from doing what? And he's sitting there going, I can't wait to get a sack against
Will
these
he
guys.
get a sack tonight?
He'll get 2.
Yeah, that's his dream.
Remember,
he's getting 2.
Daniel Jones.
Remember, if he gets 2 sacks or more tonight, he will become the 3rd player in NFL history to start off a season with 3 straight multi-sack games.
Did you guys hear Brad Sham today on Sean and RJ?
I'm sorry, I did not.
He kind of talked about.
I did.
He talked about that it might not be best for him to rush the passer a
Sure,
lot today
sure.
because it might be better for him to kind of concentrate on slowing down Barkley.
That's what Mickey said as well. So that makes sense, and maybe that's why when you ask why, maybe that's why.
Because he's spending more time trying to accomplish that. Interesting thought.
The good news, though, is the Cowboys have won 9 of their last 10 against the Giants. The only time they lost was they had a backup quarterback in Andy Dalton. So
You're saying that Cooper Rush is also a redheaded backup quarterback.
Oh, no!
Yeah, look what you're doing to us right now.
Oh, my God.
You just put us in a very tough situation. You didn't even take into consideration. You were just like, oh, backup. Ha ha. You didn't realize the other similarities.
I have terrible news for Gavin Dawson's college fund. I heard him on Friday. It was like, no, take all the money. Bet your college fund, remortgage your house. Like, it was just like, this is a guaranteed loss.
Isn't this always scary, though? Every time this happens. And this is not Cowboys by 7 or Cowboys by 9. This is Giants by 1 in Las Vegas. And I know it's moved from 4 to 1. Is every time I feel like this happens, because we're all three picking the Cowboys, correct?
21-20.
Everybody picked the Cowboys on the morning show. Everybody picked the Cowboys on the afternoon show. Every time this happens that we just think, the Cowboys are going to win this game. How could they lose this game? And
tomorrow our first segment will be, how did the Cowboys lose this game?
No,
like,
it just feels like one of those ones where we're all confident the Cowboys are going to win, some by a lot, some by a little, but the Cowboys are going to win. This is always the next day we come in, we say, oh my gosh, I can't believe we all thought the Cowboys were going to win this game so easily.
And then Daves does what Daves do.
You know what? I don't want to see that stupid dance from him. I know. I just saw it on the panel of 16 TVs that they have at the Eagles desk. That part is cool. When I have to see his stupid dance on all those TVs, I think it's less cool. I hope he does a dance of sadness tonight.
I would too.
I don't know. I feel like put his fur hat on, cross his hands, and start, hoy. I don't know. Like, that's what I want to see, his dance of sadness tonight.
Is that Russian?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it was. Thank you very much, Mike. All right. You got the Cowboys already. You got the Giants. You want to go Commanders or Eagles?
We're at the Eagles' nest.
Yeah, I think we go with that.
Ooh, that's a good point. All right. Eagles. They're
good.
Put a whipping on Washington. In the first half, Devontae Smith, 7 catches, 156 yards, and a touchdown. In the first half, Jalen Hurts, 279 yards passing, 3 touchdowns, all right?
And then he threw for 3 yards the rest of the game?
Yeah, they pretty much cruised, and so did Devontae Smith. But check this out. Yesterday, Devontae Smith had more receiving yards at 169 than Tyreek Hill, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Devontae Adams, and Michael Thomas did combined.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
It is very impressive. I know the second half they just kind of kicked their heels up and they're like, the Commanders suck, so we're fine.
I think the more interesting, like, their offense is doing this thing, Mike, where they're like, we got tired of hearing that this guy couldn't throw all offseason. So we're going to go try and set up plays that really give him these great opportunities to do it. But look at the other side of the ball. They've given up 15 total points in the last 2 games. Okay. Their defense is the thing that I'm looking at going, good gosh, how are they doing that part of it? So that's considering the Cowboys took a step back offensively.
Yep.
That's where I'm looking at it going, man, this is going to be a problem of playing against this Philly team and trying to track them.
They look great. They look by far the best team in the NFC East. I know a lot of people are saying they're the best team in the NFC. I understand that.
I got that for tomorrow's debate.
But
for sure.
I just look at it, and I saw this morning, Jalen Hurts, if you're not saying Jalen Hurts is the MVP or one of the top 3 MVPs in the NFL, then you don't know what you're talking about. And to me, I'm still like, okay, I get they're winning. I get that, they're dominating for the most part. They only beat Detroit by 3, but they still looked very good in week 1. I just look at it and go, Jalen Hurts is not great still. I get that he's having a very good season. They're not winning because of Jalen Hurts. They're winning because of everything around him. Because if I put Jalen Hurts on the Dallas Cowboys, Jalen Hurts ain't leading us to 38 points tonight. I mean, he's better than Cooper Rush. I get it. I mean, but they're very good. They're going to be a team that probably wins 12 or more games this year. And Jalen Hurts is going to get a lot of credit, and I think that, hey, good. If you're a big Cowboys fan, That's not the worst thing in the world, because then they're going to give Jalen Hurts a 5-year contract for $250 million and regret it in year 2.
Now, just as a weird aside to all of this, did you see A.J. Brown also came out and said, if I wouldn't have gotten my new contract, I was serious about going to play baseball? And he was like, I got an invite to spring training from, I think it was the Padres, and he was like, no, I was serious. If I didn't get my new deal, this is obviously before he got traded and everything.
Right.
I think that's probably easier to say.
He's going to go the John Elway route, and and then eventually somebody would give him what he wanted.
I think it's easier to say since he was already traded and got the deal. Then he was like, "Oh yeah, it's a good thing I did because I was gonna play baseball."
This is the easier sport to make it in, right?
Baseball?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I think football's the easier sport to make it in when you've already proven you're a top 20 receiver in the NFL trying to become like a top 10 receiver type of deal.
That is probably fair.
Because I'm pretty sure for his – let's just say the Padres liked him. The Padres would have said, we'll give you $150,000 to start your your professional career, and then you're going to get paid about $1,200 a month for 5 months. So we're going to give you $6,000 to play minor league baseball. Would you rather do that, or would you rather keep playing?
Let me ask you this, though, Kevin. In this room right now,
look
around. How many professional football players do you think are in this room right now, or former professional football players?
Well, I'm counting at least 2.
At least 2?
Yeah.
What about baseball players?
There's 2 major leaguers in here.
2 former Major League Baseball players are in this room right now. Isn't that amazing?
So it's man, that is super weird.
Maybe 3.
Well, yeah. Let's see if we can get more than 3 before the show's over. That's gonna be our goal. All right. Now let's go from that to the Commanders. The Commanders are clearly tied into this. I told you the amazing stats of the Eagles. Here was a progress report at 1 point for Carson Wentz. He was 2 for 7 with 21 yards, with 6 sacks, 2 fumbles, including 1 lost fumble. And, of course, when you factor in the sack yardage, at one point, the Eagles had more than 300 yards total passing, and the Commanders had negative yards.
It shows if you're somewhat of a high first-round pick as a quarterback, as long as you're not a drug addict, you're going to get a lot of chances.
Yes.
And you know what? Even if you are a drug addict, sometimes you get a lot of chances. Ask Ryan Leaf.
Actually is true as well.
Yeah, he go watch that a little bit, and there's a combination of him still being afraid to throw the ball, like just this fear of getting the right throw off and not having time. Like it's a bad combination right now for both of them. And I don't know if the investment that they made in Wentz is going to be worth it at all.
Well, Ron Rivera said he's sticking with Carson Wentz, and by the way, said it was
great for us.
Yeah, that is great for us. He also said that was a bullcrap story that they were going to trade for Jimmy Garoppolo. Garoppolo. That's a different person. That feels like that would be a good name, especially in that area. I'm Jimmy Garoppolo. So they said there's a bullcrap story that they were going to trade for Jimmy Garoppolo before he found out that he needed surgery. And by the way, I want to show you this picture. I don't know if you've seen it. Things are so bad that even the fancy club seats are falling apart at Washington Stadium. So I know this is an audio medium. These are in the club area. So these are club seats. You can see the...
Does that mean you pay more for them?
Yes. The pleather, or whatever we're calling this, is coming off the seats, and the cushions are exposed. And these are supposed to be the good seats.
Yeah. Do you remember Irving Stadium when Jerry was trying to get the vote for somebody to take on a new stadium? And obviously you got Arlington to do it. Do you remember how bad that place got?
Yes.
I mean, they're just doing the same thing. Yes. What Jerry did here in Irving is the exact same thing they're doing there, is make the place as bad as possible so there's going to be a yes vote from somewhere to build a new stadium.
Hell, they even tried to change some tax laws so they could relocate the franchise to somewhere more advantageous in the general D.C. area.
That looks like, you know what, though? Have you ever seen those cars, though, that everything wears out on the seats and all that stuff, and then you look up and the stuff that's on the ceiling starts to sag a little bit, the cloth that's on the ceiling starts to sag? That's what it looks like as a bad indoor car.
We got Mike Likes It coming up in just 1 second, but we do have somebody from Beckett, who has rolled right back up, and I was hoping that we could talk to him.
You might want to explain
just
for one second what
okay.
Beckett is, because there's probably a lot of people going, what are you talking about?
All right, we're talking with Eric Norton from Beckett. We're going to segue into Mike Likes It. No commercial breaks needed. Beckett is, well, at one time I always said, I didn't mean for it to be sacrilegious, the Bible for trading card pricing. But I know obviously with the podcasting, the different multimedia stuff that y'all do, you have advanced beyond just the price guide. Though the price guide clearly still exists, and I use the online one all of the time.
Awesome.
Give us your mission Beckett statement, and what do you want to talk about?
Oh, the new mission Beckett statement is pretty in depth because we're taking a whole new approach to collectibles. So what I would encourage you to do is go to thenewbeckett.com and check out the mission statement there so you see it for yourself, because we're getting involved in a lot of things.
So you're assigning people work.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So that's exactly what we're doing. But I would go there, check it out, and see how we're going to evolve the collectible space. Because it's not just sports cards and comic books anymore. Now it's shoes, it's NFTs, it's movies, which I think I told you guys this last time. We have a new VHS division, which is really awesome.
That's so cool.
It's a lot more involved than just the price guide, and I highly encourage you to go check it out.
But I can still really like the price guide, right?
Absolutely, especially since I do the hockey price guide. So I encourage you to like the hockey price guide.
Okay, so if I ever have a direct gripe against the hockey price guide, I can just text you and be like, hey, Eric, what's this BS? Just because he's not showing up at training camp or dropping all of Jason Robertson's cards?
I mean, Jason Robertson probably should show up at training camp, but yeah, you know.
Okay, all right. Appreciate it very much, good sir.
Very
Anything
cool.
else we need to...
Yeah, I need to tell my wife happy anniversary.
Oh!
Yeah, if we can do that.
Are we allowed to shamelessly use this platform for that?
I just did.
Yes. Yes. That is his wife. He also has his kids here. How controversial would that be to bring your side piece along with your kids?
After Udoka in Boston, you never know, right?
That is a good point.
Is that Are they married yet? I heard you talking about.
Yes, that is what he was talking about, Reggie.
Awesome. Hey, guys, thank you for the time.
Yes, absolutely. Love Beckett, and tell them to make us the face of their company. And we'll get things done. All right, there you go. All right, now let's transition as we keep moving on things on down the line. And yes, that was Udoka is what we were going for. It's time for some Mike Likes It.
All right, so two Mike Likes It. First, I'm going to do baseball. Then I'm going to talk about over-unders in this Cowboys Giants game coming up tonight here on 105.3 The Fan. 4:30 starts the pregame show. Is that correct? With Brian Broaddus and one of the nosebleeds. I forget which one's doing.
I believe Zach will be in the pregame, and then Eric will do halftime in the postgame.
Eric does
is it opposite?
Zach does halftime and postgame. In your face, Kevin.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Dunk on them.
Sorry
Yesterday,
I love you guys.
Rangers lose. Cleveland clinches the American League Central. Congratulations to them. But really what it was Tom Grieve Day. And it was just really awesome. After the game was over, had a blast getting to see a
4 p.m. pregame, by the way.
4 p.m. pregame.
Yeah, 4 p.m. Because we need more time.
Okay. So.
3 o'clock pregame.
Stop it.
Okay.
It was really fun that I got to see and hang out for just a little bit with two of my former managers. Bobby Valentine was there, and I know not many people watched the game because NFL football was going on, but he spent a whole inning. It might have been even more on the broadcast yesterday on Bally's, and I don't know. You could probably have a 9-hour baseball game, and I don't know if that would be enough time for Bobby Valentine. So
I could see that. I remember we had him on. He was fantastic, but I was like, the hell with this clock.
And then I got to see the person who replaced Bobby Valentine with the New York Mets, Art Howe, as he was there for Tom Grieve's party, and it was just a blast. I had to leave a little bit early from the party just because my son was playing for the Dallas Bandits, who ended up winning their tournament, their games in Irving yesterday. So congratulations to them. But congratulations to Tom Grieve. And just it showed that party last night with hundreds of players how impactful and nice and important of a person Tom Grieve is. We got to have him on Thursday on the show, but just another congratulations as all his family was there. Ben came in, his son, who was Rookie of the Year in the major leagues. He came in. I believe he lives in the San Diego area, and so just you got to see Rangers from the 70s, Rangers from the 80s, Rangers from the 90s, Rangers from the 2000s, because he's part of everything. Yeah. He's part of the beginning of the Rangers. He's part of the Rangers still today. I know, starting next year will be pretty much one of the only times in his adult life that he's not part of the Rangers. And the only reason I say a few, because he was, I believe, a New York Met, and I want to say he was on another team in his career. Might have been Cardinal,
He's one of
but
the
I
most
mean, literally
important figures in the history of the franchise.
Yes, for the Rangers franchise from 1972
Cardinals.
till today, Cardinals. Yeah, he's only not been part of the Rangers organization for a few years of the Rangers organization. So great party. Bobby Valentine spoke, Michael Young spoke, John Blake spoke. It was just Tom Greaves spoke. It was just really cool. So just wanted to throw that out. I know today's football time and baseball's dead and gone for the most part in our Metroplex until the Rangers start the 2023 season or until the playoffs start.
I know you're talking about Rangers baseball being dead, but tonight, Choppy was saying that they're going to cut in Aaron Judge's at-bats during Monday Night Football.
Oh, really?
Do you think that they'll really do that?
Yes, I do, because they did that during college football, too.
But it's the Cowboys and Monday Night Football against the Giants.
And it's so dumb, too, because if I wanted to watch that, I would be watching that. There's an avenue to get.
Well, maybe you only have one TV. Maybe you're not as rich as Reggie is, who has 47 TVs going at one time.
Rich.
But I didn't know that, but I do kind of like that they're actually a small little spot on your television for Aaron Judge.
I don't like it. If I wanted to watch Aaron Judge, I would be watching Aaron Judge. I want to watch the Cowboys.
Didn't we like a week or two ago do a segment about why isn't this a bigger deal amongst the entirety of sports fandom?
Yeah, they're making it a big deal. And now you're mad.
And if it was any other team playing, I would be like, great, I'm proud of you. And when it happened during the college games, I didn't care because it didn't happen during my college game. But I care about the Cowboys game ahead of Aaron Judge in this moment, just for that one evening tonight.
Wow. Just shows where your priorities are. All right.
Yes.
My priorities is sports.
Well, since your priorities are the Cowboys, I'll stop talking about baseball.
No, oh my God.
I mean, I'm just going to get it handed to me again after
God.
the show is over.
Wait for this phone call.
I definitely won't call you
5 minutes
today.
of baseball. Way to go, you jackwagon.
I'm not going to do that, Mike. We had a remote, and you were here in time for crosstalk.
Yeah.
Today is a win.
Yeah. I knew not to call you. You weren't going to answer your phone.
You were actually here before Kevin.
I called up Corey. I was like, just to make sure before I make this drive, we're still at the Eagles Nest, right? And that was at my 8:30 call to make sure I was going to be here on time.
My baby takes a lot of time.
Over under. I know we just did a little bit of this last segment, but I think this could be fun. Cooper Rush threw for 235 yards last week.
Okay.
Over under. Does he throw for more or less than 235 yards tonight?
I say over. I'm going to go down in flames on this prediction. I say over.
Over 235.
Under. I say under. I say under.
Under 235.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you writing this one down? All right, I'm going to write them down.
I think 250 is achievable.
I think it's a good number for an over-under.
I think that is a good number.
His first game, the Cowboys score 20. He goes for 235.
Yeah.
Now, over-under, Cowboys score 20. I know that can be a push if you think it's going to be 20.
I'm going over because I feel 21-20. But again, these are
21-20 is the final?
So these are good numbers because I'm like, I know I just said back-to-back over, but I'm not saying, 350 and 35 points
Under.
at all.
Under both?
Does that mean you think, no.
I think it's going to be a 18-15 win.
That's an interesting. That's going to be interesting.
Oh, you want me to go 19 to 15
Ooh,
win?
I bet 19 to 15 is the score.
All right, so let's go to the other quarterback, Daniel Jones. He's averaging 182 yards a game right now.
Yeah.
Over, under, Daniel Jones throwing for 182 yards.
I'm going to take the under.
I'll take the over.
Okay.
Man, we're the opposite on every single one.
That's the way it should be.
I think this one.
We plan it that way.
I'm going to be honest. I think this one's an easy under, but I'll ask it and then I'll change the number after this. Saquon Barkley's averaging 118 yards per game. Over, under 118 yards.
I'm afraid that's going to be an over.
Oh, really?
Wow. Because if there's any way that they stay in this game, and like
I was going to move it down to 99 because I just feel like it's going to be
over. I'm taking over on 99 for sure.
Okay.
Here's the issue with that though,
Under.
Mike. Usually, and I do get that. Usually in games like this, you don't keep running the ball because the other team's running away from you. I don't think the Cowboys are going to run away from them. Like I think maybe the Giants will fall behind 7-3 or 10-6. But I think they can still feel comfortable running the ball. So I'm afraid of that number.
I think he has more receiving yards than typical tonight than he does.
In his first game against the Cowboys, he caught 14 passes.
Yeah, he did.
Now, it wasn't for like 200 yards. It was for a low number. But, I mean, he did in his first ever game against the Cowboys had 14 catches. So maybe they do try to get him more out wide by throwing him balls in the flat or screen passes or something like that. Dallas Cowboys running back Ezekiel Elliott is averaging 52.5 yards in the 2 games that he's played. Over under Ezekiel Elliott, 52.5 rushing yards.
I'm going to take the over tonight.
I will say the over as well.
Oh, that was the first one we agreed on.
These are good numbers, though.
I do like
this
these.
one might be really easy, but it's only 2 games. Tony Pollard is averaging 25.5 yards rushing because the one big play, which I was like, wait, this can't be right. He's rushed for 51 yards. He ran for almost 50 yards on one play. But because that was a toss forward, that's a pass. So that big play is a passing play, not a running play. Tony Pollard, 25.5 rushing yards, over under.
Over.
I think that one's over pretty easy. If I move that one to 52.5, what do you say?
Under.
Okay, so somewhere between 25 and 50. Noah Brown has 5 catches per game so far this year. CeeDee Lamb has 4.5 catches per game this year. Who has more catches in tonight's game?
I'm going to go CeeDee Lamb because we were talking about the blocking scheme maybe changing up to get him some more space.
Right.
Plus, I'm really interested to see how this plays out with Gallup out and seeming like no-go for Schultz as well.
Yeah, I'm going to go with CeeDee Lamb on this one as well. He had 2 out of his 11 targets in game 1 and then 7 out of 11 in game 2. And I think he's more of that receiver than he is the week 1 receiver with Dak. He and Cooper have something going here.
Who has the most receiving yards tonight for the Dallas Cowboys? Right now, Noah Brown is averaging 79.5 and CeeDee Lamb is averaging 52. So if those are your 2 choices, who are you picking, though, that has a bigger game today for yards?
I'll still go with CeeDee Lamb.
Pollard.
Okay.
Oh.
Pollard right now has 6 receptions for 69 yards on the season. So over 3? Over 35? I mean, I'm just doing the quick math there of that's what he's averaging this year.
I'm going to say no.
I'm going to change my mind and go back to CeeDee Lamb on this one.
Yeah, I'm going to say no because of CeeDee Lamb. So, I have a lot of hope for CeeDee tonight.
All right, so the G-Bag Nation believes this is a Turpentine game. This is the game that he is Deion Sanders. Yeah. Does Turpentine have a primetime game?
I say no, but I do say he gets a return that's at least 30 yards and gets to the other side of the field. So, I'm not trying to say they punt out of the end zone, he gets it at the 48 and runs it over midfield. He'll get a return of at least 30 yards that goes to the other side of the field.
Over under 1.5 turnovers for the Dallas Cowboys and against the Dallas Cowboys. We're out of time, so pick both. Do the Cowboys get 2 or more turnovers, and do the Cowboys accidentally turn the ball over 2 or more times?
Yes.
On
That's
both.
my across-the-board answer
I'm
for that.
going with that one, too. Yes,
a lot of turnovers in today's game.
Yes.
Hopefully not.
Tonight. I keep saying today. It's tonight.
Hopefully it's because
Monday night football, not Monday day football.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, let's talk some Cowboys next.
That makes sense.
Yeah, let's do that.
Hey, look, finally a website that won't give your PC a virus. Check out 1053thefan.com.
to be cleared this week, so he should be good to go for the Jets. And then also, Van Jefferson, the wide receiver for the Rams, was put on injured reserve. And the reason you might care about that is that means he will miss the Cowboys game. So there's just a couple of notes for you right there. And
another W.
Now, I can't wait to see you pick the Cowboys in that game. Now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh, man, Kevin, those were my two topics
Yeah,
for
don't you
segment.
hate when Kevin does that?
Van Jefferson.
Both those were my C Block topics. So.
I mean, I make sure before every show, the night before and morning of, to call up Kevin and tell him everything I'm planning for my segments, and then he still takes them.
He's like, you know
so
what?
frustrating.
Sometimes I can't
that.
even get you to read the run sheet, Mike, so that's definitely inaccurate.
I don't know that that's true based on my history with Mike.
Yeah.
I did. There were a lot of things to kind of get to here, and I did want to start off. Yes, the Giants are 0-10 in their past 10 games played at night on national TV.
One of them is where Daniel Jones was free by 20 yards running the ball into the end zone and tripped over a line.
He just
play no mistake.
We've all had that moment where we're running faster than we actually should be.
I got a segment for you tomorrow. I think you're gonna love
like when
it.
you're running. Have you ever run downhill and you're like, "Oh, this is dumb. Why did I do this?" And then all of a sudden you just trip.
I want to know if some of your worst nightmares are when somehow you're in slow motion. You're trying so hard to run fast, or you can do something a lot faster, but you can't go. You're like, why can't I go faster? I know I can go faster.
Yeah, no, mine are usually it's going fast. It's like I'm driving and I'm on a hill.
Oh,
or
you're
a
going
bridge
too.
and
Your
going,
thing is speed.
Yeah.
You're going too fast
I'm
when you
losing
should be
control
slowing
of it.
down.
Yeah, so that's mine. But yeah, they're 0-10 their last 10 games on national television. They beat the Niners November 12th, 2018.
Oh.
They are 0-6 on Monday night, 0-3 on Thursday night, and 0-1 on Sunday Night Football. So. And you know what? They're the Giants. They get those opportunities because they're the Giants.
By the way, if that doesn't show you the hierarchy the NFL has on Monday Night Football versus Sunday Night Football, I don't know what will. Hey, how many times have there been Monday Night Football? 6. How many times have there been Sunday Night Football? 1. Because that's where they put the good games, except for last night.
They have scored just 23 points. Is that real? They've scored 23 points. The Giants have.
You know, the Cowboys have scored 23 points.
Oh yeah, okay, Cowboys. That's what I'm talking about. There.
This is a battle between.
No, I think I was reading about the Cowboys. My bad. They're bad. They're both bad teams.
Because this feels like a battle between the resistible force and the movable object.
Yeah.
Like either one.
Both of them are.
Yeah.
That's why they're breaking in with Aaron Judge news during the game.
Okay,
Oh my God.
I did want to get to that. All right, I brought that up, Mike, in the last segment.
I'm so against this now.
But it expanded even more in the conversation of if they do that, would they go split screen? Would they have a small screen? How would they accomplish this? And then my other thought is, how furious is Jerry Jones going to be? Like you said it, and I was thinking the same thing. Is Jerry looks up at the TV in that suite in New York, and he's like, "No, you get some. This cannot be happening right now." Even though he did tell us the other day that when he touched Yankee Stadium, he felt Mickey Mantle. He's a huge baseball fan, but
he thought Roger Maris beat Mickey Mantle's record.
Don't worry about that.
So I don't know.
But there's this that could definitely be a thing where they're saying, hey, look, this is a big thing that's happening in sports right now, and we might be able to do this. And I could see Jerry Jones saying, no, that's not going to happen. I could even see him send an email today before, or no, not
because
an
email. Because of y'all, this is now my nightmare. I thought it was going to be small screen. But now Aaron Judge is going to hit 61, and they're going to flip these screens.
Yes.
The Cowboys are going to be small screen,
Yes.
and I'm going to flip over to the Manning cast, and they're going to be telling a 20-minute story about a round of golf with some guy. I'm going to be like, whatever. Because that's why I'm going to keep it with the fan. I know we're not going to dump out for Aaron Judge.
I think the Mannings stop talking about football and then just start talking about baseball. I did flip this on you. I get you don't like the Yankees. It is the Cowboys playing. But I think if Aaron Judge was on the Texas Rangers doing this, even if it was a Cowboys game, I think you'd feel different if they flipped it on and then our Texas Ranger hit home run 61.
I definitely get your point. And then Corey brought up, what if it was the Jets against the Ravens? And I'd be like, then I wouldn't care whatsoever. It just so happens in this window, this is the one game I do not want to be preempted for anything
All
Aaron Judge is doing.
I'm just going to be thinking of you every time they turn on the Aaron Judge home run watch. And then now I really want him to hit a home run. And I want it to be like a big situation for the Cowboys, like 3rd and 1. And it's just like you really want this play to happen. And then they give a small screen.
They go a shrink screen on it.
No, because they're going to be like, and he's done it, 61. And I'm going to be like, hold on, did they complete that pass or not?
And that's what I want. And then
no.
Yes,
no.
Please, Aaron Judge hit the home run during the Cowboy game.
Man, it would be awesome to have a Ranger to be able to be, in that category where we're actually considering talking about him during a Cowboys game.
10 years, $400 million, make it happen.
Duke Manyweather is the offensive line mastermind, all right? Like, this is a lot of people have a ton of respect for him, lots of work that he does.
They call him Money Mayweather, right?
That's different. That different fella. This is Manyweather. He threw this out there earlier in the day. He said having Jason Peters play left guard was gross negligence, and then he threw this out there. You wouldn't put Deion Sanders at safety, Michael Irvin at tight end, DeMarcus Ware at nose tackle. So why put a Hall of Fame left tackle at offensive guard who just last year showed you he's still a Hall of Fame left tackle? And whether or not you agree with the Hall of Fame left tackle for Chicago last year, that's a different.
I do not.
But, Mike, I wanted to ask you as a former player.
Okay.
You're aging. You're older.
Right.
In your career, you get to a part where
aged.
you're like, okay, I signed up with this team. Now they're asking me to do something I don't do. Okay. I'm really good at the other thing, but I want to help the team. Like, this is where I'm kind of concerned about health things too, and all sorts of other stuff because he just hasn't played there.
So here's where it helps out that he's not on the team that he kind of became a Hall of Famer on. I think a lot of guys. Now this is a little bit weird situation because the Cowboys. I hate saying this, but they're kind of not a Super Bowl contender this year. They're a playoff contender this year if everything goes their way. Is guys have an easier time adjusting to being at a different position on a new team rather than the old team they were successful at that position at. Think of this way.
Interesting.
I think the Mavericks somewhat tried to ask Michael Finley to come off the bench and take a lesser role. And he's like, no, I'm not doing it. And then the San Antonio Spurs called and like, hell yeah, I'll do that role.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, wait, we kind of wanted you to do that role on the Mavericks. He's like, no, I'm not doing it on the Mavericks. I'll do it on the Spurs. And that happens a lot. I think for like Mike Piazza, hey, Mike Piazza, we want you to move to first base on the New York Mets. It's like, F you, I'm the catcher of the New York Mets. Then he goes to, I want to say it was the Oakland Athletics, and he's like, yeah, you know what? I'll work my butt off and see if I can be a first baseman on the Oakland Athletics. So it's in this weird way, guys that are trying to keep their career alive or they still think they're really good, when that team lets them go, they're like, you know what? I will do another position to stay in the league. I will do another position to help out this championship team. But they really struggle with taking a lesser role or moving to another position on the team that they proved that they were this at.
So more ego than anything else.
Yeah.
And okay, that's interesting. See,
almost like the Derek Jeter documentary, right?
Yeah.
A-Rod was like, I'll move to third base to be on this team and not upset Derek Jeter, but I'm not moving from shortstop on another team.
Yeah, and I guess that is like Michael Young is kind of that's why we love him so much. He was like, I'll do whatever it takes for this team.
Yeah.
I'll do I'll play all these different positions. I'll be out of position at third base in the World Series for you, which ended up costing us a little bit, but I'll
and
do
then
it
when
anyway.
Ron Washington was like, look, he stays in the lineup. He's very important to the lineup. He's very important to this team. And then we know once he kind of stood his ground, then I'm pretty sure then there was somebody who said, then he's going to be off the team, so you can't stand your ground, so you will not have the opportunity to play him anymore.
Who was the person that said that?
I forget.
Okay, all right. I bet it was
I can't
not
remember.
Nolan. You know what I mean? Kevin?
Never
Nolan would never do that.
I watched that documentary.
All right, well, that's interesting. That I appreciate that, Mike, having that kind of perspective on it because it does he's doing something that other people are like, he shouldn't be doing that. But he's willing to take I don't know if it's risk, but the step back to say, this is going to help this team. And maybe I do wonder, too, if he's gotten a chance to watch Tyler Smith and he's like, you're good at left tackle. I just want to be on the field. Just let me get out there and try and help you guys do something tonight. One of the biggest flaws for the Giants, Kevin, is that they have an inability to get off to a fast start in games. Last week, the Cowboys scored 2 touchdowns in their first 2 drives. They hadn't done that in quite some time, I believe. It had been quite a while. Am I wrong about that? That it was first 2 drives, they scored touchdowns?
I did not think that's how it played out, but maybe
Go back
right.
and look. Go back
Okay.
and look and see if I'm right about this, right or wrong on it. But the Giants have been outscored 19-6 in the first half of games, and it's not even like those 6 points were field goals. It's not like it was a touchdown and a missed one. So if the Giants are going to try and do things tonight, they really do want to try and get out to a good start against the Cowboys. And the Cowboys, if they really want to make something effective happen, then they need to go ahead and make sure they score early, because I think this is going to be one of those games where the Giants try to dirty things up for them throughout the game and keep the game low scoring and hope that they have a chance to have the ball late in the game. And I trust that Cooper Rush, if he has the ball late in the game, can make plays. Like I've said earlier today, we've seen him do that a couple times already. He did it against Minnesota, made a big throw. Sure, whoever it was, it didn't matter. And then against the Bengals, he made a big throw to put them in position to win.
Did you see the thing that Wink Martindale said, because there's so little film on him, that they went all the way back to Central Michigan to scout his games, which at first I was like, what? And then I thought, oh yeah, well, I guess there's probably only really 2 games.
I know that when you questioned Jerry, it was a great follow-up when you're like, do you really believe that? You know, that everybody's going to come back healthy and we're going to be the greatest team in the history of football. It was a great follow-up of like, hey, you got to be in reality at some point, right? And Jerry's like, no, I don't. And so then I followed it up with, hey, do you think Cooper Rush could have more success in these first few games because of the lack of knowledge of his strengths and weaknesses? Because he's only played in 1 NFL game, like a real NFL situation against Minnesota. He didn't really hear my question because he was very frustrated with, hey, do you live in reality at any point during a season? And he's like, no, and stop asking me that. It's pretty much where he was at in his mind at that point. But I do think about how tough this is right now for the Giants. Like, hey, we do have last week's game, and we do have the Minnesota game. That's all we know about this guy. We don't know anything else. We know that we didn't want him when the Cowboys released him. We didn't want him the year before when the Cowboys released him. That's all we know about this guy. So I do think there is still a little bit of an advantage of Cooper Rush has a couple things that he probably does really well at an NFL level. He probably does a lot of things that aren't good at an NFL level, but they're not exactly sure how to expose him yet at those things that he can't do.
No, man, I think you're dead on with that, and I think that's like the Cowboys' approach is to keep that from being exposed.
Yeah.
You know, if we can play, and that's why everybody else has to play better. And maybe this is the good thing that happened is a lot of these guys recognize, hey, we got to get our crap together because we already screwed up by not being prepared against the Buccaneers, and we lost our starting quarterback. We have another guy that we know we have. I think they really do have confidence in him. I think that the rest of the team has confidence that Cooper Rush can keep them in games and give them opportunities. He's not Aaron Rodgers. I think they know that, but they know that they have to be great.
He could be Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady from yesterday.
So that's what we're doing in the C block, man, is Cowboys.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Dalton Schultz will test his knee before the game. Michael Gallup is out. How much will the potential departure of those players impact tonight's game? And let's get your predictions. 877-881-1053. We'll do it all next. Live from the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, guys, let's talk about Men's T Clinic. Look, it was one of the best decisions I ever made when I was 35 years old. I got my numbers checked at Men's T Clinic. My numbers were low, and they said, hey, let's try testosterone therapy. You have the insurance. It costs very little on insurance, and 2 weeks into the process, I noticed a major difference. Hey, look, there's a team that's activating Peters tonight. Maybe you're having an issue with that activation in your life. Well, Men's T Clinic can help you tremendously in that situation, too. They also have PRP therapies right now. That is platelet-rich plasma therapies with 3 revolutionary and highly effective treatment options. Look, you need to go to menstclinic.com to find out all of their treatments and all of their therapies that they have for you. I'm on testosterone therapy. I take the Lipo B shots from Men's T Clinic. The number to call is 972-GO-MEN'S-T or menstclinic.com. 5 DFW locations. Yes, they take insurance. Yes, they can get you back to being you. So if you're struggling with your energy, your focus, your activation, Men's T Clinic can help. Let's get back to being you through Men's T Clinic.
Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Permapeer, and it's brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Franklin & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin & Frankel. Consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com today.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth from the 940. That is my favorite place in Fort Worth, with it looks like 5 exclamation points. Hashtag Tolo. Love hearing that. So, a couple of different things to address here. First of all, if you want to go ahead and give us your prediction for tonight's game, pregame 4 o'clock. Right here on your home of the Cowboys.
Pregame now, baby.
Through the Fan. Yes.
Pregame now.
Look, I'm looking around. I have no doubt that some people have already
started pregaming.
Does just drinking one beer mean you're
that
pregaming?
That is pregaming, yeah,
okay.
absolutely.
I feel like if you're having a beer, let's say before 5 o'clock, you're pregaming.
Man,
yes.
I kind of feel like you might have just shamed a whole bunch of people.
No, I didn't say it was bad.
I don't think it's shame. I think that's a badge of honor right there.
Yeah, I mean, you're having fun. You're having a good day. You're getting ready for Monday Night Football. And you know what? Also, let's not leave out, you're getting ready for Aaron Judge game tonight.
The judge moment.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, here comes the judge.
Hey, can I throw something in here real quick?
Yeah.
This is a Mavericks note.
Okay.
Okay?
Oh. Okay.
Christian Wood from Tim McMahon and Jason Kidd will primarily be the sixth man, all right? I don't need him to be the microwave.
Yeah.
Christian Wood then said after he was asked about it, this is the first time I've heard about that.
Oh, that's good. We'll talk about it tomorrow. This is a bad situation for a free agent to be.
I just wanted to put that in the world.
We can talk about it tomorrow.
We'll do that tomorrow.
But that's a bad – expect Christian Wood to be here
what
year.
What the hell is happening already?
Don't worry, man. This is Cowboys. They're just trying to make headlines.
Okay,
Cowboys are playing. They're trying to get involved.
Yeah.
Okay, that is concerning, Corey. And things were going along so well. I'm still thinking about Mike's men's tea commercial, and it was amazing. All right, so Michael Gallup, no go today. When you see the movings and shakings that the Cowboys have, in addition to bringing up Jason Peters, Sean McEwen is going to be up as well, which would lead you to believe that Dalton Schultz isn't going to go. Now, the word is that he's doubtful, questionable, or doubtful, depending on who you believe, but he'll give his knee a try before the game.
Game time decision.
Yeah,
gotcha.
So Michael Gallup is not going to play. Dalton Schultz is still a potential, but it looks like it's leaning towards he's not going to be a go. How much do you feel like that impacts the game tonight? Not that this is not an offensive-led team, but those are two big weapons that either A, you already had, and B, you were hoping to get back. How much do you think that impacts the game? And then I want to get everyone's predictions, 877-881-1053.
I honestly don't think it impacts the game that much. And maybe that's just me not having as much invested in Dalton Schultz being a Travis Kelce type of tight end.
Just not Travis Kelce from yesterday,
right?
Yeah,
that was a bad day for the Chiefs altogether. But he is a tight end that benefits from offense. Everybody in that scheme knows that too. He benefits from the way the offense is run, and I think that he is good. But I do not think that he is elite. I think there are other guys that can do the job and be open well. Now, does he know how to find spaces? Yes, he does a good job at that. He does a good job in his role. But I don't think that it becomes something that's now what could happen is defenses look at it and go, okay, that's not Dalton Schultz. They're not going to him.
Yeah.
And so maybe Ferguson, Hittershot get those opportunities, and they surprise people just a little bit.
You know the other name that's coming up a lot, right? Jalen Tolbert is already see it. From the 806, Jalen Tolbert time. From the 361, what's up with Tolbert? And so I would just say, because I know – remember we had Steven on a couple weeks ago, and there has been discussion about, was it special teams maybe not picking up that quick enough? And Steven was like, it was injury. Injury prevented him from progressing as quickly as they would have hoped. And I would just say, depending on Tolbert being available, what would you actually see from him? Putting him on the active roster is a step forward, but I wouldn't anticipate he would go on the active roster and then make a huge impact in this game. Though I think we would all love it if he did. I would wonder about, like you mentioned, the tight ends or Noah Brown continuing to show off his relationship with Cooper Rush or CeeDee Lamb having more of a breakout day. But that's a good question.
There's no film on Tolbert yet, right?
I don't know how they got it for professionals.
But Wink Martindale has already proven that he doesn't have to, just watch film of the NFL.
That's true.
You go all the way back to college for some of these guys. But was there a whisper of Tolbert even being activated this week?
No, not
exactly.
that I remember.
So this is one of those things where Wink Martindale and company are the only thing that they can base it on is what routes do guys in this offense typically run. They have no clue what Jalen Tolbert is or can do at this point, other than maybe what they have from preseason. But other than that, and he didn't show a lot. Maybe there's something else that can be done there.
Now, I got a whole variety of predictions
turpentine
from the 806. I was going to start with that just for you.
Is it amazing that Jerry took that from Mark?
Yes.
I made that. I did that. I don't do a lot of things. And when I do things,
Mark
I usually get blamed.
Yeah.
Not credited.
Yeah.
So
you feel personal life like leaking in right there.
One thing that I can take credit for is I created turpentine.
Uh-huh. Well, there you go.
And now Jerry says it.
For the 806, 24-13 Cowboys, it's turpentine. Gets his first touchdown. There are a few things I would enjoy more in this world than, like, you and Jerry starting to bond and him buying you out and you becoming, like, a huge shill for the Cowboys.
Think about our relationship in the last, 10 days. You ask a tough question, and then I ask a question, and he starts saying, Mike, listen.
And then
Mike.
he called
and then the next week he's like,
Matt.
how's it going? Kevin, Corey, Mike, Matt. So, we're getting there. He for the first time in my life, he just starts saying, Mike, listen, Mike.
Yeah.
I get your question, Mike. And he's like, listen, Matt. And I'm like, dang. And now he's using turpentine.
I think he's
we're
doing it on
there.
purpose. I think it's kind of like, how Roger Staubach would always get me out of circles of groups talking and stuff. I think Jerry's doing this to him on purpose. He's keeping you off balance. Yeah. He's like, you know what? I'm going to get this guy to love me. And then once you start to kind of, you know what? I think I might be back in. He's like, you know what? I'm going back to calling him Matt.
From the 972, Cowboys win 17-10. From the 210, Cowboys win 27-17, score a late defensive touchdown to shut it down. And that was going to be one of my predictions to go along with all of this. I think this is a good day to predict the Cowboys score a non-offensive touchdown.
Okay.
I'm not necessarily saying it has to be Turpin. Maybe it's Diggs taking it to the house. Maybe it's Parsons with the strip sack fumble taking it to the house. I do think this feels like a good day for the Cowboys to get a non-offensive touchdown. And if they get a non-offensive touchdown, I believe firmly that they are going to win this game.
How long before one of the teams is in double digits into this game?
Think about the last two primetime games. The 325 game was 14-12, and last night was 11-10. Will there be, in a weird way, I thought this was going to be the low-scoring primetime game, but this game has to be higher scoring than those two, right?
Not bold prediction. We will combine to score more than 26 points. And in terms of halftime, I think there will somehow, some way, and it could be because of the non-offensive touchdown. I think there will be a team that breaks it up to 13-14 by the half, which is obviously not crazy, but maybe for these teams it is. From the 903, Cowboys 21-17. From the 903, Cowboys win. From the 940, Cowboys win. And from the 469, Giants win 3-2.
And that is a great text.
Is that a baseball game?
Sometimes the fan
Tolbert will ground out to end the game, and they'll be like, well, that's it for the ballpark tonight. Back to Aaron Judge.
You're looking at these a lot. It's, wouldn't you say, besides funny ones?
It's 85 to 95% Cowboys win.
Yeah.
Which I know worries you.
The Cowboys aren't even favored in this game. I know it's pretty much a pick-em game. It's a 1-point spread. But these are I just feel like doing this for 10-plus years now, these are the games that we all pick the Cowboys to win, and whether we think they're going to win by 5 or by 25, these seem to be, for some weird reason, these seem to be the ones we always come in the next day and go, what just happened?
How? What was that? What was that mess we saw on the field? I totally understand what you're saying. From
the last close one, I felt like, Corey, correct me if I'm wrong, was the game at home against the Arizona Cardinals. At the end of the season, it was considered a very pick'em game.
Yeah.
And the
I
whole,
do remember
every Cowboy fan, everybody up here at the station said whether the Cowboys were going to win by 3 or whether the Cowboys were going to win by 13, we felt like the Cowboys are going to win this game at home against a team that Kyler Murray's struggling. We're going to figure it out. I don't know. That just seems like the last one we all thought.
That's also with your starter. I think tomorrow, if that was the case, there would be a lot more of, okay, all right, Cooper Rush came back to earth. You know, like after a 2-0 start to his hot career, he didn't live up to it or whatever.
Yeah.
If it was Dak and that kind of mess came back, you'd be like, whoa, is this like what version of Dak are we getting here?
Yeah.
What's going on? Nathan Lawrence, our buddy, says he's got 23-15 Giants. But he's a Texan.
Does that mean we kicked 5 field goals in that game?
Or here's how
2-point conversion.
So I got the 19-15 game going right now.
How does that go?
There is definitely going to be a late 2-point conversion to try to get them in. Actually, I had 18-15, but you guys made me change it. But 19-15 is where I'm standing.
I feel like 19-15 will be a scoregami.
Yeah.
I did not check that.
I'll go check it out.
I believe.
I know where scoregami is. I've seen it.
From the 906, Cowboys win 27-13. From the 254, Cowboys lose 13-10. That sounds like a boring set of numbers. From the 817, how exactly are the Giants going to score 2 touchdowns against this defense? And then from the 972 follow-up, Micah will feast today. Now, I know we gave our predictions earlier,
right.
but just for anybody who missed it, Mike, what is your prediction going to be?
I'm going to pick 17-13 Cowboys for the victory. And I know somebody said, how are they going to score 2 touchdowns? I would have never thought last week that the Cowboys would have scored 2 touchdowns, and they did. And it just happens. Every game, it seems like, and I know there's 2 super low-scoring games, you figure out some way to score a touchdown. Now, how is the other one going to happen? I don't know. But I just feel like the Cowboys are going to figure out a way here on how to hold on to a very close, low-scoring game and score 2 touchdowns. I don't know if it's going to be 1 defensive touchdown, 1 offensive touchdown, but that's what I'm going to pick.
Now, Corey, I know you're looking it up. Somebody in the Twitch Winbag 4 said there's been 4 19-15 games.
Oh, wow.
And that's why scoregami is such a big deal. You would have thought 11-10 would have been a scoregami.
Yeah.
Nope. I would have thought 19-15.
And how many times do you think the Cowboys have been involved in those games?
Well, I would say 0, but with the way you said it, I would guess 1.
1990 against Washington, they were they lost. They lost.
Wait, what did they do? Start over.
They won,
this is where you have to start over commercial.
Everybody, in 52, the Browns won 19-15 over Washington. In 77, Dolphins won over the Niners 19-15. And 77, that 2 times in 77, the Oilers win over the Browns. And then in 1990, Washington defeated Dallas 19-15 in October of 1990.
Cowboys went 7-9 that year.
9.
That was Laufenberg trying to finish off a playoff berth right there at the end, I believe. I'm going to go 21-20 Cowboys and say 7 of those points come via the non-offensive touchdown. Corey, what say you?
All offensive touchdowns.
Okay, did the Giants, you said 2-point conversion, not 5 field goals. That's right. Okay, got it. All right.
Do you want 5 field goals?
Yeah, I want us to hold the Giants to 5 field goals. I don't want us to get 5 field goals.
I know I'm jumping ahead here, but the Cowboys are favored by 3 Sunday against Washington.
Yeah.
And if the Cowboys win this game, which they're underdogs by 1, but if they win this game and they're favored and they beat Washington, you're freaking 3-1.
Yeah.
And that's 3-0 with your backup quarterback.
Look, and I'm not saying this is the case whatsoever, but that's why I did not think what Jerry said was insane. I know Jerry says things that were preconditioned to be like, that's dumb, like, oh, Cedric Wilson's still awesome on this team. Like, I get it, but I don't think it's dumb to say the Cowboys break off 6 in a row or whatever and just be like, well, obviously Dak's our quarterback. Okay, but if Cooper Rush and the offense look good to get you 6-0 in that span, I'm not saying it'll happen. I don't think any of that's going to happen, but I don't think it's crazy.
In a weird way, I'm picking the Cowboys a little bit because there's just no way the Giants are going 3-0 to start this year. But then in the back of my mind, just thinking, there's also in my mind no way you go 3-0 with Cooper Rush as your quarterback the first 3 games. Like, something's going to happen. You're playing you're playing a guy that's not a top 32 quarterback in the NFL. Right. Most people believe, if you think of the release of Cooper Rush and the re-signing of Cooper Rush, he's not a top 60 quarterback in the NFL. Now, I do think he's good enough that he's proven now from last week and the game. He barely lost to Pittsburgh. Am I right about that? The COVID year?
I would have to go back and check that again.
I'm not 100% sure, but or was it Garrett Gilbert? I know there's a whole bunch of quarterbacks during that time where Andy Dalton got hurt too, but he's a guy that's giving you a chance to win, or he's undefeated, whatever he is. But it's tough for me to think that Cooper Rush is also going to go 3-0 the way that it's tough for me to believe the Giants are going to start off 3-0.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, live from the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth, we will transmit back to the studio and chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation.
I've heard of
next
them.
right here on the Fan.
RJ Chopper here for A1 Air. If you need a new heated and AC system, it is time to level up with A1 Air. Get a 17 series.
Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When the time comes to sell your vehicle, Classic Chevrolet will buy it for full market value and not a penny less. That's pricing true to their Texas values, and it's the right way to do things. So find new roads, visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where I will once again bring you my fact of the day. I know some of them were interim, but Doug Peterson is the ninth coach in the history of the Jaguars organization. Through 3 games, he is now tied for 5th in most wins ever.
That's awesome.
In Jaguars organizational history as a head coach.
Petey and Sunshine. Like the movie.
Yes.
That's who's going to lead me to my next Super Bowl victory.
Okay.
Petey and Sunshine, baby.
Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is ya?
Awesome. How are you, Hagee?
We're doing good. We've been rocking at Eagles Nest in Fort Worth all day long. Got a bunch of people showing up, having lots of fun, conversations, photos, good food. What's not to like?
I don't know. I've been there a few times myself, and I can confirm everything you just said. You know, it's an amazing place to hang out. I think you're top of the world right now. We're 31 days from Mavs opening night, and we got a Cowboys Monday happening.
And I'm going to throw...
There's already controversy.
Yeah, there's already controversy with the Mavs, and it took one media day, which is really concerning. But I got to ask y'all a quick question. Have you seen previews at all for the movie Smile?
Yes. Looks weird. It looks crazy.
Have you seen that at Major League ballparks, they have started infiltrating the front 2 rows with people advertising the movie? Like, for example, at the A's game the other day, somebody in a bright yellow Smile shirt just stood there in the front row smiling. And then at a Yankees game, someone in a bright blue shirt smiled at the camera for 40 consecutive minutes just staring. And they're doing this at the Dodgers game and all kinds of places. They just have people sitting there in a premium seat with a Smile shirt on, smiling, just like Corey is with this terrifying grin on the fan cam to advertise this movie.
Corey, you need to do this at a Ranger game here very, very soon.
In the powder blue,
because you're killing it right now. Yeah, get the Sunday best on, the powder blue. He's really, really channeling like Nicolas Cage might here. Well, Chucky, you looking at Corey here? This guy's a full-on thespian. This is encouraging for me though, because I thought we just had like psycho people doing this on their own accord. I had no idea about this movie Smile until just now. So this actually makes me feel a little bit better that there is at least some sort of marketing and reasoning behind this, and we don't just have wild psychos behind home plate.
Well, and it clearly worked. Aaron Judge did not hit home run number 61. He struggled over the weekend against Boston. So if this keeps up, I think that he's destined to go ahead and make history at Globe Life Field against the Rangers. I think they should continue this.
Well, I hope you're right about that, Zach. I do. But the reason why I wish he would have hit these home runs over the weekend now is, are we going to see a stupid split screen scenario tonight as they butt into Cowboys football coverage for Aaron Judge at bat coverage?
Yes.
Yeah, they will. Absolutely, they'll do it.
Yeah. College football fans were irate like all weekend long.
I did see that. But that's the thing. It wasn't during a game I cared about, so I was like, get over it. Now I'm like, get off my lawn. Mm-hmm. So I get the complaints.
Please hit 61 on a 3rd down with
They're going to close the Cowboys down to the tiny window.
And he did it, 61. And then they still have to break in because then he hit 62 later in the same game.
Mm-hmm. It's 4th and goal for the Cowboys. And Aaron Judge going yard.
Do they just pause the Cowboys game for this moment so they can celebrate it on TV?
Oh, they have to stop the Cowboys game because it's in New York. Mm-hmm. And they have to do a whole special for 10 minutes on the big screen.
Parade in the city. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Spittle wants you for something.
I'm prepared. I'm prepared for that outcome. So that's why you got to be listening to the Fan to make sure you get uninterrupted coverage of the game tonight. Wanted to see if we could get some predictions from y'all, and correct me if I'm wrong, but
you don't think Brad Sham will mention it?
No, I mean maybe.
Absolutely,
but
he's
not
a baseball fan.
Okay, but he's not going to go 4th and goal. Here goes Cooper. Wait. Aaron Judge has just hit a Titanic Judgian blast.
They'll put it on the scoreboard there. I bet you they put the announcement on the scoreboard if he hits it.
I'm fine with all of that. because you don't have to have your experience interrupted. Now, I know Dawson said, I believe it was on Friday, refinance your house, take the college, fund everything. Let's put it on the Cowboys because it's time to win some money.
Yeah, it's a refi bet.
Okay, see?
Yeah.
What's your tell us your final score again, and then can we get predictions across the board?
Hold on, I'm liquidating my 401k as we speak on the other end. Sorry, I've been quiet the last couple of minutes.
This isn't good, Dawson. I remember at one point in your career you had a 10-1 bet on just a regular Cowboys game, and it didn't go the way you thought it would.
Yeah, the Cowboys won that game, right? I was predicting they would lose. They had played 3 consecutive games, 2 of which were top 10 worst offensive games in franchise history, but the football team was bad that day. I think they were still the Redskins at that point, but they were pretty bad. No, here's the reason. Okay, Daniel Jones is terrible. The Giants have a bad offensive line. They have no receivers. The Cowboys defense is good. What more do you need? They're going to hold the Giants under 17 points easy. That's done. All you have to do is determine how many points the Cowboys are going to score. I thought naturally in my brain we're low 20s, but then you got to add the defensive score they're going to get. So I'm going 31-13.
Man.
This dude's on a heater, by the way. He has single-handedly predicted correctly the first 2 games of the Cowboys season. So
it felt better until you said 2.
Yeah, I know.
You're right. But no, you're right.
But that's a heater in today's world.
Yeah, that's all
you
you
watch
can
the
do.
craziness we saw yesterday. Nobody knows what the hell's going on.
Nobody knows what the hell is going on, and that's why I can't confidently say anything about the sport that we watch every week.
But if that kind of score happens on the first pre- and post-game show with Eric and Zach, this is what I'm talking about.
That's what I was going to say.
What an introduction.
That's the number one reason they can't possibly lose.
That's
is because of Zach and Eric. We call him Zarek.
Yeah, that's what I've always
I like the
called
name
him.
Zarek.
I can rock with that. I'm going with the Cowboys victory, boys. I got it 23-16.
Let's go.
And I do have a Cowboy touchdown, a defensive touchdown rocking and rolling in there.
That's perfect. I'm not a little stitious. I'm a lot of stitious. And last week I picked against the Cowboys and they won. So this week I will pick against the Cowboys as well, hoping that means that they win. So give me the Giants 16-13.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Yeah, I like what he did there because every time every person picks the Cowboys to win at this station, they lose.
Yep, so I'm taking one for the team here, boys.
Like every time we go, oh, this is a Cowboys win, they somehow lose.
Well, I mean, we got people picking them to beat Tampa, Mike. You know what I'm saying, Brian?
Yeah.
What the hell are you trying to do? I thought they were going to beat Tampa.
He's not wrong. Yeah, he's not wrong. No, I was on a podcast this morning. Bobby and I did our Love of the Star podcast.
I heard you guys crossed 100,000 downloads.
We did.
My
Thank you
friend.
very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We had John Smilk on from Giants.com, and he was worried about the Cowboys scoring defensive touchdowns. He says, listen, your offense, let's see, whatever happens there. He goes, I'm worried about you guys scoring defensive touchdowns on us with the way that we play sometimes. This is the way he described it. So they're worried about the defensive touchdowns. I went Dallas 20, Giants 13 is what I went.
All right. Love to hear it. What do you find, fellas, got coming up on the program today?
It's a 2-hour celebration of Cowboys football. We also have the Tales on Flagtober 2022. The Tour Day DFW is coming up this weekend. We'll have the full schedule for you to conclude our opening segment. We'll also, take a look at takeaways from Mavs Media Day a little bit as well. But it's really a countdown to the pregame show, which starts at 4 o'clock.
So you think it's going to be a good show?
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Yeah.
Cy Young at 320, by the way.
All right. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. That will go right into Cowboys pregame, which will lead you right to Cowboys Giants. All here on the station that will pay attention to the game that you care about. 105.3 The Fan. We will be back tomorrow, but if you get the chance, come on out to the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth and tune in to us tomorrow 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say they activated Peters, Kevin. Say it.
I'll never forget that commercial because guess what? They activated Peters.
Say alphabetical colors, Kevin.
I don't know what that means.
Stick around. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Happy Cowboys Monday. General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup, Wolchuk and Chiafalo debuting in the Cowboys pre- and post-game show roles this evening. Look at these guys blowing up. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, Nation 2 to 4, and then pretty much the G-Bag Nation for the entire pregame show. Which one of you knuckleheads is doing this at 4 o'clock? Is this Wolchuk or Chiafalo?
I am. Wolchuk's always been known as more of the finisher.
Okay.
So, he's going to be rocking on the post game. I am going to be preing it up with Brian Broaddus. Yeah.
Now, I'll still be here for 3 hours, so I might just
you want to pre with me?
The pre. Just maybe.
Let's
maybe I'll
together.
sprinkle Dinkle into the pregame.
Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen 4 to 7? Sounds like it could be a party. It will be one way or the other because it is a Cowboys game night. We know you guys are excited about this game. You can text in your prediction at 877-881-1053. I see Brian over there looking at the Twitch chat. So you want to get in on that, or there's a YouTube chat as well if you want to mix it up with some of the Tolos on there. Cowboys ticket giveaway in the 3 o'clock hour. Flagtober details. The Tour Day DFW is back. Okay, it's been a couple of years since we were able to get out in the Metroplex like we want to, but we're going full bore this year, and we have details and the tour schedule here coming up in about 15 minutes. So, significant breaking news throughout your broadcast day if you're listening to 105.3 The Fan. We got updates on several players. Gallup and Schultz that appeared. They're not going to be ready to play, right, Brian?
Doesn't sound like that with Gallup. They just kind of feel like that maybe it's a situation where with all the Monday night, the hype and everything going into the game, that it might be just better just to let him have one more week. There was no setbacks. That's the first question I asked, because I was hearing Friday or Sunday he made it through those and just fine, that he would be able to play. But they just made a determination after Sunday's practice that he would not play tonight. So, and then Dalton Schultz is in another situation too. Kind of sounds like that. Team might feel like that. You're healthy enough to go. Maybe some doubt in Dalton Schultz's mind too.
Business decision here from Dalton.
Yeah, might not be. So we'll see.
He's mad about that $12 million he's getting to be a possession tight end.
Yeah, that's the thing about it is, when you're one of those guys and you're playing on a franchise tag.
Sure.
So
got to protect his value as a star.
I do love the subtle shot there, the possession tight end from Gavin. I've missed that, as you guys did an excellent job last week as I was filling in on Rangers. But two thoughts. The Gallup thing, I think, not a setback, which is good. I was trying to just reach out, people at the Star. Hey, what's going on? Yeah. That was my first concern. Oh, no, did he tweak something? Don't think it's anything to worry about there, right? I think it's just, let's make sure he's able to play, the majority of the snaps, and let's get him back for this game against Washington so he's 100% good to go. And then also with Dalton Schultz, I'm excited about these rookies, man. I think Peyton Hendershot really wowed all of us out there at Oxnard and then continued to perform well in the preseason. But, Brian, when we were hosting together, getting ready for the draft and taping, Trust the Tape, I was a big Jake Ferguson guy, and I think Jake Ferguson, has bulked up a little bit. I think he's improved his blocking. I think this can be a Wally Pipp situation. I don't think you're going to see a big drop-off for the Cowboys at the tight end position without Dalton Schultz. Go ahead. Take the night off. Rest up. Get yourself healthy. I think the Cowboys will be just fine tonight with Jake Ferguson and Peyton Hendershot.
Not prediction-changing news for me either, Chiafalo. You?
No, it's not. It's not, but I am interested to see how they approach it offensively, because they, like last week, they were in love with the two tight end personnel
12
grouping.
personnel, yeah.
So, it was almost 50% of their snaps were played with two tight ends. And so how much does that deviate for Kellen Moore in terms of, do we still want to rock with two? Do we trust Hendershot enough? Because I'm with you, Walchuk, on the drop off from Schultz to Ferguson. I don't anticipate that being overly eye popping. But then you start going, okay, but now here comes Hendershot, and your third tight end is now getting a bunch of snaps if you're in 12 personnel. So that's one thing that I do wonder about.
Could I throw this out? And this is something that just off the top of my head, I think that's a great point, Eric. But with Jason Peters being active tonight, and the thinking is he'll probably slide in, play some left guard.
That's what it sounds like, yes.
Maybe if you want to go to some big sub packages and you are a little bit worried about both those tight ends, could you then have Farniok and Peters on the field at the same time and just go heavy with your linemen?
Yeah, what you could do is you would likely move Farniok, since he's the more of the athlete. You might want to move him to one of those positions to play him in line, which is on the line, or as one of the wings, or even the fullback stuff. They used Gifford as the
McGovern role.
The McGovern role last time, and he's a little bit questioned. I'm hearing that they're worried a little bit about him being available for this game as well.
Okay, so you got the Jason Peters stuff in there on the active roster, Sean McEwen as well. And the talk about Jason Peters playing guard is creating an interesting conversation. It'll be really interesting to see if he does in fact do that and how successful he could be. I mean, that's an investment in the future, right? Because there's no way getting around Peters at tackle and Smith at left guard would be the best configuration for tonight. Am I right about that, Brian?
Yeah, I kind of feel like, though, that to me, I would play Smith. I would play Peters at the left tackle, and then kick Smith inside. But they're going for the future now, is what they're going to do.
I'm not mad at that.
Yeah,
I'm not disappointed about that. Yeah,
Jason Peters, I think, has now just become a guy whenever they need him, availability, whether it's the guard or the tackle. that's where he's going to fit in.
All right, there is Brian Broaddus. He's a former Cowboys scout and NFL Super Bowl champion. His Love of the Star podcast is now the hottest Cowboys podcast on the interwebs. Belt and Broaddus there. They went 6 figures over the weekend, but before we even got to week 3. They say it takes years to build a podcast, but Brian and Bobby have built up such a big following on social media. They just race right to the front of the line, and it is dominating. It's doing huge stuff for Odyssey app.
Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate everybody out there that listens to it around the world that makes this a big part of it. John Smelk this week from thegiants.com is on. It's on up right now on the Odyssey platforms and stuff like that. You can get Spotify. You can give it a listen. Give our show a listen. Give the pregame show. But if you want to go back and kind of hear some things, that's available for you.
They
as
might
well.
take that name Podyssey from you.
I was just about to say,
they might take that Podyssey. We might get on the copyright right now, fellas.
Lucius, I was going to ask, can we write that down on a bar napkin?
Let's do it.
That's
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah, I'll give everybody a cut.
Get a notary swing by.
Yeah, I'll get us all a cut on that one if that works.
Yeah, all right.
I can see that as a drop down on the Odyssey website. Podyssey.
Check out the Love of the Star Podyssey.
Oh, man.
Okay, we are just 5 hours now, 5 hours and 7 minutes from kickoff. Do the Cowboys keep on winning? 469 says Cowboys win 27-6. A lot of confidence on here. 210. Cowboys will give Danny Dimes a primetime win. Bet your house on it. 14-13. Are you saying Giants then?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
okay.
what he's saying.
All right, at 877-881-1053. For me, I'm going big on the Cowboys. The Giants are already one of the worst 2-0 teams in all NFL history. Do you really think they're going to get to 3-0? Do you really think this crappy Giants team is getting to 3-0? I'm gonna put a huge number on it, and I believe it. But I just want to say, even though the Cowboys are 1-point underdogs, I consider the chances of them losing amongst the lowest in all games here in Week 3.
Yeah, well, somebody's losing their house then. It's either going to be Dawson or the guy who just texted in who's betting on Danny Dimes. Somebody's losing a crib today.
You need to get in on this because we had some bad beats on Saturday. So we need, maybe you should go ahead and mortgage your home this week. We need to get Maya and all the
I
other
need to
babies.
bounce back from
You're young.
College
You're young.
funds
You can always get another one.
I got
7 years of bankruptcy, you'll be
Clemson,
out.
Wake Forest didn't go well.
That's true.
No,
I'll still only be 35 at that point.
No,
my whole life will still be in front of me.
He's got another payoff for Survivor Pool this week.
Hey, don't you
We'll get
say
to
that.
Okay, don't bury the lead.
Him and
dude, it's a bad
the
time
great
for
one.
me.
Details on that coming up in about 6 minutes here for you.
I honestly am just surprised. Honestly, my big surprise of the whole day is that Broaddus is still with us after drinking out of my sauna sneaker with the shoey on Friday.
Yeah, my friends overseas were all asking me, like, what did you do? And I said, I drank a beer out of a gym shoe. And he goes, why? And I go back and listen. You'll figure it out.
What is ringworm like?
Yeah, what is why? I got a tetanus shot. I'm good.
The Prince has servants to do deeds like that for him.
Yeah, that's to say. Prince Feislas goes, what did you do? And literally before we went on air, and he was like amazed that I'm still walking right now.
Oh my God! Create ground zero for a new pandemic out here in Dallas.
Yeah, dude, I swear I feel bad. I hope. How many times did you brush your teeth this weekend, bro?
Oh no, yeah, you're right. Seriously, there was like a gritty dirt taste.
Oh, you had a hit of shoe on your breath the whole time.
Oh man, I mean it wasn't good. And I do 2 more hours of radio. I was just sitting there, just like, I couldn't. It was not good.
Looking back at the video with me wearing the Cincinnati bow tie, it's so funny because there was
right there in my face. What are you doing?
Teabag.
What are you doing? You've got to learn to position yourself a little bit away. I looked at that. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's right by your.
You
in the moment, nobody was paying attention to that. It was just like drink that thing. And then afterwards, incidental, but it made the video.
It's only on the second watch. When you go all 22 on that one, Broaddus, that's when you start to notice the little things like you doing like a saucer style move right up there on my bow tie.
Well, hey, tune in for at the end of the week because we got 2 more that are going to pay off, and it ain't me this week.
Yeah,
I'm excited to talk about that. Speaking of the all 22, then General, I mean, you are spot on. There's a lot of things like. About the Cowboys in this matchup. I mean, I am going with.
What are we looking at? 4 or 5 sacks. How many Daniel Jones turnovers? I can't believe we're making such a big deal. It's the Giants, guys. They're horrible.
Right.
The Cowboys are still a good team.
I dread radio tomorrow if this thing goes wrong.
I think the jury's still out on that one. I think right now we think the Cowboys are at least an average team, but I don't think the Giants are very good. I don't know how the hell they're 2-0.
Yeah.
Last week, Brian Burns was just, you didn't matter what side you put him on. If it was Evan Neal or Andrew Thomas, he was having his way on either side. So Micah Parsons is playing tonight. I don't think any of us were really worried about the illness thing. He's a freak of nature. Yeah. You can move him. And their right guard, Glowinski, 64.
Glowinski, yeah.
He is.
Yeah, he's bad.
He's ass, my dude.
Yeah.
That guy's horrible.
Yeah.
No, that's good analysis right
this
there.
offensive line.
That's good scouting on your part.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think much else needs to be said. Your interior defensive lineman, this could be a big game for Neville Gallimore, who really hasn't done much in the first 2 weeks. Maybe Osa Digizua. Maybe you get some matchups inside with Fowler, Sam Williams. Maybe you get Anthony Barr rushing a little bit more if they're a little concerned with Micah and his limited practice reps this week. But there's a lot of matchups that Dan Quinn's probably eyeing up and saying, wow, our front seven's going to have their way.
Oh, wait, okay. Let me ask you guys this. How interested are you playing base to maybe hold off the run?
Yeah.
I mean, if they, they're going to sit there and try and get you spread out to run Barkley, up inside. I'm interested in keep as many of them damn linebackers on the field as I can. Barr, Van Der Esch, Parsons. Maybe this isn't the game that you sit there and rush Parsons every snap just because of the fear of these guys running the ball.
Yeah, well, it's clearly the best thing they got going right now. And Daniel Jones
might be
will take
the only
off and
thing
run
they
on
got
you.
going right now.
Yeah, it's the only thing. I mean, Daniel Jones is like a 29 quarterback rating through 2 games. He's throwing for like 175 yards
sacks.
a game. Yeah, he's getting sacked left and right. So that's the reason why there's Cowboy confidence right now. It's just trusting that your front seven is going to have your way with the Giants front seven and a turnover-prone quarterback and a team that's got no weapons outside of Barkley. That is it. That's what gives you the confidence there. Otherwise, the Cowboys trusting a backup quarterback to go on the road, that's not the easiest thing in the world. In prime time against a blitz-heavy defense, weird football things happen. You saw it with Kansas City and the Colts yesterday. That's just one example of a million. You can't trust anything.
An unbelievable day in the NFL, and I can't wait to get more time to talk about it in its entirety. The Eagles did dismantle Washington. Jason Garrett saying, I think Philadelphia is the best team in football right now. He said that last night on the Sunday Night Football telecast, and I don't know. I think that's hyperbole, but they're definitely good, and the Cowboys need an impressive win here tonight to not let them get too far out in front in the division. Broncos beat the 49ers 11-10. So many ugly offensive performances. I'm not sure if Russell Wilson is even an above-average NFL quarterback. I mean, in the first game, I wanted to give him an excuse. Second game, 1 touchdown, and then they pull one out last night after getting a takeaway, right? So I don't even know what Russell Wilson is or what Denver is, but they are 2-1. But I'm thinking, holy crap, what did we give up for Russell Wilson? And now maybe we see why your former intern John Schneider was so willing to let him go, Brian.
I think Johnny's a pretty smart guy on what he struggled to draft, but that was the whole thing. The move on from Russell Wilson right there to let that quarterback go, man, it's a big thing for them.
All right, it is a huge week, though, in the G-Bag Nation, guys. Not only is it a Cowboys game day, Flagtober is just days away from being upon us. And the Tour de DFW is going to kick off this weekend. The single greatest promotional item in the history of radio. You will be able to purchase them online if you're out of town at 1053thefan.com. But if you're somewhat newer to the radio station, we started this 10 years ago. And over the years, it grew into an incredible event where we just try to touch every corner of DFW and hand you a flag. It's our way of saying thank you. We hand you a beautiful promotional flag and come say hi, hang out with you for an hour or two in your neck of the Metroplex.
What's up, G-Bag Nation?
Okay, and we always kick it off the first weekend of October with Tour de DFW, and I have the schedule right here for the first time hitting the public airwaves.
Feed me!
Now, Twin Peaks is our sponsor this year. Salute the Twin Peaks. So we're going to use each one of their locations as a tour stop. We're starting in Burleson Saturday morning at 11 o'clock.
This is the schedule, you say?
This is the schedule.
That's a win.
Saturday morning. Yes, Burleson is awesome.
Yeah.
South Fort Worth, 12:30 to 1:30 on Saturday.
That's a win.
Fossil Creek, 2 to 3.
Another win.
And then Irving, 3:45 to 4:45. We're going to be back more centrally located in the Metroplex.
Win, yeah.
Sunday morning, I have a soccer game at 8 a.m. We're going to try to beat a team from Louisiana. They're coming in. The good news is I'm out of there at 9. I'll be at Mesquite Twin Peaks by 11 o'clock Sunday morning to kick off day 2 of the tour.
And you are undefeated as a coach in
right.
Flagtober, right?
That is correct.
So
yes.
it's a guaranteed victory Sunday for Dawson.
Oh, I cannot wait. I'm going to be strutting off that field and head to Twin Peaks and Mesquite to get day 2 started again at 11 o'clock. Addison, 12:30. Frisco, 1:30. Louisville, 3 to 4. Grand Prairie, 4:30 to 5:30. There will be a schedule posted at 105 through thefan.com and across our social media platforms. But there you have it. Pro Bowl is out. The Pro Bowl games are in. That one's awesome. We got to talk about that a little bit later on. But coming up next, 2 of us are getting ready for a Survivor Pool update and a bet payoff.
The flag.
2 more losers over the weekend. You're going to get 2 more bet payoffs so we can get back into this on Friday. Then we got Lucius has the G-Bag of the day here for you at 2:30 on The Fan. I want to chat about my friends at Absolute Beauty Solutions, though, before we do anything else, though, because who would like a little bit less fat on your body? There's an 80% chance you get the dub didn't come. Now, I went wrong putting my faith in what I think might be the biggest fraud elite quarterback going. It's Brian's guy, Justin Herbert.
Oh, wait, my guy?
Yeah, he's a fraud.
I asked you, I'm like, hey, the guy's got a rib problem. He might not play. Oh, no, I'm good, man. It's Jacksonville.
Okay.
I'm good, man.
And then later on, a few hours later, when we heard it so bad he might not play, I said, can I pick somebody else? And you said no. You just made up a rule right in the middle of the game, Brian.
Hey.
I wanted a ruling from the commissioner.
It's not that hard to drink a gallon of milk in 5 hours. You could do it, Gavin.
Okay. You going to do the milk me? Are you going to choose the milk me?
I think I was thinking either the milk punishment or the frog legs.
Okay, yeah.
I want to save the straw dog for Brian because I know he's looking forward to that one, and he'll be wrong about the NFL shortly.
I was thinking about
maybe tonight.
The ranch
doing the straw dog.
What about the ranch pants?
Ranch pants is pretty legit, man.
Now with the ranch pants, you got to wear a regular pair of pants and then smear ranch all over them and do a show.
No, in the pants.
Yeah. So what will happen is your teammates will each get to have a large Hidden Valley little bottle, basically, and we will all get an opportunity to squirt an entire bottle of ranch into your pants. And then you will do the show entire.
Do the janitors know about this?
You'll do the entire show.
Do we know about this? Why do we want to squirt a little bit in his pants?
You don't want to? I mean, I don't mind. I can be the guy that does that. I don't mind doing it. It's not like you have to peek or anything. You just hold your waistline out and boom, I'm going to put a bunch of ranch in your pants. And then you're going
just
to
so
host
we can kind of control how much ranch is in there.
Yeah, there's going to be a ton of ranch in there. Don't free ball that day.
Okay.
Or do. I think I'm going to do the straw dog, honestly. I think I might.
I like that.
I mean, we did add a couple more. So now we did throw the shot collar on there. We got the broadcast excellence. That's what we do in the G-Bag Nation here. That's
slam an egg on your head.
So yeah, is it hard boiled? Is it not?
Right,
we'll find out. And then the mystery mix. Kudos to the boss man Gavin Spittle. He's like, we'll do a mystery mix of just terrible items to put into a blender, and then you have to consume it. Right.
I also like the idea he had about singing for a segment.
That's a good one to sing back in.
Sing back in.
All your takes for an entire segment have to be singing. Is that a good payoff, Tolos?
Offensive line.
Yeah, if you guys like that, 877-881-1053.
Just getting a little taste there from Brian.
Exactly.
I'm in on that. I'm in on that.
We got the one chip challenge texted in.
Yeah,
which sounds absolutely terrifying. Eric and I did the one of those hot one sauces one show just about destroy those.
That'll kill you.
Yeah, the hot wings type of challenge as well. And then somebody texted and get on stage at Baby Dolls for one song. I don't know. Baby Dolls, trust me, I've tried to get on stage there. They don't really. They're trying to make money.
Yeah, they don't encourage you to do that.
We would probably discourage people from spending money there. Yeah. So I don't know if we could pull that off.
There's some good ones on here, though, and I don't know about that one chip challenge. I think I'd be willing to do that. Maybe I got to watch a video of somebody try that. A pickle vodka bet payoff. Can't do that one. Extra hot wings.
Yeah, the hot stuff
like the
is good.
atomic stuff.
I do like the dress up stuff where you're just doing an entire show dressed up. We do have the Krusty the Clown on there.
What if we do like a full on? You're talking shoulder pads, helmet.
Yeah,
the Raider guy.
Well,
Raider guy or gal.
We do have the Raider Joe bet payoff where you have to dress like a crazy, insane Raider fan, which would not be fun. So I like the dress up ones. I'm going to continue to workshop, especially now with Halloween here. It'll be easy for us to get costumes if we need to, and it would just be funny to be giving serious sports takes while you're dressed up as a clown or whatever insane
That might
thing.
be the next one I do.
But I'll come to work as Broadus.
Yeah.
I will
shave our heads a little bit.
I do like the idea of just the bet payoff call, and we just call it the Broadus, and you just have to do your hair like Broadus's.
Oh,
where you have sort of the cul-de-sac going on up there.
Yeah.
Now that's going to be a permanent fixture.
I got it. I'm going to do the broadcast excellence. That's an egg cracked on your head. Okay.
That's 4 eggs.
Yeah, it's 4 eggs.
You got to do 2 of them. You got to get 2 of them. Yeah.
So you get 4 different eggs and 2 of them are hard boiled.
And 2 of them are hard boiled.
So you're playing egg roll roulette.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Boom. Yeah. And I'm going to do the straw dog. So at some point this week, I'll consume a beer using a hot dog wiener as a straw.
What kind of beer?
Miller Lite, obviously.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Thank you.
All righty. It is time now to go into the Pimp Cup where the very smart Lucius Alexander is standing by. And I say that because he bailed on this competition.
Well, not necessarily bailed on the competition, you know. I was confused by what was going on.
Yeah.
There was not a re-explanation
of it.
it.
Selective hearing. I think
it got kind of wild. It was a Friday, you know.
Was that?
You've been to the shaman?
I got so confused by what we were going to do. I was just like, you know what? I'm going to be an observationalist on this one, fellas. And I will watch these guys torment themselves for the audience.
Yes.
Good for you, man. Wow. Hey, you see that Bills coach that was tore up that? I love that.
Dude. Ken Dorsey.
Look, Ken Dorsey. Yo, I need that gift. That's it, man.
He flipped out.
Also see
I need the jokes on that.
There was a Bills Mafia member. You know how they jump on the tables, crush and break the tables? And this guy, running jump, had to like jump over a set. It was like almost a ramp that he jumps over, misses the table, knocks himself out.
Nice.
He might have died.
Do it for the squad, man. He's up there in Bills heaven if he did. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Where everybody's .15.
Doing table smashes
they're all
in the
looking
sky,
for a ride
home. Bobby Bell, appreciate you for doing this right here. This is Jane Slater, just roasting Sean Sharif here. Still our winner and still champ.
Yo, Sean, while I thoroughly enjoyed your interview with whoever that Red Raiders head coach was, I thought Gavin Dawson already taught you not to bet against the Orange Magic. It's clear that RJ, and this pains me to say it, watches more football than you. The Longhorns are going to burn Tech as bad as you burn that meat on your grill every weekend. I wouldn't be surprised if Bryson has already committed to Texas by halftime. Sark's going to carry my Longhorns to victory, much like you were carried to state by your mixed doubles partner. Also, your hands, they're so incredibly small. Seriously, my hands are bigger than yours. I don't even need a joke for that one. Hook up, Sean! Texas 5! Texas 5!
She nailed that.
She did. She crushed him, and for that, she is a one-time G-Bag of the Day champion.
Then, of course, the game happened on Saturday.
And then Tech won.
Yes, they did.
Why were people so excited about Texas? They didn't have their quarterback.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. We've seen what happened.
Yeah.
The confidence is crazy out here.
Didn't stop the Aggies.
Okay.
And it actually didn't stop the Red Raiders because I think they were playing with a backup quarterback as well.
I guess I did ask for it right there, didn't I?
No, I like it. I like it.
Yeah, you know,
it's tough.
No, it is a fair situation. No Quinn Ewers, no victory for Texas.
I mean, that's how I looked at it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Lions wide receiver Amun-Ra. You know that fella right there, named after the Egyptian god Amun-Ra?
Okay.
He's pretty good at holding grudges. Check this out right here. He looks at the sidelines.
You know, the draft, it is what it is. I think, even the Commanders, they got a guy before me over there. I believe his name is De'Ami Brown. I don't know how many catches he had. You guys can probably tell me that, or how many yards he had, but I don't forget things like that. You know, I see him across the sideline from where I'm standing during the game, and I'm going to give every team hell. Yeah, I didn't see him in the game much.
Like Dave said, you fell because of the size.
I love this draft energy because it's one of the few places in sports where guys can be honest about the chip on their shoulder.
Yeah.
I just love it,
Yeah, you see it. And they ride it their whole career. No matter how great the career is, they keep pointing back to it by way of
Tom
just
Brady.
Brady does it. Draymond Green is a big fan of doing it as well. He was a second-round pick. That
Aaron
line
Rodgers.
there at the end. Didn't really see him get in the game much.
Yeah, that right there. Yeah, he fell in that one.
Can you be great if that stuff doesn't bother you? I don't know. I don't know. Like I think like sports greatness is like it flirts on the edge of bad mental health.
Yeah.
But it's got to tap into something that motivates you. Like, you want to dominate other people and you feel horrified to lose, even though this other person has tried so hard. It's just like, you tap into that kind of energy. I think it is a little bit like the dark side, like in Star Wars.
Yeah. Yep, that's why I like the bad guys in the movie, man.
Yeah, they're a lot more interesting. Yeah.
That's a fact. Let's see, we got a good Samaritan right here that helped out an officer that was struggling with a suspect. Dude just didn't want to just cooperate. So while she was struggling with the suspect, the guy just pulled over, jumped out of his car, and helped her get the guy down.
All right.
I would never do something like this. Not because I wouldn't want to, because I just don't want to die.
Yeah, I don't want to get hurt.
Yeah.
Why are you getting out of the car, sir?
I don't need my driver's license.
12 radio, this male just stepped out of the vehicle. Step over here now. Have a seat on the ground. Have a seat.
I'm not sitting. I'm not sitting!
Back up! Back up!
I'm not sitting, mother.
Put your hands behind your back.
I'm not.
I will tase you, sir. Touch the vehicle. Put your hands on the vehicle now!
Knock it off, man. Knock it off now. Get your arm behind you.
Put your arm behind your back. Let's get your cuffs.
Shut up. Shut up.
You don't do that to a woman. Do you understand me? Pop or not, you don't do that to a woman.
Dang.
Wow.
So was the Good Samaritan that pulled over another woman?
No, there's another guy. It was a guy. It was him right here in this little part telling him to put your hands behind your back.
Knock it off, man. Knock
Right
it
there.
off now.
Right on, dude.
Do it now.
He's been waiting for that moment his whole life.
Yeah, there's some people that live for the thrill of that, of finding those wolves and bowing up to them like a pit bull out in the wild. Like, I was built for this too, bro. Let's go.
Pit bull out in the wild.
That's right.
Hey, man, let me giving pit bulls bad names like that, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. I got one more, dog. Door-to-door energy salesman right here had a fraudulent slip. Y'all seen this video?
No.
You see how long he sat on the property and just thought about it? He's like, man, oh my God, I can't believe I did that.
Hello. Yes, sir. Hey, how you doing? Hey, sorry to bother you. I'm Fernando. I work with Peak Energy. We're a few doors down. We're in 1845. Okay. So we do solar around here. We're just coming around talking to neighbors. Sorry, dude. Neighbors. I apologize, man. No, man, that wasn't even.
Oh.
That is as cringy as it gets.
You gotta relocate after that.
As soon as they gave him the zip code of where they were going to be doing, he started the jokes. The jokes started flying then and there. And he's been laying on the jokes since. And then it happened to look at Dawson.
That's right.
Well, that's right.
Yep, you're telling it. Okay.
I'd much rather be the middle school announcer from last week. I'd rather be that guy. I will do that every day for the rest of my life in order to not be this guy right here.
Yeah. Oh,
We're
wow.
just coming around talking to neighbors. Sorry, dude. Neighbors. I apologize, man.
Not supposed to say that around you.
Said, all right, then.
Did he close the door?
Yeah, he just closed it. All right, then.
We're done here.
All right, then.
I was looking for a good reason to close this door as soon as you said solar.
He could be giving away acres and acres of land for free, and the guy'd be like, "No, thank you.
Here's a gold bar."
Yeah.
Is it Jane Slater, our one-time champion? Is it Amon-Ra St. Brown holding a grudge over all the wide receivers taken ahead of him? Good Samaritan helps officer. Ring camera gaff there by the salesman. Let's see here. Well, I got to vote Jane Slater again. She did plug Orange Magic for me, Chiafalo. How about you?
She did. She did. Give me Amon-Ra.
Yeah, that's a good one. I always thought Jane kind of put off more tech energy. I'm always kind of surprised when she went to UT a little bit, Lucius.
What are you saying?
Who you voting for?
This banana is hidden right here, by the way. Good
Nice.
God. You let it sit till it starts browning up a little bit. That's when it's real sweet and popping, yo. Oh, and I need a hot plate so I can just fry this banana a little bit.
That sounds
Bananas
nice.
Foster over there? What are you got working?
I don't know what's going on, man.
Set it ablaze.
I'm going to drop a dime. Let's see. I'm going to go to the Freudian slip.
Alrighty.
Yeah. I like everybody a little uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yeah. You know how to do
scared.
it.
It entertains the hell out of me.
We're tied at 1, Wolchuk.
I agree. I like cringe radio, so I'm rocking with the mess up there, trying to sell whatever the hell that guy was selling. You dumbass.
Broadus, your vote, please.
Oh, man. If it's okay with Lucius, it's okay with me.
By a score of 3-1 in comeback fashion. It's the Ring Camera, your new G-Bag of the Day champion. Salute to Jane Slater. Sorry about that loss and all that. It's tough. Start running back fumbles first play of overtime.
Yeah, you don't expect
It's not
that.
how you draw it up.
No.
All righty. When we come back, it's time for Krusty's Corner here on a game day. Brian, where are we headed?
Yeah, I've got some thoughts on this Cowboy game with the Giants. We'll talk about that next.
Well, I got some thoughts on where you need to be here for game day. How about Twin Peaks? Each drinks scenic views. I love Twin Peaks, and the great thing is there's one near everybody. As a matter of fact, Twin Peaks is the proud sponsor of our
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. It is the Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals, buyersbarricades.com.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here he is, the former Cowboy scout, king of the Krusties himself, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Yeah, we got a pregame show coming up here in just a little bit, but that's kind of talking with some guys, my friends at the Giants, and kind of going through some of their concerns, and just want to share. I know I got 3 hours to talk about that. Eric and I have that coming at you, but just a couple of things I wanted to mention while I have an opportunity to do it on this show is that in some of the spots that they're worried about with their own team. And so just wanted to relay those to everybody out there. They're extremely nervous about their offensive line and especially inside. They're worried about their two guards. This Mark Lewinsky, who they signed from Indianapolis, they thought that he was going to be this end-all, be-all at guard. They thought he was going to be very stable, very stout at the points of attack and things like that. It hasn't been the case at all, and they're worried about him in this matchup. Him and then Ben Brinson, who is the other guard, is another problem there. They got him in a trade from the Baltimore Ravens, but they're really, really worried about number 64, Mark Lewinsky, in this matchup, because they feel like that. And I was trying to tell them, like, listen, the Dallas defensive tackles haven't done great, with some of the pass rush stuff they've had, but I mean, they're like, no, this could be a problem for us. This was one of these games where if you're going to call, they're fine with their tackles. They think Andrew Thomas, the left tackle, is going to be a Pro Bowl player. And they think that Evan Neal, they said Evan Neal, the other tackle, the right tackle, hasn't been perfect, but he's getting there. But they're worried about.
You think
their
Dan
inside.
Quinn sends guys in the middle? We got twists and stunts happening.
Yeah,
we got A-gap blitzing.
that's their fear. That's the fear of theirs with how much movement that the Cowboys have up front and how they can throw different combinations at you. So this is why I asked you guys earlier, if you're the Cowboys, do you think about playing more base defense? I mean, base, keeping the extra linebacker on the field. Now, you might see it with Wilson playing down in the box as that's, the safety that plays the linebacker. But this might be one of those games where you just want to go ahead and play base with the three linebackers and try and control the run, because making them the biggest way that the Giants can hurt you in this football game is running the football, whether it's Saquon Barkley or Daniel Jones.
Sure,
right.
And do you feel like Saquon Barkley is amazing? I mean, I know it's like 40 carries for 236. He's averaging 6.1, but so much of that came against the Titans. It's just not normal. Yeah. Last week, it was back to 3.4 yards per attempt. I don't know what the film showed you.
Yeah.
He's probably still a good running back, but I don't see like the crazy athleticism that he came into the NFL with. Maybe the injuries have taken a little bit of that from him, and you have a more human as opposed to freakish type of Saquon.
I worry about the Tennessee one showing up.
Okay.
That's what I would worry about, because Carolina did a good job up front of handling the Giants. But I worry about, because and Zach, I know everybody's watched the tape of these guys or seen games of these guys. Didn't it seem like when they hand him the ball, it's always like 4 or 5 yards?
Yeah.
It just seems like he falls forward and he gets 5 yards.
Yeah, he does. And look, I thought last week the Cowboys actually did a better job than I thought against Joe Mixon. But you're 100% right. When the Giants are successful offensively, it's all right. It's Barkley carrying them down the field.
Yeah.
And they're getting the run game going. Now, and when the Giants have had success outside of Kadarius Toney last year, and Toney's not going to be available tonight, it's Barkley's had great games against the Cowboys. You go back to 2019, he had 120 yards on just 11 carries. And then last year he got hurt in the first game against the Cowboys. So you make an excellent point, which is why there's got to be something that's come out of the Star, because we heard Mickey Spagnuolo on with KNC earlier say this. Tim Cowlishaw wrote about this in the Dallas Morning News about Micah Parsons maybe playing.
Brad Sham was talking about
Brad Sham talked about this with Sean and RJ earlier today too,
yeah.
about Parsons maybe playing more of a role similar to what we saw last year, Sunday night in Minnesota, with how they used him against Dalvin Cook, where he is more of your traditional linebacker role, not rushing as much. Not that he won't rush at all, but they do play more of that base, and they keep him as a linebacker kind of just keying on whatever Barkley's doing, because he is the guy that you have to make sure you stop. And if you do, the Giants don't scare you at all.
Yeah,
you still got to get him in the backfield, though. I think I think you balance it today. You got to look for chances to turn him loose and totally change the game, especially if it's close. I think like strip sack has to be on your mind, and you're tinkering with all sorts of ways to accomplish that while also making sure Barkley doesn't crush you.
My guys at the Giants were telling me, don't be surprised if Adoree Jackson, the cornerback, travels with
Lamb
in this game. He didn't. He traveled in the first game. He didn't travel in the second game. But my guys were telling me, hey, keep an eye on that one.
It would make a ton of sense if you're a defense.
Yeah.
Like, that's the one guy that you feel like from the wide receiver position right now on the Cowboys could really hurt you.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't you put your best guy unless you have two respectable corners or whatever? But I'm hoping for a massive, maybe not massive, because I understand the context of where this offense is right now. But, like, I'm hoping to see a really nice performance out of CeeDee Lamb tonight, because they just play a bunch of man. They're going to blitz the heck out of you, and they're going to play a bunch of man. And, hey, CeeDee Lamb, go beat yours.
Yeah. They also say that they're going to get Ojulari and Thibodeau flip sides.
Okay.
So it's not like one plays the right, one plays the left. And they're saying, listen, they feel like that Thibodeau, they're going to put Thibodeau over Tyler Smith.
That'll be a fun matchup to watch.
That's the matchup they think that they could maybe win with right there.
That to me is a huge X factor in this game because the Giants have not really been able to get much pressure on people unless they're blitzing them like Wink Martindale likes to do. No Leonard Williams now, which is a huge loss for them.
Right.
But now you get two respectable bookends that can maybe be those guys that can create some pressure. So it's going to be interesting to see, do they hit the ground running? Ojulari had a nice year last year. Obviously, this will be Thibodeau's first game. But now they have two legit pass rushers, and they haven't had that in the first 2 weeks.
Also think, much like we were talking about Gallup, if he played this week, got to be a pitch count, I would assume, for Thibodeau. I doubt that he plays a ridiculous high number of snaps. It's his first game. He's coming off injury. I would expect he gets eased back in, third down, pass rush situations. That's when you're going to see him tonight.
Yeah, and the final thing here is, in the secondary, we talked about Adoree Jackson traveling. They really like their safeties, Julian Love and Xavier McKinney. They like both of those guys a lot. And so if anything in the middle of the field, keep an eye on that because they feel like that their guys can handle that. So let's see where the ball with, the trouble that our quarterback had last week, though, with Cooper Rush, the ball going to the outside.
Right.
Maybe they're going to try and funnel everything to the edge. So keep an eye on that going forward.
Thanks, Brian. There he is, the former Cowboys scout, sharing his film insights with you on these New York Giants. We are now just over 4 hours and 20 minutes away from kickoff. Let's come back with some quick takeaways from Mavs Media Day. Big announcement on retirement for a DFW sports legend. And then back to Cowboys. Are you buying the narrative forming around tonight's starting quarterback? And there is a Kevontae Turpin update as well. We'll get you that here next on 105 Through the Fan. Let's chat about the Frankels. Love the Frankels. Have an open case with them right now. Early in the summer. I can't believe it was 4 months.
not just vitamins. It's Boost, the fizzing amazing vitamin boost.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the show. Cowboys pregame starts in 1 hour. That is right. Cowboys at the Giants. I saw Des Bryant is out there. Des Bryant's in New York to support the Cowboys.
He is. He's got his Diggs jersey on. And if you see him, say hello to him. He looks like he's out there in the middle with everybody hanging out.
Yeah.
Said he bet $10K on the Cowboys again this week.
Let's go.
Yeah.
He's out there to have some fun. I did hear it's about a 70-30 split for the tickets. Giants and Cowboys. So looking forward to a big Cowboys presence on the television. Giveaway is coming. If you would like to be at AT&T Stadium coming up on Sunday to support them against Washington, it's brought to you by Miller Lite, and we'll have the giveaway in the next 58 minutes. At some point before the pregame show starts, we'll be looking. Now, the number, if you want to take it down right now, is 877-881-1053. Okay, so be ready for the cue to call. It's coming at some point in the next hour. If you've never been to a Cowboys game and you win, you'll be going to your first one. And I do believe these Cowboys are going to be 2-1. So it'll be great atmosphere. Here we go. Clayton Kershaw leaning towards return in 2023. We'll get you this story. We'll get you a couple of quick map stories, and then we're back to the Cowboys. But I thought this was relevant. The 34-year-old left-hander, telling the LA Times he's leaning towards playing, but will hold, quote, the right to change my mind. 2.42 ERA. He did throw 115 innings. Has had 2 stints on the injured list. He's going to be a free agent after this season. Could Clayton Kershaw finally be an option that makes sense for both parties here back in DFW, Wolchuk? I know you're our Rangers insider.
I do think absolutely. You know, we heard last week that they are going to kick it around on Jacob deGrom. I think that they will be kicking it around on Shohei Ohtani to try and make a trade there as well.
Wow.
Might have heard some whispers that there could have been some chatter at the deadline between those two organizations, and the Angels might have just wanted to hold off on actually moving Shohei. I think that he's big for business with the Angels, and they certainly are in need of every penny that they can make within that organization. But there also could be an ownership change with the Angels.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
The Rangers are going to try and make they're going to be in the market for pitching. There's no question about it. I think the price is going to be extremely high on Jacob deGrom. I don't know that they'll be able to win a bidding war there, but they were interested in Kershaw last offseason. A return home could be very enticing towards the end of his career. I think the Dodgers would be interested in bringing him back as well. Ultimately, that's what happened this offseason, why he didn't come to Texas. But yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. There's no question about it. I think both parties would be interested in a marriage there. And the Rangers, we're going to be hearing a lot of pitching rumors this entire offseason.
Okay, so there's your Texas Rangers. How about your Dallas Mavs as we're 31 days from opening night? The big story, they plan to use Christian Wood as a sixth man. Jason Kidd said that. Wood said he's not that worried about it, but Tim McMahon reported that it did surprise him and said it was the first he had heard of it. Now, Jason Kidd did say they'll try lots of different combinations and lineups and rotations and all that to see what works best. But going in, his thought is Wood as a sixth man. If I'm Christian Wood, I'm saying the right things, but I need to get in here and prove that I'm a starter. I'm sorry, but I'm heading for a free agency. I got to beat out JaVale McGee or whatever it takes. And maybe that's the motivational factor to get the absolute best out of Christian Wood on both sides. But, you know, going in, I do expect eventually Christian Wood to be the starter just because of the offensive firepower that he gives you. And he does play pretty good perimeter defense for his size.
Yeah, I'm hoping that he plays so well that he leaves Kidd and staff no choice but to say, okay, dear God, we got to get this guy in there. I do anticipate him being the one, though, that ends up, though he's coming off the bench, he's playing starter minutes, and oftentimes it's more about who's closing out games as opposed to who's starting them. So, okay, he doesn't come off or he doesn't start in the first quarter, but the final 5 minutes of the game, you got your best guys out there. I imagine he's going to be one of those guys. And the thing that does encourage me was hearing Jason Kidd reference Jalen Brunson last week, and we played the sound about how he encourages these guys to do their best so that they can go get paid. He wants them to go get paid. So I think if you're Christian Wood, you can kind of appreciate a coach who's like, hey, even if that means getting paid elsewhere, like it was for Brunson, Jason Kidd's clearly the guy that's like, hey, I want to put you in that position. So hopefully you get ultimate buy-in from Christian Wood.
Heck
on that.
yeah, right? Because, I mean, look, it means good things for you here in Dallas. So if you're going and making your money elsewhere, it means that you crushed it for us with the Mavs. And it probably is a sign for other free agents. Okay, that's a place that I can go, have a great year, and then go get my bag elsewhere. So all it does is it's good things for your organization. Our buddy Kevin Gray, who does an excellent job covering the Mavs for us here at 105.3 The Fan, he said Christian Wood told him today that he's been working out with Mavs assistant coach Sean Sweeney for the last 3 to 4 months, and Sweeney's been pushing him and killing him in his workouts. He's been in one of the best shapes of his life. I think Sean Sweeney is the number one reason I'm extremely high on Christian Wood.
Yeah, because of his length. If you can just be in the position and have the mindset and be connected with your teammates, I think he could be a very disruptive force. And you're right, Wolchuk. Sean Sweeney's the guy to bring that together. Mavs do have some great options. I don't know if their lineup is totally balanced or finished. But man, if you look at the kind of guys they can put out there on the perimeter and in the front court, all they need is like another ball handler. Kid named Ntilikina and Josh Green as the guys that could have the opportunity to be the third ball handler for the Mavs. Speaking of that, obviously Dinwiddie and Luka being number 2 and number 1 respectively. I just wanted to be Josh Green. I think he's got a talent and a skill set that could be very good with the ball in his hands, but it needs a lot of refining, and I think hoping for it to happen right now would be pretty premature. Tim Hardaway Jr. is good to go. He's 100%. And Dinwiddie said when you first get traded, you don't want to rock the boat. Now it's kind of building the ark. When he talked about having a full healthy offseason post-ACL, he said it's night and day, not even close. So we need a more consistent Dinwiddie. A kind of Dinwiddie that isn't just looking to try to get to the hoop quickly or pull back for a 3, but a guy that really has the shiftiness to play, in between the hoop and the 3-point line a little bit more dynamically and be a consistent scorer and not the guy who kind of disappeared in the first round of the playoffs. But I'm excited about Dinwiddie year 2.
Same here. There's going to be plenty of opportunity for him to be that second guy. And I also know that when you mention names like Ntilikina, like there's a lot on those guys as well. And the Mavs seem like hearing guys like Tim Cato on some different podcasts, it seems like the Mavs are relatively confident in the idea that Ntilikina can be a guy who can do some things for them offensively and play some big minutes. Walchuk is shaking his head right now, not very happy.
Like, I'll believe it on the offensive side of things when we see it. I cannot get Frank Ntilikina missing wide open threes in the postseason out of my brain.
That was my thought.
Like, that was disgusting. As a defensive player, he's awesome. I love the length. He was an issue throughout the postseason against Phoenix, against Golden State, but he gave you nothing offensively. Dinwiddie, I'm pumped about, right? You're another year removed from the knee injury. I think that's a big reason why this team was a little bit okay. We can go ahead and survive losing JB. But I'm nervous offensively when it comes to Ntilikina. He needs to improve a lot there.
All righty, it is back,
both sides.
Back to the Cowboys now as we are standing by now. We're in a holding pattern. I'll give you the cue to call at some point, okay? In the next 45 minutes or so, we are going to have a winner of Cowboys tickets for party passes for Cowboys in Washington. But let's talk a little bit about tonight's starting quarterback there, Cooper Rush, the man who I have accurately identified as the single most boring interview in 105.3 The Fan Radio Row history. He was horrible. But now they're making it into a positive. You thought I was talking about who?
Jonah?
Oh, no. No, this would be a Super Bowl Radio Row history. And not even close. Jonah, not even close to the level of boredom that Cooper Rush brought to our airwaves. But now the narrative is forming, going into his third start, that he's the super level-headed guy, okay? He's not boring. He's like calm.
Even keel guy.
Yeah, that's where we're going with Peyton Hendershot here in the story, the Morning News. He's probably the most level-headed guy I've ever seen. He could throw a pick. He would have the same face as if he threw a touchdown. Zach Martin Coop's personality is like this at all times, which is great. He never gets too high, never gets too low. It's good for us because he doesn't. And this isn't a dig. He doesn't show much emotion, so you don't really know if he's going good or going bad. I try to be like that, just level-headed at all times. The man himself, Cooper Rush, he says they were talking about Friday's practice that he had 3 bad plays in a row to open up. It was like pick, fumble, I don't know, delay a game or something like that. His teammates were saying how impressed they were that he didn't get rattled or angry. And he said, well, on the inside, I was not calm. I was pissed at myself. But you don't show it, and you just keep going. So they talk about him not being a rah-rah guy when he addresses the offense in meetings, and they say that's just who he is. Says you got to be authentic, and the best advice I can give is just to be yourself, said Zach Martin. So they're turning this boredom into a quality, I guess, or a trait that you would like. Brian, if you're scouting this up, what do you say? Positive trait or guy that can't lead a group of men? Because that's the way I'm leaning.
Well, I think that, to me, I would look at it as a positive trait because I know your quarterback has to be a leader, but it sounds like, listen, I haven't had an opportunity to go into the Cowboys locker room and visit with players. I visit with coaches and stuff away from that. But the things that when you listen to teammates talk about him and they talk about his calmness and things like that, I think that's a good quality. And he's now it used to be just one game. Oh, he won the Minnesota game. He brought him back in the Minnesota game. Now he's got 2 games. He's beaten Kirk Cousins and he's beaten,
Once you start winning, your traits become qualities, not weaknesses.
Exactly.
I like it.
Yeah. I mean, that's more. It's
winning
like
cures
when
all.
money hits your bank account, all of a sudden the women just love you. It's crazy.
No, that's serious. Like,
get a little cash in, everybody just all of a sudden start hitting you up again.
No, that's everybody's all about winning. And if the guy's helping you win,
all right,
it doesn't matter how he does it. Just the winning part of it is the most important part of it.
You just get real cute after winning. It's amazing how cute you get after winning. People just love you.
All of a sudden, I'm just like super into ginger. So I'm a big fan of this thing.
And a beard.
And
he wins. If he wins tonight and they go ahead and beat the Commanders next weekend, now we're going to have radio talk about really what Jerry Jones was. Well, why play? Why play Dak when you got a guy? Why, heck, I was on a show with Nick Eaton the other day, DallasCowboys.com. He's like, if Cooper Rush keeps winning, I'm not putting Dak back in there.
Wow.
Is he being serious?
He's being serious. Nick said that we're doing Cowboys Break, and he goes, why mess with that? If you're winning, why mess with that? And I was like going, well, because Dak is a better player.
Right.
Well, he's not a better player. Did you see him play against Tampa Bay? Like, what was that all about? And I was like, well, your season is, you're putting him in there because it's, Dak Prescott is your starting quarterback. That's who you've said, hey, this is our guy.
And what he's capable of.
He goes, why does that matter? You're winning games without him.
Hey, if you beat the Rams, it's an interesting conversation. I don't think they'd still do it.
I mean, it's fun for what we do,
yeah,
right, to discuss that. But we were all out there in training camp. There's a big difference when you watch Dak Prescott play versus Cooper Rush, Will Grier, Ben DiNucci. It's not. It's really not a fair conversation.
No, but it's funny. Like, people are asking, what did they do offensively different from week 1 to week 2?
Well, Dak was horrible.
They played the Bengals instead of Tampa is what they did differently. That's a big part of it. It wasn't week 1. You're playing with a guy who had experience in the preseason a lot.
They wonder what the offense, what was different about the offense? That's the question.
I mean, it's not like the offense was incredible versus Cincy.
They did stick with the run a little bit better, but they were also getting more first downs.
See, that's why people will say, like, with Cooper Rush, the offense, though it didn't score points, it looked better than what it did the previous.
Well, I'll salute Nick Eatman for his bravery to have that take. I think he might be the only one in DFW media to put him out there like that.
Yeah, super respect there. I would say they also didn't shoot themselves in the foot with penalties near as much offensively versus the Bengals. Like, if Terrence Steele is getting a bunch of false starts, you get a holding call, CeeDee Lamb's turning what was like a 15-yard gain into a 15-yard loss because of a pass interference play. Like, I think that has something to do with it. But to the credit of the people that are supporting Rush right now, you were playing with at least a decisive quarterback on Sunday versus the Bengals, and you weren't Sunday night versus the Bucs. That version of Dak that we saw, if that is the version, if you knew right now that was the version you were going to continue to get, then I could understand the idea of just ride and rush here. But the hope is that you invested $40 million a year into a quarterback that can get back to being the guy that we've seen for most of his career, which is a top 10 quarterback. And that ceiling there, Broadus, is much higher than what Cooper Rush could give you.
Sure.
So, I mean, I get delaying Dak a week or two just to be like, hey, we're winning games. We don't have to rush him back because we're not just like getting killed in the win column right now. But the idea of, we're just going to ride Rush until he loses a game, like, give me a break. Are you winning because of Cooper Rush?
No.
Or no, exactly. At least not in the first game necessarily.
Now, if that
They're
starts
both
to
bus
happen,
drivers, though.
Then it might be different. And why I don't think it's a comparison. They're both bus drivers. Yeah.
Did you hear what you just said?
I did.
Yeah. Y'all heard that, right?
I did hear that.
I did hear that.
I definitely heard it.
I don't know.
Dak's just a really good one. Dak will give you a high five as you're getting on the bus. Like, he's the really cool bus driver.
There's
Lollipops on Fridays.
There's times that he's played better than a bus driver.
Oh, yeah.
Like the first 7 weeks of last year, that's what's so maddening about Dak Prescott. We've seen him play at an MVP type level, which he was the first half of last season. And then he plays like crap. And it's, how do we get back to that guy the first 7 weeks of the season last year?
You just have to have a horrible defense because you're going to be spending all your assets on offensive linemen and wide receivers.
The Romo Dak thing, I think, is also not. I mean, Dak was a rookie. He's got his entire career in front of him. Cooper Rush is 28 years old. He's a journeyman NFL quarterback.
No, you're right.
I don't think the Cowboys are thinking like Cooper Rush could be the future here.
Way better bus driver. Like Cooper Rush's record, he's got like accidents and speeding tickets. He's like one bad week away from getting fired from bus driver. Dak Prescott is like the role model. He does everything perfect, Never have to worry about the kids getting from point A to point B when Dak's behind the wheel. Here we go, nation. We are standing by for a party pass giveaway here in the nation. A Cowboys Monday. Pregame's coming up at 4 o'clock. Woolchuck, where are we heading next?
Oh, it is National Pancake Day. What's your favorite pancake? Where's your favorite place to get it? I got the top 10 best pancakes in Dallas, or places to get them in Dallas. Also, a ton of NFL news today. We'll kick that around next right here on The Fan.
Okay, you want a new vehicle?
and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, Nation. Here we go. It's time for Wolchek's Top 10 at 320. We do have a Cowboys ticket giveaway to get to here before too long. Don't go anywhere. Could happen at any moment. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. You think there will be less big trucks on the road because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation and won't settle for less. The Frankels at truckwreck.com. Here he is, the woolly bully himself, Wolchek.
Thank you very much. We will be doing our top 10 best pancakes in Dallas, as I've got the list for you, where to get your favorite pancakes. And, well, fellas, what is your favorite pancake, and where's your favorite place to get them?
Honestly, it's a really good question about like where. I guess it's IHOP for me. Like I don't really know.
Not an Old West
exactly
Cafe guy?
Oh, Old West
Cafe.
Cafe.
That's my place.
No,
when we were in Denton.
Yeah,
I loved Old West Cafe.
It's a hell of a spot. I lived at the Waffle House in college, so I do respect
the waffles. Delicious.
What they got going there, but yeah, I guess and I love the pancake. Don't get me wrong. I don't know. Other than IHOP, I couldn't really name a specific place where I get them.
The Original House. Mm-hmm. Pancakes, something like that.
Yeah.
And I get the banana nut pancakes, bro.
Yeah, that's fire, bro.
Yeah.
I do like a good banana pancake. I'm going to have to say Cafe Brazil myself. I think they do something extra with their breakfast items.
Very delicious there. Yes, it is.
Yeah, I'm the other day I had to go pick up my car, so I stopped off, had time, and I went to IHOP, and I hadn't been to IHOP in forever.
They do it well.
They do, but I'm a weirdo when it comes to pancakes.
What do you do?
I don't put syrup on them.
Ew.
Powdered sugar guy?
Come on, man. What
Peanut
are
butter.
you doing, son?
Jelly.
Jelly's not bad.
That's not
Jelly,
bad. Okay.
yeah. I take those. It's like those little packets, those little square packets of jelly.
Yeah. That's meant for the toast.
I have to have 100 of those to do what I'm trying to do, because you
Seems
just can't. Yeah, you have to. But I will layer each thing. With different jelly flavors.
Yeah.
I don't do the
okay.
same jelly. I do different flavors of the jelly.
If there was a movie about you, the opening scene would be this quirky jelly on pancake scene.
Yeah. As
Actually,
you're going over like kids recruiting stats and stuff.
It would start with me making my bed in my hotel room.
Yeah.
And then it would be like me going to an IHOP or a Waffle House or something like
and then
that.
coming back and folding your dirty laundry.
The waitress or waiter would go, would you like syrup? No, I need those little jelly packs, please.
I prefer syrup.
And not 3 of them. I need like 12 of them.
All of them. The variety, please.
Yeah,
I'm stealing them from the other table. I'm standing up and going to the other table.
You're not going to use these, are you?
No,
because you're a normal person at a pancake house.
Yeah.
This would be like if Broadus was general managing a team that was on Hard Knocks. It'd be like the same way they opened it up with Jerry putting salt on his already salty like sausage biscuit or whatever
Lots
that
of
was.
salt.
This is Broadus's version of that.
I am
weird old man eating.
Hey, the Cracker Barrel coming through hard on the fan text. And yes, Cracker Barrel is very good
tell you
for
what,
the pancakes.
I'll tell you what, they're the ham though, the ham dishes that they have at the Cracker Barrel, like they have the ham, the flat ham with the actual bone in the ham.
Hamburger.
Yeah, so I'm all about that too.
Old South Pancakes by TCU is getting texted in.
Yes,
Jelly on pancakes rules from the 204.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Believe it or not, Denny's
Sick.
has very good pancakes from the 903.
Sick.
Yeah, that is sick, dude.
Sick
Get a waffle or something, bro. Don't get a pancake.
No, man, I don't put butter on my pancakes either.
Okay, that is
It's
weird.
just straight up.
That doesn't make any
Weirdo,
sense.
dude.
Jelly and the pancake.
940 is going with try snooze or breadwinners. Breadwinners is delicious as well.
Yeah.
Sounds like it could be exceptional. I think a couple of tips. Number one, after you make the bacon, you want to use that grease for your pancakes, right? So you take the bacon out of that pan, you put it on your griddle to start making your pancakes. I like that. And then another thing I like to do is you get the fried egg that's real gooey.
That's
you
gross.
plop that on top of a pancake, and then you poke it.
That's good.
And then you cut them up, so you get the pancake mixed in.
There's that.
With the egg.
Yeah.
With the syrup.
The runny yolk.
Yes, the
That's-
runny yolk.
That sounds divine.
That's
No,
disgusting.
The
that's
pancake
like a
soaks
French
it up.
toast thing.
Yeah, you get that same flavor.
Yeah. I've never tried it with a pancake. It doesn't seem like the textures would line up.
Okay, well just try it out.
I will,
Maybe
I
this
will.
weekend. Let me know what you think.
Sounds
Game
good.
changer. A lot of people coming through on the Cafe Brazil.
A lot of people are definitely co-signing you with Cafe Brazil. Old West in Arlington from
Buzz
the
Brew
817.
was one, I remember. Buzz Brew.
Yeah, Buzz Brew right across the street from us.
Buzz Brew back in the day, yeah.
We got Old South Pancake House in Fort Worth.
Coffee House Cafe.
Yep.
Apparently they have a lemon ricotta pancake that is pretty legendary.
Norma's, which is delicious as well, and that might make the list here. We'll get to that in just a second.
Shout out to all the people showing love to the McDonald's hot cake. It's a hell of a hot cake.
McDonald's, yes. Maple Leaf.
They have a clutch breakfast at McDonald's. Real clutch breakfast.
It's good there. Yeah. No question. I'll rip through this top 10 here in just a moment. Did see this stat that ESPN Stats and Info just put out there. Daniel Jones enters Monday Night Football with an 0-8 record in primetime. In the Super Bowl era, he's the only starting quarterback with the only starting quarterbacks with longer losing streaks in primetime. Jeff George with 11 losses and Jim Everett with 9.
Wow.
So he's got the
Jim
chance
Everett's a
to
good player.
Slide in there to number 2. Also, shout out to Aaron Donald. He reached 100 career sacks this weekend. And
quickest for any defensive tackle in NFL history.
Yeah, he's a beast. And we already have the Gronk unretirement rumors. He was at the Bucs game yesterday against the Packers. He's reportedly already in talks to come out of retirement. So get ready for that.
Cole Beasley wasn't good enough on the offense yesterday.
How amazing is it that Cole shows up on Wednesday, and yet, I mean, they were so hurt at receiver.
Sure they were.
You have their top 3 guys out, and he just laces them up and plays.
Gronk's got to figure it out. Like I can't go that hard anymore. I just need like 2 good months but then I need to get back to rested and partying.
Yeah.
If I'm Gronk, I'm a little annoyed, though. I wanted this to start second week of October. Kick it around until second week in November, and then right after my Thanksgiving meal, then I'm like, Tom, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, they're in trouble offensively. They're really struggling. I mean, that game was 14-12 yesterday. Another reason why we might be overreacting on how bad Dak is. I think that Bucs defense is really damn good.
Yeah.
I think they've proven that over 3 games. Giants also could be looking to trade Kenny Galladay. Question is, does anybody bleeping want that guy?
Not that contract that comes with it.
The Giant
They're going to pay a huge part of it.
Yeah.
I'd be willing to take him because it's a late round pick and they eat 90% of the contract. I'd have him for like $2 or $3 million.
Aren't they? The last time I checked, they're really cap strapped.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think.
But he's on it.
Yeah. But man, that hit they might have to take. If they're going to pay it, sure.
Yeah, no question. Also, shout out to the 940 who said this sounds like a 420 segment. Very stoner vibes. Usually we do this segment at 420, but we're doing it at 320 because we got Cowboys pregame coverage starting at 4 o'clock with our guys Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus. And then I'll have the postgame for you in halftime.
Yeah.
With
Hey,
Brian
shout out to
Broaddus.
the other guy on the fan text said the best pancakes are at your mama's house.
Oh, how'd he know that?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Uncalled for.
Is that your daddy, bro?
It might be. I mean, it's facts. I can't push back on it.
The list of the top 10 best pancakes in Dallas. The honorable mentions:
Johnny Cakes,
Yoke, which is in One Arts Plaza, Centennial Cafe, and Norma's Cafe are your honorable mentions.
Norma's Cafe.
We've got Cozy, which I've never gone to, but if it's called Cozy, it sounds
cozy.
Yeah. Number 9, the Original Market Diner in Dallas.
Okay, these are going to be a bunch of high-end places, I have a feeling.
You think so?
Yeah.
Highfalutin pancake houses, man. Yeah, I mean, what's the first one? Cozy?
This Original Market Diner does not look highfalutin. It's a diner.
not?
I mean, it's a diner. It looks like it'd be on Diners, Drivers, and Dives.
Triple D.
Number 8 is Mama Daughter's Diner, which I have gone to.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a good spot.
Isn't it the burger place?
They do have good burgers
Yeah,
there,
really
too.
good burgers. Yeah, that's okay.
Number 7, Breadwinners Cafe.
You mentioned that.
She got texted in quite a bit.
Oh.
Is that a bar?
Yes, kind of.
They do have a do have a bar there.
People do hang out in that joint, right down the street here.
Major brunch spot.
So what, you just you get
can be
hammered all day?
D-Town High.
You go in there and start with mimosas and end up with straight gin?
Exactly.
Pretty much.
Yes, mimosa. Your girl go there and she start like ripping your clothes off later when you don't want to. Come here. She's all like uncomfortable with it. Come on. You're like, oh, this is not sexy.
Number 6, Maple Leaf Diner, which was also texted in.
That's a good one. That is going over our Preston there.
I need to go there. I have not frequented.
Well, it's impossible to get into.
Is it?
When they went on Triple D, it made the line out the door.
Oh, I didn't know it was on Triple D.
Yeah, it
I
was.
missed that episode.
Yeah, it was.
Number 5, Texas Spice. Haven't gone to. This also looks like it's got a barish vibe. Number 4, Grand Lux Cafe.
Okay, that's over in the Galleria.
Oh, I love the Grand Lux Cafe.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Cheesecake Factory.
It is.
Yeah.
It's a huge menu. Huge menu.
The buffalo shrimp wraps.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds
Buffalo
awesome.
chicken wraps, whatever the hell it is. I get them all the time.
Okay, number 3. I didn't know if this was a real restaurant. It's called CBD Provisions.
Wow.
But apparently great, delicious food, and they're the 3rd best pancakes in Dallas.
Where is this located?
Bro. It's in Dallas. Do I have the address?
Are
No,
they
I
making
don't.
CBD infused food? Because there's a place in Los Colinas where you get some CBD infused margaritas.
It's off Main Street in Dallas. I don't know. It's vegetarian friendly. They've got vegan options and gluten-free options for our guy Gavin Spittle. So they're doing something, but they're doing something right with the pancakes.
He's the only person in the area, in the metropolitan area. Here.
Everything's vegan except for the pancakes, apparently. Number 2 is Ellen's, and we got that texted, and I can vouch for Ellen's. Pre-soda, anytime I was in the Dallas area, it's over kind of by where the aquarium is, like across the street. Ellen's is delicious.
It's true. For a while,
in the West End,
there was like 6 months where I thought Walchuk had a girlfriend named Ellen.
Yeah,
he was always at Ellen's, and it turns out he was just going ham on the pancakes.
Entire menu at Ellen's, like the breakfast, I think is the best, but everything they have there is really, really good. In fact, Ellen, if you're listening, holler at me
for a date.
But number 1, I'll do anything.
What?
Number 1,
it's true,
is Cindy's.
Yeah.
Wow, so we have a good old-fashioned bout between Cindy and Ellen right now?
Cindy's
a
is
fight to the
Forest
death,
Lane,
best pancake in DFW?
Forest Lane. We also have one off Coit.
Yeah, matzo ball soup.
It is
incredible.
a New York-style deli and restaurant.
Yeah.
Le Shana Tova, by the way. Shout out to all those celebrating.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cindy's New York-style deli and restaurant. They also have fantastic sandwiches. Actually, we should all have a show date out there. I'll take you guys out.
It's just down the road here.
Yeah,
It's next to the
delicious
casket
spot.
place, right?
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
But apparently the best sandwich or the best pancakes in Dallas. So number 1 on the list. I was surprised to see Cindy's.
Congratulations to Cindy's and everybody in the top 10 best pancakes. Get you some. Here we go, nation. Let's do this. Winning time. Winning time. Caller 10 right now at 877-881-1053. You win a pair of party passes, standing room only, to see your Cowboys take on Washington at AT&T Stadium Sunday afternoon, courtesy of Miller Lite. Caller number 10 right now. We got the 5 biggest storylines of the game coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. I'd love to chat with you about my
shortages and demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on a Cowboys Monday Night Football pregame show coming up in 15 and a half minutes here on The Fan. Chiafalo and Broadus and a star-studded guest list. They'll have you covered for 3 hours and 15 minutes. Okay, let's go over the Cowboys Giants top storylines of the game. Number 1, Jason Peters is in. What is the latest on how they plan to use him, Brian?
Yeah, it appears what they're going to do with him is he's worked as a backup at right tackle and he's worked as a backup at left guard. So there might be a point in time, second or third series, that you see Jason Peters in there playing guard. They do not want to move Tyler Smith from tackle.
So if they struggle at left guard, we're going to get Peters in there.
I think they might put him in there just to see how it's going to go.
I can't wait to see the rubber hit the road on this one because there have been a lot of offensive line experts and insiders who are like, oh, that's so ridiculous. You can't do this. That's fantasy football. And maybe it'll be proven they're right. Or maybe big, strong, sturdy guys can kind of shuffle around a little bit and still do a better job than bums. That's what I'm thinking.
I like what you're thinking.
Okay, Gallup and Schultz are out, right? Is this a book it type of situation?
The thing we'll see about Gallup is definitely out. He and the training staff kind of felt like that one more week would probably be the best. There was no setback. I asked that. I said, hey, because we were hearing that if you practiced Friday and Sunday that everything would be okay, and then they just decided, no, let's just give it one more week. The Monday Night Football and all that stuff is, with all the hype and everything, and so the training staff and him agreed on that. Schultz is a little bit different story because I'm kind of hearing that Schultz, he's getting the okay to play. We'll see if he's ready to play. That's something to keep an eye on right there.
But he might not play due to a major case of being butthurt about his franchise tag.
Yeah, it could. I don't know if it's butthurt or it might be like.
I think it's a knee.
Yeah,
actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a butt. Is it a butt injury?
Butt knee.
I love the idea of him having a butt injury right now.
That personal protector the Dolphins might.
Yeah, he does.
That's true.
Butt punt.
But with Schultz, that's one to keep an eye on because it might be like, hey, you're good to go, but the player thinking, I'm not ready right now.
We saw it last year with Zeke. Like, yeah, he was good to go technically to go play, but he was clearly not himself.
Yeah.
So do you even want Dalton Schultz out there if he's moving around at half speed? I don't know.
Sometimes, I guess there's two sides
psychologically,
to
if he doesn't want to play or if he doesn't feel right,
Yeah.
it's a terrible thing to put him out there.
Sure, there is one way to look at it like, well, what the hell, dude? Why don't you want to go out there and play? But if he doesn't feel like he can play up to his standards, maybe that's a good thing. He feels like he would hurt the team. I mean, yesterday, Chargers fans are asking, why is Justin Herbert in the game in a blowout situation?
Right.
Brandon Staley's saying he wanted to be out there. I'm not going to take him out of the game. It was important to the team. It's important to him to be out there. But I think big picture, a lot of people are saying that was foolish, much like we were saying, if Zeke's not healthy, why are you playing him?
This is why you got to be careful with who you tag. And I wouldn't tag many guys, but they're going to get offended by it. You don't want to invest in me. I got to make a business decision. All of a sudden, in the game of football, where everybody's playing hurt, you have a guy saying, "I just don't feel like it," and I don't like that at all. Okay, how confident should we be in Cowboys' victory? The analytics say it should be fairly close, but we are just 2 games into the season. I don't know how great or dependable the analytics are at this point. You guys know how confident I am.
Yeah.
What do you think, Chief?
Well, I mean, how confident can you be? You're going on the road, primetime, backup quarterback, divisional game.
Crotch first confidence.
Anything can happen.
Yeah.
I mean, and you can look at that as a positive, like anything can happen, or you can be a little bit nervous about what type of performance you're going to get here because you are going to be in a little bit of hostile environment. You got a couple of guys, Tyler Smith. It's going to be he's never played, right? I mean, in a road NFL environment.
Yeah.
So you add that, it's going to be hostile. Backup quarterback. He did it at home last week. Okay, he's never really had to put it together twice in a row. So now it's okay. Now you're on the main stage. It's all on you. We're looking at quarterback controversies, aren't we? So I think there's plenty to be a little bit nervous about because you can just go in there and bad things happen to you. Penalties. Random fumble here. Crowd starts going against you. You don't get the communication right between rookie tackle and rookie guard who have never played on the road before. Okay, here's the blitz that causes the fumble. It's just stupid stuff like that concern me. But logically, just looking at the team, you should feel like, hey, we have clear advantages here, particularly defensively. Our front seven going up against that offensive line and that turnover-prone quarterback who's got no wide receivers to throw to. So, logically, we should feel good about this. But football can happen. And it happens every Sunday.
Football can happen. Yeah, it's a weird league, right? You just don't know.
Strange lady.
Week to week, that's why you got to come out and play your best. It is a strange lady. A black cat on the field happened, right? The last time Monday Night Football was
You're looking
in New
for the
York
black cat again.
against the Cowboys and the Giants. I do think this team should have crotch-first confidence. You got a big win at home last week against Cincinnati. You've run the East. You dominate the Giants typically. You fare well in that building at MetLife Stadium. So this team should feel good about their chances tonight. They clearly are having a lot of confidence in Cooper Rush, but there are reasons as to, all right, if we're talking tomorrow, the Cowboys lost this game, a lot of the things that Eric illustrated there would be reasons why. Penalties usually are Achilles heel number one. Self-inflicted wounds, when we're talking about Cowboys losses, are usually the reason why it happens, right? You turn the ball over, and they had about 10 penalties, and the majority of it typically seemed to come across the offensive line.
It's the NFL. The Colts beat the Chiefs, but outside of that, it's football line. I see a lot of the matchups going squarely in the favor of the Cowboys. I don't know how the Giants move it consistently. I don't know if they're going to get into the red zone tonight. I don't. I think
and special teams
this defense is going to torture them. But it's a fair point that maybe the Cowboys could lose like how Tampa lost yesterday, 14-13, or how the Niners lost 11-10 because you just got nothing on the road with a backup quarterback.
Yeah, and a couple of bad coaching errors here or there. I think it's the self-inflicted stuff that can get you. But overall, when you look at it logically, I feel great about my front seven going up against that O-line and that quarterback. And I feel really, really good about the idea of being able to run on this team, Dawson. I mean, we talk about running the ball all the time. Yeah. I think this is one of those games where, especially without Leonard Williams, you're going to feel really good about being able to run all over these dudes.
Okay, other storylines for this. What kind of a game do you see Micah Parsons having, Brian? If he can get a couple of more sacks, I mean, the talk about the pace that he's on is going to go through the roof. If he can score a touchdown, maybe we start talking about MVP conversation stuff with him. I mean, he wouldn't win it, but I could see him being in the conversation with a big game.
Well, you're on that big stage. Everybody knows who Micah Parsons is, and everybody understands who Micah Parsons is as well. So when you're watching him play, nothing surprises you. I think tonight will be that if he comes in this game and has, say, like 14 tackles and like 11 of them are on running plays with Saquon Barkley, that would be even more impressive to me. If, in fact, that they control the Giants' running game. If he gets the opportunity to rush the passer, great. But they're going to have to – I think the Giants' path to victory tonight is running the football. And if Dallas can't handle that, and that means them getting blocks on Micah Parsons and these linebackers and these down linemen, then that's something that's going to be a big, big problem.
Giant injuries are another storyline, with Kayvon Thibodeau making his debut off the sprained MCL, but Leonard Williams going on the shelf with his sprained MCL. What will Wink Martindale do, the defensive coordinator? You got to try to get pressure. Cooper was good versus pressure last week, but Wink ain't going to let up. Quote from Wink over the weekend on Rush: "I see a guy that's a starting NFL quarterback. Honestly, I do. Watching him, the decisions he makes, I think he'll have a long career as a quarterback, and then he'll be one of those cats that becomes an OC and a head coach by 38 or 39 years old." He's spreading it on thick here, isn't he? Yeah. There's no way he really means that.
He's pulling a Belichick, right? Where it's like, this is the best quarterback we've ever played against. This guy's a future Hall of Famer, boys. Get ready.
Well, he's got two pieces back, though, with Thibodeau and Ojulari, and then we'll see what they do with Adoree Jackson traveling with CeeDee Lamb. That's got to be a win out there for the Cowboys. They got to figure out how to win on the other side, too. That's going to be up to Noah Brown as well to make that happen.
On their defense, one good defensive back, two young, promising defensive linemen.
Yeah, but the problem is you've got a rookie left tackle and then a right tackle that sometimes plays well and sometimes doesn't.
Okay. Of course, Gallup is out. Noah Brown and CeeDee Lamb trying to build on their success, right? We're just a week removed from all this talk and hand-wringing about CeeDee Lamb disappointing. So can he follow it up tonight with a good performance? What's he's got to do?
Yeah, it would be big, especially on a national stage. If he can have a big game, it would be really, really good for him and just like the whole narrative around him. But when you're going to be playing a team that's going to play more man than most, I think it's up to you as a receiver. Go beat your guy, and hopefully Cooper Rush gives these guys opportunities. But you saw last week with Noah Brown, he will give you those opportunities.
Yeah.
Come up and make a play. Brown did it last week. CeeDee Lamb, I think we're all looking at you like this should be a solid game for you.
Well, and I do wonder, Wink saw last week in big moments, it was Noah Brown who was Cooper Rush's guy. So I do wonder, even though CeeDee Lamb is wide receiver 1, does he kind of shade to Noah Brown in those situations? But I think underneath, the Cowboys are going to have a lot of opportunity here with their tight ends. And if you get Tony Pollard matched up on a linebacker, I don't think the Giants linebackers are very good in coverage at all.
Right.
Watching them play, I think you could see big games, even if there's no Dalton Schultz, from Ferguson and Hendershot tonight.
Okay, it is a huge week in the G-Bag Nation. We have Cowboys tonight. Flagtober starts the first of the month. The Tour Day DFW is going to kick it off this weekend. You'll be able to purchase flags this year online at 105throughthefan.com if you can't get out. Check the entire Tour Day DFW schedule at 105throughthefan.com. We've tweeted it at GBagNation, at Gavin Dawson, but it starts Saturday, Burleson, 11 to noon, and will be at every Twin Peaks location in DFW by the end of Sunday afternoon. So 2 days this year. We look forward to hanging out with you coming up this weekend. Cowboys pregame show with Chiafalo and Broadus is coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. Men's Tea Clinic is now offering platelet.
105.3 The Fan and the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network present Dallas Cowboys Football 2022.
Prescott walks the dog. Touchdown, Cowboys.
In crystal clear HD stereo, today's pregame show is brought to you by
Boleman's Dairy, the official milk of the Dallas Cowboys, made in the heart of Texas. Texaco, unbeatable mileage to get you to unbeatable tailgating. Fill up with Texaco with Tech Prime. Arrow Exterminators, official pest control provider of the Dallas Cowboys. Blockchain.com, trusted by millions, trusted by America's team. And by Gold Medal Pools, official pool service provider of the Dallas Cowboys.
Now, here's Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome into Cowboys football. It is the official pregame show of your Dallas Cowboys, right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Week 3 is upon us. In fact, we're about to turn the page on Week 3. The only thing standing in our way till Week 4, Brian Broaddus, is Monday Night Football. Cowboys, undefeated Giants. Who would have thought? What a beautiful time it is.
Yeah, it is. Never easy to go play at the Meadowlands, but the Cowboys have had their number the last, say, 10 times that they've gone. I think 9 victories out of those 10 times. But, yeah, this is a little bit different because of I think the New York Giants, when you look at their team, has a different culture to it now. No more Joe Judges, no more Jason Garrett's, nobodything like that going on with that football team. Real head coach, real general manager. It's going to take them a couple years to build the roster the right way, but I think with the crew they have, they're going to do it the right way, and they'll be more competitive. I mean, 2-0, great start for them, but the most important thing for them was the culture change, and we'll see if the Cowboys can put a loss on them tonight.
Yeah, let's see. We would certainly welcome that. There is no question. The future for the Giants does feel like it is relatively bright, considering all the things that you just said about the coaching staff, the front office. Seems like the behind-the-scenes stuff they have in place here, which is certainly discouraging when you look at the outlook from a Cowboys standpoint. The Giants a couple of years from now seem like the type of organization that could sort of put it together.
Right.
We'll see about Daniel Jones, and that has a lot to do with it, but it is certainly all about tonight. It is week number 3 in the NFL. It is Cowboys game number 3, first divisional game of the season, super important, and it'll be led by Cooper Rush. Plenty of Cowboys news coming out today about guys that we thought were going to play that are not, guys that we didn't think were going to play that are, but I do want to officially say thank you, Broaddus. I'm very excited to be here with you. My first pregame show. Brian Broaddus, you are the legend, NFL Super Bowl champion, and it is an honor to be here next to you, my friend.
It's always been, you and I are teammates on the radio side of things, and so, this should be a lot of fun. We always have a lot of great guests, even the guests and stuff that we get from behind enemy lines, talking with play-by-play guys and gals and stuff like that. So, everything is pointing in the direction of this thing continuing on in a very good way.
Yeah, looking forward to talking to Giants play-by-play voice Bob Papa coming up here in just a few minutes. 877-881-1053, as always, the number to text here, truckwreck.com text line on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Let's dive into this matchup, of course, brought to you by Blockchain. You do not need a complicated play to bring it into the end zone. That's why you should trust the team at blockchain.com to make buying, selling, and trading crypto easy. Play smarter, not harder with blockchain.com. What's the first thing that stands out to you about this matchup tonight, Broaddus?
Well, the fact that, if you had Dak Prescott as your quarterback, you'd feel great about it. I mean, there's people who probably still feel great about the Cowboys' chances, but Dak Prescott is a giant killer. And so, you go into a game, a Monday night situation, you don't have your starting quarterback. But Cooper Rush did an outstanding job last week, a game against Cincinnati. They came out, the scripted plays, scoring on the first 2 drives of the game. Defense looks like it's going to be very, very stout, and that's probably what's going to happen again tonight, though. Cooper Rush has got to find a way not to have 3 and outs. Don't, punting the ball is not bad, but just can't go into one of these things where, 4 or 5 possessions in a row of punting the football here. Not a good thing. He's going to have to find a way to put some pressure on the Giants offense to potentially get out of them running that football.
Absolutely. And in terms of offensively for the Cowboys, I feel like running the ball should be something that they should kind of flourish in tonight. The Giants defensively, they haven't been great at stopping the run, and now they're without maybe their best run stopper on the D-line in Leonard Williams.
Yeah, Leonard Williams is a big factor in how they play in this front. They've got some size up front with Dexter Lawrence, though, but they've also got a couple of pass rushers back. So you mentioned about running the ball. It's going to be about the balance. It's going to be about Kellen Moore finding a way to kind of keep the chains moving in this football game. You saw it last week with some of the big passes that Cooper Rush and Noah Brown were able to hit. But, yeah, you're going to have to run the ball a little bit better this week and be a little bit more physical up front. With Jason Peters, a possibility of getting some opportunity to get some work potentially at left guard in this game. That would give you a big, powerful guy up front as well to go with Tyler Smith and others. So, yeah, running the ball is going to be important, but how they protect Cooper Rush, because, again, with Ojulari and then also Thibodeau back in the lineup after suffering injuries this year in training camp.
Yeah, and I want to get to those guys, but let's start with Jason Peters for a second. I think we're all, safe to say we're all pretty surprised, maybe not shocked, but surprised that he's going to be making an appearance tonight.
Yeah, I felt like, though, that they were close, and it was all about conditioning. And the more that you talk to folks within the Cowboy organization, it's like, hey, is it the mental things? Is it picking up stuff? It's like, no, it's just about conditioning. So obviously they've got him in the to the point where he needs to be when it comes to his conditioning. So if they spot play him some opportunities in this game, it'll be the first chance that he gets, and I think that's a pretty good thing.
Okay, yeah, I think this is very exciting because there's all sorts of questions about where you should play him. Should you plug him in at guard, or should you move the rookie Tyler Smith to guard where he did most of his offseason work at, and then put Jason Peters in his natural spot of left tackle? I think either way for this matchup, it would be encouraging to have Peters instead of Farniok, because Farniok clearly the weakest of the five on the offensive line, and you've seen a couple of communication breakdowns between him and Tyler Smith at times, and rushers come in, or even run plays where, okay, so there's a 6-yard loss for Ezekiel Elliott, and now we're behind the chains and we're kind of in a world of trouble offensively. And I think tonight, especially a road game in New York, if you have Farniok and Tyler Smith, two rookies, never played on the road before, versus a Wink Martindale defense that wants to dial it up on you and confuse you and blitz and do all these different exotic things, I think that is a recipe for a breakdown on the road with two rookies, one of those being Farniok. But if you replace Farniok for Jason Peters, I feel much more comfortable in those situations.
Yeah, I think you're right. To put the veteran guy in there, me personally, man, I would like to see Peters play left tackle. But the Cowboys have made the determination that it is going to be about playing the future now. They don't want to shift Tyler Smith to left guard, even though Tyler Smith all through training camp played left guard. Him and McGovern, those two guys were able to, they kind of went back and forth. There was a little bit of a competition there. McGovern even started the season there, but that's because Tyler Smith had to start at left tackle. But yeah, playing Jason Peters at guard, I'm a little bit anxious, because to me, when the ball is going to go away, and I mean go to his right, if he's playing left guard, where's the foot quickness? Where's the lateral agility? Where's the mobility? I don't think the pass protection stuff is going to be a problem. I just worry a little bit about making those cutoff blocks, reach blocks, and stuff like that he's going to have to make in this game.
Yeah, and you have the offensive line guru, a guy who works with many Cowboys players and NFL offensive linemen around the league. He did put his 2 cents in, Duke Manyweather, at Big Duke 50 on Twitter, and he tweeted out a few hours ago. He says, you wouldn't put Deion Sanders at safety, Michael Irvin at tight end, DeMarcus Ware at nose tackle. So why would you put a Hall of Fame left tackle at guard, who last year showed you he's still a Hall of Fame left tackle? Yeah. So that's one person's perspective on it. But I don't know. I don't see it being that much of a big deal. I could see either way here if you're the Cowboys and you're making the decision where to play Peters, left tackle, left guard, what you do with Tyler Smith in that scenario. I understand going big picture with it and saying, hey, Tyler Smith, He's taken some lumps in the first couple of games, but it hasn't been a Chaz Green disaster. So I get big picture, just thinking, hey, let's keep the young guy here. But at the same time, it's like, if you're looking for what's best for you right now tonight, would you agree, Broadus, that tonight Tyler Smith at guard and Jason Peters at left tackle is probably your best five in a one game sample?
Man, we always talk about best five. They don't care what you and I think about best five. They don't care about that at all. They've got a plan for what they want to do at guard. They got a plan for how they want to play Peters. They don't want to see Smith get pulled out of the left tackle spot. They drafted him to be the future left tackle. They like Farniak more. They like Biotish more. They like Terrence Steele more. You know, what we see and what they see are two totally different things. I agree with you about the best five things. I think having the best five offensive linemen, especially if you have some flexibility within the line to be able to do that, and you don't struggle. But how they want to play their line and how we would like them to play their line are just miles apart.
That's right. What's your favorite line? They stopped caring about what you thought. They
stopped caring about what I thought in 2005.
2005.
Yeah.
So it's been quite some time since they cared. I do like the texter pointing out here. Let's see, in the 920 saying like, well, Deion did finish his career playing safety. In regards to what Duke Manyweather was saying, like you would never play Deion Sanders at safety, and I think with the Ravens, that's in fact exactly what Deion Sanders did.
Yeah.
Now, so we'll see how that shakes out, but definitely that was big news today. Jason Peters, he's going to be active, and it seems like he's going to be playing some guard for us tonight. Okay, very, very exciting. Now, on the flip side of that, I woke up this morning, and while I was eating my breakfast broadus, I was assuming I was going to watch Michael Gallup play tonight on Monday Night Football. Plans change.
Yeah, the plans did change, and it wasn't a setback. And talking to people in the organization, I know Bobby and I did our podcast, So for the Love of the Star, this morning, and we were all under the impression that Michael Gallup was going to play. But you ask, was there a setback? And there was not a setback. It just was a decision between the medical staff and Michael that, hey, just give me one more week and let me get through one more week of practice and getting confident about the knee and how it's going to hold up. I was excited too. I was looking forward to him playing tonight, especially against this Giant secondary at corner, but it's not the case tonight, and we'll just see him next week against the Commanders.
Okay, and then we'll see about Dalton Schultz dealing with the knee issue. How big of a blow is it offensively for an offense who last week was married to the two tight end personnel grouping offensively? Does that make Kellen Moore shy away from that if Dalton Schultz is not playing, or if he's kind of a shell of himself dealing with the knee issue?
Yeah, we'll see how it all plays out. But from what I was told, Dalton Schultz, there seems to be a thought with, the staff that, he is ready to go. Now, it's a two-way street here. The player has to have confidence that his knee is fine or his injury is fine. So there's some thought that maybe that Dalton not completely confident in that situation and that he might need another week off. With Mike McCarthy even talked about that last week. It was like they were potentially going to miss time. It was just now or later. And so we'll see if in fact we get to the inactives, and if he's on that list, you'll know why. It's because the player wasn't confident that his knee was good enough to go.
Okay, so as we look at the chess match here a little bit, I know that according to you, the one way that you could sort of lose this game is Saquon Barkley gets loose. Running the ball. Yeah. And maybe even a little bit of Daniel Jones running around out there. He's not afraid to run it. And so what would be your game plan defensively in order to try and slow that down?
Well, to me, how much nickel do you want to play in this game? And we'll see if the Giants want to try and spread you out, with David Sills and Sterling Shepard and Richie James. We'll see. Do they want to spread you out that way? If they do, then you're probably going to have to match it, with your nickel packages. But to me, I would want to play as much base as I could. That means I got three linebackers on the field. I know Brad Sham was talking about it this morning. Mickey Spagnola was talking about it on our station on 105.3. That maybe that's something that they would want to do. You need bodies on the field. Every time that they hand the ball to Saquon Barkley, there is a chance that he can explode and make a big play there. He's just got that kind of ability. Maybe he doesn't have the quickness that he once had, but now, you talk about the power and that ability to run the football. So you need to get bodies to him in a hurry. And it's about winning up front. It's about not letting these guys turn you or push you or scoop you or reach you or get linebackers. We saw what happened when a big physical running back gets the football in space when the Cowboys played Tampa. You saw Leonard Fournette out on the edge and nobody really wanting to tackle him. 6 yards of carry. if the Giants have success offensively tonight, I have a feeling it's going to be through the running game. And if it's the running game that's able to do that, that keeps Dallas, that wears down this defense. It also affects the pass rush. If you're having to dealing with run blocking all night long and getting off blocks and chasing, that limits. We saw it last week a little bit in that 19-play drive against Cincinnati. That Cincinnati was running the ball, had a little success running the football, and what did it do? It wore down the Cowboys' pass rush a little bit along the way.
Yeah, and with the Giants having all these wide receiver injuries, Kadarius Toney, he's banged up. Wan'Dale Robinson, he's going to be out as well. So you might look at potentially seeing the Giants do a little bit more heavy packaging themselves. Cowboys like doing a lot of two tight ends last week. Maybe you see a little bit of that from the Giants.
Yeah, they fear the Cowboys' pass rush. They fear
as
that.
They should.
They absolutely do.
Okay, just getting started here. The official pregame show of your Dallas Cowboys right here on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Reliant Energy, Reliant and Energy Company. Very exciting. Let's go out to New York. Let's go behind enemy lines. Welcome in the voice of the Giants, Bob Papa, next right here on The Fan.
Hi, I'm Frank.
Giants. Bob Papa set to join us here momentarily right here on the official pregame show of your Dallas Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan, the National Medal of Honor Museum brings us this segment. Join the mission at mohmuseum.org. We look forward to going inside the Star with Bobby Belt coming up live from New York in just a few minutes. But let's stay live in New York and let's welcome in the greatness, the voice of the Giants. It is Bob Papa with us now on the official pregame show of the Dallas Cowboys. And Bob, I mean, how many bingo cards, how many preseason bingo cards did you have to fill out in order to have one that had an undefeated start to the season after 2 weeks for your Giants?
Well, considering they hadn't been over 500 as a team since the last game of the 2016 season, the year that the Cowboys won the division and the Giants earned a wild card spot. So I don't think anybody had them at 3-0. They haven't started off 3-0 since 2009. They actually won the first 5 games that year and finished 8-8. So we'll see. I mean, they've lost 9 out of 10 to the Cowboys. They've lost 6 in a row on Monday Night Football. But, I mean, it's not who you play, it's when you play them. They're certainly getting the Cowboys at the right time.
Yeah, Bob, I was going to ask you, is it just as simple as a cultural switch there with the Giants? It just seems like everybody seems to be pulling in the right direction when it comes to that football team.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of respect for Coach Dable, his staff, and General Manager Joe Shane, who were brought in this year. They are trying to change the culture, and teams kind of buying in because, let's face it, the first 2 weeks over the last 5 years, those are games the Giants would have lost somehow. They would have found a way to lose. And, Dable went for the 2-point conversion and all that other stuff. So, team is buying in. He's openly honest with his players. Kenny Golladay only played 2 snaps last week against Carolina. He was their big free agent signing last year by another regime. And, Dable said, hey, look, I told him during the week that he's really not going to factor that much into this week's game plan. And he had said the same thing to Kadarius Toney the week before when Toney only played 7 snaps. And players may not like it, but they respect it when your coach is up front with you.
Bob, what's the deal with that, though? Like, it seems like Golladay and especially Kadarius Toney, I know Toney's banged up, so he's not going to play tonight. But, like, the idea that you would have these 2 guys, is it just just a merit thing? They haven't played that well in training camp and preseason, or like what? That's what it is.
It's a complete meritocracy. I mean, Kenny Golladay was being outplayed by a free agent wide receiver that had been on the practice squad, Colin Johnson, who is built in the same stature as Kenny Golladay, same size, height, weight, body type, and that kid was making plays every day in practice and camp. And he was making plays in the preseason games. And Golladay wasn't. Golladay, 1 day a week, would make a couple of plays. In the preseason opening possession, they're driving down the field. And they got a chance to get off to a good start against the Patriots. They got an easy dialed-up touchdown on a little in route. And Golladay just stopped running the route at the 2-yard line. And Daniel Jones wound up throwing it low. And the coach is just like, we're going to play the guys that practice the best and perform. And since Golladay has been here, for the $60 million that they paid him, the guy doesn't have a touchdown. Does not have a touchdown catch. It's hard to do in the NFL when you played as many snaps as he played last year. And Toney never practices. So what we're starting to see here with Kadarius Toney is he's injured more than he's available. He misses a ton of practices. He leaves games with injury. And you start to say to yourself, was the 10-catch, 189-yard performance in Dallas last year the aberration, the outlier? And what you're seeing right now from Toney is a lot of nothing.
Bob,
I think you could make the case that if this regime was here last year, first of all, Micah Parsons would be a Giant. They wouldn't have passed on him.
Don't you dare even speak that into existence, Bob.
No, they wouldn't have passed on him. They would not have passed on him because he's that talented a player. And my guess is they would have never signed Kenny Golladay to that contract or drafted Kadarius Toney, but that's the hand that they were dealt when they took over.
Bob, I kind of feel like the path for victory for the Giants tonight is leaning on the big shoulders there of Saquon Barkley. Is that fair to say, or is it going to have to be the balance, and is Daniel Jones going to have to find a way to make some throws?
It's going to be heavily on Barkley, but it's going to be on Daniel Jones. I know that there are a lot of TV pundits, former players that do a lot of chalk talk things on national TV, and Daniel Jones took some heat this week for, his eyes and seeing the rush and then they're showing the coaches tape with guys open downfield. Well, I do the coaches show with Brian Dable, and I asked him about that, and he said to me, he goes, "You sound like my wife about all the guys open that Daniel Jones didn't hit." He goes, "No," he goes, "those guys were in the wrong place. They weren't part of his progression. Those guys were running wrong routes." Yeah, he didn't throw it to him because he wasn't expecting them to be where they were. He was going through his progressions, and then he's like, all right, he sees the guy open. If I throw it, is that guy going to stop? Is he going to keep going? Because he's not even in the right place on the field he should be. He said that his decision-making in last week's game, despite what the outside world says, was as good as he's seen from a quarterback.
Is it unfair for what that kid's gone through with all the coaching changes, offensive coordinator changes? I mean, have the Giants really done anything to help him along the way? I mean, other than hiring an outstanding general manager and appears a head coach that kind of understands him.
Yeah, and rebuilding the offensive line with 2 outstanding young tackles on each side. Daniel Jones, I keep making this analogy. Even though he has the personality and the temperament of Eli Manning, Daniel Jones, to me, is this generation's version of Alex Smith. Remember when Alex Smith got drafted by the 49ers?
Mm-hmm.
They changed coaches, GMs, offensive coordinators every year. And it wasn't until John Harbaugh got there and sort of stabilized things, and they got to the 2011 NFC Championship game, wound up losing to the Giants, and then they upgraded to Kaepernick. So then he goes to Kansas City, and he was awesome in Kansas City. But they felt like he couldn't get you over the top, so they went and traded up and got Mahomes. Daniel Jones is kind of living through that same thing. He's had 3 head coaches. He's had 4 offensive coordinators. He's had 4 offensive line coaches. And he's had a previous regime that didn't draft well and didn't sign good free agents and had the worst offensive line that the Giants have had in a long time. So, how do you really judge a guy off that?
Do you think he gets turf monstered again tonight?
That'll be interesting to see. That'll be interesting to see.
I think Vegas might have some Vegas prop bets going on with a Daniel Jones turf monster situation going down. It is Bob Papa, the voice of the Giants, with us here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Looking at the Giants' defense tonight, Bob, Wink Martindale brings the blitzes and likes to dial up the pressure. No Leonard Williams, but it seems like Ojulari, Thibodeau will be making an appearance. Is that sort of like is that a net loss, a net gain, or is not having Leonard Williams going to be a nightmare for the Giants?
Well, not having Leonard Williams is a problem because that guy is a stud. Even the previous regime, Joe Judge, used to gush when we did the TV show with him last year about all of the things that Leonard Williams does that don't show up on a stat sheet that help a defense be successful. And considering the fact that you got the combination of Pollard and Ezekiel Elliott, and you've got a young quarterback in there, and the Cowboys don't have Gallup, and they've got inexperienced wide receivers, not having Leonard Williams in there is a big factor because the Cowboys might be able to get a run game going and control this game. Now, Thibodeau makes his NFL debut. Ojulari had 8 sacks last year going into year 2. That's a much-needed get-back. But Wink is really good at confusing quarterbacks and creating looks that cause hesitation. Last week against Carolina, he had Baker Mayfield pumping it, looking this way and that, and not being able to see where pressures were coming from. And I guess my guess is you'll see a lot of that tonight of things being done to try to confuse the young quarterback.
Bob, when I noticed on tape, though, that there was a game where Jackson did travel and then a game where he didn't travel with the star coverage and stuff. Do you anticipate him traveling tonight or maybe some in this game against CeeDee Lamb?
Yeah, well, Wink will mix it up. Like, some guys will just say, all right, you know what, we got to travel to Dory Jackson.
Sure.
Because CeeDee Lamb is, especially the 2 games that CeeDee Lamb has played with Cooper Rush. I saw the stats. He's averaging 93 yards receiving a game in those 2 games as opposed to his last 10 with Dak where he's averaging, I think, 44 yards a game. So I think it's going to be interesting. I think they'll mix it up a little bit, and they'll use some double teams with other guys, and they'll create some looks to try to confuse, again, the quarterback. But, this game is really interesting because the Giants have made up for the lack of talent with coaching, and the Cowboys are really banged up. They're at full strength. If Dak's playing and Gallup's in the lineup and some of the other guys, the Cowboys on paper are just a better team.
Bob, has it been eye-popping to you, though, watching the first 2 games, the difference in terms of the level of coaching that you had experienced the last few years with the Giants and now with Dable and company?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Judge had that stretch in his first year as head coach when they played well and they had a string of games together. But that team just was fortunate enough to just be playing against bad quarterbacks. Just like the 2016 Giants, they were really they won all those games based on the fact that they played a lot of bad quarterbacks that year, just the way the schedule worked out. And they were 2-0 against the Cowboys that year. Dak was one of the better quarterbacks they played. So, I mean, you could definitely see there's a level of accountability here with this team, and there's a belief that even when things are going bad, because here's a fun stat for you. The New York Giants have not scored a touchdown in the first half, not the first quarter, the first half of their last 6 games. The last 4 last year and the first 2 this year. So they're not a juggernaut offensively. They're finding ways to win games creatively. They're playing smart football. They're good on third down defense. And my guess is if one of these 2 teams gets a defensive touchdown tonight or a special teams touchdown, that's going to be the difference in the game.
Yeah, you mentioned about the defensive touchdowns, though. You're right about the Giants on third down and stuff, and the Cowboys with the way. Is the biggest fear for the Giants offensively the Cowboys pass rush? Is that the one thing that they're absolutely the most worried about going into this game?
Yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Between, Parsons and everybody else. And then Brian Dable, he's got a really good relationship and is, a big fan of Diggs. Because, remember, he was coaching his brother.
Right.
He was coaching his brother. And he was on the staff at Alabama when Trayvon Diggs was there. So they, and he told a story about how he roughed him up a little bit in a practice one time, and they kind of went at him a little bit, but the kid was upset, and he gave him a little pep talk and said, "Hey, it's just spring ball. You're gonna be a great player." So there's a lot of respect for the players that the Cowboys have out there on the defensive side of the ball. And let's face it, these first 2 games, I mean, the defense was awesome. I mean, you think about the game against the Bucs. And against Tom Brady and before Evans got hurt, I mean, every time they got in the red zone, Micah Parsons got a sack and there was another field goal.
Yeah, he continues to draw the Lawrence Taylor comparisons, Bob. You have a pretty good perspective there, I would imagine. Any ideas Lawrence Taylor going to be in the house tonight?
I don't think so. He might be. LT will just mysteriously show up, sit in the tunnel with his cigar. That's lit, even though it's a non-smoking venue, but he's LT.
Right.
The Giants are having a Ring of Honor ceremony at halftime. They're inducting 7 members of their organization, past players, into the Ring of Honor, and a couple of them are his teammates, like the great O.J. Anderson, Joe Morris, Rodney Hampton, and Leonard Marshall, who was on the 86 and 90 Giants, who had 80 career sacks in the regular season, and more importantly, he had 11 sacks in the postseason when it mattered, and he's the guy that, remember, knocked Montana basically out for the 1991 season. So they're all getting inducted into the Ring of Honor along with the great Kyle Rote and Jimmy Patton, who played in the 50s and 60s. So LT may just wander in here unannounced.
Well, I'll tell you what, I was a teammate of Leonard Marshall at LSU. I was a freshman when he was a senior. So I could have told you on scout team those days when he would hit you and things. I knew he was going to be a great player then. I didn't expect him to go to the Giants and wreck shop on my Dallas Cowboys, but what a heck of a player that Leonard Marshall was.
Yeah, he really was. And you think about him and you think about Carl Banks. Carl Banks is on the Pro Football Hall of Fame all 80s decade team, yet he's not in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And you think about Leonard Marshall and the fact that, these guys get so overshadowed because of the greatness of Lawrence Taylor that, they kind of been forgotten a little bit by the national, but the Giants do a really good job of honoring their past. I mean, the organization started in 1925, and they got a ton of Hall of Famers. So, Leonard getting his rightful place in the Ring of Honor tonight.
Well, that's very exciting, Bob. Can't thank you enough for the time, my friend. Enjoy the game, and we'll catch up with you later on this season.
Yeah, looking forward to getting a chance to spend Thanksgiving at AT&T Stadium. Jerry always does a great spread on Thanksgiving, so I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, actually, you know what I do? I do want to get you with one more. What's the spread like with the Giants? How does it compare? I've had the AT&T Stadium food, the Jerry food, especially Thanksgiving. It's top notch. What are the Giants dialing it up pretty well?
No, I got to be honest with you.
There was a time, Bob. There was a time with the old stadium. I think
in the old stadium,
yes.
it was the Giants did a great job.
Yes.
They had the popcorn machine.
Yes.
They had all kinds of
Yes.
things. Now it's not up. Like Tampa is off the charts. Dallas is phenomenal. But I used to do the Cowboys Thanksgiving game for Westwood One. I did it for about 8 straight years, and Jerry does it right.
Well, I know you're going to show up at Nick and Sam's the night before. I know what you're going to do, right?
Well, no, there's no. Of course,
The sun's probably going to be along, and you're going to be at Nick and Sam's. I know that's going to happen, right?
I got my table already set.
I knew you would.
Oh, that's beautiful. Bob, greatly appreciate it, man. Enjoy the call.
All right, thanks, guys.
Yes, sir. There he goes. Voice of the Giants, Bob Papa, here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan segment brought to you by Papa John's. Very apropos. Right after Bob Papa, we give you some Papa John's pizza. Better ingredients, better pizza, better lives. Papa John's, official pizza of your Dallas Cowboys. All right, pregame show. We're still just getting started, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty more to bring you. We go around the NFL, take a look at the NFC East. Geez, what is Jalen Hurts and the Eagles doing to us right now? Breaking our hearts left and right. And we have our player profile, the exclusive one-on-one, Chris Arnold with Ezekiel Elliott. That's coming up next right here on The Fan.
Window Nation.
Elliott. We'll hear that here in just a moment. Player profile brought to you by NFL Game Pass. And with NFL Game Pass, you'll never miss a game again. Enjoy full and condensed game replays from Week 1 to the Super Bowl. That's right, and we're already in Week 3. How crazy is that? We'll take a look at what happened around the NFL Week 3. The NFC East, you had it was all NFC East matchups this weekend. You had the Eagles yesterday taking on the Commanders. That was a blowout. Eagles look really, really good. And then, of course, tonight we got Cowboys and we got the Giants. We'll catch up with Bobby Belt in just a few minutes, our Cowboys insider. But right now, here is Chris Arnold with Ezekiel Elliott.
We're talking with Ezekiel Elliott. You guys have the Giants tonight. Finally getting into some division play. Do you like coming to New York?
Definitely love going to New York. Definitely love the division games. We got a big one tonight. Prime time. You can't beat it. It's going to be a hell of an environment.
Now, the Giants are undefeated. You guys had a nice victory over Cincinnati. What kind of Giants defense you looking at this year?
Their defense, they got new coach, so you can tell they got a different sense of urgency. I say they definitely, have played harder this year than they have in the past. And so, you got a good front. Obviously, they got some high draft picks. They got some big money guys on the D line, and they're gonna bring it.
Let's talk about Cooper Rush. You guys were talking about it last week. This guy is cool, calm, and collected. He's always chill. Was he like that out there on the field? You were out there in Minnesota last year, but out there on the field against Cincinnati, marching down the field 2 times for 2 touchdowns.
Obviously he was cool and collected. I think that's just Coop. Coop's a vet. He's savvy. He's been around for a long time, and he knows his playbook in and out. And so when he gets in the huddle, he definitely has that confidence that gives us as his teammates confidence in him.
Meanwhile, Dak's around. He may not bat on the field on the game day, but he's all over the place in the locker room, on the sidelines. He's still Dak.
Dak's around. It's gonna be hard to keep Dak out this locker room. It's gonna be hard to keep him not engaged, and he's itching to get back. And I think he's doing a great job, just helping, doing whatever he can to get us ready.
One other thing, what can you say about that beast on the other side of the ball? We talk about number 11, Micah Parsons. Words, people keep trying to come up with ways to describe him. Have you figured it out, and what's your relationship with him?
He's a beast. I think there's one way to way to describe him is unblockable. But yeah, I mean, he's a good dude. You know, he comes to work every day. He works hard, and it shows through his play.
All right, how do you kill time on a day when you got a game night, you know, like in New York? I mean, how do you kill time? You listen to some music, you eat some food, you watch some TV, you on Instagram, what you do?
I'll probably turn on a movie, order a movie in the hotel, you know, maybe turn on something on Netflix and just watch some film.
And finally, the game plan for tonight to get the victory, is it going to be somewhat similar to Cincinnati, or is Kellen Moore up to his bag of tricks?
I think it's going to be similar to the Cincinnati game, and you know, I think we gotta establish that run, and we gotta lean on it, and I think that's what we're going to have to do.
And finally, how big would it be to pull out another victory? Like I said, no Dak, you're up there in New York, Monday Night Football, everybody watching.
I think we need this victory. This team needs this victory. That would be a good boost of momentum. You know, a good jolt of momentum for this locker room. Just to, you know, go into hostile territory, division game, primetime, and pull out a win with our backup quarterback.
Appreciate you, Zeke, as always.
All right, thank you.
Zeke Elliott.
There it is, player profile with Chris Arnold, the two-time Hall of Famer with Ezekiel Elliott. I think Zeke got an opportunity to have a really big game tonight. Him and Pollard, I think the ground game should be without Leonard Williams for the Giants. I feel like this is going to be a really nice run game offensively for the Cowboys. Jason Peters hopefully helps that out a little bit, but I expect a big night for Zeke and Pollard.
Yeah, it will be, and I'm really interested. We keep talking about Jason Peters, and you know, he's got a ton of work there at the left guard spot, you know, and so that's, you know, how they insert him and where they insert him in the game. It might be very similar to what, you know, we've seen with, you know, how they change backs out. You know, it would be like maybe the second or third series where we see Pollard. Well, you know, we might look up and all of a sudden you see number 71 in there, you know, playing the left guard spot and next to Tyler Smith. So, man, that will be some serious power off that left-hand side, if in fact they protection-wise and then the ability to run the football.
No question about that. All right, let's take a look around the NFL and specifically around the NFC East, brought to you by Salvation Army, Love Beyond. And before we actually look into the division and yesterday's matchup between the Eagles and Washington, I did want to note some news that has come out over the last 20 or 30 minutes or so from the Cleveland Browns and a player in Myles Garrett, who is a local product, the Aggies and Arlington Martin. And apparently they have released a statement, they being the Cleveland Browns, saying that Myles Garrett was involved in a one-car accident this afternoon after leaving the practice facility, suffering non-life-threatening injuries, and was transported to a local hospital, and they are in the process of gathering more information. So I did want to pass that news along, and of course our thoughts and prayers go out to Myles Garrett, who once again a local product, one of the best in the sport, and one car accident, non-life-threatening injuries. So that does sound a bit promising, but certainly want to send our thoughts and prayers that way. There is no word yet on if it will impact his on-field status for Sunday's game versus Atlanta, but certainly newsworthy coming down in the last half hour or so. Now, looking around the NFL, and yesterday we had another divisional game here in the NFC East, and it is the Eagles and the Commanders. It was supposed to be a Carson Wentz revenge game, and it did not go that way. I think it was an Eagles revenge on Carson Wentz because they sacked him a million times, and he looked patently terrible. And on the other side of the field, Jalen Hurts is continuing to put up MVP numbers, Broadus.
Yeah, that's the thing about it is, and it's, you know, this was one of these games that started off as it was 0-0 for, you know, into actually the second, and then the Eagles exploded with their 24 points and then didn't score in the third or the fourth. So they had the game under control. The Commanders didn't score until the fourth. But you mentioned Jalen Hurts, and you know, he continues to find ways to throw the football, and that's the thing that if the Eagles, they've got the roster. If you start to talk about what team in the division has the best roster, it's probably the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, the quarterback, that's the biggest difference. You know, you going in, you thought, well, Dak Prescott throws the ball better player than Jalen Hurts, but Jalen Hurts has done a really, really nice job these first 3 weeks of not only throwing the ball, but being accurately throwing the football. You know, averaged almost 9 yards of reception, or an attempt yesterday, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. He's not making mistakes, you know, with the ball. And so that's, if the Eagles get that kind of production on a weekly basis from Jalen Hurts, they're going to be a tough team to defeat here going into this division. But they're doing a great job, whether it's him throwing the ball, running the football right now, and the way their defense is playing is really kept them on point.
Yeah, they're really clicking right now, and a lot of people are pointing to some of the opponents that they're playing and trying to water down the early successful start for the Eagles.
Yeah, but you can't say that about. I mean, you got to play who's ever on your schedule. That's the whole thing. I know that the NFC East plays the NFC North, and then they play the AFC South. The difference between the Cowboys and the Eagles is they will play the extra game is against the AFC North. So Philadelphia will play Pittsburgh, and Dallas played Cincinnati. So, I mean, it's your schedule.
Right.
That's just your schedule. And so, there's nothing really. They've built a really a good football team.
They have. They have.
And hey, we talked about Detroit, putting up a lot on them in week one. They have, Detroit looks like a team that's a lot better than we were giving credit. Now, be a good matchup this weekend with the Eagles and Jacksonville. And Doug Peterson, to be honest with you, they should be 3-0. Jacksonville should be 3-0 right now. They lost the Commanders. They had a lead late in that game and lost it. They should be 3-0. It should be 2 3-0 teams going at it. It'd be nice to see Doug go into Philadelphia and get him a victory there.
Yeah, that will be a ton of fun. The Eagles do look sharp, though. There's no question about that. You talk about Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown's been a monster, and then Devontae Smith had a big coming out party yesterday in the passing game for the Eagles. So certainly we'll be interested to see a team that can kind of suffocate the Eagles' run game and then really put pressure on Jalen Hurts to have to beat him through the air. But right now, it's just everything's really clicking for him defensively. They were all up in the kitchen of Carson Wentz, and Carson Wentz and the Commanders is the Cowboys' next opponent. Noon kickoff, AT&T Stadium on Sunday, and that's part of the These games are hugely important, obviously, because they're divisional games for the Cowboys when you look at tonight and you look at next week versus Washington. But especially when you look at the fact that, hey, for the most part, when you got Cooper Rush as your quarterback, you go into most games feeling like you do not have the advantage at quarterback. But a game like tonight versus Daniel Jones and a game like next week at home versus Carson Wentz, you kind of feel like, I don't know, is it a coin flip here? Who's got the QB edge? Let's take advantage of these moments right now.
And Bob Papa, the voice of the Giants, said it. If Dak Prescott's healthy, Dallas has the better roster. Dallas, the Giants are probably a couple years away from having the roster where it could be where they need it to be. But these are the advantages you have to take. This is not going to be easy for the Cowboys too, because they're going to get home at 5 a.m. after this one, hopefully after a victory. At 5 a.m, you turn around, you take tomorrow off, and then now you're back into on Wednesday dealing with the Commanders coming in. So it's these Monday night games, especially on the East Coast and divisional games, sometimes they don't do you any favors. And so, but you got to find a way. This is a winnable football game, and so is the game next week against the Commanders.
Around the NFL, 3 things that stuck out or stood out yesterday. You had Washington's FedEx Field continuing to just spew toilet water onto its fans, which is pretty incredible. You had a butt punt, and then you had Jimmy Garoppolo on Sunday Night Football pulling Orlovsky. So we really hit the trifecta of football funny yesterday in the NFL, and it was I'm very thankful for that. It was outstanding, and hopefully we can be thankful at the end of this evening when the Cowboys come away with an NFC East divisional victory. And let's continue the pregame show right here on your home of the Cowboys and welcome in our Cowboys Insider as we go inside the Star with Bobby Belt next right here on The Fan.
We know a place where you can.
This is the Dallas Cowboys pregame show.
Fade up and caught. Touchdown, Dallas.
Brought to you by
Bill Nunnally, attorneys and counselors. Goody Goody Liquor, your store for discovering fine wine, craft beer, and premium spirits. Find a store at goodygoody.com. Papa John's, the official pizza of the Dallas Cowboys. Papa John's, better ingredients, better pizza. And by DallasCowboys.com. Keep track of the boys with daily podcasts and up-to-the-minute blogging at DallasCowboys.com and on the official Dallas Cowboys app.
Just over 2 hours from kickoff. Cowboys Giants MetLife Stadium live from East Rutherford, New Jersey. Brad Sham, Babe Laufenberg, Christy Scales will have the call, and we are about to join our Cowboy Insider and go inside the star with Bobby Belt live from MetLife Stadium here momentarily. He is Brian Broaddus, Super Bowl winning NFL scout. I'm Eric Chiafalo. We are 2/5 of the G-Bag Nation. 2 to 7 right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. It is great to be here. 877-881-1053 Monday Night Football, Cowboys, Giants. This is everything we'd ever want, other than maybe just like having our starting quarterback. That would be kind of nice.
That would help.
Now it's going to be no Michael Gallup. Looks like Jason Peters will be starting. So certainly some news and some interest here in terms of who's going to be on the field for the Cowboys tonight. Looking forward to watching Jason Peters and also looking forward to catching up with Bobby Belt. His first official Cowboy road trip. He rode the plane. I'm looking forward to getting stories here from Bobby Belt. But right now we welcome him in live from MetLife Stadium. And Bobby, what is at the forefront of your Cowboys brain right now?
Really interested that Michael Gallup's not going to go tonight. I really thought that was going to be the case. Everybody I talked to leading up to this week seemed to feel like this was going to be it. I guess this is just, an abundance of caution. They feel like they're not quite at the finish line yet, but I think you can say it's definitely a disappointment that he wasn't able to make his debut tonight. They definitely could have used him, even if it would have just been in a handful of packages.
So are you more surprised that we're not seeing Gallup as opposed to that we are seeing Jason Peters?
I mean, I think comparing either of them is a surprise to me. I wouldn't have figured that Peters would have been active, although I thought there was a shot at that. I really thought that Gallup was going to play. I didn't think there was a shot that he'd be inactive. So the Gallup thing is more surprising to me, but it's good that Jason Peters is going to be out here. He's going to be ramped up. I'll be interested to see what capacity, how exactly this plays out. I mean, I know the chatter is left guard. The chatter is that he'll play, but it also doesn't sound like it's a guarantee he's out there playing 100% of the snaps either. And so I don't know. I'll be interested to see how they deploy him today, how they use him. It was interesting last week to see him out there getting work at right tackle, getting work at left guard, getting work in goal line packages as like a jumbo tight end. And so it's going to be interesting to see how he's functioned, how he's deployed today. But I mean, I think he can only help.
Yeah, Bobby, I was hearing that he's been at left guard practicing all week, that they really haven't done anything with him at any of the tackle spots. So they're obviously getting him ready.
Out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, he was lined up there at tackle a couple times. So,
yeah.
I mean, left guard definitely would have been the focus. That's the chatter that you're hearing, is that left guard has been his primary focus, which I know you've talked about before. That'll be interesting to see because he's not exactly the most light-footed guy anymore. Getting up to that second level could present some challenges. And so I'll be interested to see how quickly he's able to get up there and handle some guys on the second level.
When you talk about Cooper Rush, though, Bobby, it doesn't appear that things are too big for him. Either that, or he's that duck that's swimming above water where everything looks calm, and then the web feet are working like crazy underneath. Is when you're around him in the locker room or podium situations, is that how he appears to you?
Yeah, unbothered. I think that's a good way to say it. I mean, that's something that you hear his teammates talk about consistently, is that they say the moment's not too big for him. Cooper's very steady. He's built for these moments. And so I think that that's something that is definitely a big factor in some of the success we've seen him get twice now, is that he doesn't let the moment get the best of him. I mean, how many times have we seen young players or backups step into big moments and it rattles them a little bit, whether it be here in Dallas or elsewhere. So I think that that's something that part of why so many guys in this locker room have so much confidence in him, is because he seems to have the confidence in himself and doesn't get shaken by these moments.
It's Bobby Belt with us here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Now, I do wonder, though, with Cooper Rush, like, at what point does he let out his frustrations? Like, does he have a moment each week, like, where he just goes and he isolates himself a little bit and then goes on, like, a Ken Dorsey-style rampage just to, like, kind of flush all of it out of his system? I mean, dear God.
I think it's probably a lot like QB1. I think it's probably a lot like Dak Prescott, where we'll never see those moments. Doesn't mean those moments aren't there, but, it's never let him see his sweat. I don't think he's ever going to let us see those moments. But, man, just, being in the locker room or seeing him out at practice or seeing him on the field, before a game or during a game or whatever else, he's pretty even keel. He's pretty steady. And I think that's a good trait to have when you're talking about a guy that needs to step in and play for your number one guy. Whenever you've got a backup quarterback situation, it's easy for everybody to panic, not just the guy playing the position, but it's easy for the teammates or the coaches to kind of feel like, oh man, most important position on the field, and we don't have our guy. This is, a disaster or whatever else. I think that Cooper Rush being stable and confident in himself and not letting himself get overwhelmed, having those nerves of steel, I think that absolutely helps everybody involved to, when you see confidence in that guy, I think it's easier for everybody else to have confidence and settle down and play at peace.
Who's on the offense? Oh, Bobby, who on the offense tonight helps him the most?
Ooh, I mean, these first 2 weeks, it's kind of been Noah Brown, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And so, I think if they're able to get the running game going, that would definitely help him. So Tony Pollard, Ezekiel Elliott, and that offensive line blocking for him, making sure that, they're getting the holes to make the Giants pay and to keep the Giants honest. I think that, giving some softer looks in the passing game, that'll definitely help him. But Noah Brown will be a big deal. We've talked about this week, I know, Brian, you and I, that CeeDee Lamb, we need him to win off the line of scrimmage because there are going to be some of these zero blitzes. We're going to see heavy pressure. Wink Martindale likes blitzing, likes sending a lot of defenders, and so it'll be a big thing for CeeDee Lamb to be able to win off the line of scrimmage and give Cooper Rush some quick separation.
That's right, Bobby. You and Broadus have been talking about this all week on your 100,000 downloaded podcast for the Love of the Star. So shout out to both of you gentlemen for being outstanding. It is Bobby Belt with us here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, when it comes to, you mentioned if the Cowboys can run, but don't you anticipate them being able to run pretty well on the Giants tonight, especially with them not having Leonard Williams?
I mean, you'd like to think so, and I think that's a reasonable expectation. But I mean, even when the Cowboys were having some success running the ball against Cincinnati last week, you saw it kind of taper off into the second half. They've been efficient, but they haven't necessarily, been gashing teams. They haven't been picky. It hasn't been similar. I'll say this: it hasn't been similar to the beginning of last year. The way the running game looked. The running game looked really, really strong and really dynamic in the first part of the year. I think the best way to describe the running game so far this year is efficient, and that's maybe all you need. But I think in order to really take some of the pressure off of the quarterback, you need to be a little bit better than efficient. It'd be nice to see them come out here and make a real difference, which I think they certainly can do. But it may be difficult if Wink Martindale sending some run blitzes or they're really loading up the box. And then if that's the case, then Cooper Rush needs to take advantage of some of the softer looks that he'll get in coverage.
Bobby, on the defensive side of the ball, I kind of in the mode of what Brad Sham and Mickey Spagnola and those guys were talking about is maybe playing a little bit more base defense to make sure you can control that running game with 3 linebackers on the field. And are we out of bounds thinking of that, or is that something that that they should maybe consider tonight?
No, I think that's a good idea because I think that's where New York will try and control this game, not just in the running game, but making it a more physical contest. And so that physicality would probably demand more base defense, we all use the term base defense, but these days base defense really is nickel, going back to more the traditional 4-3 look and having those 3 linebackers. And I think that could definitely help them make an impact. I think Anthony Barr coming off a really strong game against Cincinnati last week. It'd be nice if you can see him duplicate some of that. Leighton Vander Esch has had a good start to the season. And, of course, we're going to need the flu game from Micah Parsons here, who on ESPN was seen walking in with a bottle of Pedialyte. So he's trying to stay hydrated and ready to go.
My guy, yeah, I think we are going to get a Micah Parsons flu game tonight. I can feel it. He gets compared to Lawrence Taylor all the time. He's at MetLife Stadium. He's going to go. He's going to go dominate Daniel Jones.
Not just compared to Lawrence Taylor. Lawrence Taylor, I saw it. He said in New York media he's going to be here tonight. And he's going to be watching him. So a chance to show out in front of the guy.
Oh, even better. And Bob Papa told us that you can oftentimes find Lawrence Taylor floating around the field with the Giants and puffing on a cigar. Even though it's a smoke-free stadium, Lawrence Taylor gets to do what he wants, and that sounds about right to me. Now, in regards to Dalton Schultz, Bobby, not sure if he's playing or not. We know he's banged up, but either way, whether he plays and he's banged up or if he doesn't play in this one, how does that affect Kellen Moore and his usage of the 12 personnel 2 tight end formation that he loved so much last week?
I think they'll still be able to use the 12 personnel because I think they've got a lot of faith and trust in these 2 rookies, Jake Ferguson and Peyton Hendershot. But, it is funny that there's a real chance that the place where they might miss Dalton Schultz more than the passing game is in the running game because he's done a good job blocking so far these first couple weeks. And he had a nice block on that big run/pass, whatever you want to call it, the pseudo run by Tony Pollard last week against the Bengals. But Dalton Schultz has really improved as a run blocker, I think, and that could be an area where they miss him a little bit. But Jake Ferguson, I think, has done a good job there. Peyton Hendershot plays with some nastiness, some toughness, and so they're big fans of both those guys, and I think that'll still allow them to do what they want to do with those packages.
Do you think maybe they could run out the extra offensive lineman at times? You got Jason Peters going now. Maybe you just go super heavy with that second tight end actually just being an offensive lineman?
You could, and if Peters is going to play left guard, Matt Farniak can then return back to what we saw him do a little bit at training camp, which is playing the up back and doing some of that Hulk package again. And so, you definitely could see them try and take advantage of extra offensive linemen, jumbo blockers, and jumbo blocking schemes as a way to dominate in the run game.
Bobby, if things do go bad, what area for the Cowboys are you worried about the most?
I'm worried about the Giants. If things are going south, I think we're going to be talking about the Giants being able to bully in the run game and that they're taking advantage of they're getting a hat on the offensive line or on the defensive lineman, and then at the second level, they're just not making stops. Whether it be Anthony Barr isn't in position, or Trayvon Diggs is looking a little timid in run support. I think if there's a struggle in this game, that's what we're talking about. And we're talking about Cooper Rush not able to take advantage of some of the softer looks that they might be giving him in the secondary.
Bobby's most intriguing matchup of the night is what?
CeeDee Lamb against whoever, whether that's a Dory Jackson or if he's lined up in the slot and he's getting somebody else, just CeeDee Lamb stepping up and making a contribution and giving Cooper Rush somebody that he can rely on in the face of some of these blitzes.
Bobby, what was your first road trip like as an NFL man, riding the team plane? You're in and amongst the guys. How's the camaraderie, and just what was the experience like?
It's been wonderful. I've enjoyed it a great deal. More than anything, I'm just glad I can sit here in the press box right now next to Brad Sham. I think that's been the highlight of my trip, is being able to see old Brad.
Well,
Brad, I love you. You're my favorite.
Well, I'll tell you what, though, Bobby. I've heard things that you were
Bobby making things awkward for Sham already.
Yeah, but I also heard, Bobby, that people were like rooming next to you at the hotel, and they said all day long all you were doing was being on the radio and podcasting all day. That you're really, really super loud doing that.
I know who was next to me, so I know who told you that.
Yeah, I know. I got a text message.
I'm sorry, Derek. I don't know what to do about that.
All Bobby does, much like Broadus, is just talk. It's just like firing off tapes.
Talk.
It's just 24 hours a day somewhere you can find Bobby and Broadus belching out Cowboys takes.
I knocked out my podcast with Broadus, and then I went to the Statue of Liberty, so Derek was cleared by 9:30.
Yeah. Did you get a couple of slices of some good old-fashioned New York pie?
Yeah, well, Hoboken, but I mean, it was really, really good. So we also got to go see Cake Boss. We went to go to his cake shop. So
there you go.
It was a good trip. Glad to be at the stadium, though.
All right, what's the prediction, Bob?
Give me 21-20 Cowboys. Close game.
Ooh, all right, I love it. You're the man. Thank you very much. Enjoy the game.
Appreciate y'all.
Yes, sir. There he goes. Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, always taking us inside the star here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Brought to you by 7-Eleven and their greatness of their app. Scan your 7-Eleven app at purchase for your chance to win tickets and other exclusive Cowboys prizes through 7 Rewards. No purchase necessary. It ends on January the 8th of 2023, and it is subject to rules at 7-ElevenCowboysSweeps.com. We stay at MetLife Stadium and welcome in the greatness of Babe Laufenberg. He'll be on the call with Brad Sham and Christy Scales. We'll catch up with him next right here on The Fan.
Is your workplace on top of its game? For over 100 years, Pollock Aurora has been taking